Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of Microsoft Build. Woo. How good was day 1?
Day 1 was awesome.
Yeah?
So good, had so much fun. It was a ton of energy. And we closed out with a couple of dance moves.
I think we did too. The only two, or the only one I know, I apologize. Yeah.
So one of the key highlights from day 1 for all of us was hearing from our friends all over the world. And we know this is streaming to over 190 countries. So thank you so much for your enthusiastic comments in the chat, on Twitter, et cetera, et cetera. We want to give a big shout out to our friends in the UK. Thank you for all of your tweets, your comments, your chats, your suggestions, et cetera. And thank you to our new friends in Uruguay, all the way over there, who've tuned in specifically to learn more about data so they can AI. I love that. That was fun.
It's been a global event, and I'm so excited. And we've been getting responses from everyone. It's been lovely.
Yeah.
What was the highlight for you from day 1, Leslie?
Well, I mean, the overall thing has just been being able to connect or reconnect with people both old and new. And also, of course, talking about the cool announcements. One of my personal big ones is that .NET Aspire went GA yesterday.
Yep.
Very exciting. Now is the time to try it out for all of your cloud native application
Absolutely.
needs when you're working in .NET. So exciting. We even have a video series about it that launched at the same time on YouTube that you can check out.
Check out a plug.
I love a plug.
Put in
I
some
love
work.
a good plug. How about y'all? What are you excited for?
I really loved seeing AI in our machines, okay? And
Right
getting
there.
really with the hardware. Our colleague, our co-host, Christina, is so good with the consumer electronics goodies, loving the toys. I learned a bunch about some of that stuff. So I really appreciated those updates.
I like that too. Of course, I'm extremely biased. So I loved all the Copilot updates. Copilot Studio, Azure Copilot is now available to everyone.
Yep.
And you can find out about all of the Copilot experiences across the Microsoft product family in Copilot Learning Hub.
There you go.
AKA, yep.
Yeah.
Learn.microsoft.com/Copilot.
There you go.
Speaking of, today there's even more Learn content. Dawn, you were excited about that.
Oh my gosh, my interviews with the Learn team yesterday were so much fun. Oh my gosh, just lovely group of people who go deep in on learning. But I'm excited for more today.
I am
Me
too.
too.
Do you want to do a poll to see what everyone else gets the most value from?
I love that.
Let's do that. All right, so here's the question for everybody and answer in the chat. Or if you're here in the audience, think loudly to yourself. Ready?
We really need those Regis
Yes.
Philbin lights.
I think
It's
so
like-
too. All right, so at a conference like Build, what brings you the most value? All right? Dawn,
I'm gonna give you the
options.
answers.
Ready,
Yes.
go.
1, keynotes. 2, breakouts. 3, interviews, panels, demos from the Microsoft Build stage, that's right here.
That's right here.
Or 4, connecting with my professional community. All of them sound so great.
I
What are y'all
know.
saying?
I'm going to go with 4.
I'm gonna go with option 4 too.
Yeah.
Seriously, I just show up at conferences half the time as an excuse to see the people I don't get to see very often.
Y'all are way more humble than I am. I'm saying the Build stage because we're kicking it here.
Yeah.
It's
That
been
is
great. I
very,
really
very
want to
cool.
hear back from all of you in the chat. That's been one of the most fun parts of the other day. So we'll do more today, all day.
All day, every day.
Yeah. It's,
All right,
it's so exciting.
but now we're going to hear from our friend Joey, who's corralled one of our feature partners, and let's see what interesting conversation they're going to be having. Over to you, Joey.
Hey, I am here with my friend Sterling Chin from Postman.
Yes.
Okay, in case people are living under a rock, tell them what Postman does.
So Postman is an API platform that allows you to design, build, and test your document your APIs, and do it in a collaborative environment.
Super cool. So tell me a little bit about how using AI can kind of supercharge AI workflows.
Yeah. So everything is about AI right now, right? So Postman, when we took on the idea, we were very deliberate on how we were going to approach how we integrate AI into our platform. So what we did is we talked to our customers, we took data from all of our users, and we were able to learn from them and say, here's what we're going to do. We're going to first look at.
There you go.
Okay, we're going to first look at helping our users build and test their APIs. So one of our first integrations was API testing. Secondly, we looked at documentation. Anyone who's a developer knows how important testing and documentation is, but no one actually does it. So we thought, hey, this is a perfect avenue for AI to now be integrated into that.
So we had a little microphone issue.
Yes.
It happens. It's like you eat. Just cover off that first little segment on the supercharged AI bit, just where we heard you, Mike.
Yeah. So again, Postman, we were very deliberate in how we wanted to approach our integration with AI. We didn't want it to be a toy. We didn't want it to be something that was just gimmicky.
Yeah.
So we wanted to make sure that we were helping our users to enhance their workflows and make it faster for their API development. So we worked at testing, we looked at documentation, then we looked at debugging, yeah.
So really, it's taking the next step with the AI, really getting out of kind of the messiness of API creation, right?
Yeah, we didn't want to make it, again, when we were looking at how API development is done, we wanted to take the menial tasks, the tasks that no one wants to do, and allow AI to do that for you. So
Love it.
It's fast, it's easy.
Perfect, perfect. If you want to learn more about Postman, head on over to the featured partner section of the build.microsoft.com website and click them, and they'll learn all the things about you.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Sterling. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Joey, and thank you, Postman. I got to say, I personally have used Postman so many times. It's cool to see how it's evolving and incorporating AI too. So, yeah.
I like that it's making these things that are actually hard only because of time constraints, right?
Right.
Documentation and testing. We want to do them, we just run out of time because we have to ship product.
Exactly. It's like we know
Yeah,
they're
so thank
important,
you.
but just it would be nice. Yeah, it's great
Yeah.
that we're getting more of a push to do it, knowing that it's not going to be as tedious to do.
Agree,
100%.
Yeah.
agree. All right, so today we've got keynotes. Which keynote announcements are you excited about?
Oh, well, I mean, security is the name of the game here today. So I'm really excited, especially to learn more about responsible AI.
Yes.
We talked a lot about AI yesterday, but sometimes, I don't know about y'all, but when I am working with AI-based tools and features and things, I get a little nervous. Like, how do I know that we're going to be doing this responsibly?
It's a force multiplier, but I'm so glad that all of our colleagues, some experts in the field, in what we're doing, really have an eye on it and can give us recommendations on the best and most responsible ways to do it. And check out the Responsible AI dashboard. That's really cool.
Right. Speaking of dashboards, you were corralling the Microsoft Learn people yesterday to look at that new thing called plans.
Yes.
Right?
I'm so thrilled. And you can get a lot of your AI upskilling with Microsoft Learn. They're really taking account of the way that the industry is shifting and the necessity of individuals and teams to upskill so they can meet the need. And it doesn't necessarily just mean for the technical experts, the developers, we got them covered too, but people around the technical experts really benefiting from the entire team upskilling, product managers, accountants, all sorts of team members. So I'm excited for that. And there's just such lovely people. They're like experts in this field, so I love that.
Oh, by the way, you know who has the best skilling content?
Who?
GitHub.
Yeah.
And we're gonna go see
That's
what
true.
they're up to right now.
Yeah.
The moment we hit the button to launch, Twitter just flooded.
Wow.
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 Origin story, take one.
I literally saw their jaws drop.
I guess holy shit is maybe the phrase.
Being faced with a lot of opinions in the media, a lot of opinions from developers.
Can we actually do this?
I think this is smoke and mirrors. You're doing something in the background.
But more than that, there was just a whole lot of excitement about what the technology could do.
We opened the doors to think about AI as something that makes our life better. For the first time, that dream could become a reality.
Another industry revolution.
This is going to change the world.
Donna, what time is it?
It's almost time for the keynote.
Yay! Yeah, I think we've stalled long enough, don't you think?
Okay, no. But here's some things that I would love for all of you to keep an eye on today in the keynotes.
Yes.
All right, ready?
Highlights.
All right, so we've got Scott Guthrie coming up, and he's going to be talking about all of the updates to Azure, DevTools, et cetera. We've got Amanda Silver up, right?
Woo! Yep, Amanda's awesome.
What are some announcements you're excited about from DevDivland?
Oh, goodness. I mean, there's so many, but I mean, in the keynote, I'm actually not sure. I'm going to be as surprised as the rest of the viewers. I'm sure there's going to be some really cool security breakdowns in that space. I am excited for some breakout sessions later on that are going to be around C# especially, and some of the innovations that we've been doing there in that space. So that's going to be exciting too. How about you?
I don't want to be a broken record, but I really am truly excited every time we get an opportunity to get a new technology, but then also show us ways to follow up, do our homework.
Do your homework.
Follow up for more, get those aka.ms links, and then like do some learning. I want to be a little bit of a nerd in it and like enjoy all of the extra education that they give us. So I'm super excited for all of those things.
And also, I think there's going to be a lot of retrospection in this keynote as well. I think we at Microsoft especially have been going through our own security journey, and it's going to be exciting to share our takeaways.
We all are. The industry's changing rapidly, and we are keeping up with the pace. So I appreciate that and showing it up in our keynote.
Oh, by the way, for those of you wondering who Seth is and why he's not terrorizing you right now, he's on stage with you. That's where he's showing up in the keynote this morning. Fun surprise. Look out for Seth. Like, let's play a where's Seth thing.
You're wondering why we're calm and serene at
why
8
we're
a.m.
serene and no one is fighting. It's because Seth is not here. So when you see him, take a picture, tweet it at us, be like, found Seth. Guess what? Terrible joke he made. Dad joke.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. So the other folks that you're going to be excited to hear about will be Mark Russinovich and Charles Lamanna, who will be dropping some gems this morning around all things Copilot in the biz app space, as well as all things Copilot and Azure.
Inside the biz apps.
Inside the biz apps. Yep. There's going to be some low code in there too, as well. I think from Charles's end.
Yes, that's
right. So that should be very exciting.
That's going to be fantastic. The other thing that I found very interesting about the keynotes is just the overall focus of talking about responsible AI, like you were saying, Leslie, across each of the products we talk about.
Yeah.
So I saw that yesterday with both Satya's keynote, Jeff Teeper's, all of them. Big focus on responsibility of AI, and not just looking at security, but looking at transparency, human in the loop, inclusivity, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
For those of you who are here on site with us, you should come and check out the responsible AI booths we have right up here on the show floor, because we've got people from the Microsoft Responsible AI team here, the Microsoft Accessibility team are here, and, you know, not to be like also a broken record, but you should come say hi to the folks at the Copilot booths, because they're very excited to hear what questions you have so that we can continue to make better products, better documentation, and make sure that we are truly co-creating these AI experiences with all of you.
Yeah, and people can help with that too. I mean, I hear there is another booth that's just dedicated to Copilot community, and really getting involved there. But first, we have stalled long enough. It is time for the moment you've been waiting for, which is day 2's keynote all about security. So go check it out. And y'all, this is Microsoft Build.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's great to be back here at Microsoft Build. You know, AI is transforming the world, and developers are at the very center of this. It's never been a better time to be a developer. AI is going to profoundly change how we work and how every organization operates. Every existing app is going to be reinvented with AI, and we're going to see new apps built using AI that weren't possible before. Yesterday, Satya, Kevin, and Rajesh covered Microsoft Copilot and touched on what's new across the Copilot stack. Today, I'm going to go to walk through the Copilot stack, which is the most advanced platform for creating AI capabilities and solutions. We're going to show a lot of code along the way and introduce you to some amazing new capabilities that we're shipping this week at Build. Let's start by talking about our developer tools. The Visual Studio family of products, which includes both Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code, are now the most widely used development tools in the world, with more than 40 million active developers. Copilot Studio, which we released last year, is now used by more than 30,000 organizations to build AI solutions. And GitHub is used by over 100 million developers and is literally the home of open source. GitHub provides developers and enterprises an integrated AI-powered end-to-end developer platform that can be used to collaborate, automate, and secure DevOps solutions. One of the most groundbreaking capabilities that we've launched with GitHub is GitHub Copilot. GitHub Copilot was the first Copilot solution that we built here at Microsoft using the transformational large AI models. And it provides an AI pair programmer that works with all popular programming languages and dramatically accelerates developer productivity. Millions of developers now use GitHub Copilot daily. Now, a few weeks ago, we launched the preview of GitHub Copilot Workspace, which takes GitHub Copilot to the next level. And we're getting phenomenal feedback from developers using it. With GitHub Copilot Workspace, you can now brainstorm, plan, build, and test code, all using natural language. It's designed to reduce complexity and improve productivity without taking away the aspects of software development that you value most, such as decision-making, creativity, and ownership. Developers always remain in full control over every step of the process. Let's watch a demo of GitHub Copilot Workspace in action.
GitHub Copilot is a mature AI pair programmer used by millions of developers. It helps you write your code faster and more efficiently, predicting what you need by getting context from within your favorite code editor, saving you time and keystrokes. With Copilot Chat inline, you can also talk to Copilot right in the editor. For example, it's great at helping you document the code you're working on, even taking into account the practices and standards of the language you're working in. But Copilot Chat can also help developers get up to speed quickly when working with unfamiliar code. Imagine you've been tasked with changing the landing page on an app that you're completely new to. It can be overwhelming to know where to start. GitHub Copilot Chat can now look at the entire project to give you answers, referencing much more than just the open file. Here, it saved me time by identifying the file I need to look at to get started on my work. Of course, from there, I still need to understand what the code does, so I can just ask. But developers don't just write code. There's a lot of work in figuring out what needs to change and deciding on a plan of action. In GitHub, developers usually start with an issue, like this one, adding the price of our products to the homepage. Now GitHub Copilot can start here too, with GitHub Copilot Workspace. Copilot Workspace can use the details in your issue and its knowledge of your code base to build a specification, determining the relevant current state of your code and a desired end state. This is all fully iterative. You can change every step in the proposed spec if your issue didn't fully capture everything that needed to be done. This one looks great. From here, Copilot can generate a plan with details of the files that need to change and what those changes are. Then you can ask Copilot Workspace to implement those changes. You can even see a live preview to make sure you've got the result you need. That's good, but I think the price needs to stand out a little more. Luckily, you're in control every step of the way. You can keep iterating by editing the plan to help guide Copilot Workspace to the solution you're happy with. So let's do that and get Copilot to update that file in the workspace. And you're still in control after the code has been generated. You can edit it right in Workspace. For the moment, let's make one more small change. And perfect. I think I'm done. So now I can submit a pull request right from here, ready for review by my team. Copilot even generates a helpful description of the changes I just made. AI can also help keep our code secure. Let's look at another pull request. And straight away, I can see there's a problem. These changes introduce a security vulnerability that, honestly, I might have missed in my review. GitHub Advanced Security was able to analyze the code and identify the vulnerability. And now, with the help of AI, it can even suggest a fix for the issue. You can merge that fix with one click, or debug and test the changes in an editor if you want to examine them more closely. More than ever, GitHub is the AI-powered developer platform, making you more productive wherever you're working.
So over 50,000 organizations are already using GitHub Copilot Business today to supercharge the productivity of their developers. At Airbnb, approximately 70% of developers are using GitHub Copilot on a weekly basis. Shopify estimates they accept up to 25,000 lines of code every day, again, using GitHub Copilot. And in a survey, nearly half of Volvo car developers estimated that they save between 1 to 3 hours a week using GitHub Copilot. Let's hear from developers from several other organizations about how they're using GitHub Copilot and how it's transforming their engineering teams.
When I think about our engineers, the thing I want them to be spending time on, it's how to make our users' lives easier. That's where Copilot really shines.
I love GitHub Copilot. Once it's in your IDE, it just feels natural, and then trying to code without it feels really strange.
AI can get really overwhelming. What I loved about Copilot is it feels transparent.
Gen AI means that we can go from spending hours maybe searching on Stack Overflow, searching on Google for how to do something, and we can ask our Copilot, how do I do it instead? But then that's not where the story ends. Once you've written your code, you need to be able to test it. You need other people to be able to understand what your code is doing. Rather than thinking, how am I going to test this code? I can ask Copilot.
Isn't that the dream, to have a Copilot assistant that just helps you, gives you knowledge about the code base, makes it easy to explain what's going on in a specific file? Like, no-brainer.
So Azure provides a rich and flexible set of application platform services that you can use to run any application using any programming language. And these are the same services that are running Microsoft Teams, Microsoft 365, Dynamics 365, and GitHub Copilot, all at scale, securely for hundreds of millions of users around the world. And they're powering our customers' most sophisticated AI apps. With Azure Application Services, you can focus on building great apps, knowing that they're going to deliver the performance and the scale that you need. Now, millions of service solutions are now powered by our Azure App Platform, and increasingly, these apps are deeply integrating AI. Australian supermarket Coles, for example, generates over 1.6 billion daily AI recommendations, dynamically updating their experience to give customers the best digital experience both in-store and online. And Dick's Sporting Goods is delivering a one-store digital experience using AI, making every customer interaction personal and engaging using apps running on top of Azure Kubernetes service. And this week at Build, we're introducing our new AKS automatic offering. We're taking years of experience running some of the largest and most advanced Kubernetes applications in the world and are embedding this knowledge as best practices within AKS Automatic. AKS Automatic automates everything from cluster setup and management to performance and security. It's production ready by default, and it's pre-configured and optimized to ensure the highest performance for your application. And it has robust deployment safeguards and security policies all built in. And so as a developer, you now have access to a self-service app platform that moves you from code to deployed Kubernetes apps in minutes, while providing the full power of the Kubernetes API and ecosystem. I'm also really excited to announce that .NET Aspire is now generally available. It's open sourced and designed to make cloud-native development simple and enable developers to be more productive. .NET Aspire is going to make it much easier for developers to build solutions and do it in a repeatable, safe, secure, and reliable way, taking full advantage of Visual Studio, .NET, and GitHub. Now, the combination of GitHub and Azure is incredibly powerful and provides developers with an end-to-end experience that is optimized for the era of AI. And we're working to remove the friction across the entire development cloud lifecycle so that developers can really focus on building and running great apps. With GitHub Copilot, we're also then trying to make the entire process more efficient and more intelligent. With our new GitHub Copilot for Azure support, you can now use natural language to enable an even tighter developer loop with Azure. Developers can ask questions not just about their code, but also about their Azure cloud environment and all the resources that they're working with. It enables developers to stay in the flow inside their editing environment and take advantage of the ultimate AI-powered development and cloud platform combination. Let's watch a video showing GitHub Copilot for Azure in action.
Let's take a look at how GitHub Copilot for Azure can help both experienced developers and developers who are new to Azure get started quickly and confidently. GitHub Copilot for Azure is an extension for GitHub Copilot that helps you learn about Azure, manage Azure resources, and troubleshoot issues directly within Visual Studio Code and Visual Studio. I'm working on a new project that uses Azure OpenAI, so I need to find out what Azure OpenAI resources I have access to. I can use GitHub Copilot for Azure to help me with this question. For help with Azure-specific topics, I start my question to GitHub Copilot in the chat window with @Azure. I can ask, what Azure OpenAI resources do I have deployed? And quickly see information about my existing resources and the regions they are located in. I can also use @Azure to help me quickly find details about my Azure resources, such as the default domain for a web app. GitHub Copilot for Azure can help guide me on how to deploy my applications. I know that I want to deploy this application to Kubernetes, but I'm new to using Azure Kubernetes Service. For this project, GitHub Copilot for Azure recommends AKS Automatic as the easiest way to get started with Kubernetes on Azure and walks the user through commands to create a cluster using AKS Automatic and deploy the application. Just like with GitHub Copilot, the user is always in control of the actions that are being taken. First, the agent guides me to initialize my project, which will configure and add the infrastructure as code files needed to deploy this application to AKS Automatic. I'll confirm in the terminal that I do want to add these files. Initializing my project also created a GitHub action to deploy the service as part of my CI/CD process. So now, anytime another developer on my team commits a change, the action will be triggered and changes will be automatically deployed to my new AKS cluster. Our most recent change has triggered the action to run. Using the VS Code GitHub Actions extension, I can quickly check the status of my action directly in VS Code, and I can easily navigate to view the action in GitHub to see more details. After this action completes, I can continue iterating in VS Code and GitHub. I can use the VS Code extensions for working with cloud-native tools like Kubernetes and Docker. And if I need to explore Azure to learn more about my deployed application, the extensions make it easy for me to find exactly what I need. For example, if I want to view the resources that were deployed by the GitHub action, it's a single click from VS Code to the specific location in the portal that provides the information I'm looking for. In just a few minutes, GitHub Copilot for Azure has helped me deploy my application to Kubernetes in Azure, all from within VS Code.
So with Visual Studio and GitHub, we have the most widely used developer tools. And with Microsoft Copilot Studio, we're providing you with a tool that enables you to build Copilot solutions even more quickly. Copilot Studio can be used both standalone as well as together with Visual Studio and GitHub. And to share more about Microsoft Copilot Studio, I'd like to invite Charles Lamanna, who leads our business application and platform team, to the stage to show it off. Please welcome Charles.
Thank you, Scott. Last fall, we introduced Copilot Studio to enable you to do two things: easily extend Microsoft Copilot and create your own copilots. These copilots can be applied to many internal processes to streamline employee operations, things like HR, compliance, or to go create a copilot to better engage your customers. And best of all, these copilots can be published anywhere you want. That's inside Microsoft 365 or Teams, or inside of your web and mobile applications. And this year at Build, we have some exciting Copilot Studio announcements. Copilots evolved from working alongside you to also working for you. What that means is proactively and independently, the new agent capabilities make it so Copilot Studio can unlock your copilots to automate tasks asynchronously and in the background. Copilot's so much more than a chatbot now. And you can provide your copilot with a defined task, equip it with public and enterprise data sources, and then Copilot will orchestrate dynamic workflows to automate them end to end. And this is best seen in a live demo, so let me show you. So over here, we're looking at Fabricam, which is a fictitious telecommunications company. Fabricam helps its customers, which are businesses and consumers, get new phones and change their plans all the time. And to do that, they have a great website. But they wanted to go beyond a website and have a copilot for their customers. So what they've done is they've embedded a great customer copilot right inside here. And what I can see is I have a path where I can say if I'm a new or an existing customer. And I'm going to go say I'm a new customer. And in this case, it's offering to compare my current plan with what Fabricam can offer me. So I just what it tells me is I just can upload my last bill from my current carrier. Then the Copilot will read through the bill, the plans that Fabricam offers, and then let me know what I can switch to save the most money and even improve my experience. And I happen to have a bill handy from Contoso phone carrier. And if we look here, I have 3 lines, I have a data plan, and I end up paying about $232 per month. And Fabricam can definitely do better than that. So I come back over here, upload that file I just showed you, let the Copilot know I've uploaded everything that I want, and it will come back and give me a recommendation. And what's great here is it's been able to look through that bill, and it knows that I pay $230 per month. It's been able to look through Fabricam's internal documents to know I can get a plan for $150 per month, which means I can save almost $1,000 a year. This type of conversational, natural experience is something that really you can only do with a Copilot. And that seems like it will take a lot of work, but I'll show how you can build all of that inside of Copilot Studio. So I switch over here. Inside Copilot Studio, we have a bunch of templates you can get started with available, or you can even use natural language to describe what you want your Copilot to do, and it will start laying out the framework and scaffolding. I only have 5 more minutes, so I'm just going to jump to one that I've pre-built before. And you can see this is that customer Copilot for Fabricam inside of Copilot Studio. And what you do to define these Copilots is you provide instructions, which are like the meta prompts, the guardrails and guidelines for your Copilot. You're then able to go configure your knowledge sources, which is what Copilot uses for context and information. Things called topics, which I'll cover in a second, and then actions, where you can enable your Copilot to go run workflows or do things in the background. And then what happens is we use the large language model and the orchestrator to self-assemble these actions, this knowledge, these topics, these instructions, to answer any question that a customer comes in with, which is why the Copilot's so capable and you can build it very quickly. Now, let's go look at that knowledge in more detail. So in my case, for the demo, I already have a few different knowledge sources registered. I have my public website, I have some SharePoint sites, I have a PDF I've uploaded, and of course I use Dataverse on the back end. And all of this is automatically have its embeddings generated, stored in a vector database that supports semantic search, semantic query, and that just happens for me for free. I don't have to worry about those details. And I can go bring other knowledge sources. So if I want more than those ones, I can use Microsoft Fabric, Azure Data Services, SAP, ServiceNow, you name it, you can bring into your Copilot. So this is what the Copilot uses to answer those questions and figure out how to execute over time. Now, I don't just want my Copilot to be about Q&A. I also want my Copilot to be able to take actions. And you can see here, I already have a bunch of registered actions, like payment gateway connector, where I can actually generate links for customers to pay, or I can look up customer history and more. So a really rich set of functions that your Copilot can use. And what's great is we have over 1,400 connectors available in Copilot Studio to systems in the cloud and on-premise, so you can get access and run actions and workflows no matter where your data is. And what's great about that is if we don't have a connector, you also have the ability to register Azure API endpoints. And what I've done is I want to use this Azure API for device trade-in. And you'll see this in a little bit in Seth's demo later in the keynote, where this API will be invoked by the Copilot to help a customer trade in their phone for a new one. And if there's ever anything you want to bring, you can go use any of those Azure application services Scott was talking about right inside of Copilot Studio. Now, knowledge and actions are great, but they're a little non-deterministic. And what we hear from customers is that first 80% of your Copilot is really easy to build as a result. But there's that last 20%, the super important workflows you want to control. And for that, you can use topics. So in the case of, say, a device trade-in, I want to have exact control of the dialogue flow and the conversation with my customer. And we can see that this topic will only trigger for any of these dialogues or queries from the customer. That way I can run a very specific workflow which maybe calls APIs and gives particular dialogues based on what the user's trying to do for that device trade-in. This ability to have kind of generalized orchestration and self-assembly and overrides and topics makes your Copilot super powerful, super quickly, without having to compromise on the overall experience. And once I've configured all of that, I can then go publish to tons of different channels. In my case, I've used a custom website, of course, to embed it for Fabricam, but you can use all kinds of other digital channels. And before you even publish it, you can also easily test right inside of Copilot Studio. So if I look over here, this is that same conversational experience I saw on my website. I can simulate before I go live. So all of this comes together for an incredibly robust Copilot experience. But what we've really internalized over the last year is you don't just want your Copilot to chat or have a conversation. You also want your Copilot to be able to run in the background, to run asynchronously and execute workflows. And that's what makes a Copilot have agent capabilities. So what we're excited to announce at Build this year is you can now register triggers for your Copilot. So triggers allow data events from a database or an application to start execution of your Copilot. And what happened is instead of a conversation being the prompt, it's the data from the trigger that becomes the prompt for the Copilot. And these can run in the background, which is a little tricky to show on stage. So I'm going to go to one that ran earlier. And you can see here, I can track all the steps that my Copilot took in the background. So if a user requests to change to Fabricam, I can do things like validate their user identity or look up and send the discounts. And I can understand why the Copilot took that action. I can see the thought process and the reasoning that went into those steps. So you can build these incredibly powerful Copilots. They can run talking to a customer or in the background, and you can understand what's driving its behavior. And this is what is important on day 100 or day 1000 when you're trying to optimize your Copilot more and more. So a great set of capabilities for Fabricam. But this was a fictitious example for Fabricam, but many other customers have used Copilot Studio. In fact, over 30,000 organizations have already used Copilot Studio, and it's been growing 175% quarter over quarter. PG&E is one of the largest gas and electric companies in the US, and they built a Copilot which manages nearly 40% of calls to their IT help desk in Copilot Studio. And Cineplex, a leading media and entertainment company in Canada, built a Copilot for customer service agents, which reduced their handling time for customer queries from 15 minutes to 30 seconds. These are just a few examples. We're incredibly excited to see what you build with Copilot Studio, and thank you so much for the time today. Back to you, Scott.
Thanks, Charles. So now that we've covered our developer tools and application services in Azure, let's talk about Azure AI. Customer adoption of Azure AI is accelerating, and we're already helping more than 50,000 companies around the globe achieve real business impact using it. UiPath is one of those organizations, and their portfolio of AI-powered solutions is helping transform the way people work with enterprise automation. Powered by our Azure OpenAI service, UiPath's communication mining solution has saved one insurance customer more than 90,000 work hours already. And TomTom is bringing intelligence into the cars we drive with its new car infotainment system. Response times to drivers using the new system improved by over 80% in just a few months. And the system is now able to understand and answer 95% of complex driver requests. And Microsoft itself also runs on Azure AI. All the Microsoft Copilots are built on top of the same Azure AI platform that's available to all of you. And this means you get the benefit of the battle hardening we've done to support tens of millions of users and organizations with AI around the world. Now, you heard about innovations in Azure AI from Satya yesterday, and the vision of our AI platform from Kevin and our partner at OpenAI, Sam Altman. And now to share more about these announcements, I'd like to bring Eric Boyd, who leads the Azure AI Engineering Group, to the stage. Please welcome Eric.
Thank you, Scott. No matter what your use case is, Azure AI has you covered. Our AI portfolio is housed in the Azure AI Studio, which is the development hub for building generative AI solutions. Within the studio, you'll find services like Azure OpenAI Service and Azure AI Search, giving you access to rich models and services directly, so you can get into production faster. We also offer Azure Machine Learning for advanced data science, custom model development, and full model lifecycle management. And through our vast model catalog, you'll gain access to the latest cutting-edge models, as well as models as a service payment options, which we'll cover in a bit. And all of this is built on Azure's powerful supercomputing systems with everything needed to run the most demanding, complex AI projects. It's even used by OpenAI itself. Now, as Scott mentioned, Azure OpenAI Service is one of our flagship products. We have more than 50,000 customers using Azure OpenAI, and more than 1/3 of them are new to Azure. They are turning to us as the trusted platform they can depend on. Microsoft is the only company that has more than a decade of leadership in security and compliance with Azure, and nearly limitless throughput backed by a resilient infrastructure, all backed by the best SLA in market. Now, last week, OpenAI unveiled GPT-4o, which is now the leading foundation model operating in English and other languages, in text, audio, and image processing. I'm pleased to announce the model is generally available with regional pay-go tokens and provision throughput on our Azure OpenAI service. I'm also pleased to announce the public preview of our newest global pay-go token service, providing you with up to 10 million tokens per minute of throughput with this model. But that's not all. For the first time, we're announcing batch off-peak capacity at a 50% discount for your Azure OpenAI service to meet your unique needs. Your batch job will be processed within 24 hours, taking advantage of the capacity that frees up each night and saving you money as a result. Now, this is the same capacity pool that Microsoft runs on, and we're excited to provide you more availability to you at affordable prices. In fact, we're the first and only hyperscaler to make this capability available. We're also bringing a comprehensive set of frontier and open source models, enabling customers to choose the AI models for the right job, at the right cost, and at the right quality. Together with our great open source partnership with Hugging Face, Azure AI offers more than 1,600 foundational models from OpenAI, Microsoft Research, Meta, Mistral AI, NVIDIA, and even more. Now, as developers go from experimentation to development, they've seen value in tuning the cost-performance curve for certain use cases. And the Phi family of models is a great option for this. Earlier this month, we introduced the most capable small language models, which operate at a cost-effective price point. These models punch a whole weight class above their size, but with the power of our built-in responsible AI. This week, we are announcing Phi 3V for Vision, powering rich, multimodal use cases. This is especially great for resource-constrained environments, including on-device, edge, offline inferencing, latency-bound scenarios where fast response time is critical. Now, beyond our first-party models, I'm also pleased to announce the release of several new models as a service in Azure AI Studio, including the leading Arabic language model, Core 42's Jace, and Nixla's Time Gen 1, with even more coming soon. Now, as AI organizations move beyond model discovery, they are now deploying to production. The most common application pattern is the RAG application. And there, the retrieval system is a critical component to ensure production-level scalability and high-quality responses. Azure AI Search supports massive customer applications, including all of OpenAI's GPTs, and is used by over half of the Fortune 500. We are making it easier for all of our customers to scale without compromising on cost or performance. And now, for newly created search services, customers can scale an Azure AI Search vector index up to 12 times larger than before at no additional cost. Now, Sam and Kevin talked yesterday about some of the things that OpenAI has been doing, but let's look at how they're harnessing the power of Azure AI Search and Azure Cosmos DB.
At OpenAI, our mission is to make artificial intelligence both accessible and safe to all of humanity. ChatGPT has been the fastest growing consumer app in all of history with over 100 million weekly active users. Our API is trusted by over 2 million developers worldwide.
We launched 2 RAG-powered features. GPTs lets users build custom versions of ChatGPT that have external knowledge. Over 3 million GPTs have been built on the platform. That's a significant amount of retrieval augmented generation, or RAG, that is happening daily.
The Assistants API lets developers build their own AI-powered assistants to integrate external knowledge using RAG at scale.
To successfully support our massive user base, we need to use the best technology available. That's why we decided to use Azure AI Search and Azure Cosmos DB.
Azure AI Search is more than just a vector database. It is a retrieval system with hybrid search capabilities and support for metadata filtering. Our API users can now upload 500 times the number of files that they could earlier, and that's powered by Azure AI Search.
Azure Cosmos DB auto-scales to meet our capacity needs while being enterprise-grade in feature set and security.
The Azure stack has been very reliable and has worked really well to support our scale needs thus far. OpenAI and Microsoft both deeply believe in responsible AI. With Azure and our tools, we can solve some of the biggest problems of today and tomorrow.
Now, 6 months ago, we announced the public preview of the Azure AI Studio, a unified platform designed for developers to build, manage, and deploy applications, moving from prototyping to scale quickly. And I'm excited to announce that that's now generally available with lots of users already signed up. But to show you how you can use the Azure AI Studio to build your application, please welcome Seth Juarez, Principal Program Manager for Azure AI, to the stage. Welcome, Seth. Back from camping already?
Back from camping.
How'd those shoes work out for you?
My version of camping nowadays is pulling the blanket just a little bit more over my head at night. Having said that, though, trading in my device is no joke because I want to do it as soon as possible. And as you saw earlier here, Charles built an amazing application that allowed customers to trade up into this particular Fabricam instead of Contoso. It's a heated rivalry, trust me. And notice that there's some account stuff that you can do, but what I want to do is I want to be able to add a trade-in option so that you can go and add your phone and see if you can get it traded up. So here you can see the back-end system, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what that looks like. So I'm going to hit trade-in device, and what you're going to see is you're going to see my ability to upload my phone, and I am going to Control-Shift-1 here, and I'm going to get this upgraded. And what it's going to do is it's going to call this connector. And this connector has an API that is being called. In fact, there's the answer, and here is the actual API. This is the connector. It's basically an API that you call, and you can see the answer is pretty good here. So let me zoom in here. Pretty good. Notice that it's able to look at the actual phone and tell you what is actually going on with it, which is super cool. Now, the cool thing about this is that the reason why I want to actually build it is because our policies are internal, and we need to use our internal database systems and our internal things to make this part of Copilot. And the way you do this is really a three-step process. The first step is to discover the AI capabilities you want to use. The second step is to develop with those capabilities. And the last step is to deliver these capabilities in a safe, reliable, and observable way. You want to know what's actually going on. So let me show you how you do that. To get started, you will use Azure AI Studio. It is your one-stop shop for all things AI. In fact, when I say one-stop shop, I literally mean it. We have a lot of models, right? A lot of models. You can see them right here. This many. That's a lot. I almost wish it said like L337 or something, but it's not. It's 1667. And the reality is that we have a ton of models that do a lot of amazing things. In fact, GPT-4 Omni is the model that I want to use because it can look at images and it can process them. But if you don't know what model you want to use, that's totally okay too. You can go to model benchmarks and you can compare all the models against various different data sets, against various different metrics. And so you can easily discover the models that you want to have. Azure AI Studio has a complete set of rich models to do amazing things to delight your customers. Okay, so that's step number one, discover. Step number two is you start development, right? And so I am going to handcraft a prompt. So pretend I typed this. So I'm typing this here real quick. Notice that this is a prompt for Fabricam Mobile, and I'm kind of hard coding things in, coding things into the prompt with my name. Eventually, we want to swap this out with database calls, etc. But let me show you that this actually really does exactly the same thing that we want. So I'm going to add this picture here. I am going to type in, can I get this upgraded? And you're going to see a very similar-ish response that feels natural, but still has the actual right information. Right? Notice it's similar. It feels more natural, but the information is still the same, which is super important. So this is generally where things stop. Like, what do I do now as a developer to make this go into my app? And so what we're excited to announce today is that there is a brand new format that we're using called Prompty. I like the name, it's so cute. It's basically a way to move your prompt in a tiny little package down into your IDE in a reusable way. Let me show you what that looks like. So I'm going to go over here to Visual Studio Code, my preferred environment, and this is a tiny Prompty file. Notice it's exactly the same thing you saw before, but the difference is that you can plug some values in, right? And if I scroll up, you're probably wondering where do those values come from. When I'm quick testing, notice I can put some sample values in there. So here, let me quick test it here and run it using the Visual Studio Code extension. And the reason why it knows that it can run it is because part of this format has the model and how you run it. Notice it says, hi, Seth, but let's change this to something else. Obviously, I'm on stage here presenting something, so I need to rename myself to this, and let's see what's going on here. So I'll scroll, and you'll see that there's Scott. And so notice that now you've actually moved the playground into your IDE, into a versionable asset that you can reuse and you can save and you can use on all parts of your environment. You're probably wondering, what does the code look like for this? Let me go over here and show it to you. So this is a Flask application, and there is literally the API trade thing here, and there's one like work function. This is the function that does all the work. So I'm gonna go to that function, there it is, and I wanna show you this is the extent of the entire application. This is all of it. Notice that we have the database calls to get the actual customer, we have the database calls to get the policy, and we literally just put those values into this file. That's pretty cool. Yeah. And the coolest part is that this file that I just changed, you can see now becomes part of your code base. It can be checked in and everything can happen. So that is how you develop. That's the second step. The third step is how do you deliver this in a safe, reliable, and repeatable way? Well, I always use GitHub Actions. GitHub Actions is an amazing way to create repeatable processes. And one of the processes that I want to do is I want to make sure that this thing is evaluated every time we check things in. So let me go back to GitHub Actions here, and you are going to see these evaluations that run every single time I check in. And when I go to these evaluations, you're going to see each one of the steps. One of them is groundedness. Groundedness tests how grounded the response is in the facts that we fetch from the database, like the policy and the customer information. Notice I got a 5 out of 5, so we're able to deploy. There was one little sneaky thing that I forgot to tell you about, this little trace thing. Because in production, we want to make sure we observe that things are going correctly as well. This little trace thing creates open telemetry spans, which is an open source observability tool. And because it's open source, of course it's going to work inside of App Insights. And I've actually have App Insights open right here. Let me go to the transaction search and let me hit refresh. And what you're going to see is the call I just made. That's the actual call. And then when I click on this and show the timeline, you're going to see the actual function that we just called. So in production, you're able to see how these things are behaving. This is awesome. So again, in a few steps, I showed you how to add, yes, please, thank you. So in a few steps, I showed you how to discover the model you want to use, develop using this new prompt format, and finally deliver in a safe, repeatable, and observable way. To tell us a little bit more about how to do this responsibly, please welcome Sarah Bird, Chief Product Officer for Safety and Reliability. Come on in.
Thanks, Seth. As you've seen over the past 2 days, we're at the cutting edge of AI innovation at scale, which means it's critical that we're also at the cutting edge of building responsibly. Everything starts with our AI principles. We're all learning so much on this journey. And at Microsoft, we've been learning for the past 8 years while putting our principles into practice in our products. To do this, we infuse safety and security in every single layer of the stack, so our entire system is safe and secure by design. Let's see what this looks like under the hood. In a Copilot, the user prompt is combined with relevant data to help the system provide high-quality responses that are fresh and accurate. The safety system scans all of this to look for problematic inputs, such as prompt injection attacks, to prevent them from ever reaching the model. And the model is trained with built-in safety mechanisms, so it knows how to respond appropriately. However, like all AI systems, it does sometimes make mistakes. So the safety system also reviews the output to prevent the system from producing things like copyright materials or harmful content. That way, the user gets a high-quality and safe response. We then monitor the system to ensure it's working effectively and to shut down ongoing attacks. We've built a lot of this into the Azure AI platform by default, so you don't have to worry about it. And because every application is unique, we also provide you with tools to customize and manage your safety experience. Let me show you how it works in the AI application that Seth just showed you. First, I'm going to create a custom content filter with Azure AI Content Safety to provide real-time protection on inputs and outputs, aligned with my application's needs. For inputs, the default settings for harmful content look good to me. I'm also going to turn on Prompt Shield to protect against direct prompt injection attacks, which are attacks sent through the user prompt, and indirect attacks, which are attacks hidden in the grounding data. For outputs, I'm going to add protections for blocking copyright materials and ungrounded responses, which are where the model has inserted something not in the data. Now I can create and deploy. Now that I have everything configured properly for my application, I'm going to evaluate the quality and safety of it overall. I can see that the application is getting good scores for the quality metrics of relevance, coherence, and fluency, and it's staying grounded. This is helpful, but I also want to assess my application for safety metrics. I'm going to create a new evaluation called a risk and safety check. One of the challenges with running safety evaluations is often people don't have high-quality data to test for certain risk, like having access to all the latest jailbreak techniques. However, we manage this for you with adversarial dataset generation. I'm going to turn that on and then increase the sample count to 1,000 because I want to test at scale before deploying. I'm also going to increase the turn count to 10 to simulate longer conversations and tell the system I want to include testing with jailbreak-style attacks. I'm going to set it to test for all the categories of harmful content. This is going to take a while to run, so let's look at one that's already completed. Looks like the application is doing pretty well. About 4% of violent and sexual content is getting through, and 2% of the other categories. Now, this evaluation is not using jailbreak techniques, so let's compare how well my application does with those. It looks like all of the defect rates have gone up, and overall, 10% of jailbreak attacks are getting through. These rates look reasonable for adversarial tests, so we can go ahead and deploy. Now let's try this in action in Seth's application. I've turned on debug mode so we can see what happens behind the scenes. I'm going to try a jailbreak to see if I can get the system to give me credit card information. As you can see, Azure AI Content Safety identifies the attack and deflects it, which is great. However, I don't know if this is someone playing around or potentially a real threat, so I want my SecOps team to take a look at it. Microsoft Defender for Cloud is directly integrated with Azure AI, so this attempt triggered an alert here in the Defender interface. I can see what the incident is, in this case, a prompt-induced credential theft attempt. I can see when it started, where it came from, and if it's still ongoing. Defender also tells me that the attempt was successfully deflected by Prompt Shield, so I know my system remains secure, and I'm ready for whatever comes next. Azure AI Content Safety is a state-of-the-art safety system that detects issues in real time to prevent undesirable AI system behaviors. We've recently added new capabilities to address the most common risk we see. Prompt injection attacks and hallucination errors are protected against with prompt shields and groundedness detection. We've created risk and safety evaluations so you can test your application with AI-assisted adversarial inputs. And this week at Build, we're excited to introduce custom categories, which allows you to quickly create custom content filters for your organization's unique needs. As AI becomes part of every application, it's also critical that we can govern and monitor it the way we do all software. That's why we've partnered with Hidden Layer, and now open models in the model catalog are scanned with Hidden Layer Model Scanner, so developers know they are secure from the start. Microsoft Purview enables you to bring data governance into the AI application to help you control and monitor the use of sensitive data. And finally, threat protection in Microsoft Defender for Cloud has native integration with Azure AI Content Safety, so SecOps teams get automatic alerts for jailbreak attacks, sensitive data leaks, and other threats to quickly investigate and respond. With Azure AI, you have an end-to-end suite of tools to make AI systems that are trustworthy, safe, and secure. I can't wait to see what you do with it. Back to you, Eric.
Thanks, Sarah. So let's make this innovation real and look at how one organization, Epic, is putting generative AI to work. As Satya mentioned yesterday, Epic is a leader in healthcare technology, whose software is widely used by hospitals, clinics, and healthcare systems globally. The breadth of Epic's application of generative AI includes more than 60 use cases. They're making material progress in increasing physician efficiency and the quality of care for patients worldwide. Let's take a look at two scenarios.
Let's see how Epic is helping physicians manage patient messaging more efficiently. Our patient, Joseph, has had a heart valve replacement, and he is wondering if spending time with his granddaughter poses a risk to his immune system. He opens MyChart on his mobile device to send a message to his doctor. Our physician, Dr. Walker, receives Joseph's message in her inbox. Dr. Walker leverages InBasket to draft an AI-generated reply to Joseph, which includes a congratulations for the new addition to his family and relevant details and advice. Dr. Walker can review and edit the message for accuracy, as well as add a personal note before sending back to her patient. InBasket is helping triage patient communications across more than 100 institutions. At Stanford, it has reduced physician burnout by 17%, and at Mayo Clinic, it has reduced time nurses spend on each message by 30 seconds. Next, let's look at how Epic is helping physicians accelerate discovery. In Slicer Dicer, we open a chat in Sidekick to query patient data. Let's start by asking about hospital admissions for kids with VTE. Slicer Dicer quickly answers our question and updates the patient population. It has also translated the natural language in our question into medical terminology. For example, it knows that kids refers to all patients aged 18 or younger, and VTE refers to a diagnosis of venous thromboembolism. Next, let's click medications to further narrow the data. Slicer Dicer splits our patient population into two groups based on use of common classes of drugs for treating VTE, DOACs and heparin. Slicer Dicer understands that DOACs is comprised of several different medications and constructs a grouping of the 4 distinct drugs. We want to better understand how these medications impact patients with VTE. Let's add a measurement to this population to tell us the average length of stay in hospital for each group. Slicer Dicer parses the data for the two groups of patients, illustrating that patients administered DOACs typically spend less time in the hospital. We can also ask Slicer Dicer to suggest additional queries to continue data discovery with this patient population. Slicer Dicer is helping physicians to quickly dissect large volumes of patient data using natural language and AI to surface intelligent insights and accelerate discovery.
Thanks so much, Eric, Seth, and Sarah. And now that we've covered Azure AI, let's talk about our data platform. Now, all the AI innovation that you've seen so far is built on a foundation of data. Data really is the fuel that powers AI. And our Microsoft Intelligent Data Platform provides customers with the broadest capabilities spanning databases, analytics, business intelligence, governance, and AI. And as you heard yesterday from Satya, we're investing in data innovation across this entire platform. To share more about our data platform vision, I'd like to invite Arun Ulag, who leads our Azure Data Platform Group, to the stage. Please welcome Arun.
Thank you so much, Scott. This is such an exciting time to be in data. This is such an exciting time to be AI. I'm really, really happy to be here. With the Microsoft Intelligent Data Platform, we have a comprehensive portfolio of products across the data and AI stack. By working with Microsoft, you not only get really strong capabilities in each area, but even more importantly, you can lean on us to make everything work together seamlessly for you so that you can focus on moving your business forward. We also work closely with partners such as Snowflake, MongoDB, Oracle, and Redis to ensure that their industry-leading products are available as managed offerings on Azure. Let's go deeper on databases. In the era of AI, there are many demands on modern cloud-native databases. Data is both structured and unstructured, traffic is globally distributed, and traffic patterns change constantly. Your AI models need to work with your data in your databases in real time. That's why when you look at Microsoft's cloud databases in Azure, we provide the most comprehensive portfolio across relational, non-relational, open source, and caching solutions. The growth and momentum of Azure databases is staggering. Here are just a few examples. Customers such as American Airlines have leveraged Azure SQL to modernize and transform their customer interactions, handling tens of millions of calls per day and helping passengers get to their flights on time. You also saw earlier in the presentation, ChatGPT, the fastest growing consumer product in history, is powered by Cosmos DB. We have several exciting announcements for you today. I'm delighted to announce 3 experiences that are now enhanced with Copilot capabilities. First, Copilot in Azure SQL will provide self-help for managing and operating your database efficiently. Second, Copilot will help developers write T-SQL queries for Azure SQL by simply using natural language. And third, we have added chat to answer developers' questions about Azure databases for MySQL by summarizing technical documentation. Let's go over to Cosmos DB, which is quickly becoming the database of choice for the world's AI workloads. Today, I'm excited to announce vector search for Azure Cosmos DB for a NoSQL API. Vector search makes it easy to search for information by using the semantic meaning versus exact predicates. So you can ask questions like, give me books like this other book that I'm interested in, and Cosmos DB takes care of the rest. It's a key requirement for you to efficiently build RAG models. And because vector search is simply built into Cosmos DB, you will experience incredibly low latency and no additional costs. Moving on to PostgreSQL, there are 2 announcements to share today. First, to enable developers to plug PostgreSQL data into Azure AI, the Azure AI extension for PostgreSQL is now generally available. This enables Postgres developers to invoke Azure AI services and seamlessly pass data to models such as Azure OpenAI and the Azure AI language service. Second, the preview of in-database embeddings for Azure Database for Postgres. This new capability brings Microsoft open source E5 text embedding models directly into PostgreSQL, which not only reduces latency, but also drives very high OLTP throughput. Now let's move on to analytics. In our Build conference last year, we announced the public preview of Microsoft Fabric, our new data platform built from the ground up for the era of AI. And just 6 months ago, last November, we announced that Fabric was now generally available. Fabric gives you everything you need to go from raw data to AI or BI value in the hands of your business users in a single integrated SaaS platform. Fabric is truly unified at the most fundamental level, with unified compute and storage, a unified experience, unified governance, and a unified business model. And this unification dramatically accelerates time to value. Importantly, Fabric also unifies the business model across all analytics workloads. So for example, overnight, your Fabric capacity might power data engineering and maybe some data science. And in the morning, as people walk into the office, the capacity moves to Power BI and to SQL. And this unified business model helps you significantly reduce your costs. Fabric's vision has really resonated with customers. And the momentum we have seen since Fabric became generally available just 6 months ago has been stunning. Fabric today has over 11,000 paying customers. Let me give you a couple of examples. Denner Motorsports, who runs Porsche Cup Brazil, uses Fabric to make decisions based on real-time telemetry that's literally streaming in from cars as they race around the track. One New Zealand, the largest telco in New Zealand, was able to get an end-to-end solution built and deployed into production in just 3 weeks. Well, we have more exciting news for you today. I'm delighted to announce real-time intelligence, which is a major upgrade to Fabric. Thank you. Customers have tons and tons of real-time data streaming in. It could be from IoT devices on factory floors, or cloud application telemetry, or security logs for the matter, just as a few examples. And real-time data is notoriously hard to work with, and now Fabric will make working with real-time data drop dead simple. And real-time intelligence in Fabric is an end-to-end experience that makes it simple to gather, unlock, and act on real-time data. And just like the rest of Fabric, we will support data from everywhere. Of course, the Microsoft Cloud, but also AWS Kinesis, Google PubSub, and Confluent Kafka. Let's look at how these capabilities have come together. Let's roll the video.
As organizations have modernized, they've begun to generate massive amounts of digital exhaust, spanning manufacturing, supply chains, application telemetry, and more. These streams of real-time data are ready to be collected, analyzed, and harnessed to drive improved business outcomes. Microsoft Fabric enables organizations to create end-to-end analytics solutions spanning the breadth of an organization's data. OneLake in Microsoft Fabric allows them to unify their entire data estate so all of their data can be discovered, governed, and easily integrated into data solutions. And now, with the Real-Time Hub in Fabric, this includes unifying streaming and real-time data as well. The new real-time intelligence capabilities of Fabric make it easy to bring in streams of data from a ton of different sources, from both Azure and cross-cloud from sources like Amazon, Google, and Confluent. In this case, we're going to connect to an Azure IoT Hub to bring in a stream of data tracking delivery trucks and package deliveries, so we can incorporate this data into a new real-time analytics solution we're building in Fabric. With just a couple of clicks, I can add the data stream to the real-time hub. Immediately, we see the data flowing in. As we ingest the data, it can be transformed and routed to output destinations in Fabric. Switching over to one of these output databases, I can easily set up shortcuts to other data in Fabric to enrich it for my solution. I can also quickly write queries to join data together, such as pulling together delivery destination information to combine with our IoT data stream. And of course, Fabric makes it easy to create visual, interactive, real-time dashboards so everyone can keep track of the data as it updates. Now, if we switch back to the real-time hub, we can see how you can bring together a wide range of data streams, all unified in Fabric. This opens up a ton of new opportunities for downstream usage of the data by more personas through Fabric. For example, if I open up the deliveries data stream, it's easy to reason over the data and set up alerts using the data activator experience in Fabric. Here I can see the sensor telemetry data for our package deliveries, and with just a single click, I can turn on AI-powered alerting. This will look at the values in the stream and automatically spot anomalies in the data. If I drill into the sensor alerts on the packages, I can see a sample of packages being tracked where a few clearly have some outliers. The AI has automatically detected these anomalies, and if I scroll down, I can see a summary of the total number of anomalies detected across all of the packages being tracked. I can also control the sensitivity I want the AI to trigger alerts on. And finally, I can easily configure what action I want to be taken each time an anomaly is found. I can set up custom actions to trigger code, such as using an Azure function, and this is fully integrated with Power Automate, so I can drive action into operational systems. In this case, I'll just have it generate a Teams message to see things running end-to-end. Prior to the real-time capabilities of Fabric, making use of streaming and real-time data required deep expertise and complex tooling. Now with the real-time hub in Fabric, we're democratizing the full end-to-end experience for how people ingest, manage, analyze, and act on real-time and streaming data.
Thank you. Since the Fabric launch, we have welcomed software development partners to join the Fabric ecosystem by integrating their products directly into Fabric. For customers, it means that Fabric gets tons and tons of new capabilities from industry-leading data and AI companies that are just simply a part of Fabric. Esri is the world's leading geospatial company, and they're bringing their entire mapping and geospatial analytics platform to Fabric. Neo4j is a world-class graph database, and they will enable Fabric customers to build Gen AI applications that are powered by knowledge graphs. One partnership that I wanted to highlight is the deep collaboration between Microsoft and the London Stock Exchange Group to bring LSEG's financial market intelligence offerings into Fabric as a first-class experience. This allows financial services customers worldwide to get more value from LSEG's high-value financial data and get unique data transformation capabilities. Let's see a demo of how LSEG's integration into Fabric will work.
I'm an analyst working on a project to improve the risk evaluation we use for our company's investment portfolio. There's some data I want to incorporate from LSEG, a leading financial data provider. Fortunately, LSEG is now integrated into Fabric through the Workload Hub. Here in the Workload Hub, I can see a wide range of software development companies that have brought their capabilities natively into Fabric, including LSEG. And if I click on the LSEG workload, I get an overview of the capabilities they provide. And I can see this includes their data catalog, which will be added to Fabric. And from here, I can navigate to the workload homepage for LSEG. This is just like Fabric's built-in workload homepages, but this one is tailored to LSEG. From here, I can access their data catalog and do LSEG Perm ID minting, which is needed to link the LSEG datasets to other data in Fabric. Let's open the data catalog, where if a user is entitled to access and use LSEG data, they can search for it. Let's search for environmental, social, and governance rating data, and here's the data I'm looking for. Now with just another click, I can add the data to my lakehouse. Now switching back to the lakehouse, I see the ESG score data has been added. Now that the data is in Fabric, I can use it to create my solution. I have it joined together with the rest of my data. I can work with it in a data science notebook to explore and develop AI models. And I can create interactive Power BI reports to share with my team. So now I have the extensive data and analytics of LSEG integrated into Fabric.
So today, I'm happy to announce the preview of the Microsoft Fabric Workload Development Kit. This enables any software development company to extend Fabric by bringing in their own experiences, just like LSEG and all these other larger software companies are doing. The Workload Development Kit gives you massive reach into the rapidly growing Fabric customer base and the ability to monetize and grow your business through the Azure Marketplace. With the launch of Microsoft Fabric, we introduced OneLake as a single, unified SaaS data lake for the entire organization. Data lakes, as we all know, can be messy and complicated, and OneLake makes data lakes really easy to use, not just for developers, but also for business users. With OneLake, Microsoft has moved away from proprietary data formats to open source data formats at the heart of Fabric. All of the structured data in Fabric is based upon Apache Parquet and Delta Lake, so it's completely open. In addition, we have taken a couple of years to optimize all of the Fabric engines, Spark, Data Warehouse, Power BI, real-time, to provide industry-leading performance based on Delta Parquet. This lets all analytics engines work seamlessly with a single copy of your data. We also recognize that data lives everywhere, not just in Azure, but also in AWS, GCP, and on-premises, and OneLake can work with your data without first having to migrate everything to Azure. Now, one of our most strategic partnerships, leveraging the strength of OneLake, is with Databricks. Azure Databricks and Microsoft Fabric are highly interoperable, as both products are based on an open lakehouse architecture. Delta Parquet is the underlying data format for both Databricks and Fabric, making both systems highly interoperable. Last November at Ignite, Scott and I were joined on stage by Ali Ghodsi, the CEO and co-founder of Databricks, to talk about our partnership. We are really proud of the co-innovation that we have with Databricks, and we have a robust roadmap of innovation that we're bringing to our joint customers. Today, I'm delighted to announce the general availability of vector search in Azure Databricks, which allows you to create a vector search index directly from a Delta table to easily build generative AI models natively in Azure Databricks. I'm also excited to announce that soon you'll be able to access Azure Databricks Unity Catalog tables directly in Microsoft Fabric, making it even easier to unify Azure Databricks with Fabric. This data can be read like any other data in OneLake. You can write SQL queries. You can use it with any of the workloads in Fabric, including Power BI. And when data is modified or tables are added, removed, or renamed in Azure Databricks, the data in Fabric will always remain in sync. So you can see how Databricks and Fabric are working together to ensure that you have an open and governed data foundation on top of OneLake. Well, we're not stopping there. Today, I'm pleased to announce our expanded partnership with Snowflake. Thank you. With this partnership, Snowflake will also be able to natively store their data into OneLake. And since OneLake is already integrated with all Fabric engines, Power BI, but it's also integrated into Azure AI Studio, Microsoft 365, data from Snowflake will seamlessly flow through the entire Microsoft ecosystem. Our vision of a deeper integration between Fabric and Snowflake will start rolling out later this calendar year. Now, many of you know that Snowflake has embraced Apache Iceberg, which is another open source data format that's an alternative to Delta Lake. We're excited to announce that we're taking a commitment to open standards further by including support for Apache Iceberg in addition to Delta Lake in Fabric. Right. Now, coming soon, all tables stored in one lake will be automatically available in both Iceberg and Delta Lake formats. And we believe that the translations between these formats should be open as well, which is why Microsoft is actively contributing to the open source Apache Xtable project. Now, here's a quick sneak peek at what the Fabric integration with Snowflake will look like. Let's roll the demo.
My organization uses both Fabric and Snowflake, and now we're starting a new data warehousing project in Snowflake for our customer loyalty program. But we want to keep our data and work streams unified across both places. Our sales, customer support, and order systems are in Fabric, and this new project needs to unify all of this data. Fortunately, with new integration between Snowflake and Fabric, we can work seamlessly across both systems. Let's start in Snowflake and see how this works. I'm going to create a new database for some customer loyalty program data, and right off the bat, you see a new option to use Iceberg tables. Iceberg is an open format that we're now also supporting in Fabric. And along with this, Snowflake will soon allow you to pick Microsoft Fabric as a storage provider. When selected, Snowflake will directly store the data for the database in OneLake in Fabric. Let's add some data to the new database, and we can see it defaults to storing the data in OneLake in Fabric. And keeping things simple, I'm just going to upload some CSV data, review the column mappings, and now my data is loaded. I can see my loyalty member data here in Snowflake, but now let's switch over to Fabric. And here you can see something really cool has happened. Automatically, a new Snowflake item in Fabric has been created. This is a fully integrated item that works just like every other data item in Fabric. When I open it, I can immediately see the data that was written by Snowflake into OneLake. Now I'm going to bring in the other data my project needs from Fabric, and I can do it right here in the Snowflake item. I can shortcut to the data I need from Fabric, so there's no copying of data, and if I jump ahead, you can see I've linked orders, sales, customer support, and review data into the Snowflake item. And by doing this, automatically the metadata for these tables is now being expressed in Iceberg format. This means that when I go back to Snowflake, these tables from OneLake are now available here as well. This lets my team work fully bidirectionally between Snowflake and Fabric. So I can write a query here in Snowflake to join the data together, querying directly from OneLake, so my Snowflake solution is working on one copy of the data. Now coming back to Fabric, I can also use all the Fabric workloads with the data. For example, I can create a new notebook, and even use Copilot to quickly analyze the data. Copilot, along with every workload in Fabric, is working on the same one copy of the data. And now that we have all these different data sources joined together, let's ask Copilot to help find outliers between orders, support calls, and sales. I can insert the code Copilot generated into the notebook and run it. And immediately, I have a pretty interesting visualization where I can see some outliers. And of course, the data can also be used directly in Power BI, and I can even connect to the data from within Excel, since the OneLake Data Hub is natively built into Excel. Most importantly, since Fabric and Snowflake are using the same Iceberg format of the data and collaborating through OneLake, my team can seamlessly collaborate from both while always using one copy of the data.
Thank you. To share more about the incredible work that Microsoft and Snowflake are doing together on behalf of our customers, I'd like to welcome Christian Kleinerman, EVP of Product at Snowflake, to come up on stage. Welcome, Christian. Thank you so much for joining us. It's great to have you here.
Super excited to be here. Hi, everyone. We've been partners with Microsoft for a long time, with Azure being a choice many of our customers make. And we also have many product integrations like Azure AI. You and I have been personal sponsors of our integration in Power BI. So we're very happy with the announcement today to continue to deepen our partnership.
Thanks, Christian. Now, Snowflake has clearly been a leader in the data and AI space for quite some time. So can you talk a little bit more about what's going on at Snowflake and how are you thinking about open formats and our opportunity together?
Certainly. At Snowflake, we prioritize innovating to address our customers' most pressing needs. That leads to a focus on governance and security, ease of use, and enabling organizations to collaborate on data. And of course, we're moving fast to unlock the opportunity that AI represents. We do this by extending what our product can do and by offering AI for development of data applications through our fully managed service, Cortex AI. Related to today's announcement, a big part of what large enterprises are seeking is interoperability. We saw a lot of demand and organic momentum behind Iceberg, and that's why we chose Apache Iceberg to deliver that interoperability. And we are fully committed to open storage. With the support of Iceberg and Fabric, we can envision mutual customers being able to interoperate between our technologies with less friction.
This is definitely an exciting partnership for both companies, Christian, because this means that all of the Snowflake data will be in one lake, will be available to the entire Microsoft ecosystem. That's Power BI and Fabric for sure, but also because one lake is deeply integrated everywhere, the data will be built into Excel, will be built into Teams. It's in Azure AI Studio, it's in Copilot Studio. It's basically everywhere where business users are. And this is also true bidirectionally as well, as we saw in the demo, because Snowflake will also be able to leverage the data in one lake. So, any thoughts in terms of the opportunity that we have going both ways?
Certainly. We are doing this to deliver a better experience to our mutual customers. Some organizations have chosen to leverage both Microsoft and Snowflake, and they need open standards for storage to be able to accomplish that. And we are committed to supporting that. Our joint goal is to help these organizations reduce friction, eliminate the duplication of data, and enable them to be wildly successful with whatever mix of technologies they choose. And that could be, for example, processing data with Cortex AI or Snowpark, but also keeping that data open and accessible, as you say, for Excel or maybe activating with Teams. Iceberg already has a very broad ecosystem, and today it just got dramatically stronger thanks to Microsoft support. We're so excited about this opportunity, and we look forward to more from this partnership.
Thank you so much, Christian. I think Azure is your fastest growing cloud, right?
So it's fastest growing on Snowflake, so keep up the momentum.
Awesome. Thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate it. So hopefully you get a sense of how the Microsoft Intelligent Data Platform gives you a comprehensive set of capabilities to power your AI journey. Thank you so much, and back to you, Scott.
Thanks so much, Arun. As I talked about, data is very much the fuel that powers AI. And you can see with all of those announcements how with Azure and the Microsoft Intelligent Data Platform, we now have the richest data platform that you can use to send your data and integrate your data with the richest foundational models to build amazing application experiences. So we've covered a lot today already in terms of the application stack, the developer tools, the AI platform, the data platform. Let's now dive deep into the infrastructure that's powering all of this. Now, we've invested heavily over many years to make Azure the place to do cutting-edge AI innovation. Azure is the world's AI supercomputer, and it's the infrastructure that's powering not just ChatGPT and all the copilots and all the AI products and services coming from Microsoft. It's also the AI supercomputer that's being used to train the large foundational models. And we've created purpose-built AI infrastructure to deliver reliability and performance at scale. We now have more than 60 Azure regions live around the world, and we're bringing all that AI scale and power to you. Now, we know also with all this power comes responsibility. Microsoft is one of the largest buyers of renewable energy now in the world, and we're on track to meet our goal of have all of our data centers powered by 100% renewable energy by next year. We're also optimizing and innovating at every layer of the infrastructure stack. And Satya talked about this quite a bit yesterday. And we're taking the learnings from running the largest and most complex AI and compute workloads in the world and using that feedback loop to continue to make the best infrastructure. And what this means is when you use Azure in the Microsoft Cloud, you get industry-leading price, performance, and feature set capability. And we're doing this from systems to silicon. Microsoft provides now the most complete range of AI accelerators. Alongside our own custom Azure Maya series, we partner deeply with NVIDIA and AMD to bring you the latest innovations in AI acceleration, such as AMD's new MI300X, available first on Azure, as well as NVIDIA's upcoming H200 series. And based on the workload and AI use case, we can now dynamically choose which AI accelerator we use for all the built-in copilots that we deliver, as well as all yours. And this silicon diversity is what allows us to run the most powerful foundation models, giving you the best AI performance and the lowest cost. Now, developers and organizations are seizing the cloud and AI opportunity with Microsoft. And in addition to our horizontal capabilities of the Microsoft Cloud and the Copilot stack, we also now offer powerful industry-tailored solutions. And the Microsoft Cloud for Industry solutions build on top of Azure, Microsoft 365, Power Platform, and Dynamics 365. And they provide a common data model, compliance, and AI workflows tuned for specific industries like healthcare, financial services, manufacturing, and retail. And we're working with software companies around the world to integrate their solutions with the Microsoft Cloud for these industries to deliver high-value Copilot and AI experiences. And earlier in the keynote, you heard about the work we're doing with LSEG in financial services and Epic in healthcare, and the great work that they're doing around AI with Microsoft. Symphony AI is another great company that's creating industry-specific AI-powered solutions to do things to help investigate financial crime. And they estimate that these investigations can now be completed 60 to 70% faster because of their use of Azure AI. And Schneider Electric is turning to AI to help solve one of the world's biggest challenges, which is sustainability. And whether it's reducing their own carbon emissions or helping their customers optimize their own energy use, AI is at the center of their ambitions. Now, Microsoft can both help you build your new AI solutions. It can also help you grow your business using our Azure Marketplace. And the scale of our marketplace is growing rapidly, with billions of dollars of revenue now transacted every year through it. And using our marketplace, you can now co-sell with Microsoft's enterprise sales force and further accelerate your business growth. Now, safety and security are foundational to everything we do. And we've touched on these topics several times already throughout the keynote. Developers need to deeply integrate security into every part of the development lifecycle. And what I'd like to do now is invite Julia Luisen, who's the president of the Microsoft Developer Division, and John Lambert, security fellow at Microsoft, to the stage to talk about how we're applying the security principles at Microsoft, as well as how we're working to enable developers outside of Microsoft to build apps securely, starting from the very first line of code. Please welcome Julia and John.
Well, thank you, Scott. My name is Julia Luisen. My team built some of the most widely used developer tools in the world, products like Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio, and GitHub. So it's very important to me that we must continue to earn and maintain the trust for all of our customers.
And I'm John Lambert, Corporate Vice President and Security Fellow on the Microsoft Threat Intelligence team.
So today, John and I are going to deep dive into Microsoft's Secure Future initiative that we launched last November and further expanded earlier this month. As Satya mentioned in his keynote yesterday, there are 6 pillars in our security initiative. And today, John and I are going to really focus on 2 pillars, which are particularly relevant to developers. It's the protecting identity and secrets and protect your engineering system. Now, over the years, we have done a lot of work for each one of these pillars. But in response to the evolving threat landscape, we have made security the absolutely top priority. We're very committed to prioritize security above anything else, and for all of Microsoft.
Well, developers chart their career milestones by the products that they ship, but security people, our milestones are incidents. So for me, that's SQL Slammer, Stuxnet, SolarWinds. It's just very important that we learn from these incidents. And so SFI has 3 core principles at the heart of it: secure by design, secure by default, and secure operations. It should be the case that developers don't have to do a ton of work in order to secure what they're doing. We want them to fall into the pit of success, and that starts with these 3 principles. Now, Julia, you and I have worked together for like a decade, but I feel like in the last 3 months, we spent more time together than the entire 10 years. And I guess there's just no better way to speed the learnings from incidents to improvement than just to work together every day.
Yeah, and as important as all of the technical work we're going to embrace, security really is a team sport. So it's going to take a culture change for everyone at Microsoft and in the industry. Instilling a security-first culture will be critical for us to engage the entire company and industry in this problem space. We are sharing our learnings today because many of the challenges we face are really not unique to Microsoft. It really affects most of the companies in the industry. Now, John, you have been in the security business for a very long time. And can you share with some of the changing trends that you're seeing? And also discuss the evolving threat landscape, which really provide context for the entire security initiative, as well as the culture change that we want Microsoft and the industry to drive towards.
Yeah, organizations, they don't face threats, they face threat actors. And boy, they have been busier than ever. At Microsoft, we track over 300 different threat actors, from nation state to cybercrime. For them, hacking is their job, and they want to be good at it, but they don't want to have to work harder than they have to. And what's easier than hacking in? Logging in. And so they really focus on password-based attacks, and we've seen over 10 times increase in password-based attacks just in the last year. All of this activity, it creates a kind of anti-economy, estimated to be worth $8 trillion, and if it was a country, it would be number 3 in terms of GDP. So they want to work really hard, but at Microsoft, we want to make them really, really bad at their jobs.
And talking about these threat actors, one of them you and I have been spending a lot of time in the last few months working on, and it's called Midnight Blizzard. Can you tell us more about this one?
Yeah, so first in our taxonomy of how we name actors, Blizzard is the family name for threat actors originating from Russia, and we spent a lot of time tracking and learning about this actor. As an intelligence agency, they target government departments, defense contractors, but the second most prevalent vertical they target is information technology, stuff that developers make, because hacking that gives them access to all of the rest of their targets. Hackers deeply focus on the idea of hack one to hack many. They exploit chains of trust and transitive access. I've often said that defenders think in lists and attackers think in graphs, and as long as that's true, attackers are going to win. And Midnight Blizzard shows a strong command of thinking in graphs, how systems are connected and how they traverse. And so how do you traverse that graph? Credentials. And one of the things that we've learned from our own incident is that it's very important to treat non-prod to the same security standards as production itself. Midnight Blizzard targeted developers. They targeted developers to get credentials of developers, and they got credentials that gave them access to demo and test systems. They are using those credentials they're getting to build an attack graph. They want to know where those credentials lead.
Yeah, because password is just a string. So developers risk accidentally checking them into their source code or emailing it to a colleague. To help mitigate this risk, we built GitHub Advanced Security with secret scanning. When we work with our customers to turn on secret scanning in GitHub Advanced Security, nearly 100% of the customers found that they have some secrets in their source code. And sometimes they actually discover thousands of secrets in the first scan. Another risk with the scanning tool is that it's not perfect. It may not identify every single secret because it's just text. And some of these secrets don't have very obvious ways to identify them.
The other thing with secrets, in an incident, we also have to rotate them. And that means security people have to page developers, and we really don't like doing that. And developers really don't like getting those pages. And so that's why it's really important that we move to managed identities that are system managed. That allows us to also rotate them automatically, and then it saves toil, but critically in response, it gives us speed.
Yeah. So we are taking this learning and applying it to our Protect Secret pillar. One of the key actions is that we want to ensure 100% of applications are protected with system-managed identities. Now, where we really want to go in the long run is that we want there to be no passwords at all. So developers cannot accidentally leave them in source code or email them to their friends, and they never have to rotate them ever again.
Yeah, this is going to be challenging because as a developer, where you go online to learn about how to finish a scenario or watch a video about it, they all tell you use a password to do that.
It's absolutely true. And most cloud providers have videos and samples out there that actually take use of passwords. So this problem is certainly not unique to Microsoft. It's a prevalent issue across the industry. And we are taking great pride in how we build tools to help developers really be very, very productive. So we are actively working on improving our tools with secure by design and secure by default principles. That means we want developers to be able to just follow the guidance set by the tool, and the paved path in the tool will automatically use system-managed identities, so developers don't really have to think about it. Now, we do anticipate that by using system-managed identities, it will feel a bit more complex because there's a little bit more code and concept than just using a simple text-based password. But this is where security-first culture change really need to happen. We must embrace productivity and simplicity with a security-first mindset. So now, John, this is also not the first time that you have run into Midnight Blizzard, right?
That's right. They were also the threat actor behind the SolarWinds incident. So SolarWinds is a company in Texas that was the victim of an intrusion by Midnight Blizzard. They compromised their build process behind their product. And so when the product was built, malware from Midnight Blizzard inserted a backdoor into the product. Now, that malware, that backdoor, was never checked into their source repo. It was inserted during the build process, so the product would get built, digitally signed, go through update systems to their customers, and if Midnight Blizzard was interested in one of their customers, they followed up with a secondary backdoor. This shows us that the SolarWinds actor, Midnight Blizzard, they're interested in supply chain attacks. They want to be able to infiltrate the software supply chain in order to get access to end customers. It also makes detecting these attacks very difficult. So threat actors, they target code, they target organizations, and they target the engineering systems that make the applications that those organizations use.
So this SolarWinds example really shows the importance of protecting our engineering system, which is a key pillar in our security initiative. You just spoke about what can go wrong when an intruder attacks the build and release environment. Another very important dimension of keeping our engineering system secure is to understand the entire surface area of the engineering system. During our security initiative, we have deleted we actually deleted over 700,000 unused demo and sample and test applications. And we have also deleted a lot of the repos and build pipelines which are associated with these applications. Now,
yeah, getting rid of unused apps and systems, it's just really important for security because threat actors, they just care what's on the attack surface. They don't care if you consider it legacy or modern or it's something you're managing or not managing. If it's got credentials and if it's alive and it's got access to resources, that's what they want to go after. So sometimes the fastest way to de-risk is to get rid of old systems and applications.
Yeah, exactly. And as we apply the secure operation principle, there are two really important lessons to improve the overall operating environment. The first one is that get rid of anything you don't need from your overall engineering system. The second one is that we really need to treat non-production samples and test apps just like production app with the same rigor. This is why the build and maintain inventory for 100% of the software asset used to deploy and operate Microsoft product is a key SFI action that we have outlined. We want to make sure all of our applications, no matter if it's a sample or a demo app or production, and all of their repos and build pipelines have clear lifecycle management and policy governance. John, I think another very interesting topic to discuss is the attacks on the developer ecosystem, particularly the open source ecosystem. We have been seeing some very sophisticated social engineering.
Yeah, attackers have gone from attacking code to customer systems to the developer projects themselves. A recent example is the XZUtils backdoor. This is an open source project. It's used by Linux-based systems. XZUtils is a data compression library, and it's used by critical things like SSH. And you could understand why a threat actor would want to backdoor SSH. So this threat actor worked for years to cleverly insert a backdoor into this project, just waiting for the moment where it would get wide distribution. They knew security tools would run against it, and so they cleverly concealed it. They were almost there. There was just one glitch. The way they made their backdoor, it gave executils just a little bit of a performance slowdown. Not a big one, just a little bit of one. But they kind of met their nemesis. Their nemesis was a developer with a memory profiler. And so at the final hour, a Microsoft engineer, Andreas Freund, he was working and running some regression tests, and he's like, why is this thing slower than it should be? It shouldn't be slower. That didn't change. What's going on here? And he just kept digging and digging and digging, and then he discovered the back door. He saw something, he said something, and the resultant investigation around the world prevented that back door from getting mainstream distribution. So even though Microsoft wasn't affected by this back door, it's just a great example of security culture in action.
Yeah, and I really love the story because it shows the behavior of a developer who has security-first mindset. It's also a great reminder for all of us the importance of securing all of our software supply chain. With each one of these attacks inside Microsoft, we're always looking at whether our existing systems of managing OSS is good enough to actually help us defend against these attacks. We're also building our learnings into GitHub Advanced Security dependency review. With Dependabot, it will help developers to alert whether repo is using a piece of software with vulnerability. It will actually generate PR to help developers mitigate these issues.
Yeah, raising alerts is good, but to get them acted upon quickly, you need the right security culture.
Yeah.
And so part of that is education. Someone once said that training is for certainty, education is for uncertainty. And security is just full of uncertainty. So yes, take your security training, but also embrace curiosity. There's just so much more that we all have to learn.
John, thank you so much for sharing insights on how threat actors actually approach their job. I think that we will all need to embrace the new security-first culture. Security is a team sport, and it's job one for everyone at Microsoft. It's super disturbing to see how many known threat actors are actually out there and how they're actively hacking the entire industry. Defending against threat actors is not only Microsoft's challenge, but also a challenge for every single company. So we will require collaboration of our customers and partners to collectively raise the overall security posture. As we learn more, we will continuously improve our system and tools. We want to also help our customers improve their application code and engineering process as well. As a global provider of software, infrastructure, security, and cloud services, we are committed to do our part to make a world a safer place. So thank you for being here, being part of our security journey. I can't wait to see what you build. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of Build. Back to you, Scott.
So thanks, Julie and John, for convening this important conversation. So to recap what you saw today, Azure and the Microsoft Copilot stack is empowering every developer and every organization on the planet to innovate using AI. I'm looking forward to building some great AI solutions together with you. We have an incredibly exciting future ahead of us. It's never been a better time to be a developer. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of Build.
All right, Joey. All right, everyone. Welcome back to Microsoft Build. What did you think of the keynote?
Day 2 keynote, lots of really cool stuff. We had a little chit chat on some security stuff. Loved the whole security and team sport thing. A couple of other things that stuck out to me. Look, attackers aren't just looking for the net new. If you've got a lot of old stuff sitting around, they want that too. So if you're not using it, get the stuff out the door. Yeah, it was super fun.
Did you all see, and this, Joey, you will like, about the Copilot Studio security thing? Did you not pay attention? Okay.
I was writing this other stuff.
So one big question we get from customers is, if I'm building a Copilot using Copilot Studio, how do I make sure that I'm only seeing things that I have access? And the answer is,
using authentication. So now when you set up a Copilot, you authenticate into it, and you only add SharePoints that you have ability to see things in, right? So you'll like that because that makes things a lot less, loosey-goosey around security.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe it is now time to go to our good friend Christina and talk a little bit more about some of the new Fabric stuff. Hey, Christina, to you.
Thank you so much, Joey. Yes, it is time to talk about the new Fabric stuff. And to do that, I'm going to be speaking with Wangui McKelvey, who's the GM of Product Marketing of Microsoft Fabric, and Tessa Kloster, who's the Principal Group Product Manager for Microsoft Fabric. All right, Wangui, you just announced real-time intelligence in Microsoft Fabric yesterday, but remind us, and by us, I also mean me, what Microsoft Fabric is, and tell us a little bit about these new announcements.
Yeah, so we announced Microsoft Fabric general availability back in November.
Yeah.
And what it is our end-to-end data analytics platform that brings together key experiences, whether it's data science, data warehouse, business intelligence, and it brings it together in a unified SaaS experience. And so what that does, it allows data professionals as well as business users the ability to really unlock the full potential of their data and help to really lay the foundation for AI. And so yesterday, we announced the newest addition to Fabric, which is real-time intelligence. And what real-time intelligence does, it now allows us to be able to act on, reason over, and ingest high granular real-time data right inside of Fabric. And so this is just a tremendous announcement for us.
No, that's fantastic. And I love that this is happening and that all of this can be available to people in one place. It makes things so much better. Now, Tessa, talk to me a little bit about the key capabilities of real-time intelligence. What should our audience know?
Yeah, great question. And so as Wangui said, with real-time intelligence, we're really part of the broader ecosystem of Microsoft Fabric, and we really want to ensure that the capabilities are available to a wide range of users. So business users, analysts, data engineers, all the way through to developers, we have capabilities across the full stack. And when we talk about building real-time intelligence solutions, we have to focus on kind of a few different stages of the process. The first is around ingestion, so being able to actually connect and access the data that you want to stream in. And we have a wide range of connectors that let users very easily bring in data from across all Microsoft sources, but across clouds as well. So whether it's in Amazon Kinesis, Google PubSub, they can make it very easy to bring all their data into Microsoft Fabric and use it with real-time intelligence. And then the next piece, once you have the data, you want to understand it more. And so we have a full set of capabilities around the analytics pillar. This really lets you query, explore, visualize, really understand the real-time data as it's coming in. And we even have Copilot integration in that experience to make it very easy for users of all skills to leverage this capability and get more from their data. And once you have all of that and you understand, we don't want to just leave the users there. We have a full set of capabilities around acting on that real-time data as well. And so with the Power of Data Activator and the Reflex item, users can actually take advantage of this full end-to-end integration to also automate and kick off workflows, whether it's in external systems or also within Fabric itself, so that as that data is streaming in, they can actually monitor and take action. And all of this is underpinned by one of the new capabilities we're also introducing called the Real-Time Hub, and that is that central location for all of the real-time and streaming data across an organization, so users can really discover it, manage it, make it really easy to leverage across the rest of real-time intelligence.
That's awesome. Okay, so if I'm understanding that right, so Microsoft Fabric is the place where all of my data lives, and then I have this real-time hub, which is going to give me the intelligence about all of that.
It really unlocks that access to all the real-time and streaming data, so users can do whatever they want to do. They can take action, they can do analysis. It really becomes that central place to launch everything.
And Wangui, we hear terms like real-time intelligence. That can mean a lot of things. Who is this for? What type of industries and organizations can really get the most out of this?
Yeah, I think it's for everybody, frankly. I think if you are an organization, whether you're a retailer, a manufacturer, automotive company, whether you're a pro developer or a citizen developer, if you have to get insights from real-time data that's coming into your organization, then real-time intelligence is for you because it really helps to democratize analytics on this streaming data that has previously been really difficult to do.
And can you maybe give me some like examples, in some of those industries, just kind of, set the stage for us a little bit?
Yeah, so think about if you are a manufacturer and you're having to ship a bunch of products and you need to make sure that the products have to stay at a certain temperature. Well, now with real-time intelligence, you can see that all of that data coming in really quickly, and if something is wrong, then it can set up alert, it can send you an email, a Teams message to let you know, hey, there's something wrong here, that you need to act on it.
Awesome. And what's the response been? I know it's only been, about 24 hours or so, but what's the response been so far to all these announcements?
Oh, wow. I mean, we've seen tremendous uptake online and in social, and a lot of real excitement from our customers. Tess and I were just talking, we're seeing usage start to kick off as well. So we're really excited.
Fantastic. This is really, really good. This is really exciting. Is there anything, since this is a developer conference, is there anything, what about like for developers? Like what can, they maybe do with some of this stuff?
Yeah, I can take this one.
Yeah.
The real-time intelligence, as Wangui said, is really for all different types of users.
Right.
And so as much as we make it, try to make it as easy as possible, and developers can take advantage of the nice user experiences as well.
We love that. Yeah.
We also have a wide range of APIs, make it really possible for however they want to build their solution, they can still take advantage of all of these different components as well. And of course, across all of Microsoft Fabric, there were some great announcements even about the full kind of CI/CD integration and the ability to kind of manage your full application lifecycle from dev, test to production. And so real-time intelligence fits into the broader Microsoft Fabric that addresses all of those pieces as well.
I love that. I love that. All right, so where can people go to learn more about this stuff?
Well, first of all, we offer a really generous free trial of Microsoft Fabric.
Great.
60 days free trial. You get F64 capacity. It's worth $17,000 on the street. So we encourage you to go check it out and learn more.
Fantastic, fantastic. And I think we've actually got a QR code, aka.ms/realtime intelligence, if you want to learn more, but also sign up for that 60-day free trial because $17,000 on the street.
Yes.
All right.
That's it.
That's really good.
Yeah.
That's really good. All right. So thank you both so much and congrats on everything. I know this is really, really exciting. And keep watching. And in just a moment, we're going to show you how all of this comes together in one really great demo. Check it out.
Introducing real-time intelligence in Microsoft Fabric, an end-to-end solution empowering you to get instant, actionable insights on streaming data. At its heart lies a central place to discover, manage, and consume event data across your entire organization with a rich, governed experience. Get started quickly by bringing in data from Microsoft sources and across clouds with a variety of out-of-the-box connectors. Route the relevant data to the right destination in Fabric using a simple drag-and-drop experience. Explore insights on petabytes of streaming data with just a few clicks. Elevate your analysis by harnessing the intelligence of Copilot in Microsoft Fabric using simple, natural language. Make efficient business decisions in the moment with real-time, actionable insights and respond to changing landscapes proactively. Allow users to monitor the data they care about, detect changing patterns, and set alerts or actions that drive business value. All your data, all your teams, all in one place. This is Microsoft Fabric.
Now we're going to go into the mechanics of real-time intelligence in Microsoft Fabric, and I'm joined by somebody that knows the topic very well, Will Thompson from the Fabric team. Welcome.
Thanks, Jeremy. Nice to be here.
So why don't we start with explaining what real-time intelligence actually is and what it brings to Microsoft Fabric.
Yeah, so real-time intelligence is part of Microsoft Fabric that helps bring real-time and event streams together for you to ingest that data, process it and prepare it so that it can be analyzed, transformed, and then you can act on it as well, either automatically or with human intervention as well, all underpinned by a thing called Real-Time Hub, which is a place for you to go to manage and govern and secure all of these streams of data, but also for people to go and find them as a catalog. So it's easy for people to go and find the streams and the information they need, which has been really, really hard to do with real-time data in the past.
And I know we have a great way to demonstrate this, so why don't we lead into kind of what we've got cooked up and ready to go, where we'd use something like this in our daily lives.
Exactly. So we're going to play the part of a direct-to-consumer sort of food retailer, where it's a hot spell, and so we're thinking, is there anything we can do maybe to help increase sales around ice cream, increase some customer loyalty, maybe offer some promotions, but do that with some signals from our real-time data to help get ahead of any problems that might occur as we do that.
That's right, because sometimes the marketing teams and sales teams don't make the best decisions, but we need data to keep everything on track.
Data can help us make the right decisions and take the right actions. So what we've done is we've brought all this data together from across multiple different systems into a real-time dashboard. I've got information from our sales and inventory system, which maybe only gets updated once an hour or so, along with real-time data that comes from our IoT sensors about the freezers around our stores. I've also got information from our mobile delivery application showing the number of orders that are coming in, the number of orders being waiting for pickup, and how many drivers are available. Now, if I focus on that freezer temperature piece, you can see that it's trending up over time. Now, increasing freezer temperatures when there's ice cream involved, not always a good thing.
Not a good thing, but there's a lot of other products that we deal with beyond ice cream. So can we kind of narrow it into the ones that really matter for us?
Yeah, we certainly could. So I could go and just write some queries against this data, bust up some code, but I can use Copilot as well. I can say, show the average temperature by department as a column chart, and Copilot is going to help me generate the right query. I can drop into my workbench, hit go, and I'll get a chart straight back out of it. It's a really useful piece of information that I might then want to pin back to my dashboard to say, hey, I'm going to track this over time so I can keep ahead of it and just have it there ready for me, updating in real time. So I'm going to move it around, resize it, put it in alongside everything else. And that gives me that up-to-date information as it's changing.
Right, but we want to get into not just department level, but actually the individual groups of freezers themselves, right?
Yeah, maybe we can drill in a little bit further. So as well as writing queries, we could also do this through some visual exploration. For many of these tiles, I can say, hey, go and dive into that and show me in a little bit more detail. I can hit this Explore button, which will give me a workbench where I can say, hey, I want to slice and dice this in different ways. So I might take out this summarization, because at the moment we're looking at the overall average temperature. But that gives me tons of information. So let's re-aggregate it in a different way. I'm going to look at our average temperatures by the time over time and group it by department. And here, you can see that, yeah, it's definitely those frozen dessert freezers that are creeping up, the temperature's sneaking up.
The ice cream seemed like a good idea, but we're seeing some indicators of things that might be not be ideal.
Yeah, exactly.
So what do I do next?
Great. Well, obviously getting ahead of this means being alerted rather than manually go and check this. And I can set alerts on any of these dashboard tiles. This case where it was the overall average might not be the best thing to get alerted on, because it's only going to tell me, what's the total average temperature. I'm not going to spot the individual details. But to do that, I need to go and find the individual IoT data from those freezers. And I can do that using the Real-Time Hub. So Real-Time Hub is a place where we can go to find all of our event streams, all of our streams of data from across the whole organization. I can filter it down by the different types of information or the location of it, and I can search for it as well. So if I search my IoT data, I'll find that IoT sensor stream right at the top of the list. And when I click into this, I get to see information about what else is using this stream, what else is it connected to. I get a preview on the volume of events that are coming in from those freezers, and I can even see a preview of the actual schema, the details in the events as they come through in real time. But what I probably want to do on top of this is set some alerts, and I can do it right here from that summary page. And in this case, I'm going to say, take all those events, split them out by every single freezer, by this freezer ID field, and then for any of those freezers, if the temperature value goes over a certain threshold, let's say if it becomes greater than a value of 29 degrees, send me an alert. So we're looking at really, really granular data coming in for each of those individual freezers, so I know when there's a problem. It's going to send me a message in Teams, choose a place to save the trigger back into a workspace, and get that thing created.
Okay, so now we've got basically the IoT stuff more or less in order.
Exactly, and so we can see in that trigger that got created a summary of how many times that trigger would have fired, and even the details of individual freezers, how they're trending over time, and I can see D1 and D2, looks like those are the ones that are creeping up, causing those problems.
Okay, so we're ahead of our freezers now, but I saw there were some other things to keep track of as well. So I know our mobile delivery app also saw some wait times and other things spiking. How do we tap into some other databases maybe to ensure that we get real-time feeds from those?
Yeah, so back on the dashboard, we had that information from a mobile ordering application. But if I go and search for those orders, I'm actually not going to find anything. Real-Time Hub doesn't have that information yet because I haven't gone and connected it. What I can do, I'm going to put the hat on now as like a data engineer and go and call out and go reach out to those other systems and bring those in for other people to use. And what we do is by going and choosing this Get Events option, I can use a whole bunch of connectors that are available to pull in data from Confluent, from Azure services, from Google PubSub, Kinesis, and Amazon. all those sorts of different connectors, including CDC connections that let us reach into operational databases and streamify the changes going on in those databases that we can then react to.
Right.
So I'm going to use the Postgres connector here, because that's what our ordering application runs on.
Okay.
I put in the details about like the server name, the database that I'm going to connect to, and I use this event stream item to manage the events as they're coming into Fabric. Last thing to do is put in the name of the table that I care about, so I'm listening to this delivery orders table. And now that's going to create this event stream which tracks all of those changes to that table and brings them in. And I can see the details in this payload feed, the kind of before and after as those changes happen. This event stream lets me transform events wherever they're coming from. So I can aggregate it, filter it, group it in different ways, even join it with other information as multiple streams come in to get it prepped, ready to use.
Right.
I'm going to choose this manage field option, which lets me say, what's the information out of that table that I really care about? We're looking at the order await time. So the order ID, the customer ID, and that wait time field, those are the things we care about that we're going to react to. And I see this little preview of what are those bits of information that are coming out. So this looks good, nice and tidy now. I'm going to publish this back out as a stream that anybody else in my organization can go and discover through the real-time hub. So when I hit publish, I'll go back to real-time hub again, and now when I type in orders, it's going to find that stream for me. So just as I did before, I can click in, I can see some previews about the connections, about the volume of events coming in, and I can create alerts directly on top of this data I've just brought in from an external system. Now, rather than taking you through the process again of setting one of these alerts, I'm going to jump ahead a little bit.
They're the same, right?
They're all basically the same process. Click through on what fields you want to alert on. In this case, I set up an email alert. So it's going to look for when those triggers, when those wait times cross above 9 minutes, and then send me an email.
Right, and emails and Teams messages are pretty good, as well as mobile phone app notifications. But I know a lot of people want to try to automate the fix or the remediation, so can we do that too with an action?
Yeah, you're going to love this. Bit of workflow automation. I know it's
that's my background.
Yeah, exactly, pet love of yours. So in this case, what we have is a Power Automate workflow. And we thought, what better way to get ahead of these kind of ice cream sales by saying, maybe we could offer some promotions that would increase the number, the volume and the value of those sales, but not the volume of those. We have higher value sales, but we're not tying up delivery orders, delivery drivers, sending small orders around. So we have a Power Automate workflow that listens for that data activated trigger, creates an approval workflow to say, hey, I'd like to start this promotion, and post a Teams message for somebody to go and respond to. So we can say, hey, maybe the marketing team need to just make an approval on this before the promo starts. But by doing that, we're automating this between the events coming in and the workflow starting to happen. So back in that reflex item, I'm going to change the action that I take away from an email to this campaign approval action. It's going to kick off that workflow automatically as that data arrives and changes.
Nice. So we've seen the IoT devices. We've also seen how you can connect to a CDC database for your mobile app. But what about the other thing, the inventory system? That was updating hourly or something. So can we make that faster and also real time?
Yeah, we're actually doing some system automation there because that real-time, orders and inventory application is coming from an Azure storage account. The application's writing into Azure storage, and we can connect to that as well. Basically, any of the events that might be driven as you create things in Fabric or create things in Azure, we can listen to that as well. So I have a pipeline that pulls my data from the Azure storage account into Fabric, and I can automate this by saying, I want to trigger this, not on a schedule, not on an hourly or 4-hour basis, but in real time as those events are happening. So I'm going to connect to my Azure Blob storage account and say, this is what I want to listen to. These are the events that I care about. I put in the subscription, I put in the storage account that I want to listen to, and that's what we're going to subscribe to here to then kick off this pipeline. So I choose my subscription, put in the name of the storage account. Again, this is usually one of these event streams, so I'm going to give that a name as well. And then I get to choose what are the events that I want to listen to. I just care about when the blob gets created, don't care about the rest of these, so I'll deselect those. And now that subscription's created, and it's going to start kicking off this pipeline as soon as those events happen. And if I go back into my monitoring hub in Fabric, I can see those pipelines starting to kick off as the events come in real time. So we're automating that process as well, system-level automation, as well as things on those business events.
Amazing stuff. So we did real-time intelligence. We saw IoT sensors. We also saw how you can do this with your CDC databases behind the apps, and even make data that is not real-time into real-time data using eventing and making that a real-time source as well. So I'd encourage everyone to check out aka.ms/realtime intelligence. And there's a lot more coming at the show, so we'll see you soon.
Hey, thanks, Jeremy. We've got more from our good friend Jeremy Chapman and Microsoft Mechanics coming shortly.
Okay, I I think he's going to do a Copilot extensibility thing. That's going to make me happy. Jeremy, do a Copilot extensibility thing.
You're going to sit right there and watch it, aren't you?
I love that. Okay, by the way, I hear Joey's tall friend, Mark Russinovich, is going to come by shortly.
Yeah, absolutely. The CTO of Azure is going to come by to give his take on the latest in AI. So stay here. I hear he is exactly 1 Joey unit measurement tall.
Okay, so there's a rumor going around that Joey is secretly clippy.
Okay,
but
we
it
are
could
not
be
going
that
there.
Mark
We're
Russinovich
not.
is clippy.
Ooh. Yeah, could be. Absolutely could be. Absolutely could be.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, chat's here.
What?
Chat is here. Yeah, chat's here. They've been watching this entire time. We've ignored them. So we're sorry that we've ignored you, chat. So I think we should do a poll.
Okay, let's do a poll. What do you want to see more from featured partners?
Is it, 1, resources aligned to AI? That's pretty
I want that one.
Is it 2, expert demos? That's
I also
my
want
choice.
that one.
Partner offers?
No.
Giveaways? Free stuff?
Yeah, I like that.
You like free stuff?
Yeah.
So, okay, so which one are you going to pick? You can pick one.
The demo one. I still choose the demo.
You're going to choose the demo one? Yeah?
By the way, you had a great demo yesterday on offline something with a partner.
Yeah, so we were talking a lot about how AI is transitioning and moving down to the device, right? Where you can choose resources. Developers can choose to have things running on GPU, CPU, NPU, and leverage the cloud at the same time. So you can kind of leverage the best of both worlds. And I know this is something, one of the cool demos that we did is we actually set something offline. Literally, they disconnected. You can see in the lower right-hand side of the screen, disconnected, not online at all. It worked just fine.
I love that. We can keep fighting about this, but Leslie's got something very exciting for you next.
All right, thank you. So I'm here today with Ken Exner, who's the CPO at Elastic. How are you doing?
I'm great. Good to be here, Leslie.
Great, happy to have you. So Elastic, which is coming from Elasticsearch, right? That's a pretty popular search engine. And I know it deals a lot with vector databases. So can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so Elastic is the company behind Elasticsearch, which began over 12 years ago as an open source search engine. So people would use us to embed search into their applications. They would build websites with search, they'd build entire applications built on top of our platform. But one of the things that happened a number of years ago is people wanted to do more than just text-based search. They wanted to do more than lexical search. They wanted to do semantic search, for example, which is natural language question and answering. Or they want to do image search or video search. So what we realized we needed to do is to start supporting vector search, which is essentially creating vector embeddings that we would store in Elasticsearch as a vector database and make it possible to retrieve these vector embeddings from Elasticsearch. So this actually started like over 5 years ago. We started turning Elasticsearch into a vector database, and that's where we are today. Over the last couple years, as generative AI has taken off, people have become using us as a vector database as well for retrieval augmented generation and RAG workflows.
That's exciting. That must be that must have been a fun transition from no vector-based search to all vector-based search.
Well, and hybrid search as well. So we support not only traditional search, but just pure vector search, as well as hybrid use cases as well.
Cool. So I know there's a lot of databases out there that already or are starting to incorporate vector search like you just did. So can you tell us a little bit about how does the Elasticsearch one differ or stand out from the others?
Yeah, over the last couple of years, you've seen a lot of these purpose-built vector databases emerge, and you're starting to see a lot of the traditional database vendors like us starting to incorporate vector search. I think where we're different is we've been doing this for a long time. So we've been building Elasticsearch engine for over 12 years. So we have all the capabilities that an enterprise would want, like all the security and privacy capabilities. Like we have RBAC and ABAC and document level permissions and audit logging, and I could go on and on. But all the security things that you would need to run this for an enterprise, we already have because we've been doing this for so long. But because we are also, we have a history in search, we're grounded in search, we know the importance of relevance. And if you're building a generative AI application, really nothing matters more than relevance, because what you're trying to do is make sure that you are grounding your LLM in truth, in the most relevant context. So when people use retrieval augmented generation to pass context to an LLM, to ground that LLM, they need the most relevant content. And that's where our history in search comes, allows us to shine, because we not only do traditional retrieval operations on vector databases like HNSW or KNN queries, we also do geospatial search. We also do hybrid search. We also do re-ranking on the result of your answers. So a lot of things that really help customers optimize relevance, because at the end of the day, relevance is what matters. So we have the enterprise capabilities for our big customers. We've been around for a long time doing vector search, and we optimize and specialize in relevance.
Cool. And also, real quick, how are Azure customers using that today?
Well, we are available in the Azure console. So we have a really great partnership with Azure. They are integrating us as a first-party solution, like right next to the other Azure products. So you can use us in the Azure console. We're also integrated in all the other tools that you have for generative AI. So if you're using Azure Studio, for example, we are a vector database option in there. So we're proud partners of Azure and integrated throughout their product suite.
Great. Well, thank you so much. And to go learn more, I'm assuming people can check out your booth.
Yeah, if you're here at the conference, come by our booth. I'll be there. Others from Elastic will be there. Or go to our website, elastic.co.
Sweet. And of course, you can also check them out on the feature partner directory on the Build website as well. So thank you again.
Thank you, Leslie.
Sweet.
Sure.
You know what? I really love these feature partner interviews we're doing.
Yes.
They're
They're
like
really
pretty
good.
technical and deep. I like the demo ones the most.
I like them too. And you can actually learn more about these things in the Feature Partner Showcase. Right over there.
Yeah, so right there on the show floor, here with us, or in the showcase, which is really good. By the way, you know what you should do? Use the Build Copilot. Did you see it? Did you? So at the bottom, there's a little Copilot-y thing. So search for whatever you're looking for, whatever topic. Say you want to search for small language models, no reason. And then you're going to be able to come up with a transcript from any sessions that happened yesterday. Or you can see upcoming sessions. And by the way, it's all tailored to what's relevant for you based on what you put in your profile and that's in your backpack.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Okay, I love that we've literally built a Copilot for everything. I mean, I know that's not the name of the show, but still, there's a Copilot for everything.
It uses the Azure recommendation service to choose specific things for you. So build Copilot, everyone. Use it.
Good. And okay, we've been talking a lot about learning because learning is a thing we all care about. And coming up, we're going to be learning about Microsoft Learn, and it's going to show teams how they can learn the latest on AI, on all the copilots, on everything else we've been talking about this week. Lots of learning opportunities. What are you interested in learning right now, Lon?
You know, what is very interesting about Microsoft Learn is that the beginner content is actually really, really good for people who are experts in something else. I know we've talked about that so much, but one of the things I really want to learn to do is do AI orchestration. Ooh. And there's a lot of tools, including what Seth showed and the morning, like using Prompt D and Prompt Flow and Prompt Buddy and all of these things. I think that is kind of the future of how we organize our AI products, like this LLM, that LLM, call this, call that, etc.
No, it's fantastic. Yeah. And speaking of AI, we're now going to go to Joey, who is standing by to learn what AMD has in store.
All right, welcome back to the Build Live stage. I am here with my buddy Ian from AMD. You are here to talk to us a little about some Hugging Face models, yeah?
That's right. We're going to show you a couple of demos.
Oh, I'm all about demos. Let's do this. Let's do this.
Awesome. Thanks, Joey. Good morning, everyone. Before we dig into the demos, I just wanted to remind everybody that if you're using PyTorch, TensorFlow, or JAX, you can use your notebooks or scripts that will just run on AMD. Same with inferencing engines, so VLLM, Onyx also works out of the box. And of course, we understand that you need more than just frameworks. You need a bunch of upstream stuff. You need a bunch of experimentation stuff, distributed training. All of that is enabled and works on AMD. So again, this session all about Hugging Face.
All about Hugging Face.
So we have a great partnership with them. We have what's called CI/CD integration. What it means is whenever a new model gets onboarded in Hugging Face, it gets tested on AMD infrastructure.
Okay.
So I would be remiss if I didn't warn you that I'm going to be copy and pasting a lot of Hugging Face demos. But that's kind of the point, to show you that you can just copy paste and it'll run on AMD. Okay, you ready?
Okay, I'm ready. Here we go.
Okay, we're going to start with ResNet.
Oh, hang on. customers using smaller models like residents still?
Yeah, good point. So back in the day, 25 million parameters was huge. Clearly not the case anymore. But convolutions is pretty much still state of the art. So convolutions are to images what attention is to tokens.
Yep, fair enough.
Okay, so here we go. So I'm using our developer cloud, sporting a MI300. And so what we're going to do is we're going to tab over to Hugging Face. So there's my notebook. And just to show you guys that I didn't modify the code, I'm going to go over and copy it from Hugging Face. And we're going to go and paste that into the demo. And then,
straight as it is.
Yes,
just straight
no
copy paste.
No mods. If you look carefully, you can see we call it torch.cuda, even though it's AMD. Okay, so what it recognizes a tiger cat. I'm not a cat expert, but let's see what the image was. Looks like a tiger cat. Do you think it's a tiger cat?
I'm not a cat expert either, but yeah, let's go with it. Let's go with it, Ian.
Awesome. Okay, so the next model is a little bigger. We're at 600 million parameters. This is from our friends at Meta, the AI lab. It's called BART, and it's 600 million parameters.
So real quick, before we jump into this, can we talk about the difference between Bart and Bert? And then can we talk about the names a little bit?
Yeah, no, there's a little history there. So transformers come into 3 flavors. You get encoder-only models like BERT. Okay. You get decoder models like GPT, and then you get encoder-decoder models like BART. So in terms of the name, the first notable NLP model was actually published by Allen Institute right here in Seattle, and they named it Elmo. And so BERT came out after Elmo, so I think there's a Sesame Street theme going on.
I'm waiting for Big Bird.
Yes. Good point. Let's see who does that first. Okay, so again, we're going to be boringly copying information or code from Hugging Face. So this is summarization. So we're going to take a large block of text and we're going to squeeze it into, I think in this case, 130 words. So let's look at that. Okay, here I have to admit, I did modify the code. I did change it so it's easier to read. So I just moved the print statement into a separate line. But otherwise, it's exactly the same. So we're going to run the notebook. It's going to load the model weights. It's going to squeeze this article into 130 characters. And you'll see what that looks like. Okay, this is, by the way, a very interesting article about somebody that got married 20 times in 1 year, but you know, I didn't pick the example.
20 times in 8.
Yes, so there's the summary. Okay. The next example is going to be translation.
Okay.
So I have to admit, I modified this one too. The example on Hugging Face is Arabic. I can't vouch for that, but as being a South African, I can vouch for Afrikaans.
Oh, okay.
So what we did is we took this example again from Hugging Face. You can see they actually have 2 examples. So I'm going to take the Arabic to English example, and I'm going to modify it to be Afrikaans to English. Let's see what that says. So the Afrikaans says, hierdie is 'n belangrike konferensie vir programmeerders.
I trust you.
You trust me? Okay,
I do.
So what that means in English is, this is an important conference for programmers. So that worked.
Very good, very good. Excellent, excellent.
Okay, so cranking it up to 1.5 billion parameters, we're going to look at a use case called ASR, or automatic speech recognition.
Okay.
This is really cool if you're doing call centers.
Yeah.
I think we're getting transcribed live as well. You could do sentiment analysis on the text. You can do meeting notes, and then you can combine it with a summarization, so you can take the whole big meeting notes and compress it into small, concise notes. So again, going over to our friends at Hugging Face, and we're going to pick the model from OpenAI called Whisper. Turns out one of my friends built this model.
Oh, there you go.
And it works really well. So again, copy and paste. It's boring by design, folks.
Ease of use, we call it. Ease of use.
And so in this case, it's going to take an audio file, and it's going to listen to the file and transcribe it. I actually have the original file at the bottom of the notebook. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the audio to work. But if you ask me, I can play it for you, and you can vouch that that is the right transcription.
I vouch for you.
You vouch for me?
We saw it on the side,
Awesome.
so it's all good. I
all
vouch
good,
for
all
you.
good. Okay, so now we're going into 3 billion parameters with a small language model.
All right. Hang on, I'm gonna
Pump the
pull you
brakes?
back in. Yeah, exactly. Pump the brakes a little bit. I've heard of large language models.
Yeah.
Now, small language models, define small here.
Yeah. So LLMs, obviously you mentioned large language models. Small language models are typically sub 5 billion parameters, but they're actually remarkably good at some workloads. And so they have a very high efficiency in terms of their accuracy scores over the parameters. And so the one we're going to use is one that Satya mentioned yesterday. So it's the Phi model. So let's go ahead and look at that. So we're using Phi 3. Going to go ahead and just show you this is the instruct model. So what it means, it's been fine-tuned for a question and answering session. And so we're actually going to ask it to solve some linear algebra. So I don't know if you could do this without the model, but take a look at it. It's asking us 2x plus 3 is 7. What is x?
I failed algebra.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so there we go. It's loading the shards. And now it's reasoning. And there you go. It says x is 2. Not bad. Not bad.
That's what I would have. That's exactly my answer.
Yeah,
I'm sticking to it.
I got you. Okay. So 6.6 billion parameters allows us to get into text to image. Very fun stuff. A lot of people play with this a lot. So we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go over to Hugging Face. And the model we're going to use is called SDXL Turbo from Stability AI. Really nice model.
Okay.
Everybody loves to play with text to image. So it's a very simple snippet. And the prompt in this case is a cinematic shot of a baby raccoon wearing an intricate Italian priest robe. You know what that looks like?
I've always wondered, Ian.
There you go.
What a raccoon in a priest outfit looks like.
There you go.
Now, the question is, why didn't you create, I don't know, like a DJ supergroup focused on yacht rock?
Yeah.
Instead, we get a raccoon wearing a priest.
I actually wanted to do a stellar co-host and see what that looks like.
Well, you won't get me. Let's just be clear about that.
Okay, so really cool stuff. Again, all running without modification. Okay, so let's keep going. And we seem to have lost the motion. Let's see, can we? Okay, so text to video is next. This is a pretty big model, about 11 billion. And, okay, sorry guys, the keyboard's gone. But in this case, we're gonna go over the same thing. We're gonna go over to Hugging Face. This is a more interesting model. You can see the code is a little more complex. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna create an animated GIF, so video from text prompts. So if you like the raccoon, you're gonna love this one. It's actually a simpler prompt. So we're gonna ask the model to create a girl that is smiling. And so let's see what ByteDance comes up with. So there you go, it's generating, and it's gonna drop us an animated GIF file. So if I go and look at that, you should be a girl smiling. So let's see. There you go. So pretty cool stuff. The ability to create a video from text is next level for sure.
So are we going to be able to do full video, like full movies?
Can you imagine?
I'm thinking of something like an explosion going off in the background as the two of us come walking off stage.
Yeah, with
right?
smoke,
Can we put that right into the model? Get that out right now, Ian? Is that?
We'll get
can
right
we do
on
that?
Yeah, I'd love to do that. Do the slow motion walk. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that was all inference. So now we're going to look at training. Of course, that also works. We're using Hugging Face as trainer. So in this case, we're going to go over to GitHub repo from Hugging Face, and we're going to grab the examples they have for PyTorch language models. And what we're going to do is we're going to train GPT-2 real quick. So I'm going to go and copy this snippet of code, and I'm going to go over to my console, and I'm going to go ahead and run this. So what we're doing now is we're going to pre-train GPT-2, and we're using the Wikitext data set. It's using one GPU right now, so you can see it's displaying the model architecture, it's displaying the data shards, and it's actually going to start training here in a second. There you go, so 0, there we go. We start ticking and we're training GPT. Copy, paste, very
Copy, paste, train the models.
Yes. Okay, so we have a lot more examples out on our blogs. So if you want to go and look at them, there's examples from more stable diffusion, there's reinforcement learning, a ton of other examples. So please go ahead and visit our blogs at rockham.blogs.amd.com. And I wanted to finish with this slide. So Satya mentioned the availability of the MI300X.
I'm seeing hardware here. This makes me all excited.
Yes, that makes you happy with this?
I love a data center. I love me a set of hardware.
So this is a really cool piece of hardware. So the models we did today was about 11 billion parameters.
Okay.
Okay. And we did one GPU. With the MI300, you can load up to 70 billion parameters. So you can take a Llama 70B model and load it on one GPU. And you have 8 of those on this instance. You can run 8 different Llama 70Bs. Or you can say, I want to take a big model, something like Meta's Llama 3 400B, and deploy that on a single instance. So it's really good to get large models up and running without having to worry about clustering and networking. So really good stuff. So please go ahead and check those out.
That is so cool.
And I think that's it for our session. Thanks, everybody.
So, Ian, before you go, I want to ask a couple things.
Sure.
As you've been here throughout the course of the event, you've been chatting with developers. What is kind of that number one thing you want developers to take away from the announcements that AMD is? You've showed a lot. Is there something that's really standing out and a lot of folks are asking about?
I would say the important thing is to note that the software frameworks just work. So there's no porting required. There's no lift. You can take your existing notebooks, your existing scripts, and you can run them on AMD. And that's important because a lot of the other accelerators require transcoding and all kinds of pre-compiling scripts. Our stuff just works out of the box, and it's fast too. Really fast.
Really fast. And you saw that by leveraging the Hugging Face examples and the copy paste apart, from some language changes, right? So that we could do some of that. Of course, everybody, you want to check out rocm.blogs.amd.com. And of course, hey, if you want to learn more about AMD and our awesome feature partners, we have this really cool part on the build.microsoft website. Go to that feature partner section, click the button, check out all the cool offerings. And if you're sitting here, come talk to this guy. He's pretty cool to chat with. We've got more for Microsoft Build coming up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joey. I really like that demo.
What'd you like? That was cool.
I love Hugging Face, and I love how many AI models there are and how easy it is to run them because it's like Hugging Face. So I really love seeing all this stuff.
Okay, so it's me and Christina. So do you want to just grab one of these and then try to do this SLM running locally, et cetera, et cetera?
Yes.
Yes. We should do that.
We
you
should
think anyone's going to notice? If we just,
if we just took one, I think they might. But okay, we have one more day of Microsoft Build, so I think this is a day 3 plan.
Right.
People
this
are going to be
day 3 plan.
distracted.
It's a day 3 plan. Are Donna and Christina going to pull off a heist? Day 3 Microsoft Build with witnesses.
With witnesses.
Yeah.
Well, that's the best type of heist.
Yes.
The best.
So what we need is you all to live tweet that when we do it. That'll be awesome. Okay, so one thing that I saw this morning that I really liked was this thing called the AI Toolkit. Have you seen that? So AI Toolkit, Visual Studio extension, where you can grab a small language model like Phi3, for example. Did you know Phi3 Vision just came out? I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
That just came out yesterday.
I'm learning literally live with you right now. Amazing.
Yeah, so Phi3 Vision came out. You can use that to build your local AI product.
Yes.
On your machine, works offline, and once you fine-tune it with your own data or your product catalog or something, you actually get more accurate results than you would with GPT something. Fascinating. Things you learn. Okay, speaking of learn, Dawn is standing by with Microsoft Learn.
I am here with Elisa Graceffo, General Manager of Worldwide Learning, and AI has permeated all through the tech stack and every facet of our community in the industry. it's necessitating an upskilling that I know that your team has really been focusing on, but I'd love to know a little bit more from you on how we're able to address that, and if we have any insights from our community, our customers, what have we learned?
Great question, Don. One that I spend a lot of time thinking about. So, what we're hearing and what we're experiencing ourselves as a company is that this AI transformation is really putting everyone at an inflection point. And we really have to reimagine kind of the skills that we need to be successful as we go through this AI transformation.
Absolutely.
Microsoft and LinkedIn recently released a 2024 Work Index report saying that the use of generative AI in business has nearly doubled over the last 6 months, with 75% of knowledge workers experimenting and using generative AI in their business. So we're seeing this massive interest in AI. At the same time, there's a skills gap. There's not a ton of confidence that everybody actually knows all the things they feel they want to know when it comes to envisioning, building, and deploying AI. So it's more important than ever before for organizations to really think through, like, what is our approach to skilling in this new world?
I caught that report, but those numbers are astounding.
Really?
I mean, I can't even imagine what it would be to be one of those industry leaders or even an individual trying to upskill themselves and navigating the community. So how can these team leads, these industry professionals, what are they doing, and how can they make sure that their team is getting the skills that they need, hopefully with Microsoft Learn, but like how are they doing that from the experts who are investing your time in it all the time?
Sure. So, one of the things that we think is really important is really to kind of come up with a really strategic framework for how you're going about skilling up and educating people in your organization based on whatever it is that they need to learn to be successful in their role. We're absolutely seeing, well, traditionally we focus on IT and developers needing to know how to use new technologies. We're seeing that this is something where we're educating everyone from what we say, the boardroom to the mailroom. Business leaders, business users, IT, developers, data scientists, everyone has something to learn. And so one of the things that we're doing on Microsoft Learn is really trying to create more structured, easy to discover and then easy to follow learning paths based on whatever skills it is you need to learn.
Absolutely. And I love how you underscored how inclusive that learning path can be, because it can cover all different groups. And then you mentioned before that Microsoft has been learning from our own experience.
That's true.
But do you have could you underscore maybe a TLDR? What are we learning from Microsoft experience in this?
Absolutely. So we within Microsoft, we like to refer to ourselves as customer zero. There's so much work that we've been doing to envision, build, deploy, understand how to use AI technology. And what I would say, one of the biggest learnings from my perspective is really that partnership between the business requirements and the IT implementation has never been closer or more necessary than ever before to really train these large language models and small language models on the specific business context that's needed. And so that's really underscores how important it is for us to be thinking about skilling everyone about the benefits of AI and how to actually responsibly use AI.
Totally. So I've heard a lot about this AI skilling journey. What does that journey look like? Is it another tool we're using, or is this the figurative journey that we're all on? And how do we do that? I hope you're leading the way. I feel like you're leading the way for me.
It's a little bit of both. It is a real thing and a figurative thing as well. So Microsoft Learn has actually two starting points, two hubs. The first one I'll talk about is our AI hub on Microsoft Learn, the trusted authoritative place for all of our skilling content. And within that Microsoft Learn hub, you can find a learning journey tool that basically helps based on where your starting point is and where you're trying to go, helps you discover the right learning path for you.
Awesome. That's so fantastic. You got one of those CTAs in, but we're also going to talk about learning from Copilot, learn.microsoft.com to Copilot. Thank you so much for this time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Dawn. Great to be here.
Thank you.
Microsoft Build. We're back on the live stage where it's at to meet more of our global community members.
Hi, Donna.
Hi. So first of all, I'd like to introduce you to Hank Bowman, my colleague, who's been up to some schemy shenanigans over the past year. Do you want to tell everybody what you started?
Absolutely. So 7 years ago, we started the global AI community, a community for communities to learn all about AI, to really build that skill from beginners up to advanced people like data scientists, and that we've been working with AI for a long time. And we do that by providing content to user groups around the world and organizing global events like the Global AI Bootcamp this year. And the Global AI Bootcamp this year had around 110 venues, reaching over 100,000 people in 1 month.
Wait, you reached 110 countries?
110 locations.
110 locations.
So
over
there were some
100,000 people.
Yeah. Yes.
You got
correct.
100,000 people to do something? How'd you do
Exactly.
that? I can't even get 2 people to do something. Okay, so I have a lot of questions, but mainly, who are these beautiful people you've corralled off the show floor and brought?
Yes, so these are 2 of the community people that run local chapters of the Global AI community. So, Eve, welcome. Can you tell what you've been doing with the Global AI community?
Thank you so much. I also started out as one of the organizers of the Global AI community events, and I was also able to participate as a host at Global AI bootcamps as well, which was awesome. And afterwards, when we seen that, okay, we have to, allow the people to get a bit more deeper into the fundamentals of AI and understanding the mathematics, because there are some people who are interested in that. We decided to try something, and in the Global AI Communities meetup group, we started something called AI 42. And this thing is created for those people who would like to get started with AI, learn the basics of starting with mathematics, statistics, and coming from coding to deep learning and so on and everything. We invited awesome people from all around the world, from different communities as well. And we right now count around 1,000, more than 1,000 members in our team, and in the meetup, in the meetup group. And we also share away all our information also on the Global AI community channels, so we are also visible there. And thank you for that.
You have a role model community. That's what we call it. You have 1,000 people in their meetup group. Right? My meetup group, the one I started, was like me, my mom, and my dad. And once in a while, I corralled my sister to join. So this is very impressive, what you've done.
Thank you so much.
Very cool.
I'm really proud of it as well.
Yeah, you should be so proud. That's awesome. And what'd you do?
Yeah, I'm from Germany. I'm Alex, and I'm Microsoft AI MVP since 4 years. We started this kind of community 5 years ago with our first Azure AI bootcamp, and that was a great experience. It was in person. Right now, before the COVID, and it was fully booked. The people were great, excited, and so on. We moved during the COVID to online conferences, doing Global AI conference, and also 4-time Azure AI bootcamps in a row. So we are happy to run this one, and thanks for the opportunity.
That is amazing. Thank you for your work. Thank you both for your work in leading these communities of communities all over the world. It's because of individual people like you who keep things running in a local place, because us sitting in Netherlands and Seattle, Washington can never make that happen. So thank you. What homework do you have for our audience today?
Oh, absolutely. So if you want to look up a local meetup to learn more about AI in your location, you go to ak.ms/build/community.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, too.
Hello, friends, and welcome back. I'm excited to be here with not only my friends and colleagues, but some really amazing technical folks. So why don't we start with you, Nabila, introduce yourself, and then Nithya, we'll go with you.
Awesome. It's wonderful to be here, Seth. I'm a product manager on the AI platform team. I lead a product called Azure AI Studio. And what we do is we enable developers to build generative AI applications.
And it's like all the cool stuff that I get to show off in keynotes and stuff, that's her product. And so I'm super glad you're here. Nithya, how about you?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Seth. My name is Nithya Narasimhan. I'm a senior AI advocate on the developer relations team at Microsoft. And I work with you and Nabila. I like to think of myself as developer zero for their platform. I'm such a huge fan. And so my job is to sit between product teams and community and advocate for the product to the community, advocate for the community to the product teams.
That's amazing. So let's start with you, Azure AI Studio. Tell us about the product itself, but more importantly, because we're talking about careers in AI, tell us about managing a product in AI. So let's start with AI Studio and then managing a product in AI.
Awesome. So the way AI Studio helps developers is we help them get access to the latest models. And you can see how fast-paced that is these days as well.
Yes.
It's pretty much overnight you have to drop them. It's like dropping a new album, for example.
Yeah.
The second way we do it is now that you have these models, you want to do something with them, right? So you need tooling to be able to help you build applications. The third way is then adding safety and responsibility into your applications, and then also scaling, doing it in a way where you can collaborate with your peers, you can build off of each other's assets, and so on. So those are kind of the 4 pillars the product is shaped around. In terms of what it's like to manage a product in AI, I think if you asked me that maybe a year ago, my answer would have, or maybe 2 years ago, my answer would have been very different. Now it's pretty interesting from the sense that I think the 2 things that I probably struggle with the most are the pace and the lack of best practices.
Yeah.
And what's interesting is it's not just best practices about leading a product, it's also best practices about how to build a product and as well as how to use that product. All of those are lacking. So learning to address that is actually pretty difficult.
And that's interesting that you bring that, because it is such a fast-paced world. How do you, as a product leader, corral that uncertainty? I'm putting you on the spot here, but I kind of want to know, what advice do you have for me? Let's just say I want to build an AI product, or the audience does. What advice do you have for them?
It's simple, Seth. First, put your ego aside.
Yep.
No one knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
No one knows it. No one has it together.
She knows me really well, actually. No one knows what they're... Yeah, go ahead.
So we put our ego aside. I think the things that have helped me the most is, one, just getting hands-on with the product, learning what competitors are doing, and just being really hands-on. This isn't something that you can just go ask a customer, hey, how do I do X? How do I do Y? You really have to get hands-on with it, learn yourself, and continuously measure and evolve and go from there.
That's amazing. So talking about measuring and evolving, Nithya, you're like customer zero. Tell us about the space that you work in, because there's a lot of careers in AI, and yours is kind of a special one in my heart, because I'm kind of a DevRel guy too, right? So tell us about what you do, and what are some things that you're learning as you go?
Oh, yeah, excellent. This is actually a great time to be an advocate in AI. I'm just telling you, if you're looking for a career.
It's true.
And it's because I think as a developer advocate, what we're really doing is advocating for the product, the community, and likewise. And so the challenge right now, as she was saying, is the pace is so hard that everyone's struggling to keep up.
Yeah.
So what do you teach them? The second challenge we have is our audience is developers, and traditionally developers were people who coded.
Yeah.
But with generative AI, we've broken open. All you need to know is how to write a prompt, and that's opened the world to so many people who are not traditional developers, but they have ideas they want to build. So it could be entrepreneurs, it could be students, it could be professional developers, low-code developers. And so when I think about advocacy, what I really think the challenge for us is how do we make all these products feel accessible to all these audiences? And then from the perspective of the product group, right, we're developer zero. So our job is to go to them and say, they're going to get confused with this. And I have to give a shout out to the Azure AI Studio team. We gave them feedback. They turned it around in 24 hours, and it's there right now. So I'm like, and I think that's actually the most powerful thing for us is how do we make sure that people coming to the platform can see in it a tool to build their ideas.
And I love how you're saying like they can see themselves in it.
Yep.
What is your role in getting people to see themselves in it? Because you are basically their face, but your face for us. Product. Explain. I'm explaining it badly.
All right.
Help me.
Okay. Okay, so when I think about developer relations, right, you can think of it as three things. There's content, community, and feedback, right? So product feedback is the easiest one. We're developer zero. When you build something, you're like, throw it over the wall and say, tell us what that looks like. And we're like, oh, and we come to you. But then the content part is, it could be documentation, it could be writing samples, it could be going and doing talks, right? We want to tell you stories so that this does not look challenging to you. And finally, samples, and I have to give a shout out to Cassie and your team, Contoso Chat for the win.
She's great.
Show up for the labs people and for her talk.
Yeah.
But I think that those kind of samples fill a very necessary gap in the ecosystem because we're all hearing tools and we all know one building block at a time.
Right.
But putting them together to build a solution that can go in an enterprise context is hard. And so these samples, building them, learning how to take them out in workshops, that kind of stuff is hard. And so developer relations, I'm going to put the emphasis on relations, right?
Yeah.
How do you communicate to developers in a way that you speak their language? And now the second part today with AI, of course, is who is your developer?
Yeah.
And it's everyone.
Yeah. And I love that, because obviously a career in AI is fairly nebulous, and you've both talked about communications, but from very different axes, right? You're looking at it from the product perspective, and you're looking at it from the person using it. Tell us, for those that are looking for a career in AI, what principles do you think they should follow now to get into, for example, the product space? And then we'll get to you.
I think for me, the principles start with, we were actually just talking about this right before this, is knowing your foundation.
Yeah.
I think and you don't have to have an engineering degree. I think with just knowing how to problem solve and getting your hands dirty with even just opening things up and learning how to fix something is something that's very accessible to anyone. So I think one thing is problem solving is probably at the base of most of the things, for me at least, that helps me address challenges. And those challenges can be people, technology, it can be anything in product, right? Customer challenges as well. So I think one, just being okay with problem solving and then continuously making yourself uncomfortable. I think what I usually do is I start with something that I know and I start doing it well, but it's usually something small, right? And that gives me a little bit of confidence. But I don't stay in that position for a very long time. Then I kind of chase that aspect of being very uncomfortable, and I continue to chase it. And as you start kind of looking at your journey, you'll realize that the things that made you uncomfortable a few months ago or for a few years ago, they're not the same anymore.
That's true.
And you grow over time. But I think you need to continuously chase that uncomfortableness, and you'll grow. And I think that one thing someone told me is a thing where you spend your most time in are the things that you think a lot about. And that's something that's always in the back of my mind when I'm working on product, when I'm working in AI, where am I spending most of my time in? And at this point, I think it's learning.
Yeah.
A lot of learning and being okay with not knowing anything and trying as well.
Yeah, I mean, we work together. I'm not making this up. I think I've always told you I want to be wrong as fast as possible,
Yes,
right? Which is really cool. Nidhi, tell us about getting the message out, working on it, because the challenges you work on are actually very technical because you're actually writing code on top of product. Tell us about people wanting to aspire to do what you're doing.
Yeah, so I'm going to call it, my advice to my younger self. What I wish I'd known, right?
Yeah.
I actually have three things that I wish I had known. I think the very first one, and I'm going to follow up on what Nabila said because I think it's very important. The first thing is challenge yourself, because if everything else fails, you'll have learned something, right? If you fail, make failure, I actually said to someone that we should schedule failures.
Yeah.
Pick something that you can fail in and then write about it, right?
I failed 7 times.
Exactly. And then you can check it off. It's match, checked off for the day. But I think that what I meant is pick something that and uncomfortable is great, but a challenge, because challenges make you learn. The second thing, and I cannot stress this, is work with good people.
Oh.
And there are two kinds of people that will help you grow. The first is where they're learning from you. And when you're trying to explain to someone, and I'm going to give a shout out to my 15-year-old who questions everything.
Yeah.
When you have to explain to them, it clarifies to you what you didn't know,
And
right?
that's the second type of person.
The second type is the person you will learn from. Folks like you, right? Who are you throw stuff across the wall and say, go try it out. And because we have to go and try this out, we learn. And then the last bit of advice is share what you've done and do open source stuff. Right now, you need to build up credibility. Go work in open source. Write about it. We'll see you.
And that's amazing. And speaking of being uncomfortable, we have a call to action for some stuff that you've put together. Tell us about this studio collection. You have about 10 seconds. Go to aka.ms, AI Studio Collection. What's in there?
Oh, excellent. It's actually for both of us because this is a collection of code first. If you want to get into AI Studio and build end-to-end applications, code first. It's a blog post, a bunch of open source samples, documentation for Azure AI Studio, all in one place, and we will keep that up to date.
That is amazing. So people should go there and learn stuff,
People
right?
should go there.
Well, thank you so much. And again, Love working with you all. Thank you so much for being with us. And again, thank you so much. We've been learning so much about careers in AI with Nabila and Nitya. Thank you.
Thank you.
We had a great start on the Microsoft Build stage with Nabila and Nitya. I have had the pleasure of hanging out with Nitya. I'm so excited to get to know Nitya and Nabila. But they were two incredible Microsoft leaders with AI, women in AI kicking butt like usual.
Sweet. I missed it, but I'm excited to add it to my digital backpack. And speaking of things available on the Build website, be sure to check out the featured partners site and shout out to our featured partners, Lee Tools and MongoDB. And you can find out more in the featured partner directory.
Totally.
Yep.
We have some more great conversations in store.
We do, including an interview with Mark Russinovich, who's going to be talking about getting inside with AI security. That's going to be jam-packed. Mark's going to be doing his Mark thing. So
get excited. It's in about an hour and a half.
Sweet. Enough time to go get you some swag, get yourself some coffee, do what you need to do. First, Christina's going to catch up with the Microsoft MVP.
Exactly.
One of the best parts of Microsoft Build is talking to the attendees, and right now I am joined by two of our MVPs. I'm joined by Stephanie, who is the data witch, right?
Right.
This is her moniker. It's fantastic. And you are a BI architect from Pittsburgh.
Yep.
And this is Gaston. You are a Azure Synapse Analytics Power BI expert, and you're based here now, but you're from Uruguay, right?
I'm from Uruguay, South America. Yeah.
Fantastic, fantastic. We're so glad to have both of you here. I wanted to talk to both of you. Like, what has you most excited about Microsoft Build this year? I'm going to start with you because this is your first year at Build, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, just learning everything, trying new things that I'm not comfortable with, and learning more about it for sure. But I focus my time on data and now Fabric these days. So I'm very excited about the Fabric announcements. Particularly, I'm excited about hearing that we can now do shortcuts to Apache Iceberg, so we can get shortcuts to Snowflake. This is a huge deal because a lot of our big customers, they've already invested a lot in Snowflake, but they want to take advantage of the Fabric features. So now they can do that without data duplication.
I love that. And that's actually really huge because that has been historically like a big pain point, right? Yeah. Like people don't want to have to duplicate their data, and, you know, and it can make things a lot more complex, but they do want to take advantage of these other features, and now they can do that. That's great. Gaston, what about you? What has you most excited at Build this year?
I love the energy overall, the community engagements. That's amazing. The Ask the Expert is kind of really awesome. And, you know, Copilot in Fabric is amazing. It's coming from everywhere, from Power Query, for notebooks, for Power BI. It's keep amazing me. You know, it's great to see how you can do a bunch of things, understanding business, but not so much on technology. So you can bring that power and create all these kind of documentation, code, simplified process.
That's great. That's great. And what have I was talking to both of you a little bit earlier, and Stephanie, you were telling me like, what are some of your customers' experiences, I guess, with Copilot or the reaction to some of these things, and what are they excited about? I guess maybe about the potential of AI and some of the other things that we've been, you know, hearing about this week.
Oh, everybody's so excited about Copilot, and it's so great that Fabric has it built in all over the place.
Yeah,
it's just a great way for people to get started. You know, they know they want to do a lot of things with Fabric, but Copilot is what they're very, very excited about. I'm excited about this AI skill, kind of excited to see where it goes. I'm not exactly sure where we're going to end up with it, but I think it's got a lot of potential. I think it's going to be like the chat GPT on your data. So instead of having to look at a report, you know, just being able to ask a question is what we're hoping to see.
No, and that's really exciting, right? And because I think that is like why AI, this wave of AI has been, you know, so exciting for so many of us, is because we're thinking, okay, it's not just this kind of, okay, I can ask this general thing, but I can get very specific about what my data is, and so this is what this potential has, right? And from you guys, on like, what are you hearing from your clients and your customers?
Yeah, there's a lot of kind of excitement in the kind of building POCs and solutions out of Fabric. They keep going and getting back saying, hey, I would love to operate the skills for my people, for my data engineers, for my data architects. Maybe they're coming from T-SQL and they want to ramp it up on PySpark or Python scripts. So it's great for them to kind of get that kind of Copilot that allow them to understand, hey, how I can upgrade my skills, how I can document my code in notebooks and all around. So that's pretty exciting to me.
I love it. I love it. And both of you have actually, I think you might have already given some talks this week, right? So what are you talking about at Build this week, Stephanie?
I'm talking about semantic link in Microsoft Fabric, which is really, really cool because it kind of unlocks the semantic model Power BI data for data scientists to be able to use. Yeah, so they don't have to redo the logic that maybe the analyst has built in the semantic model. They can just take advantage of it.
I love that. I love that. And this is all kind of about the power of like us not having to recreate things, not having to redo things. I love that. And what about you?
I'm going to do an introduction session on Microsoft Fabric and explain a little bit the real stories behind the scenes for manufacturing to automobile and retail. So,
fantastic. Yeah. I love it. Well, I hope that both of you are having a great time. We're so excited to have both of you here. I know that we've got so many things going on, and I'm just super excited to be able to talk with both of you. Thank you so much. You can check out more about the Microsoft MVP program at aka.ms/MVP. Gaston, Stephanie, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you.
Thanks, Christina, for a fabulous conversation with our awesome Microsoft MVPs, of which there are many across the Microsoft community, right? So if you want to learn even more about Microsoft MVPs, be sure to check out mvp.microsoft.com. Very passionate group of community leaders just evangelizing all things great about tech and how you can create the next best thing with all of the tools that we have to offer.
Absolutely. So tell me a little bit more about your MVP experience. Well, I know I love them.
Yeah, Team.net and VS MVPs out there. Y'all are awesome. Seriously, like going to MVP Summit every year and just getting to chat with them. They're super knowledgeable. It's really cool to see how they're using the tools that like I work on, my other teammates work on in their day-to-day. And it's very exciting. And your Python MVPs, I'm sure, are fabulous.
I love them so much. Be a Python MVP if you're a Pythonista like me. But first, we're going to jump into conversations with Jeremy Chapman. He's here for Copilot and for Microsoft 365. Over to you.
Okay, so now we're going to dig into the mechanics of Copilot for Microsoft 365. And to do that, I'm joined by Mary David Pash, who's on the team building out this technology. So why don't we start with some basics in terms of things like what's in the LLM versus what retrieval does. So why don't we start with the LLM? Like, what's part of that training set? How does that all work?
Yeah, it's a great question. So on a fundamental level, the large language model is trained on massive amounts of data. And this is public data from the web, articles, books. And it uses all of that data to create a knowledge base that you can then interact with using a prompt. And a prompt is simply a question or a statement that you send to the large language model. And then it generates a response based on your question or statement using all of that knowledge that it's gained.
And what I love about it is you can also give it additional context. For example, tell me in one short sentence or give me bullet points. Those things are part of basically the language expertise that it has to generate the language. Now, where would I see maybe where the LLM doesn't have all the information?
Right. So one of the challenges with a large language model is that it is trained in a point in time. And so when you ask it a question, let's say if you ask a question something that happened today, it wouldn't know that. And so you can actually see this in Copilot. We actually augment what the LLM is capable with a sophisticated orchestration engine that can augment with web data, with organizational data.
Right.
But if you go ahead and turn all of those off, and you can do this with plugins which allow you to toggle on different capabilities, you can interact with essentially just the large language model's knowledge. And so here I'll ask a question, who won the Eurovision Song Contest that just happened just over a week ago.
Very recent event, yep.
Yes, and this is after the point at which the large language model was trained. And so the large language model is not able to answer this question. And because here I've turned off that capability to augment with real-time web data, it will just respond and let me know that it doesn't know how to respond, that it doesn't know the answer to this question.
Right, and there's no hallucination or anything here. It's just basically saying, I don't know the answer to this, so it gives us that response back. Now, what about things that it can't know? You talked about how it could maybe use search to find information, but what if even search couldn't find that information? And you ask it something that might be internal knowledge or something that only you know. How would that work?
Yeah, that's a great question. So if you ask a question like here, I will have search turned on, but I'll ask a question like, what did I have for breakfast this morning? And this is something that's not available on the web. It's not part of my organizational knowledge.
Right.
It's not the training data set. And so when I ask this question to Copilot, it doesn't have the ability to answer this question. And so it will respond, letting me know that it doesn't have access to that kind of personal
I could tell it was thinking about it for a while now. How would you correct this now? What's the secret to making this better?
Right. So one of the things that you can do is add information in the prompt itself. So if I ask, what did I have for breakfast, I can give it a little hint and say, I had oatmeal for breakfast. And now I've actually given it more information that it can use to actually create its response. And this example is a little bit silly because I'm asking a question and giving the answer, but you could imagine if I, asked a question like summarize, what our key risks and opportunities are for next quarter, and then I gave it information coming from emails and from documents, then it could generate a really sophisticated response.
But this is really the key here, because basically you're adding a prompt, and in the background, instead of you manually typing that you had oatmeal and coffee for breakfast, it's finding that information either on the web, or it's looking inside of SharePoint or OneDrive or another data source. So this is really the key to how the retrieval augmented generation or grounding, these types of things work. These are new terms to you. These are the kind of things that it's doing in the background to augment your prompt. So what's really kind of going on behind the scenes?
Yeah, this is a really key concept, I think, for developers here to really take away is that, the user asks a question, but what we actually send to the large language model is much more than that. So we've got this larger modified prompt that has the user question. It has additional information that it might have found from the web or other grounding sources. And it can also have some other things, too, to help it create a better response. So for, as an example, we say that the large language model doesn't learn, it doesn't retain information. So if you want to have a conversational experience where it's remembering what we're talking about, we actually send that conversation history in every prompt that we send. So it feels like you're asking questions and you can ask follow-up questions about what you just talked about. And because it has that in the prompt, it can use that as context to answer the question.
Yeah, because it saw your previous questions, it saw the previous answers, and basically in that one session, and this is the important bit, the session is retained kind of to the side of the LLM, but it's never brought into the LLM itself as part of its training.
That's right, yeah. And so you can even see that, if you take a look at some of the prompts, you can actually see some of that, session history that gets sent. So if I'm talking about Microsoft 365, it remembers that. But if I start a new session history, then it doesn't have any of that history. It can't use that, and so it's starting from scratch. And you can actually see this today if you use Copilot. I'll go back to this conversation I had where I let it know what I had for breakfast. But now if I choose to create a new topic and start over, it doesn't have that information that I just told it. And so it will, when I ask the question again, it won't know the answer.
Right, and that's where it's quite a bit different in terms of like maybe a human that might be asking that question or answering that question, in that it doesn't know. Once you go to a new topic, the session history is gone. That stuff to the side of the LLM is no longer there, so it can't answer the question, even though you're in the same tab, in the same kind of browser, everything, but you wipe that session history and therefore it doesn't know. But importantly, you can save the session history off to the side of the LLM, like we see here on the right with all the recents. And the other thing that's pretty cool with that is if you're using Copilot for Microsoft 365, you can use this as part of your audit and compliance controls, for example, with that. Okay, so now we've kind of seen the basics here. Why don't we go into, what happens when you add Microsoft 365 effectively to the mix and you add things like SharePoint and OneDrive to that?
Yeah, Copilot becomes even more powerful when you start to integrate it in your different apps. And, really, Copilot for Microsoft 365 is taking all of that knowledge from the large language model, but it's pairing it with all of your graph knowledge. It's pairing it with knowledge from the internet, and then it's surfacing those experiences across all the apps that people use today. And graph is probably the big key piece here. Microsoft Graph is something that we've had for over a decade. It's all of your information, and you can search for across that information, files, emails, people you work with in all your apps. So we augment our prompts with that information, and that's how Copilot for Microsoft 365 can answer questions based on the information that you have access to give really these magical experiences that help you be really productive because they know your content.
And this is key here because basically, it's not just a text generation window or side pane in the, like Word or Excel or PowerPoint. It actually has this context to be able to reference a file or go to different information to where you can get that as part of the Copilot experience. It's more than just text generation in the apps. It's got the context of the different things that you have access to, kind of like it says here on the screen. Now, Something else to talk about is basically how Copilot for Microsoft 365 can also view, say, information that's in the graph, like a meeting recap, for example. So here we've got, we say we had a meeting with Adele Vance, we want to go to Teams, and one of the things that I use every day is being able to catch up on different meetings that I've been in to be able to get that information, get a recap for the meeting, the action items that I have, and actually use that to get all of that context and all that information. Now, one of my favorite things to do, by the way, as I build out things like technical content or mechanics, is using a couple of files and referencing those as part of, say, Word and Copilot. So on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see I've got a KB article, which I love writing these things. And I've got some notes on the right-hand side of the screen. So if I look at my KB article, it has, all the telltale signs of a KB article. It's got all of the kind of what's supported, what works, system requirements, those types of things as you'd expect from a KB. On the right-hand side, though, this is what I want to write. I want to write a new KB article to launch remote help and how that works. So I've got two different files, KB818 on the left, and I've got my notes on the right. And the cool thing is in Word, I can actually go in and I can add references to both of those documents so that it can both look at what I want it to write in terms of the voice and the kind of the formatting, the notes that I had on the right-hand side of the screen, and then also look at Microsoft.com through the internet, then generate that whole KB article for me. And it's not going to get it to 100% completion exactly where I want it, but it's going to give me a great start in terms of being able to add maybe pictures to it, screenshots, additional information. And I've got a very, very solid start in terms of how I would write that KB article. And it all just takes a few seconds with a fairly descriptive prompt, but pretty easy that pretty much anyone could do.
Yeah, and this is this scenario actually is one that I love because it really takes it from just chatting with your organizational data to doing really sophisticated tasks where you're actually creating documents. It's multi-step. It's organizing a pretty complex execution plan that would have taken you many steps to actually research the information and write the document and pull it all together. And I think that is where Copilot really shines, is pulling your information in your apps and then being able to orchestrate across a number of different capabilities. And I think probably for a lot of developers here, they're wondering like, how do I actually, I might have data that I want to bring to Copilot, or I have new capabilities, or I want to build my own Copilot experience. So how can I plug into that?
And that's really the big news this week, is the ability to build your own Copilot. So we're saving kind of, I think, the best and the most newsiest thing for last. Why don't you talk through like what building your own Copilot would mean?
Yeah, so, today you've seen, we just showed you how you can use Copilot as a standalone chat experience. We've shown it in the different apps, and now you can actually build your own Copilot experience with Copilot extensions. And this pairs your ability to connect with your external data with also plugins. Plugins are a great way to actually add capabilities to Copilot, not just data that might live externally, but actually being able to complete tasks, to take actions in the services that you have. And connectors really build on the story that we've had for a long time in Microsoft Graph, which is our story for how you can bring your content that might be external into the graph. Copilot extensions then pulls that all together. You can actually create your own Copilot. It can have its own even instructions that you give it. So we were talking about that modified prompt. You can actually provide additional instructions in that prompt. And then you have this Copilot experience that's really tailored for your users and your use cases.
So what does this look like running then? What would a finished Copilot, full-page Copilot look like?
Yeah, absolutely. So here we are, and this is just a look at that standalone Copilot experience. I've actually tailored my own Copilot here. You can see that even the prompts that are suggested right from the top are tailored for my particular scenario. And then I can ask a question. So maybe I'll ask to update a wiki article about remote help to make sure that the user logs in and does the right appropriate steps. And what this is doing is it's actually connecting to the external data and then being able to actually take actions by closing, whether it's closing the ticket or updating the actual article. And that's how you can build your own Copilot extension.
Right, and that's one of the biggest announcements of the week. So I'd encourage everyone, by the way, to look at aka.ms/Copilot M365 docs. There you can find information about this and all of the inner workings of Microsoft 365 and Copilot for Microsoft 365. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon.
AI and cloud computing are changing technology at a record pace. What if you could stay ahead of the curve and skill up for in-demand technical scenarios? Introducing Microsoft Applied Skills, the new scenario-based credential that proves your proficiency in skill sets specific to critical business problems, so you can make a bigger impact on your projects, your organization, and your career. Here's how to earn your Applied Skills credential. First, augment your existing skills with training by following the free learning paths at your own pace or choosing instructor-led training taught by Microsoft certified trainers. Next, earn your credential by passing an online, on-demand assessment, an interactive lab experience that requires you to complete a series of tasks using products like Microsoft Azure or Microsoft 365. Remember, your new credential and skills are verified by Microsoft, a signal of trust to organizations, colleagues, hiring managers, and recruiters. So be sure to celebrate your Microsoft Applied Skills credential by sharing it on social media like LinkedIn. Earn your Applied Skills credentials to showcase a scenario-specific skill set. Continue your journey with certifications to showcase skills aligned to in-demand job roles. The complementary credentials of Microsoft Applied Skills and Microsoft certifications are all you need to take charge of your career and become indispensable. Learn more at learn.microsoft.com/credentials.
If you're just joining us today, welcome. It is day 2 of Microsoft Build. We are covering so much live from Seattle and from the Microsoft Build stage.
Or the build floor now. Yeah, we got booted off the stage for, I'm sure, really cool demos and stuff. People who are cool, but hopefully we're just as cool. And speaking of cool, that last conversation about LLMs, that was pretty sweet, huh?
It was so cool. So we had some interesting patterns show up, and the implications are huge. All of the different ways that we have a lot of our colleagues, innovators in the space, changing the different approaches to it. We turned off some techniques. We're turning on some techniques. I learned a lot, and we had the experts teach us, which I appreciate.
Yeah, I gotta say, personally, I'm still pretty new in my LLM and under the hood of Copilot AI kind of journey. So it's always cool to hear from people like Jeremy Chapman about just how powerful those tools really are, like an LLM, and just how that can help implement the next best thing.
Totally. I feel like a little bit of, aren't we all new? But also there's like so much going in under the hood with machine learning. It's been around for decades, but we're really harnessing that power, switching some switches, turning things on, turning things off, and experimenting with the ways that they can impact our teams. So senior leaders and tech leads and entrepreneurs, they're going to get a hold of these goodies and just go wild. And I'm excited to see what they produce.
Yeah. And speaking of, I like switching things up. So speaking of switching things up,
good segue.
We're going to have even more about the latest, greatest news that is coming out of Build in just a few. But first, Kubernetes fans, get hyped because Christina is standing by to explore everything there is to know about Kubernetes and AI and where it's going to go in the future. Spoiler alert, the future is bright. Let's go.
Welcome back to Microsoft Build. I am super excited to be joined by Brendan Burns, who's the CVP of Azure Cloud Native, open source Azure management platform, including Azure Arc. Thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely. Excited to be here.
Now, Brendan, you're arguably one of the things you're best known for. You're known for many things, is you're one of the co-founders of Kubernetes. And Kubernetes turned 10 recently, right? Like a couple months ago?
It depends on where you started. I think we announced it at DockerCon in 2014 in June, really beginning of June, so maybe a couple weeks from now, but it certainly was in the development.
It was in the development. Okay,
right
so it was right at the 10th anniversary.
Yeah.
So we've seen, like, and I can't believe that, DockerCon 20, like it's funny to think back about like what that was, what the world was like back then. We've seen tremendous adoption with Kubernetes since its release 10 years ago. So, what is next in cloud native Kubernetes?
Yeah, I mean, I think what we're really focused on is two things. One is making it a lot easier. I think one of the realizations maybe as you get older and maybe a little bit distance from the creation is you realize, well, not everybody's necessarily going to learn exactly all the details of this thing, right? And so it becomes really important to build systems that make it easier for people to adopt it, both from a management perspective and then also from a deploying of workloads perspective. So there's a lot of work trying to simplify the adoption of Kubernetes, and especially in cloud providers like in Azure.
Totally. And do you have any examples that you can kind of offer for me on that?
Yeah, so like here at Build, we were talking about AKS Automatic, which is really about trying to streamline the usage of AKS. We've been doing a lot of work as well. This project called Keynote that is there to make running AI workloads easier. I think generally people are sort of calling this platform engineering, and there's a lot of open source projects that are developing both within Microsoft, like Radius and others, and then outside of Microsoft as well to make that easier.
And what about kind of maybe the role of AI and AI-assisted operations? Is that another way that we could potentially make Kate's easier for people to adopt?
Yeah, I think there what we're really seeing is a lot of like, help me understand what's going on. So if AKS Automatic is more about how do I get my application deployed, how do I get it all set up, I think a lot of the places AI is helping is more of the like, what do I do at 3 a.m. when I get woken up? How do I quickly understand what's going on in my cluster, or even just ask questions around like, how do I cost optimize something? So we're really excited. Actually, one of my teams, in addition to the Kubernetes service, is the Azure Copilot team.
Yeah.
So we're really excited about how Copilot enables people to understand Azure broadly, but also we've built skills for AKS, we've built skills for Kubernetes so that you can walk up and say, how do I turn on auto scaling? And it will enable that auto scaling for you. You'll get the cost savings of scaling down in the middle of the night, maybe when nobody's using the service. So very excited about how we can help with that, as well as help people, even our own support teams, understand a problem based on previous problems that people have seen. So learning from experience.
I mean, that's honestly one of my favorite parts of AI kind of across the board is that ability to kind of, as a user, get more understanding of things, and learn more about things in a way that you might not otherwise be able to. And then it's also, I think, as you said, kind of exciting to think about, okay, the next step, these systems can maybe learn from patterns and from what it's seen too, right?
Yeah.
And do you see that as kind of a way to, help support the development of, like AI applications?
Yeah, so I think one of the things that we've seen is a lot of people want to be able to use Kubernetes to deploy their AI app. I will say, like, even if you're going to be using a large language model, there's still an API for it.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
And so how do you deploy an application that's going to serve the interface for the UI or for the mobile app, connect to like Azure OpenAI service? But then eventually we're also seeing people say like, oh, actually I want to use some of the open source models maybe too. Maybe because of data residency or cost or other circumstances. So you can then transition from using APIs that you're calling in Azure to APIs that you're calling on your cluster, or even deploy those models out to on-premise environments. So we have an open source project called Keynote that's out on GitHub that's really focused on how do we get all of those pieces to come together to make it just easy for you to do what you want to do, which is build an intelligent application, and not worry about the details of exactly how do I get the GPUs provisioned right, or there's a lot of like, how do I get the latest driver? Or maybe for this model, I need a different driver, right? There's all kinds of complexity there, and Keynote just makes a lot of that easier.
That's really great, and I think actually we have a demo of that, right?
Yes, we absolutely have a demo of that. We can get into that and take a look at Keynote in action. So we can roll a demo. So what we have here is a pet supply store demo, pretty simple one. And it uses a Node.js service, a backend in Rust. It's got RabbitMQ,
nice,
bunch of different languages. Everybody's polyglot still. And it's talking to the OpenAI service. Here's an example of it in action. You can ask the AI assistant about, and then if you take a look, here we're going to be actually deploying Keynote using Helm. So that's going to take care of the GPU provisioning and the Keynote workspace. And now you can see actually we have these Keynote resources in your Kubernetes cluster. And that's referencing the model and the VMs that are being created to provision it.
Very cool.
All right, so we see it going out, starting to get ready, and you can tell like it's taking care of installing all the drivers, letting Kubernetes know that the GPUs are there, and then actually setting up some services. So you can see here, it's set up a load balanced service, and now you can actually run the API call. Again, you were running against the OpenAI service, you can run it against the deployed model as well. All right. So here you go. It's actually deleting the OpenAI service. We're replacing that OpenAI service with that cluster service. And that's all you have to do to drop in to be running against a local model.
Nice.
Rather than running against, and obviously we go back to the main interface, see that the functionality works. So again, this could be used if you needed to run it on premise, maybe in your retail environment, or maybe with testing. You know, I think unit testing is a big thing where you may not want to pay for the full-on model. You may want to use a less fidelity model for your testing and continuous integration. So there's a lot of value in being able to run the same APIs against the Azure OpenAI service as well as against a local model running in your cluster itself.
Totally, and I think a lot, and a lot of people that I've been talking to, a lot of customers and developers, I think a lot of these hybrid models are probably what is going to be happening in the next months and years, because as you said, there are instances, unit testing, or maybe even just data residency or other requirements, why you want to have that local model. And the local models are getting really good. They're getting really good. Like 5.3 is really, really good. But you also want to be able to run against the various cloud-hosted models too.
Exactly, and there's a wide variety of reasons why you might want to use a local model. But of course, you want to be able to write a single application, works in the cloud, maybe it works on premise, maybe it works in a different cloud. And then I think the other thing we're seeing is, as next steps, we're thinking about, okay, well, people are going to want to fine-tune these models. Right?
Yes,
and you can't, it's tricky to fine-tune a proprietary model, obviously.
Right.
So if you want to do fine-tuning, that's another example of a reason why you might want to run the model yourself locally, or figuring out how you introduce patterns like RAG into the cluster itself as well. Those are all things that we think we're going to be headed towards as we figure out just how to make it easier for you to build these applications on top of that AKS cluster, or really Kubernetes anywhere.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's really interesting because people are going to continue to be using Kubernetes no matter what, but they're going to want to be able to integrate that into these, like you said, like these AI workloads, these models. And I love that demo, being able to show how it can configure things without me having to know what driver do I have to install? What configuration do I need to set up? This is all just going to.
And it's tricky, right? Because as the GPUs change, the understanding how many pods can I schedule onto a node to share? Maybe this GPU is capable of having multiple. We can have virtual GPUs where you can split it up into smaller GPUs. Some can do that, some can't. And understanding those kinds of capabilities, making sure that the scheduler is set up correctly so that it does the right thing and you don't put a pod onto a machine that won't work if it's there because the GPU is already in use. All that stuff is taken care of for you by the Kaido operator, which just makes it easier for you to focus on, adding AI to your application, which is hard enough.
No, that's hard enough. We don't also need to worry about, okay, well, what are the specific, features of this GPU with this specific driver, right? Like that's all going to happen.
And I think bringing it back to the Kubernetes at 10 years, maybe. I think that's maybe one of the realizations, right? Which is we get really excited about managing machines and managing resources and managing hardware. I think a lot of people who are developing those applications on top, they just want it to work, right? And so we're focusing a ton of our energy on making it work well and making it work easily so that you can get back to, writing your application.
I love that. So get back to writing your application. Also, here's to 10 more years of Kubernetes.
I mean, I keep saying it's going to get boring and people are going to forget about it. So
no, they're
we'll
not.
See.
I don't think so. All right. And you can head to aka.ms/AKS-build2 if you want to learn more about Kaido, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. And there's going to be a bunch of talks at Build as well.
Fantastic. Thank you, Brennan.
Thanks.
Ever wonder what a day in the life of data is like? When data lives in the Microsoft Intelligent Data Platform, it works around the clock to drive innovation. First stop, the Azure Database Ecosystem. Data is primed for its processing adventures ahead with flexible and secure options and hyperscale performance. Cyber attacks and stranger danger? Not in this database. AI-powered end-to-end security keeps data safe at large scale and high speeds. And built-in protection controls and flexible policies ensure responsible data handling and access at role level. So much to do, but where to start? Microsoft Fabric unifies and simplifies the data landscape, clearing the path to critical insights. By joining forces with machine learning and advanced analytics, data unlocks new information to drive decisions that solve problems fast. Up next, data delivers more value with AI in Azure. Microsoft Copilot is always by data's side. A quick chat helps data spark opportunities. Generative AI joins the party, working with data to whip up new experiences fast and responsibly, using advanced models like Azure Open AI Service and Azure AI Speech. Azure AI Search jumps in to retrieve the most relevant data. Whew, data's job just got easier. Thanks to Azure AI Studio, data has access to all of these AI services in a single, unified platform. And with Azure Kubernetes Service, new app features deploy quickly and scale with customer demand. With cutting-edge capabilities and end-to-end services, Azure helps data do more than ever before.
Amazing. If that combo was intriguing to you, check out more cloud platform sessions. You can find anything in the session scheduler, even by topic.
I had so much fun listening to that one as well. You should check out our feature partner directory. They offer showcases, giveaways, all sorts of things like from our platform partners like Fortinet, HashiCorp, or New Relic.
Those are actually quite amazing. They have amazing technology.
Yeah. Do you do much Terraform or Bicep?
I mostly do legwork, not biceps, because, just kidding. Of course, I've done some bicep stuff. Coming up, we have Microsoft Mechanics, how to actually extend your Copilot.
Awesome. But first, we're catching up with Donna for more with our Microsoft MVPs.
And they're amazing. MVPs are actually pretty amazing.
I get a chance to talk with the Python MVPs. They're fantastic. I love them so much. And if you're interested in being a Python MVP, I talk about it all the time. Join.
Over to you, Donna.
Welcome back to Microsoft Build, the show floor, the place to be, by the way, just pointing out. And speaking of the place to be, look who I found loitering in the show floor near the Copilot booth. So I grabbed them and said, come, explain yourselves. So these are two of our amazing MVP friends, At first, we've got Heidi Jordan, who is MVP for Power Platform, Microsoft 365, and you focus on governance, which makes me really happy. Welcome, thank you.
Thank you.
And then, of course, we've got Rachel, who is a Power Platform dev from Malta. I know Malta. And she is intensely focused on how we can make responsible, ethical AI, et cetera, because Rachel's learning AI, right? Yep. I like that. I like that. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so you're here loitering at Build, checking out the keynotes, checking out the booths. What are you most excited about in terms of the announcements that happened today?
Do you want to start?
I think I should. I'm pretty excited about Copilot Studio. It's amazing. Yeah. Yes. So I'm mind blown, and it's awesome.
Okay, so the agentification of Copilot Studio, right? Yeah. So now you're going to be able to build a Copilot that will be able to say like, oh, Rachel got an email saying, hey, Rachel, do you want to come to Build? Yep. And it helps you like book tickets, book a hotel, come visit Donna, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, that's important.
I know.
Yeah.
Really important. So I like that because now a Copilot's not just a thing you summoned. Yeah. It kind of does stuff for you. So it's like Copilot plus automation plus context plus memory.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
So I found that very cool too.
Yeah, I did. It's amazing. I think every time on Microsoft Build, this is my first time I'm attending live. And every time I watch Microsoft Build, I'm like, okay, wow, this is amazing. Yeah, it's really, really cool.
I love that.
Yeah.
What about you, Heidi?
Yeah, to tack onto the Copilot Studio, though, the whole agentification thing of that, I love that. Put that where the people are working and let them have those conversational language or talks with that thing and help them save time to go about their day. I think that's incredible.
Yes.
What else that was announced? Teams. Yes. Yeah. The Teams, the Copilot in Teams?
Yeah.
Yes.
Where you can like summon a Copilot, right? I kind of like that, where we're like having a Teams meeting. We're like, Copilot, take notes. Copilot, assign Rachel all this work and not Donna. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. I think the user adoption is huge. It's something people can get started with today, right away, and it's easy.
And it's familiar, right? To add in people, to add in a Copilot, because we already add in each other. So now we can add in Copilot to do our minion work.
Exactly.
Like, I like that.
The catch me up when you're in the middle of a meeting, like I think that's fantastic. So
and then we were talking backstage, and you like the SharePoint Copilot thingy too.
Yep, I think that's going to be huge for governance and helping with oversharing and people identifying things that maybe they didn't know they were sharing. So that's going to be huge coming up.
Yeah. Okay. So for all of you, what these are for Teams, you can like at Copilot to join in the conversation and do the Copilot-y things like take notes, remember who's supposed to do what, assign work, keep time, because we need that sometimes, that sort of thing. Like do the things you would have your assistant do, just add them into the meeting. And then the SharePoint one, I think is super cool because, you know, everyone's saying, we don't know which of our SharePoints are accessible, are available to people, which should be shared, which should not be shared. And this one allows you to Copilot just a SharePoint. You like click the button. Maybe you don't click like that, but you click the button and then you are able to Copilot just that SharePoint rather than your entire estate. Just kind of cool. Can you see our customers using this?
Yeah, I mean, that's the #1 complaint that we always get about SharePoint is I can't find anything. Like, this is going to make that so easy.
Yeah.
You know, it's going to be
I love that. I love that.
I think adoption is going to be so nice. And learning about Copilot, you can definitely go to Copilot Learning Hub, which is amazing. So
I did not pay them to say this. Just pointing out. Okay, go on. Say it again, though. Say it again, Heidi.
Copilot Learning Hub.
Okay.
Yep,
Very
that's
good.
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That Copilot Learning Hub has those modules of those very bite-sized things that people to get started with this right away. You know, hit the ground running.
And Copilot Learning Hub, by the way, we're recruiting people to come and shoot 10-minute video segments with me and share some of the ways that you use Copilot in your work and life. And that means that I've corralled them. That means you know who's going to show up on Copilot Learning Hub. So both of you should choose your Copilot experience.
I can't wait.
Yeah. Okay, so you know we never leave anybody without homework. I would love to hear, what is the homework you have for our Build audience today? Rachel.
I have an homework, and that would be hop on Copilot Studio and also Copilot Learning Hub because you have everything you need to learn about Copilot, both extension, both adoption. It's there. It's amazing. So
look at you. I should just carry her around. Like, this is a walking advertisement. I love that. Okay, Heidi.
I think the Microsoft Build Challenge is live now, you know, and that's got those AI modules and really you got to get started with this stuff. And that's a great place to start is the Microsoft Build Challenge.
That's new homework. I've not heard that today. I like that. Okay, so who do you think can benefit the most from the Build Challenge? I'm very interested.
Honestly, anyone.
Really?
Anyone, yes. That's what the beauty of this.
Like even seasoned veterans like us who have like gray hair and stuff, not them, me. Even us. You think we can benefit?
I think so.
yeah, I think so. Yeah,
think
it's
so
awesome.
too?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's amazing.
Awesome.
For sure.
Okay, awesome. So we've got 2 more days of Build. What are you excited about next?
Just hitting some sessions. I want to see the new Copilot Studio. I heard it overhauled this morning. I heard some of my friends that they're working in it and it got a new facelift, so I got to check that out.
New conversational experience, by the way.
Yeah.
Yes. What about you?
And I'm excited about GitHub Copilot.
Yes.
I attended from the keynotes. I saw what it could do, and it's mind-blowing.
Yes.
And I can't imagine what you can actually achieve. It's going to help developers so much, and wow.
GitHub Copilot Workspace is what she's talking about, which is the AI dev of the future. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, too, for joining us. Let me pluck you off the show floor. Have a spectacular build. We'll see you around.
Yeah. Bye.
We want the user experience on Etsy to be delightful. We want Etsy to be the destination for gifting. When buyers come looking for some special gift for their loved ones, we want to be able to match them to something unique and special. We have about 100 million listings and process billions of events every day. At that scale, search becomes really challenging.
With Gen AI, we can understand our inventory better. We can understand our buyer's mission better. Gift Mode is a part of our product where we serve very rich and diverse ideas for anyone who likes to buy a gift for their loved ones. Our Gift Mode team, they come up with hundreds of personas. For each persona, we are using LLM to generate what would be a suitable gift. And then with prompt engineering, we are fine-tuning all these ideas. We also use LLMs to generate synthetic queries to query all of our inventory. Gen AI help us to generate a lot of ideas very quickly. And I believe we are at the beginning of a new era to connect our buyers to our inventory in a better way.
And welcome back to Microsoft Build and the big old Build stage right in the middle of the hub. I've got my buddy Jacob here, Jacob from Confluent. We're going to talk a little bit about I'm gonna say this. I gotta say it right.
Oh yeah.
In-flight stream processing with Apache Flink on Azure.
It's a lot of words.
It is. Welcome to Microsoft Build.
Nice to meet you, Joe.
That's okay. We didn't take those words out of your time. You're good.
All right, cool. So yeah, we wanted to show a demo today of Confluent Cloud for Apache Flink and show everybody how easy it is to do real-time stream processing in a data streaming platform.
Cool.
So what we're going to do is we're going to do kind of like a little bit of role play here today.
Okay,
and
all right.
We're going to pretend that we're in a t-shirt company, an e-commerce company.
Okay.
That's been experiencing some customer service issues with t-shirts getting returned.
Oh, okay.
So let's hop into this demo and we're going to show you guys how we can do some real-time data processing on data in flight.
Sounds good.
So we're going to start here inside of our data portal. And this is part of our governance package. This is always on for our customers all the time. And we've got some clickstream data here that we've put together. So let's take a look at some of the messages that are coming through in this clickstream. We can see that there's some fields inside of here that we might want to actually mask and prevent from getting shown in the future. So we've got some built-in Flink actions that we can leverage. And one of those Flink actions is actually a masking action where we can quickly and easily just select data, mask that data, and make it easy to prevent that data from being shown. So we'll do that now. We'll kick off the masking. And it's real easy. We give it a couple of settings. So we tell it what we want to mask, how we want to mask it, where we want to run the masking. And the interesting thing is once we've actually started the mask is going to run and dump all of those messages into a new topic. So we're running the mask here. It's going to create a new topic. And the fun part about Flink is it gives us a SQL-like interface that we can use. So we'll dump into the Flink SQL workspace now.
Okay.
And we'll take a look at some of these masked messages.
All right.
So here we are in the workspace. We're going to do a simple select star and just take a look at some of these messages. And you'll see that this query is going to constantly be running because data is always coming in.
Of course.
And our IP addresses are now masked. So this is awesome. We'll stop that. So we've got some JavaScript that's going to identify whether or not a t-shirt size is smaller than the other one. We want to try to figure out that customer service issue. So what we can do is we can actually build this JavaScript into a jar file and then use that jar file in Flink SQL queries in the future using what's called a user-defined function. So here we are creating that function based off of that JavaScript. So now anytime that we want to in Flink SQL, we can call this function and use that JavaScript as part of our query, which is pretty cool.
Very cool.
So what we'll do here is we're actually going to test and make sure that this function's working. So we've got a bunch of different t-shirt sizes, and it should tell us whether or not something's smaller than the other. And it did. So we now know this works.
Gotcha.
So we tested it. Now let's start to identify which orders we're actually having problems with. So we're going to look for orders that are getting reordered because of the wrong size.
Okay.
So we'll do that now. So we're going to create a new table, and we can create that table directly here inside of Flink SQL. So we'll run that. Creating this table, we now have a shell for which we can start populating that data. So we'll populate the data with this statement. And what this statement's going to do is it's going to look for things that are getting reordered every hour. So we start to identify problems.
Right.
We want to get rid of that customer service issue. So here we go. We've got the ability to look at how the query is running at any point in time. We can see if there's messages lagging. We can get the status of the query. This is all built into the platform. So now that we've got this running, we can get to the root of the problem, which is identifying which brands are actually running smaller so that we can message that on the website and let people know that, hey, these are actually running smaller than what you would expect.
Order a bigger size.
Yeah. So we create a temporal join here. And what this is going to do is take some of that enriched data that we've already created and use that user-defined function that we put in place and give us some of those brands that are constantly getting reordered because they're smaller.
There you go.
So here we go. We're going to run it. And there's one brand, there's two brands, there's a handful of brands that are running smaller.
Customer service issue resolved by leveraging the data stream.
Yeah.
That is fantastic. Jacob, thank you so much for stopping by. And everybody, they want to learn more about you.
Yeah.
So I'm going to tell them they need to go to aka.ms/build24fp/confluent. Or if you're like me and can't type that quick, just head on over to the Microsoft Build Featured Partners page, select Confluent, learn more, and if you're here, come talk to Jacob. He's pretty awesome. More from Microsoft Build coming up.
All right, thanks, Joey, and thank you, Confluent. That was a super awesome demo.
That was awesome.
Yeah, that was pretty great.
Yeah, so how you liking Build so far?
I'm loving Build. It's been so exciting, just announcement after announcement.
I know, there's a ton of cool AI stuff, as I said earlier. Every time there's an AI announcement, we have to say, I did not feel like you were into it.
Oh, yeah, you know, well, I was just trying to support you.
Oh, got it. Speaking of IE, we have Mark Russinovich coming up a little bit later today. He is awesome, and I'm excited. We have like a full 15 minutes, and so I don't know if we're taking
He likes
questions.
going inside things.
Yes, he likes going in depth. We're going to be talking about AI.
Sweet.
No, that was.
I-
Oh, come on.
No,
I feel like she's not into it, friend.
Stop trying to make I happen. It's not
So
gonna
did you
happen.
like the keynote?
I love the keynote. You know, there was this guy whose name rhymed with Jeff.
Jeff,
I
Jeff is
think
my brother.
He was okay. Yeah,
he
he's all right, I
is an
guess.
interesting fellow. Yeah, we talked about some cool new stuff that we've been working on for AI, particularly something called Prompty.
Prompty was pretty cool.
And we have like a cool little logo. Did you like
logo.
it? A
I
P
approve
with
that
little-
logo. I'm putting googly eyes on all feature logos.
And I would never shamelessly plug my session that's happening tomorrow, BRK 114, talking about.
Excellent
I would
plug.
never do that. And so I
Seth,
know I would
well-
never say that you can be there in person or watch online either, BRK 114, tomorrow.
Yeah, you're great, Seth.
Thank
but you know
you.
what? You know who's cool? Jeremy, who's going to be talking a little bit about GitHub or GitHub Copilot, or excuse me, just Copilot for Sales, and is going to be demoing that right now.
All right, so Copilot for Sales, we're going to have a look at the mechanics of how that works and also show what you can do to extend it, because Copilot for Sales actually is one of the biggest extensions of Copilot for Microsoft 365, and then it can work with your Salesforce and Dynamics 365. It's an awesome experience. I'm here with Bharath. I'm Jeremy. Now we're going to talk about what you can do first with Copilot for Sales. What's the default experience look like when you've got Copilot for Sales?
Let's take a look. Copilot for Sales enriches the email summaries in Outlook to add CRM context and give visibility over the account and opportunity details relevant to this email. If there is new information in the emails, Copilot suggests you to update your CRM so that information is not lost. And to get back to your customer, Copilot comes up with really nice polished responses based on the data in the email as well as the data in CRM. And most conversations don't end in emails. They go to meetings. And to prepare for meetings, Copilot helps you by preparing a meeting brief by simply choosing which meeting that you need to go to. Copilot will automatically pulling all relevant information for the meeting from Microsoft 365, as well as from your CRM, such as the summary of the opportunity, any related records, and much more. And it also made sure to highlight the most recent conversations that happened over email and in past meetings so that you can talk to it. And it's not just about preparing for the meeting. Even when you, after the meeting, you could use the Teams recap and have it enriched with generative AI capabilities from Microsoft 365 Copilot. Copilot for Sales adds additional sales context to it and made sure that the follow-up tasks that were discussed during the meeting can be captured in CRM so that they are not lost. It also captures the summary of what was talked about, key open questions, and many more conversational KPIs so that your sales team can learn from this meeting and be more effective in subsequent meetings.
Right, so that's kind of the experience, the default experience in terms of Copilot for Sales. But now I want to go into kind of how it works. Because all these different Copilots, they're using a process called retrieval augmented generation. So that's using, in our case, the Microsoft Graph to get information from Microsoft 365, things like SharePoint, your calendar, email, Teams, but also then adding your CRM system, which can be Salesforce or Dynamics 365. Then my favorite part, because I love automation, is skills that are doing multi-step type processes where you might have to do things like build summarization of different sales meetings, proposal generation, and that's actually going through multiple different tasks as part of orchestration to be able to present all of that contextual information to the large language model to then assemble effectively the proposal itself. And with that assembled proposal, you can basically look at it, and these are things that are going to save you a ton of time in terms of basically writing something that's maybe 70, 80, 90% of the way there, adding additional information and context to it, maybe images to it, other proofing. But once it's gone through that process, you've got a very good start to your proposal in this case. So why don't we go then, because there's a lot of developers that are watching, why don't we go into what you can do in terms of extending this even further with your own, say, line of business information or data?
Of course. So to extend Copilot for Sales with custom insights from your application, you can use Copilot Studio. Let's look at it with an example. I go to Copilot Studio, pick Copilot for Sales to extend, and I choose to create an extension. This gives me a list of Power Platform connectors that I can use to extend Copilot for Sales. I pick the connector for my application, and then add a name and description for the extension that I'm building. Note that these descriptions are crucial. This is what tells the Copilot for Sales how to use this extension, when to use it, how to invoke it, and how to interpret the insights that I get back. So make sure these descriptions accurately define what the extension does. Once I've added the descriptions, I can go and select the different APIs from the connector which are relevant for Copilot for Sales. In this example, I'm picking one which is going to enrich the email summaries in Outlook from Copilot. And for each of the APIs that I pick, I can add the descriptions again for the API as a whole, for the input for the APIs and the outputs. Again, note that these descriptions are the crux of the extension, and make sure you add them accurately to define what these APIs are about.
I like to think these descriptions are probably more read by the AI than a lot of humans probably would in these cases to be able to know what exactly to do. So once that's done, what's the next step?
So once you have the APIs in, you can sort of go in and add additional optional parameters, like, for example, choosing conversational starters. These are useful if you're using the Copilot chat and bring in new skills, and add the suggested prompts for the end users. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip through these and jump right to testing the extension that we just built. When you use the test action in Copilot Studio, it takes you to the Copilot chat experience so that you can use a few test prompts and start testing the extension that you just built. And after you're done with your testing, you can come back to publish the plugin. Make sure that you add the right icons for your plugins so that users can relate what the insights that they see to the application that's bringing these insights. And once I'm published, these extensions are available for the Copilot admin to enable for end users. You can also publish these plugins for additional Copilots like the Copilot for Microsoft 365 if they are applicable.
Okay, so now we've built our entire, basically our connection to our line of business app, our Contoso Customer Intelligence, and it's important to remember Contoso Customer Intelligence because that's going to show up. We want to show the user experience now. So why don't we walk through like what we've just added here with that Contoso Customer Intelligence?
Sure. So you'll notice that the Contoso Customer Intelligence extension now brings additional insights about who in my sales team can help me with this customer and make this deal possible. The custom extension also adds additional insights to the Copilot site pane as well, and brings insights about what are the strategic priorities for the account that I'm working with for this deal. And I can relate all the information that comes on the Copilot site pane to the products that I'm trying to sell for this customer. And given that this is an existing customer, I can also use the Copilot chat experience in Outlook to interact with the custom extension. I can query it to get more information about the past agreements I have with this customer, and make sure that if there are any promotional deals that I can bring to the customer based on their past agreements, I can use it when I get back to the customer. With all this context information available from the custom extension, I can confidently get back to the customer, build a better rapport with them by recalling all the past engagements, and invite them over for a call. And sorry.
And yeah, you can see everything here in the middle of the email here with Mona Kane and Ray and Daniela, and all the customer intelligence on the right-hand side, and you can chat with it directly. And this even goes further back to the Word example like we saw before, and I can even use my extended data from my line of business app.
Yeah, and when you prepare the meeting prep document using the Copilot in Word, in addition to the insights that Copilot for Sales already brings out of bots, the custom extension is going to bring additional insights based on the interactions that it is tracking. So for example, in this case, the custom extension is bringing insights to tell me that in past conversations, the customer was also considering some competitor products and is undecided on whether to go with my products or ones from the competitors. And using this information, I can be better prepared for the meeting with my customer and make sure I have the right content prepared to talk about these competitor products and why my product is better than theirs.
Right, so there's one more experience we got to show, which is the Teams experience, super helpful.
Yeah, and once I'm done with the call with my customer, the custom extension kicks in again. It nudges me and makes sure I'm suggested to share additional information about the topics that I discussed during the call to make sure I can make this deal quickly and win this deal.
Right, so all of this information that you're bringing in from your line of business app in this case, or you could use other apps to customize that Copilot for Sales experience, If you want to build something like this or just see how it was built in terms of extending other Copilot experiences, check out Copilot for Sales updates. It's on the web right now in terms of all the blogs from the team. Thanks so much for joining us. Thank you, Barath. And there's a lot more to come at Build. See you later.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back. I am here with my good friend, Saurabh. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing awesome.
Fantastic. So you work for Intel. You work with software and hardware at the same time. There's a lot of AI stuff going on. I heard about AI PCs. Tell us about those.
Awesome. So every time I talk about AI PC, I talk about these 4 principles. It's about efficiency and performance. Then we talk about security of AI. There is no really AI without security.
That's right.
Thirdly, we talk about the web readiness. We talk about how cloud-ready AI PC needs to be. And lastly, developer readiness. You can have all 3 of them, but if you're not ready for the developers to come and innovate, you're not really there.
And I love how when I asked about PCs, you're talking about general principles of usability for people and getting other people to use it as well. But Intel's been in the hardware business forever. How's the hardware helping here?
Absolutely. So for real-world AI, AI comes in a lot of shapes and sizes. AI needs to run differently when it's in the foreground and differently when it's in the background. So we have infused AI in CPU, GPU, and of course we have a specialized accelerator called NPU, right? So these kind of diverse AI is essential for us to make it real world. It's not just about flops and tops, the policies around it. It's about being able to deliver the best customer experience. It's the experience of the UI.
And for me, like the one thing that's interesting to me, and I haven't really talked about it that much, and you're a hardware software guy, can you tell people a little bit about the NPU, because we have a little bit extra time?
Absolutely. So NPU is our specialized accelerator. It is meant for us to accelerate at a very low power, sustained AI that needs to run. It really excels in things like background blur that you hear, models like Whisper. It's all ready for us to go and innovate on using DirectML. If somebody really likes targeting Windows APIs, we have NPU out of box ready today. In fact, we have demos in our booths where we are able to show our OEMs, Samsung, shipping NPU-ready solutions today.
And that is amazing. So what are some principles you have for folks that are watching this that are either developers or consumers that they should look to when they look at this stuff?
Absolutely. So like I said earlier, it's about CPU, GPU, and NPU working together. We have from ground up invested in technologies where all 3 of them can work together. You can, machine learning models come in large sizes also. So what you would want to be able to do is a portion of the graph should be able to run on CPU, a portion on a GPU, and a portion on NPU. This is what we call as hybrid AI.
And so as a developer, when I'm thinking about different modalities, because obviously when the GPU came out, we're like, oh, wow, we got to target that. What are some strategies you have for developers to think about these things?
So I think it starts by developers trying and seeing which IP is best suited for them and how they're able to make best use of it. It's about them able to really target the user experience that they really want. Maybe they're looking for a rendering application, a gaming application. Maybe GPU is the best place for that to run, right? Maybe they are looking for something around productivity. Maybe the CPU is the right place to do it. And of course, we have NPU. We have a very mature stack now. It's really ready for developers to come and start innovating on.
I love the sort of the holistic approach that we have from CPU to GPU and now NPU. And I love how your focus is on the user experience. Where can people go to find out more?
Absolutely. So I would welcome everybody to come to our booth, and we have our partner page where you can come and see the Jupyter notebooks that we have.
Oh, good. They're putting it below. It's aka.ms, build 24FP Intel, and make sure you go to the feature partner page to learn all about the goodness that they're doing. Thank you so much, Rob.
Thank you so much.
All right, we'll see you after this.
Hey, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us again. I'm here with my good friend, Aidan Walden from Fortinet. And we have been having, behind the scenes, a fascinating conversation that we're actually going to let you listen in on now. So, Aidan, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Donna.
OK, so we were talking backstage about how devs like myself have absolutely no idea how to make good, secure apps. Right? Unless we've gotten bit once or twice, which I have. But in this era of AI, it feels like we've completely forgotten the basics.
Yes.
Right? So what are some things that app teams should remember, just from a general point of view, about security?
Well, in terms of what they should remember, that AI is an application. Whether it's a third-party model or it's your model, it's an augmented model, you have to protect that like in any application. And oftentimes, or that's typically an API endpoint. Right. And when you talk about the biggest threat to security, exposed APIs, especially in cloud, where they predominate, is a real security risk. And that's something that's very difficult to manage at scale. And so I think that if you look at that as an attack vector, the open API, especially at the risk of your model and your data, that becomes hugely critical.
Right, especially if we're building these apps that have like exponential reach.
Yes.
Yeah, and yeah, that is what I was super worried about as we're building these AI apps. A dev like myself would have to go seek advice because it's not second nature. It's not obvious how to do this. But I hear you all at Fortinet are trying to make this easier. Can you tell us a little bit about the work you all are doing?
Absolutely. At Fortinet, we've taken a full lifecycle view on security. That starts at the time the application is being factored. And so at Build, we've been talking a lot about source code security, dynamic application testing, providing all of that information that doesn't put additional burden on the application developer, but is a very low level of effort to actually give them a net return time on or investment on their time, so they can work on the things that they need to work on, and security just becomes very natural in the workflow. But then once we minimize the attack surface, Donna, I think it's very important to also take that into the production environment so that application lives and becomes vulnerable, albeit more secure in production, but we want to take what we learn and feed that back upstream to the application developers in a way that is very easy for them to understand, easy for them to iterate.
Yeah.
And then that's where we can link that full life cycle of security. And that's very specific, or that really addresses the problem of that API security need. Because typically, or historically, we've been very loose about how we protect those endpoints because the schema, you don't want to impact user experience, and so we were very loose relative to the schema. But now, using machine learning, we can get very, very narrow on what that security policy is.
I like that because you're talking about how we can think about security at the design phase.
Yep.
But also once you're in production, because we have to keep validating and testing.
Absolutely.
And as we find issues, we can actually design better.
Yes, and the testing essentially is with every user interaction that occurs.
That's exactly it. So it's not just shift left, it's keep an eye on right while shifting left and use that data to shift left.
Absolutely, I like that. I like the way you put that.
Yeah. Okay, so what are some things that devs like myself can be doing as part of just our development process?
I think it's being just having a mindset for security. It's understanding what the attack surface exposure is of your application, which is it's harder to do than it is to say.
Yeah.
And so I think that's where good tooling and good organizational workflow is. Like, we want to really incorporate those different personas into a unified workflow. You have your security practitioners who are not developers, and developers who don't need to spend their time in the security domain so much, but they have to work together.
Right.
And bringing them together into a common workflow where information is presented to each in a very contextual way in the framework that they need to understand it, I think just facilitates a better overall delivery, lower risk, at the least cost.
I love that because you're talking about the old school fusion teams term, which is bring together people from different sorts of disciplines to solve a problem.
Yes.
I love that. So I hear you all have a cool demo tomorrow where you get hands-on with the tools and show us how to use them.
Absolutely. Thank you for letting me plug it.
Yeah.
So tomorrow at 9 a.m., we're going to be doing an extended demo on how to secure your application development.
Demo Theater 2?
Absolutely.
Okay, 9 a.m., Demo Theater 2. Devs and security people, go there. Okay, Demo Theater 2. You don't want to miss it. Okay? I'll see you there.
right, so we have been hyping up this next interview all day, all like part of yesterday, and now the time has finally come. So we've been talking a lot about AI. That has been the forefront of many of the announcements today and yesterday. But up next, we're going to go inside AI with some security. So who's going to be chatting it up?
With Mark Russinovich.
Great. Yeah. So long time coming. We've got Seth, who's going to be talking to Mark. Yeah, so I think it's going to be a pretty jam-packed 15-minute interview with a lot of content. You don't want to miss it.
I know. I'm so excited on all of the AI updates that we've had, and I really appreciated that we've had some really in-depth interviews. So let's send it over to Seth.
Cool. Up next, Seth and Mark Russinovich.
All righty, hello, my friends. I'm Seth Juarez, and a man who needs no introduction. Is your name Flark Marcinovich?
Yours is Rick, isn't it?
That's funny because Rick usually is a host. Don't ever ask him to take his hat off in public.
He's the good host.
There's like a.
He's a really.
All right, we got 15 minutes of this goodness, so let's start.
Go.
Let's go. It's all about AI right now. So, what is your take on the whole state of AI?
Exploding.
This is the greatest guest I have ever had, my friends. Exploding. Continue with that insightful analysis.
So if you take a look at the amount of progress that's been made in AI, certainly I think people kind of marked November 2022 as a milestone and a big leap, but it really, if you take a look, it was a point on this exponential curve that we've been on of improving AI capabilities that goes back into the 90s, even 2000s.
Yeah, I mean, but for those that don't know, can you remind them what happened November 22?
ChatGPT.
Rhymes with, I was going to make a joke, Mark.
Sorry.
Hold on, T didn't say that. Rhymes with @GPT, starts with a C. Is that what happened? I think for me, the thing that was most interesting is that it was a time when research and technology kind of started to meld, and it got into the population zeitgeist, which was weird, because usually we're like, you should use this tech, and they're like, no, and then like 10 years later, they're like, yes. Was it different like that for you too?
It was. If you kind of look at it, models like even GPT-3 showed amazing capabilities, but they weren't consumer friendly.
Yeah.
They weren't packaged in a consumer friendly way. It kind of reminds me of the way that 3D computer animation was. So they were like the tech demos that were amazing.
Yeah.
But that didn't enter the consumer, mind until Toy Story.
Pixar,
right?
yeah.
And it's kind of the same thing. This was like the Toy Story moment for AI.
Yeah, and it wasn't just the Toy Story moment. It was like everyone thought, wow, this is amazing, but it became ingrained into how people kind of do stuff. Like even my kids were like, oh yeah, that's easy. ChatGPT, I use it for this stuff. Did you see companies adapt slower than consumers, or what was that whole interaction like?
It definitely. Companies definitely, at least officially, adopted it slower than consumers because there are a lot of questions about is it reliable, is it secure, the privacy risks, concerns that corporations have with it. Of course, that was like early days of cloud where you had shadow IT, so you had shadow GPT.
Yeah, and there was a lot of that. So let's move into this question of security, safety, reliability. How do you help allay fears with because it seems like consumers jumped in, the deep end, started swimming around and having a good time with the noodle. I'm trying to make an analogy. You ever been to a pool?
Good analogy. Good analogy, Seth.
So what are some things that we're doing because you're the Azure CTO, how did you help bring about some of the stuff that's available, and how are you helping make it safe?
Well, I mean, there's thousands of people making AI safe and usable in an enterprise environment. I don't directly work on that. And the things that they're working on are, again, many things that were started long before ChatGPT, like responsible AI was started long before ChatGPT, and our way of looking at safety and ethics around AI. But we've been working at Microsoft on looking at how to mitigate the risks of AI from lots of different dimensions, including how do you train the models to be more safe and minimize the rate of hallucinations, minimize the risk of prompt injection attacks, and then building layers of security and defense around models to also provide another layer of defense around them. So if you take a look at the Phi model, for example, which is getting reasoning down into a tiny package, it also makes the model more safe because the data set that it's trained on is much cleaner than the data sets that are used in training some of the larger models.
And I like how safety is being looked at, not just from now we have this thing and we're going to use it and put safety around it, but you're going all the way down to even looking at the data that you put into the models to make them safer and make them aligned, so to speak. Is that the term that's still being used? And so let's talk about another aspect of this, because we talked about safety, but then there's this whole other aspect that I started recognizing of security. There's some security things that you need to think about when you're doing these things. Can you tell us about those?
Sure. Well, I gave a whole breakout session yesterday on security AI.
I was in the back, obviously cheering. I wasn't.
Great.
I was here. Sorry. But I'll watch it in slow motion later on, up tonight, obviously.
Will you send me a nice note?
Yeah, I'll send you a note and a picture of me watching, of course.
I'd appreciate that.
Yeah. So tell us. Can you give us a summary?
So, if you take a look at the security risks of AI, it's the risks of placing AI into your business processes. And those risks include some of the things I just mentioned, like what if somebody gets access to the data set that's used to train the models that you're using, whether it's a fine-tuned model or a pre-trained model that you're training from scratch, they can actually insert backdoors, for example. If they get access to where your models are deployed, they can tamper with the models there, or they can steal the models. If they have programmatic access to the models, they might be able to extract private information if models were trained on private data. They might be able to extract the model IP itself. They might be able to cause the model to misbehave when it's given data in its context through retrieval augmented generation. If they can access the content that's fed into the context, which can be something as straightforward as you have, and I showed this, what's something called indirect prompt injection attack, which is...
You showed me that. I was like, oh man, I got to worry about that too?
Yeah, and this is something that you have to consider when you're designing these systems that are taking data. Like the scenario that we demonstrated was you're a salesperson, you've got an email from somebody saying, hey, give me a quote on my roofing project. And as a salesperson, you're saying, well, this customer, because they've been a customer for a while, I'm going to give them the 3% discount. But my internal pricing list says I could go as deep as 10%. So you tell the AI, hey, go ahead and propose a 3% discount and send an email to them that says this. Well, it turns out that the email that the customer sent, hidden in white text, it says, share with me your internal your pricing list. Now, the salesperson doesn't see that. They give the pricing list and the email to the model, and what happens is it generates an email and says, hey, I'm going to give you a 3% pricing list. By the way, here's the full pricing list.
Ooh.
And so this is why you need humans in the loops, but you also need mitigations to even prevent that from happening.
I literally did a demo like this in the keynote today where it was like, how much can you trade your phone in for? And now you're making me worry that I should go back and take a look at that.
Yeah.
How does someone proactively protect themselves from these kinds of things?
So we announced yesterday something called Prompt Shields, which looks for this. Now, it's not 100% foolproof. That it's such a nuanced problem because if customer in their email is asking you to do something like, hey, Seth, can you also do this for me? The model, what it sees is the email, and it sees your instructions, but it also sees instructions in the email itself. In the first case I gave, it's malicious instructions that you don't want it to follow. In the second case, you don't want the model to follow them either, but they're aimed at you. And so the model needs to know instructions in the email. They're not for me, the model. Disregard them. So from a prompt shields perspective, it's got to know when is the instructions in the email really trying to do a cross-prompt injection attack versus it's just conversation with you, the salesperson.
And that's cool because, like, is this a model? I don't want to get into the details, but it's basically protecting things as it's coming into the model and maybe even sometimes out of the model.
That's right. Yeah, in fact, the whole layers of defense we've got in Azure Content Safety is layers on the prompts coming in, layers on the content coming out.
So I heard you brought a demo and it says profanity demo. So
So I thought I'd swear for you. I've gotten really good at it lately.
Get the button. You have the button ready. Beep. Or I'll maybe beep. We'll get that. But tell us about that, and then we'll cue it up.
So I've been doing AI research as a side projects for a while.
Copious amounts of extra time.
Yeah, and some of the viewers might have seen me demonstrate the Who's Harry Potter work that I did.
There was like a whole paper on that.
Yeah, which was taking the Llama 2 7B model, and which is really knows the Harry Potter universe really well, and having it unlearn Harry Potter by fine-tuning it in a special way that makes it not talk about Harry Potter anymore. But I've been doing other AI research. Another variant of the approach that we used for unlearning Harry Potter, we used to take the Mistral model, which is not aligned to not swear, and train it to not swear. Train it in a way that teaches it when you're asked to swear or you're about to swear, go off into non-swearing.
So it's like the opposite of profanity demo. I was pretty excited here for a second, but now, should we play it? Like, cue it up? All right, let's play it. Can we put it here? Tell us what we're looking at.
So on the left side is the pre-trained Mistral model, Mistral 7B Instruct. And we're saying, write a rant about inflation full with profanity. And what it's going to do is do a generation, and we've already pre-blurred the video.
Thank you for that.
So, but you can see that it's gladly, spitting out a lot of profanity. And if you ask it, for example, to list the top most profane words in the English language, it's happily going to do it.
This is a family show.
Now, here's the model that we made learn not to swear of Mistral 7B using this technique that is a derivative of what we did in the Harry Potter unlearning. And you can see
it talks like Seth.
Yeah, it talks like I'm Peachy Keen. So
it's me.
So the cool thing about this is we didn't just make it forget these words. We made it, when it wants to say one of those words, say a different word which is not considered profane.
Yeah.
Is the way that we trained it. And so you can see the effects of that. And we're exploring other ways to leverage this to align models for specific use cases, like not to have it not talk about a particular subject.
Oh, which is, like, imagine if you're like, obviously, because I don't know if you know this, but two of our customers fight each other all the time. Contoso and Fabricam are at each other's throats all the time.
What about trade winds?
Yeah, and it's
trade winds is
trade wind. Well, they're a little older, and so they're trying to fight to be in the top three. But you would never want the Fabricam thing to suggest Contoso things, right? And so you would use this kind of a technique to do that. And we could even tune one to do dad jokes just for me, so then like the AI.
You already do those well enough.
Oh,
yeah. You're good at
see
that.
There was an eye roll there a little bit. So we've got about 5 minutes left. I love the swearing demo, the opposite of swearing demo, and how you can make these things safer. I love how you're trying to poke at the security of it and how to make it a little bit safer in that regard. Let's look forward towards innovation. What are the new things that are coming out now, and how should we start thinking about them to incorporate them into our experiences as developers?
The new things in terms of
it's all AI all the time.
Like what?
Like tell me about your paddleboarding. How's that going?
I haven't applied AI to my paddleboarding yet.
But it's coming, and it won't swear when he falls off.
That's right.
You will, but it won't, right? So tell us about innovation AI.
Well, actually, tomorrow I'm giving a talk on AI infrastructure innovation in Azure, which I've delivered a session on that at Ignite. This is an update on that to show a bunch of the innovation that we've got going on the Azure platform underneath the models.
Yes.
Which is for training models, the innovation that we've got there, as well as for serving the models.
Right.
And I'll just mention a couple of things that I'll be demonstrating actually with demos. One of the challenges that we've got, or one of the goals that we have, and Satya mentioned this, is utilizing every ounce of GPU to maximum efficiency.
Right.
We've got these expensive devices, they're consuming power whether they're doing something useful or not, so we want to make sure that they're always doing something useful. And the way that we achieve this is through an AI platform internally that we call Project Forge that provides the concepts of training and inference as first-class properties in the way that you describe an AI workload. So it's AI workload-aware resource manager inside of Azure. One of the things that it does from a training perspective is treats all of the GPU capacity around all the regions in the world as a single pool of capacity. And so your jobs specify through constraints what they require to run, whether they can run in particular regions, whether they require a specific type of hardware or not. and Project Forge will place things around the world in the available GPU capacity appropriately. It also supports prioritization so that you can have lower priority jobs be evicted by higher priority jobs and have those lower priority jobs get moved to another place that they can run. But on the inference side, where we've got these GPUs, and traditionally, when you have a customer doing inference, they load a model on a GPU and it's 100% committed to their session. Well, we, coming through a project called Flywheel, can load hundreds of customers' sessions onto a single GPU, but time slice them in the way that gives each of them a guaranteed throughput.
Oh my gosh.
And so this is, enterprise guarantee of you're going to get guaranteed throughput, yet we're able to maximize utilization of those GPUs.
Yeah, it's like a distributed computing, but in reverse.
Yeah,
right, because it's on the GPU.
It's actually, like viewed as macro optimizations, like the first thing I mentioned, and then micro optimizations inside of how do you optimize the use of a GPU.
I mean, and the old adage goes, when you have a distributed systems problem, then you end up with problems too, right?
Yeah.
Because of,
that's right, more problems.
I should have said it slower, because it's like a multi-threading joke for us older folks. It's not working for you? Oh man. But it's cool because for me, like the job of doing training versus the job of doing inference are so distinct because one is doing it at a larger scale and one is doing it at a smaller scale, but you were able to make the larger scale somehow larger and the smaller scale somehow smaller.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good way of looking at it.
Oh,
finally.
I did a thing today. So what should people look forward to future-wise? How should we start thinking of this stuff, AI stuff?
I mean, I think the models are going to get safer through this built-in alignment that they've got, as well as the controls that we've got around them. We're going to, we're entering the world of everybody recognizes of agentic AI, where you've got small models working with big models, tasks, jobs divided down into smaller tasks where AIs are going off and completing small pieces of it and then synchronizing with the main reasoning engine, which might be a very powerful model.
Yeah, and now with the devices having these MPUs at the edge, you have small models working at the edge, large models working, and it's just it's a really exciting time. So we have a couple of seconds left. Tell us about some of the sessions that you're doing so people can either go to them here or maybe watch them online.
So one is me and Scott Hanselman are going to learn how to AI.
Oh, he's still here?
He's still here, yeah.
I'm just kidding.
As if like he just left or what?
Sorry.
I hope he's here, because otherwise it's doing the session by myself.
Then it's going to be me in the backstage making sounds, right?
Yeah, maybe you could do the session instead.
Yeah, no, Scott's awesome.
Or Rick, is he available?
Rick, where is Rick? Rick? Anything else?
So I've got that session this afternoon, and then tomorrow I've got this AI innovation session, first thing at 9 in the morning.
So that's here tomorrow. Make sure if you're watching online, these are all be available online. Thank you so much for being with us, my friend.
Thanks for having me, Seth.
It's so great to have Mark Russinovich, Azure CTO. We'll see you in a little bit.
All right, thank you. So that was an interview with one of the top leaders in AI innovation, and Seth.
Seth giggling on stage will always bring me joy. It's just so cute.
Also, I think the kids might have learned some new curse words. That's an exciting time too.
Gosh darn it, it's been a great day.
Right? Lots of new developments happening in the world of AI at MS Build.
Absolutely.
So, I think now's the time where we plug Microsoft Learn, because it's a wonderful place to skill up, right?
It really is. I've been talking with the Microsoft Learn people yesterday, today. I'm going to be talking to them forever because I love them as colleagues. And they have been working on the Microsoft Build Challenge, the Microsoft Learn Challenge, Build Edition. Got those words right. But there's no better time than right now to go check it out because we have modules and things. They will have a whole plan for you in order for you to learn some really cool stuff on Microsoft Learn. And AI is all through that. So you can upskill yourself or your entire team on AI.
Yep. Or if you've already exhausted all the bajillion AI modules, no worries. There's plenty of other content there as well. I've gone through the C# one. I'm actually going through the Blazor one as we speak. So go do them. Go earn some cool badges. Show them off to your friends on LinkedIn. And you can do all of this at learn.microsoft.com. So we'll be right back right after this.
Hey, we're back. And I brought friends. I've brought lots of friends. I've got friends from Intel, friends from Microsoft. We'll start with you, Keisha, from Microsoft. Good to see you. I've got my friend Nuri here from Intel. And then we are going way back. We're going way back to yesterday. So Rob and I have this huge thing going all the way back to yesterday. Glad to see all of you. How are we? Welcome to Build. All right. Nuri, I'm going to you. Kicking us off here. We've talked a lot about AI PC, so let's talk about what's new with AI PC, in particular as it relates to developer readiness.
Absolutely. So we are so excited about getting that new category of devices. Yesterday, Satya's announcement about the Copilot Plus PCs, it means a lot for Intel because we try to really bring AI everywhere and to PCs. For developers, this is a tremendous opportunity. Sam yesterday on stage mentioned that this is like another .com moment for developers to develop applications for the AI era. And especially on Intel side with our Intel Core Ultra processors, we provide CPU, GPU, and NPU for developers to develop applications on the PC itself. So this will unlock tremendous opportunities in the market. We will see a lot of great innovation, I believe, and we will mention that DirectML and many others that Intel and Microsoft has been working on it for many years before.
Talk a little bit about why is now the time for AI PC?
Yeah, I mean, this is really if you look at the pace of innovation, AI is happening everywhere because if you look at the growth of AI in the couple of months, not years, it has started on the cloud, there's a lot of large language models, but now an AI PC can run up to 500 different large language models. And also you have seen on Satya's keynote yesterday, SLMs are big things. So we want to make sure the developers are getting the right tools, which is the AI PC, on their hand to develop the solutions. Just before us, Mark was on stage highlighting the security, especially from a security standpoint. We want to make sure the developers has the power to control their AI development on their PC right in front of them.
And so getting developers ready for this is super important for you, right? Excellent, excellent. Yeah, we'll just ask the blunt question. Why should developers care about this right now?
I think it's all about the potential market growth. We know that by 2030, Gen AI specifically alone will be a $1 trillion market. So the developers should develop for these devices. I will mention a number, which is Intel will ship 100 million Core Ultra devices in the next 18 months. So wow. That's a massive opportunity for developers. This is a new 100 million devices that will be using the power of AI.
Scale, 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 exactly. more. All right, Keisha, I'm going to bring you into this picture.
Absolutely.
And you work on DirectML.
I do.
So talk a bit about DirectML, how it helps developers build AI experiences on these types of devices.
Yeah, absolutely. So we know Windows supports a diverse hardware ecosystem, which provides many options, right, for developers to choose to optimize and integrate their AI experiences. And it was recognized that this really poses unique challenges when we talk about scale across this ecosystem, right, and really bringing the power to the developer to reach the breadth of their customers on Windows. And so as we heard Satya and Pavan mention yesterday, DirectML is a key foundational component of the Windows Copilot runtime, right? With DirectML, we really uniquely simplify scale because we provide a single cross-hardware DirectX API that just provides that consistent, secure, performant experience across the different hardware architectures. DirectML supports and works with popular machine learning frameworks like Onyx Runtime, and you heard PyTorch yesterday. And we're really excited about the web, bringing the scale to the web with the Web and End Developer Preview. DirectML works today across Windows GPUs, and we're partnering with our hardware vendor partners like Intel to bring the same scale and experience with the new NPUs that you find on the Copilot Plus PCs.
Very cool. Talk a little bit more about the role that Intel plays and the relationship between Microsoft and Intel as it relates to this work.
Yeah, that's actually a fantastic question, right? So what do I really mean, or what do we really mean when we say DirectML scales across hardware? With DirectML, we really focus on abstracting out the hardware-specific details so the developer really doesn't have to know every type of PC their customer may have. And really for that to be possible with DirectML is dependent on our close partnerships with our hardware vendors like Intel. And just speaking a little bit about that, it's really vital to work with Intel, right? Because while we focus on scale with DirectML, it has to work really well and work work as expected on their hardware. And as a matter of fact, if you tuned into the stage yesterday, Intel did a great demo of the WebNN technology where we've been partnering with Khan Academy and Intel here to bring WebNN Developer Preview powered by DirectML to customers that's coming soon.
I love that demo. I mean, I was a little partial because I was on stage and I was like, this is really cool. And then they disconnected it and it was not on the internet. I even talked about it this morning. That's pretty awesome. So Rob, let's talk now. It's time for us to chat. Let's start with some of the key things developers need to know when they're developing AI on Intel, particularly with this partnership with Microsoft.
Absolutely. So, see, there is this new thing called NPU.
Yep.
A lot of developers don't know what it means, how to write apps for it, right? And that's why many years back, we started working with the team at Microsoft, the Windows AI team, to develop an API and work towards that API that developers can start targeting without really knowing the complexities of the hardware underneath it. They can write the same app, and the same app that they're familiar with in the DirectX ecosystem, and the same APIs they can target using GPU and NPU. With one single line of code, magic happens. The workload will move from GPU to NPU, and you can start using it in that manner. So that consistent API and underneath consistent numerics that are well understood by developers, like things like FP16, that's a very important piece of Intel's NPU, where the same numerics that you're used to of seeing in the graphics world is what you're using for AI in this world too. So, and then you have, of course, the power saving of Int8 numerics that comes into that place. So that consistent experience and then availability of tools like Pix that they're familiar with vTune from Intel. So you can work towards finding accuracy issues, performance issues in an ecosystem that a developer finds familiarity with.
Earlier today, particularly downstairs in the keynote, we talked a lot about security and security being a team sport. Talk a little bit about how this kind of plays into it, in particular, our team members of developers.
Absolutely. So this is something very important. I think Mark also emphasized on it a minute back. When we're bringing these models onto a device, reliability is very important. We want to make sure that we are not bringing offensive content like some of the things that we were showing when you're interacting with the model. Bad things can actually happen. We need to prepare for it. So in fact, we have a demonstration of that, the prompt injection attack, on how you can deliver reliability on a platform without sacrificing performance. So we have worked with Microsoft in enabling some of those foundational technologies to ensure you don't sacrifice performance to get more reliability in the platform.
Mm-hmm. And security moving kind of back down a little bit, down into that hardware type layer, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, I understand, they're telling me that we have a video and you want to chat a little bit about the video. Should we roll that now and we go ahead and have a chat?
Absolutely, let's do that. So what you're seeing here is, you have a photos directory, a bunch of images lying around here. And I searched here, there is no images of a city. And now I just went and downloaded an image of a city. I saved it in my gallery. I just named it some random thing. And now what you're seeing is the image of the city is showing up. Right now, just for the purpose of the demo, we clicked on Analyze Now, and you see the utilization of NPU slightly go up because it's not a very intensive workload, so it's just slightly going up. It cataloged that image is of a city. Now when I do a search of city, bingo, you find it. So what we're trying to show here is underneath it, there is DirectML running. Mm-hmm. The platform that you're buying is showing, it is actually available today in Best Buy. It's a partner team. We have OEM called Samsung, which is what is using this. They are deploying this thing today. Okay. DirectML is ready for developers today to start targeting in the language that they're familiar with. Being part of DirectML means, and you can go with the language of your choice, right? Because it's .NET. So you're able to target all your languages and be able to start using it today.
Yeah, one of the cool things I'll add to that was when we were talking about scaling DirectML to NPUs, Intel was one of the first key partners we went with, and we were able to deploy the developer preview. So we'll have more availability coming soon as we target Copilot plus PCs.
That is awesome. I love when those partnerships spawn the things and we can gather the knowledge. Let me ask you, where do you see developer readiness going in the next 12 to 24 months, particularly around AI PC?
Absolutely. So we are excited to partner with Microsoft on many of the activities. One of them is the AI tours. We have been a sponsor for all the AI tours happened. I've been personally into many of them, so we are excited for that partnership. But we will increase that intensity with Microsoft, so we will be up until Ignite. I think we will have more 10 cities reaching out with Microsoft team. And also on the Intel side, we will have Intel AI tours, so we are also trying to help developers and be where they are. So they should expect more in-person training, but also we are increasing our awareness online. So Intel Developer Zone on Intel.com will have a lot of details for the developers to develop applications for AI PC. Because as I said, we already ship more than 5 million Core Ultra processor AI PCs, and the remaining 95 million will be a hockey stick effect in the market. So we want developers to be ready for the next evolution in this AI PC era.
So I'm going to ask each one of you. So I'll give you seconds to think about this. So the last thing that you want developers or our audience to hear based on these conversations, so Keisha, from the Microsoft standpoint and the stuff with the ML stuff that you're working on, what are kind of the key points that you want to make sure everybody lands?
Yeah, so definitely that the foundation of AI from a Microsoft perspective, I think about it for enabling these PCs, is really allowing developers to come as they are. So with DirectML and being part of the Windows Copilot runtime, we support popular frameworks that they can come and use. We support across our hardware vendors like Intel. We support across GPUs today, and we're expanding to the additional accelerators like NPUs and the Copilot Plus PCs, just really making it easy for developers to bring their AI innovations and just amaze their customers on Windows.
Nuri?
Yeah, I think it's time to refresh the PCs for developers. So I was just say, this is a tremendous opportunity to everyone in this room and also watching online to think about how do they catch the next wave of AI on the PCs, because this is gonna create a lot of opportunities for them to grow their business, maybe to unleash some new powers with the power of AI. I think the Khan Academy is a good example how you can help education. Yesterday's Imagine Cup winners from Turkey, they did an amazing job. I'm so proud as a Turkish citizen. So I believe there will be massive opportunities in the market with AI PC. So I'm just I'm saying that developers should get hands-on experience with those devices.
If we have students out there, our students that sat and watched Imagine Cup, opportunity.
Exactly.
Opportunity. You have homework to do. We're going to do things. So Rob, we have talked a lot over the last couple of days, and we've spent quite a bit of time together. Let's try to distill down some of those key points that you want to make.
Yeah, I think I want to really double down on the developer readiness.
Yeah.
We want to lower down the friction, lower down the bar for developers to start developing on our platform. And we want to meet them where they are. If they are PyTorch fans, they should be able to use PyTorch. Onyx is something we really love. Both Intel and Microsoft work together in developing, and it's sort of the foundation of AI PC. And you can have a consistent experience, go from, train a model using PyTorch, get it deployed in Onyx from CPU, GPU, and NPU, and then being able to run it in a reliable, secure manner, being able to run it from cloud to device, WebNN, Keisha mentioned earlier. You want to write apps which are ready for that web aspect too. And lastly, like I mentioned earlier, you have all this tool ecosystem for developers to start using to be able to identify issues around accuracy. When they start deploying, they will suddenly see that cat becomes a dog, right? Accuracy issues, right?
Yeah,
and
sure.
we've all been dealing with that a lot. So we have the tool and the framework for developers to really make their development time faster, right? And thirdly, are all these tools available like Pix, which can help them root cause bottleneck issues. We call this thing performance cliffs. Suddenly, you change something and the performance really drops. So being able to have access to those tools, that helps you deploy faster. So that's where I think my mind is that we are really ready for developers to start engaging on AI PC and get the benefits of responsiveness, reliability, and security.
Very cool. And tools available now. So for more information, you're going to want to head over to the featured partner section of the build.microsoft.com website. That's it for us. Thank you all very much. We are going to a breakout session. Yes, we're going to a breakout session with Charles Lamanna. So stick around. We've got more from Microsoft Build coming right up. Thank you.
Please welcome Corporate Vice President, Business Applications and Platforms, Charles Lamanna.
Thank you, everyone. It's great to see folks in person again. Always great to see such a great, enthusiastic group here at Build. For today's session, we're going to be exploring how Copilot's really transforming the Power Platform. And at this point, Power Platform is the #1 most used low-code platform in the world across Power BI, Power Apps, Power Automate, Copilot Studio, and Power Pages. And we have over 1,400 connectors, so even if you go all in with the Power Platform, it still works with all your existing infrastructure and investments. And we've been reimagining all parts of the Power Platform with Copilot. And that's really what you'll see today. We have 3 live demos, we have customer story, and we have a pretty exciting announcement around AI Recorder. So a lot of great content. And as I get into it, something I like to kind of talk about nowadays is for a long time, we've had this distinction between no code, low code, and pro code. It's kind of this big barrier, people who write code in an editor and people who use these like drag and drop clicky platforms. But something that we're noticing is that really these divisions are going away. What we're seeing is that no matter if you're the most hardcore professional developer all the way to a visual developer in Power Platform, you're going towards this Copilot first development. This is a new way of working. And if we think about how it started to show up, if you go back to the opening keynote from Satya, he had that demo of GitHub Copilot. The big thing that I liked as someone who's always loved no-code, low-code platforms is it had this idea where you can use natural language and it will go generate code for you right in VS Code. So even if you're working in GitHub and you're working at the lowest levels, you still are going to be mixing and matching natural language. Copilot has started to change all of that, no matter what your development environment looks like. Now, if you kind of go back in time to when GitHub Copilot first launched, we also had the beginnings of natural language development at powerapps.com. So about 3 years ago at the same Build conference, we announced the ability where you can go from natural language to Power Effects expressions. So about the same time that you saw GitHub Copilot come out. And that's when you're starting to see the same thing. In Power Apps, in VS Code, natural language to go build these solutions. And then since then, it's been 3 years full of amazing innovation with Copilot. We've announced Microsoft Copilot, Copilot Studio, Copilot inside of Power Apps and Power Automate and Power Pages and Power BI and Copilot Studio, making it so you can create solutions faster than ever before. And these solutions are incredibly powerful and robust, even though you're working through Copilot in a visual, low-code type development environment. So that idea of Copilot increasingly becoming the centerpiece of how we think about development is really critical. And if we think about at Microsoft, what do we think the future looks like? We think it looks like Copilot. And that's something that you will see throughout all of our products. And when we look at Copilot, whether you're in VS Code or PowerApps.com, it's all kind of built on this idea that Copilot's going to make you more productive. It's going to make you a stronger developer and a faster developer and keep you in control so you can focus on the stuff that matters most. Now, if you look at what Copilot means for developers everywhere, there's really 2 big things I want to highlight. So the first, of course, is how you create solutions. How you develop is going to be different with Copilot first development. But the second, which is a little more subtle, is the fact that what you build is also going to be different. Your solutions will not look like the same way they did 5 years ago. Your solutions will look different. They're going to have to be intelligent. They're going to have to be dynamic. They're going to have to be AI powered. Everything is going to change. So just like when the GUI revolution changed all application development, so you had to build a GUI and not just a terminal application, same thing is going to happen with Copilot. And one of the best ways to really see this in action is through our customers. So to kind of see this story come to life, we're going to look at Cineplex, which is one of Canada's leading media and entertainment companies, and they've used Power Platform and Copilot to transform how they do business. Let's hear it from them.
If somebody thinks about movies in Canada, they're going to think about Cineplex.
Cineplex's biggest selling point is guest services. Being able to utilize AIs and automation before any other businesses really put us over the top.
So what we do is have people that are doing refunds from a spreadsheet say, give me a little bit of time and we'll figure out how we can automate this. We're literally able to turn around that automation in a number of days. That's when we really saw the value of the Power Platform.
There's definitely been an expansion of the exposure of Copilot Studio, and it actually is a core component in our refund solution. The number of automations that Cineplex has in place at the moment is over 400. And what that's been able to do is been able to generate over 30,000 hours saved annually.
With that time, with over 30,000 hours saved, we've saved over $1 million within the last 2 years, just implementing solutions that are currently in production. Microsoft makes it so easy. All of Power App, Power Automate, all these solutions, it's housed under one big umbrella.
I think there's 4 teams that are building their own Copilot Studio solutions. And that's just from the need from the business.
The future here at Cineplex using all these different automation tools, Power Platform tools, it's bright, it's exciting, and I think there's going to be a lot more of it to come.
Some of the behind the scenes and get hands-on with this. And the first question that I've heard pretty consistently the last few months is, if copilots are the future, how can I build a copilot? How can I go create these things? And that's something that really becomes part of any solution. Just like you have a graphical user interface, you want to go streamline a copilot inside of it. And the answer, hopefully you've heard a lot the last 2 days, is Copilot Studio. It's a rich, managed environment for creating your own custom Copilot. And you've probably seen a whole bunch of demos across the last 2 days. And we have 3 major updates this year, which really transform kind of how you can use Copilots. The first is we have the new agent capabilities. So your Copilots aren't just running in a conversation, but they can also run in the background, can be autonomous, can take long-running asynchronous workflows. We'll also announce a brand new enhanced knowledge experience and richer overrides and topics inside of Copilot Studio. So all of this comes together to make it really easy to create these powerful copilots and embed them anywhere you want. And you'll see all of this in a demo. And I want to take a little bit of extra time to talk about that knowledge component. Inside of Copilot Studio, we support Graph, Dataverse, and Fabric. So if you use Office 365, Dynamics 365, Power Platform, or Azure, we got you covered. And we also have over 1,400 connectors. And that number we are very proud of in the Power Platform, the 1,400 connectors, because it's so important that your solutions connect to all your existing systems and infrastructure. And that means whether you use Salesforce or ServiceNow or SAP, whatever you have in mind, we probably can connect to it out of the box. And if we can't, you can go register an Azure API or endpoint and call that from your Copilot. And if we kind of look through the experience inside of Copilot Studio, what makes it really powerful is that large language model behind the scenes, which is orchestrating all these different components. So you have your instructions, your knowledge, your topics, your actions, and the model self-assembles based on the conversation that it's having with an end user. That way you can support a nearly infinite number of conversations and dialogues without having to hard code every single one of them. And that's what's very different from conversation building and chatbots of the past, is that dynamic capability. And as all of this goes through, we also give you the complete control to override with a topic to exactly manage how the Copilot will behave for certain dialogues. And this is really, really critical. This hybrid of Gen AI and fixed dialogues and conversation flows is how you can get something deployed very quickly, which is powerful but doesn't compromise for the most important scenarios. And Copilot has kind of that history of conversation and dialogue, but it's evolving. The big thing that has us very excited is that Copilot's changing. It's getting more powerful, and Copilot's not just constrained to a single large language model behind the scenes. It's not GPT-4 or GPT-4 Omni. It can really work across so many other things, and it's also not chat. Copilot is a lot more than just a chat box you interact with. And the big thing is this idea of Copilots working in the background. Copilots aren't just waiting for a chat message to come in. Copilots don't just work with you when you are chatting with them. They can now work for you. You can build a Copilot that can run and complete tasks even if there's not an active conversation. And that's where agent capabilities come in. And you've probably heard that word a lot at Build. Agents, agents, agents. And they really represent a new realm of capability for these large language models, for these orchestrators, and for Copilots. And in my mind, what makes an agent really is three major things. The first is that agents can operate independently of the user to fully automate tasks, not just when they're interacting with the person. Second, they can respond to events from databases or apps in addition to those conversation requests. That data or event, that becomes the prompt to trigger the Copilot as opposed to the dialogue. And the third one is this idea that Copilot can start to work on behalf of a company, a department, or a team, not just an individual user. And in Rajesh's keynote yesterday, you probably heard this idea of like the process Copilot and team Copilot. These really start to come to life through these agent capabilities. And we're excited that we now have an incredibly easy to use and incredibly powerful capability in Copilot Studio to create these agent behaviors inside of the Copilots that you build. And the reason this is important is a typical solution will increasingly need to have Copilots in it, but also have agent capabilities in those Copilots. And this is one of those things which really is 10 times better to see in a demo. So I'm incredibly excited to be able to welcome on stage Ray Smith, who's going to run through an entire end-to-end agent workflow, including live triggering and live execution. Take it away, Ray.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you. I'm going to show how Microsoft Copilot Studio can help Cineplex onboard new employees, triage hardware issues, and assign or order new devices as needed using agents. With Copilot Studio, we've dramatically simplified the process of developing, testing, deploying, and monitoring agents. But don't just take my word for it. Let's jump in and let me show you around this Copilot with agent capabilities. The first thing you'll notice as I jump in this Cineplex IT Help Desk Copilot is the goals and instructions. These very simple declarative statements are key to guiding Copilot during planning and execution. As I scroll down, you'll notice a defined list of knowledge sources and actions. Charles already touched on this just a moment ago. These are specific to hardware troubleshooting and providing support, as you'd expect. But the real magic and difference to agents over today's Copilots is that they can respond automatically. They can be set up and configured to respond to an event or a trigger without human interaction or chatty interfaces. Now, these events can come from your existing business processes, the very tools, systems, databases, and applications we use across our business today to get work done. In Cineplex's case, they want Copilot to be triggered when a new employee is added into their HR tool. So let's add that here. They want Copilot to proactively reach out to new employees to offer assistance, help them get onboarded, and help them get a new device as needed. We can see that this trigger has now been added successfully to the Copilot and will call on Copilot automatically when a new hire starts. Now, I've added a new trigger. It's going to respond asynchronously or automatically in the background. What next? Well, the first thing I'd want to do as a maker is feel confident that this trigger and this Copilot is going to respond and act appropriately across various scenarios and situations. So I've expanded out the test pane here. As you can see from this test pane, I can interact just like an end user, ask questions, trigger actions, but I can also describe to Copilot to simulate a situation or a trigger, a context, memories, circumstances, and it will be able to bring me through a test. But I'm going to go further. I'm going to do a real-world test here across the trigger that I've just set up. So bringing in the exact systems and applications that I've connected to this Copilot. You can see here, I've expanded out this Copilot because I want to see exactly what's going on beneath the covers as this trigger is called into play across the Copilot agent and the LLM. Backstage, my colleague Ryan is going to trigger a new entry into the HR tool, and Copilot is going to be called into action automatically. We can see the trigger has been picked up. On the left-hand side, I'll bring your attention to the Copilot flow. These are the steps and actions that Copilot is taking dynamically at runtime to get the work done. In the center panel, we'll see Copilot's thought process, rationale, details at every step. We can see that this was a successful run. When the new hire started, it triggered the workflow, and I can see that it successfully retrieved knowledge from the knowledge base to craft a welcome note. It reached into Cineplex's ITSM solution to pull back the list of approved hardware items or catalog. And it even rendered that information in a nice, friendly, and human interactive format via an adaptive card. So a successful and powerful test, as you can just see. But the real power of agents comes from monitoring and teaching across many real-world events and examples, ultimately to improve its outcomes. To do this, let's drop into history to see the list of historical runs for this Copilot agent. Now, the key to Copilot autonomy is building trust. Trust that it'll behave accurately and reliably. But we all know that Copilot can't handle every situation and scenario, and we need the humans in the loop to handle exceptions. But we also want the humans to nudge Copilot in the right direction, to give it insight, to help it handle those situations in the future. So looking here across this, beyond the successful runs, we're looking for some exceptions, or in this case, a situation where it ran successfully, but the user gave some negative feedback. I'm going to drill into this one to learn a little more. I'm going to first bring our attention to the right-hand side. Here we see a summary of Copilot's thought process, rationale, the context. It's even summarized the circumstances around which this user gave some negative feedback. As I scroll down towards the bottom, you will see learned and recalled memories. Now, these are invaluable for personalizing this experience for the end user, to really make that end user feel like Copilot understands their circumstances, the history, the context, preferences, you name it. Bringing your attention over to the left, we can see the Copilot flow. This is a dynamic plan that was created at runtime by Copilot to execute this workflow. In this case, onboard an employee and acquire new hardware. This is where we can see the important details, steps, connected systems that Copilot called upon to get work done. As we look across each of these steps, I'm able to drill down even deeper. I can click into any one of these steps and events to really get beneath the covers to understand what was going on with Copilot's thought process and reasoning at each and every step. If I zoom in here on the right-hand side, I can see the specific instructions relative to its inputs prior to this step. I can also see a reasoning section, and this is kind of like a summary of all the context, the steps prior to it, the variables it may have had in context, the memories, and so on and so forth. As we scroll down, we'll see action details. This is where we capture inputs and output details, which are invaluable for debugging, especially when connected to third-party systems, connectors, and APIs. We're able to drill in and see what was returned from the ITSM solution in this case. So zooming out, I feel like I've got a good handle on what caused this negative feedback. The user was presented with a list of options, and Copilot was unable to offer a tablet or a lighter weight device. I can see if I zoom in here, it signaled the negative feedback at this step, but also this icon that says, we've created a teaching opportunity linked to this. Now, Copilot is designed to learn and adapt with learning capabilities and learned examples to continuously improve its outcomes. At this step, I'm going to click on Teach, connected to this scenario. As I expand it, you'll see that Copilot is retrieving the context of this situation and also a recommendation that it's providing. In this case, I'm just going to go ahead and accept this recommendation. And what Copilot's going to do now is it's going to assess how it should update its instruction set. Should it save this as a learned example, or should it create a dynamic execution plan that it can use as a meta prompt scaffold for future runs to handle a similar situation again? So we see here the agent instructions have been successfully updated and will apply now to all future runs. With Microsoft Copilot Studio, we have thousands of actions, connectors, and knowledge sources. We've got task generation with action graph dependencies and state-of-the-art chain of thought prompting techniques, all with the goal of keeping Copilot focused on the task at hand. With Copilot agents, Cineplex feels ready for their busy summer season of blockbuster movie premieres. Thank you, and back to you, Charles.
Thank you, Ray. And I think he gets extra credit for having an agent be triggered in real time by someone backstage. I think we were all sweating a little bit whenever you do that live of a demo. But it's really incredible to see how far all this technology and capabilities have come in such a short period of time. And if we look at kind of the Copilot story, if we go back to 2023, which may feel like a long time ago, but wasn't that long ago, Copilot was very focused on three things. This idea of searching over content and information, this idea of summarizing content like emails and documents and web pages, or generating content like images or text. That really is what defined the Copilot. And that's what we saw in things like ChatGPT or Chat at Bing or in Copilot in Microsoft 365. But this year, 2024, is really going to be redefined in two main ways. The first is that Copilot is not just about one-to-one conversations. We'll have teams of multiple people working together with multiple Copilots. This is the big Team Copilot announcement that you heard yesterday. And that will change how we build and how we consume software as we move forward. And then the other big one, of course, is agents. As you saw in the demo from Ray, agents are going to completely redefine what Copilots can do. We're going to go from conversation only to really a full set of programming capabilities and primitives, which you can use across your solutions. So 2024 is going to be defined by these two concepts, agents and team copilots. And if we think about like what it means from a programming point of view, it's really driving a new way of approaching a copilot. In our mind, a copilot is increasingly a general purpose reasoning engine. It works for chat and voice, of course, but also works for agents and APIs, or even inside of your existing apps. These copilots can help go drive new screens and new forms and new layouts, all dynamically and all based on the knowledge, the actions, and the topics you've configured. And this is just a new way of thinking about creating applications. And just like we had apps become always connected to the internet and web, you're going to have apps that become always connected to Copilot. And you'll see this and a whole bunch more in the next few demos. Now, if we look at one of the areas where we saw Copilot first appear in the Power Platform, it was inside of Power Automate. Inside of Power Automate, we had Copilot for creating cloud flows with natural language, so you could just describe what you want to build. We also embedded AI actions inside cloud flows, so your workflows could go invoke and call GPT-4 or 3.5 to go help with that summarization or generation of content. And that really made it so you could start to bring AI to existing concepts. But we're super excited for two major announcements at Build: AI Flows and AI Recorder. They start to change what you build, like what does it mean to build an automation, and also a completely new way of doing development. And if we kind of look at that Copilot and cloud flows first, this is something we launched at Ignite over 18 months ago, back in 2022. And this has really taken off. Just shy of 40% of makers and developers in Power Automate use Copilot today. And it helps you build automation solutions in seconds or minutes, which maybe would take hours, and things that maybe took days and weeks can start to be built a heck of a lot faster. And we do all of this with a fine-tuned GPT model that we built that understands how to build Power Automate cloud flows. But this was a great start, but it's kind of selling Copilot a little bit short, because Copilot can do so much more than just text inputs. It can be multimodal. It can take voice, it can take vision, it can do all of that and give a full 360 experience. With GPT-4, Omni is just a great example of an underlying technology, but we've taken that and we've wrapped it in Power Automate Desktop to create an incredible AI recorder experience. So you can use your voice and share your screen with Copilot, and then it will generate the RPA definition for you automatically. All of this makes it so you can build things faster, you can operate at a higher level. You still need to be an expert, a developer, an automation specialist, but you can move faster than ever before. And this truly is a magical experience. So let's play a video of some of the running code.
Power Automate Desktop is a robust RPA solution for automating websites and applications without direct API access by simulating human actions like clicks and keystrokes. With the new AI recorder capability, you can easily create desktop flows just by recording your screen and using your microphone. Let's take a look at this new capability. I work at Cineplex. Each week, I'm tasked with updating the internal portal with data on private bookings that are tracked in an Excel file. I manually input this information into the portal and then send a confirmation email. I need to do it for each row, and that's a lot of rows to copy manually every week. This task is extremely tedious and has a high risk of error due to manual copying. I would much rather use this time on more meaningful work instead. Let's take a look at how I could effortlessly automate this process using the new AI recorder capability. In Power Automate Desktop, I can start building an automation by using the recorder. I click Start Recording, start performing the task, and explain it as if I'm teaching someone how to do this task. Let's go ahead and build this automation together. I start my screen recorder and my microphone. I go into the SharePoint Cineplex Bookings folder on my device. Then I open the most recent Excel file for event bookings. Next, I go to the internal portal, select Private Event Bookings. Here, I need to copy the information from the Excel file into the form for each individual booking. I click to end the recording, and that's all. After completing this recording, Power Automate will analyze the captured steps. Power Automate uses the multimodal GPT model behind the scenes, where the screen recording, voice instructions, and UI elements are brought together to build the right automation for this task. Within minutes, it creates a desktop automation that replicates what I just did manually. The recording analysis is complete, and I can review the suggested flow and make any adjustments if needed. Grouped by regions, we see the breakdown of this automation. Within each region, I can inspect each of the actions that will be performed. For example, launching Excel, reading the Excel content, and typing the values into the different fields of the form. This looks good, so let's run it to see it in action. The automation is doing the task that I showed it. I no longer need to do this, and the risk of error has been virtually eliminated. Here, we can see the automation running on my machine in attended mode. With Power Automate, I can also set it up to run in unattended mode on a PC in the cloud. This way, the task will be performed in the background without requiring my intervention. Thanks to the new AI recorder in Power Automate, building desktop automations has never been easier.
And if we look at kind of what this starts to represent, the way we develop is going to change. So instead of Power Platform makers or developers creating solutions on their own, today it's starting to be where the makers and developers are able to work with a Copilot in real time. They can talk to it, they can show it examples, they can use natural language, images, and so on. Helps them build things quicker. But what we're going to start to see over the next 2 years is increasingly a team of copilots that help the user. And this team will be composed of experts that know data schema and visual design and how to wire up security, those types of things. So it's not just one single copilot or one set of skills, but the ability to tap into a reservoir of copilots that help you build solutions faster than ever. And all of this copilot stuff may sound very futuristic, but the big thing that we've seen is Power Platform is one of the fastest adoption areas for Copilot. Already, 330,000 organizations have used Copilot in Power Platform. It is diffused through basically every typical maker and organization to start use Copilot to create these things faster, because it's a different way that's easier and faster to go create the solutions. And one of the areas where we think we're taking this to the next level and where we think Copilot can do so much more is AI flows. AI flows are a new way of creating these automations. Instead of hard coding your logic and steps, you instead describe the outcome you want and provide context and guardrails to the AI. Then, based on all this information, we will dynamically and just in time assemble a workflow which goes and delivers the outcome given a set of inputs. This makes it easier and faster to build incredibly robust solutions and unlocks a whole set of scenarios where you couldn't really do automation before. And just like the agents before it, this is best seen in a demo. So I'm incredibly excited to welcome on the stage Minty Joshi, who's going to walk through AI flows real time, end to end. Take it away, Minty.
Thank you, Charles. Let's take a look at how AI flows can help Cineplex manage private events. Here we have a customer requesting a change to their private group screening event. Now, usually when you have private group screening events, there are custom terms that the customer signed with. And custom agreements usually mean that automation is impossible. But we'll see today how AI flows makes the impossible possible, and we're going to build an AI flow to do just that. So let's get started. This is an AI flow. An AI flow is a set of instructions and background knowledge provided to an LLM, coupled with the action and integration capabilities that you already know and love of Power Automate. So today we'll build an AI flow that takes in a customer's request, evaluates it, and provides a recommendation to the guest services team. To get started, we will provide some input values to this AI flow. So first up, we have the group screening agreement. This is the custom agreement that the customer signed with Cineplex. Next up, we've got the customer request, which is the email we just saw requesting a change to their event. The additional thing that I need to provide here to this AI flow is the booking change policy. What this is effectively Cineplex's policies for how to evaluate customer requests. And let's take a quick look at what this booking change policy looks like. So as you can see, it's 50 pages, all natural language, and each time a customer request comes in, the guest services team has to go through this document, manually analyze what the policy says, see what the customer is requesting, and see the agreement they signed with. But now with AI flows, all we need to do is just point this AI flow to this booking change policy, and we're set. But we provided these inputs and these references. What's missing is we need to tell this AI flow how to reason over these inputs. And that is where this middle section of the page comes in. These are the instructions to the AI flow. And in here, you'll notice some tags, which effectively just help the AI flow map the different AI flow's input and output variables to the concepts that I'm describing. What these instructions are saying right now is if the customer's request cannot be granted, to write an email explaining why. And if the customer's request can be granted, it can be approved, then to write an email saying, yes, customer, we're going to approve your request. Now, this AI flow is going to create a recommendation and send the email, but that's not what I want. So for a safe and responsible deployment, what I'm going to update these instructions to is to create a recommendation and send that over to the guest services team to approve before anything's put into action. So with these updated instructions, I'm going to hit update. And what happens here is AI flows understands what my intent here is with these instructions, and it goes ahead and gives me some suggestions to make this AI flow work as expected. So first up, I see on the right, it's added an approvals connector, which is awesome. That's exactly what I wanted to do here with this AI flow. Next up, it's providing some updated suggestions here, and I see that we've got an approval ID added as an output value. That is indeed helpful, so I'm going to go ahead and accept that. The rest of these suggestions, I don't really need, so I'm going to ignore them, and that's good. And now this AI flow is ready for action. Let's take it for a spin. So I'll hit preview, and when I hit preview, we'll see these two inputs that we've defined for the AI flow. So since this is a test run, I'm going to go ahead and provide some sample inputs in here. This group screening agreement is the custom terms that the customer signed with Cineplex. And the customer request is the email that we just saw at the top of this demo in Outlook. As you can notice, all of this is in natural language. I did not need to go in and format any of this, parse anything, do anything special here. All I'm doing is pointing it to the AI flow, and I hit run now. So what AI Flows does now is it takes these inputs, the group screening agreement, the customer's request, and the booking change policy, analyzes all of this to identify the holistic recommendation on what to do with this customer's request. Let's take a little pause here. While AI Flow identifies what the proposal here should be, what would I have done without AI Flows? As a maker, I would have had to take stock of all of the custom terms possible across all of our agreements. I would have had to look at that, look at the booking change policy, the 50-page document we just saw. I would need to take all of this, find all the possible permutations and combinations, and then hard code all of that logic in my traditional automation. That's a lot of branching, a lot of conditional logic. It's very tedious work. It's going to take me forever. And don't even get me started on when that booking change policy gets updated. Now, all the work that I did just goes out the window and I need to start from scratch all over again. That's quite painful, and that's possibly why we say when there are custom agreements, automation's really hard. But even while I just described the pain of not having AI Flows gone ahead and identified a recommendation here. So let's see what it did. So it took my sample inputs in here. It thought through the problem, and what it identified is, hey, this customer's request can indeed be approved. An approval has been created. And when I scroll a little bit lower and I see it's providing some more details in terms of, yes, this aligns with our booking change policy and the group screening agreement, so this request is approved. So all looks good, so I go ahead and hit Use Action. What this now does is it takes this approval recommendation and sends it over to the guest services team for a team member to evaluate. So when they go into their approvals app in Teams, they will see these different recommendations. The team member can simply open this up, review the details that the AI Flow recommends with. It gives them information as well. So this guest services team member looks at this and can choose to approve the request, and this just saved them a lot of time. And I, as a maker, just automated something that would have previously been considered impossible. Let that sink in. That is a win-win. And this is what the future of automation increasingly looks like. With that, back to you, Charles.
Thank you, Mitzi. So if we kind of look at this new way of working, Cineplex has been able to use all kinds of new automations with agents and AI flows to start to transform their operations. But it's not just about automations. Applications are also going to be different. In the next 4 years, over 1 billion new applications need to be built. This is a massive undertaking for all of us. So we're going to have to create them differently and think about applications differently. And there's 3 major changes about how we create these applications coming to bear. The first is we're going to see more natural language, that prompting that you've seen with Copilot. The second is more graphical building. Visual, what you see is what you get. Instead of looking at the code behind, get a higher level abstraction to go create these solutions. And last but not least, we need more AI components. We need to make our more intelligent solutions which can help respond to all the different needs that our businesses have. And one of the areas where this comes to life magnificently is Copilot and Power Apps. We have an incredible set of new capabilities available here at Build to help you design data schemas, to stitch together application logic, and build your user experience. So it's the full stack of applications with Copilot and Power Apps. And to show all this in action, I'm incredibly excited to welcome on stage Leon Walicki, who's going to have a great end-to-end demo of Copilot and Power Apps. Over to you, Leon.
In addition to playing movies, Cineplex offers private events where individuals and companies can rent a theater to host a movie viewing party. Cineplex wants to use Power Apps to create an intelligent application to streamline the movie event process. And to do that, they just go to make.powerapps.com and simply tell the Copilot what they want to build. An app to manage movie events, rooms and staff for a movie theater. The first step, very frequently for creating a business application, is defining its data model. How many of you start your apps defining the data model? I do, and Copilot does too. Copilot will go ahead and create a data model for my application composed of a set of tables, each one also with sample data, and most importantly, with an entity relationship diagram where we can see what the entities in the model are and how are they connected. Of course, this looks great, but it's not set in stone. I can change it. So I'll work with the Copilot to add one more table, and I will ask to add a table for food packages. The Copilot will go ahead, create the table, define a schema, and populate it with sample data. Let's take a look. We have our table here. So click on it, and as you can see, we have our columns definition here, our sample data, so it looks pretty good. One thing that happened, though, is that it did not connect the food package to the movie event. But that's not a problem, because I can ask the Copilot to do that for me. And I could continue my conversation with the Copilot to continue evolving and co-creating this data model. I could create more tables, add more columns, add more sample data. And this is a good time to mention that creating databases with Dataverse, with this data workspace experience, has never been easier. But at this point, what I have looks pretty good. So I'll go ahead and save this data model and create an application on top of it. And what the Copilot will do is create an UI layer for this complex data model that has multiple screens. First, a welcome screen, but also one screen for each one of the tables that we just created, where users can interact with the data. So we got a fully working application and a complex data model in just a few minutes. So not too bad for just a couple of prompts. Next, as I have my application ready, what I want to do is evolve it, make the UI look closer to Cineplex. But I don't want to do it alone. So I asked my colleague Luca to help me evolve the experience of this app. With Power Apps Canvas apps, now you can have multiple developers working on the same app at the same time with a co-authoring experience similar to the one that you get in Office documents. For example, I can see that Luca is already on the welcome screen. And also, I can see that he's starting to make changes, so I can see in real time what he's doing. He's changing the images of the app, and it's already looking great. And if I make any changes, he will see them too. The modern development team, it's a combination of people and copilots working side by side, collaborating in real time. And I'll fast forward a few minutes right now when Luca fully finished modernizing the app, and it looks beautiful because it uses Power Apps modern controls. And as I'm looking into the app, I notice that somebody left a comment for me similarly to how they would in an Office document. So I'm going to click and check what it is. It is Luca that is telling me to please change the color of the label to green if the deposit has been paid. With the Copilot, this is easier than ever. So I'll find the label, go to the color property, and express what I want to do as a comment. With this, the Copilot will generate a PowerFX expression to implement exactly what I ask, just like we do in GitHub. The expression looks pretty good, so I'll accept it, and that's all it takes. I use natural language to define the behavior of my application. But that's not all. I can also use Copilot to help me understand the expressions that others wrote. For example, Luca created this section here with upcoming events. So I want to understand, how does he decide what the upcoming events are? So I go to the gallery, and I see that there's a multi-line expression where he defined how to bring the upcoming events. And I don't need to really understand it myself. I can ask the Copilot to explain me the formula. And what the Copilot will do is analyze that complex expression and give me a plain English explanation of what it does. So with Copilot, you can define or understand the behavior of your applications just using natural language. But I know what many of you might be thinking right now. This is all great, but as a developer, you are used to understand and have visibility into the full scope of what you are creating in your source code files. If that is the case, there's something that I like to introduce, and it's the new code view. With the code view, you can get full access to the code behind any of the screens or fragments of screens in your Power Apps. Think of this as a code behind view in a format that you all already know, YAML. And this file not only has all the properties, the elements, and everything, but also all the PowerFX formulas. For example, as I'm scrolling, check this out. This is the one that we saw a few seconds ago. Of course, you can treat this as a plain text file where you can check it in your favorite source code control tool or look it in your favorite IDE, in my case, Visual Studio Code. So with the new code view, Power Apps are no longer a black box, neither a mystery. And our app is mostly ready, but there's one more thing that we want to do to it. Cineplex wants to add a copilot to their application to make their users more successful, more productive, and happier. And adding copilots to apps is easier than ever. I just need to go to the settings of the app and connect this application to an instance of a copilot created with Copilot Studio. And luckily, Luca already created one which I connected here. So by doing this, I'm bringing all the power of Copilot Studio into the app, including all the awesome things that Ray showed a few minutes ago. So we have our intelligent application, which we created very quickly. Now, let's switch gears and see what it looks like when it's used by our users. And as I get into the application, the first thing to notice is that there is a copilot there ready to help me to go more efficiently through my day. Let's say that I'm going to take the role of an employee that is new to the job. I don't know very well how the business works. So what I will ask first is, what kind of events can I book at Cineplex? The copilot will answer this question looking into the corporate documentation of Cineplex, and the way in which it does it is using generative answers from Copilot Studio. Now that I understand the business better, it's time to ask a question about the data in the app. So I'm going to ask, what and where is the next event? The Copilot will look into the data in the application now and tell me where I should be. And I see that I need to be in room 5 next. So I'll go ahead and walk to room 5. And when I get to the room, I realize that there's no popcorn in the room. And that in a movie theater is kind of a tragedy, so we need to fix that. And here the Copilot is there to help me as well. So I'm going to ask the Copilot to start a popcorn refill process. Notice that I did not tell the Copilot in what room, but it realizes that that was missing and gives me a very easy way to provide that information. And just like that, we started the movie refill process. So as the user of this application, I had a Copilot helping me go through my day, understanding data from the company, but also the data in the app, and taking action on my behalf. So in the last few minutes, we saw how we can very easily and quickly build a modern intelligent application from scratch with Power Apps, Copilot Studio, all together in just a few minutes for makers and end users. Power Apps is the fastest way to create intelligent applications. And the best news of it is this is just a fragment of what you can do with the tools today. So back to you, Charles.
Awesome. Thank you, Leon. And what you're starting to see is that what you build is also changing. So it's not just how you build it, but also the solutions themselves. Like in Leon's example, he had a Copilot in his application to make it more compelling. And that's what we're seeing across the industry. Over 40% of net new applications are going to have intelligent components incorporated into them. The future app is an intelligent app. And that's going to be true across all parts of the Power Platform. Now, there's a lot of demos, a lot of content. So if you want to learn more, we have 6 breakout sessions after this one today and tomorrow. Please check them out. And if you really love Power Platform, we have the Power Platform Community Conference later this fall in Vegas. You can scan the QR code to sign up and register. We'll have hundreds of dedicated sessions, and you'll be surrounded by thousands of the world's biggest Power Platform fans. Thank you so much for your time today. Thank you so much for coming to Build. Have a great rest of the conference.
And welcome back to Microsoft Build. This is day 2, and if you are just joining us, well, like, where have you been? Because so much great stuff has been going on. But honestly, welcome back after your breakouts. There's been so much good stuff, and we've got more stuff coming up too, right, Joey?
Yeah, absolutely. Coming up this hour, we've got more Microsoft mechanics. We've got Jeremy, his mechanic shirt, his jacket.
It's really good.
Absolutely.
I like the outfit, yeah.
He's going to come by and talk about Copilot Updated.
Okay.
And then later we've got Charles Lamanna.
We love Charles.
Who you just saw.
We did just see Charles.
And he's going to be stopping by, talking about the future of low code. And then something along the lines of copilots or something?
Yeah, we've got some stuff about building custom copilots with Microsoft Copilot Studio, which is really cool. The custom copilots are some of my favorite announcements from this week because I want a copilot for everything, and now we can make a copilot for everything, which is
Absolutely.
great.
And if you don't have one that meets your needs,
just make it.
Yeah, you just absolutely make it.
You know what you could do? You could build it.
You build it.
Build it. See, I'm turning into Seth. I'm doing puns.
It's totally fine. It's totally fine. You know, this show has something for everybody. I mean, if you want to come by, you want to see some technical demos, you want to catch, we've been doing some sessions.
We've been doing some sessions. We've been doing great interviews.
Great interviews.
We've had so many good demos, though. Like, you were doing one earlier with one of our friends from AMD, and I loved that. That was really fun.
That was super fun, AMD, our featured partners. And of course, if you want to learn more about our featured partners, you just head on over to that featured partner page.
Yep.
And then there's also opportunity to connect, even if you're not here in person.
Even if you're not here in person, you can like use the attendee directory. You can find people. It's like find a friend, find someone with common interests, and connect. Do it. Make
Absolutely. All you have to do is head on over to that attendee directory, fill out your profile, and then go through and search and find folks to connect with. Absolutely.
Okay, so Joey, day 2, we've been doing a lot of stuff about security, and I know that is your world.
Security is kind of my wheelhouse.
It is kind of your thing. So, like, what is one of your favorite, I guess, announcements of the last couple of days?
So I think it was a conversation. I mentioned this earlier in the broadcast when I was having a chat with Donna. But it's about security being the team game. Everybody has to be involved, right?
There's no I in team, but there is an I in security.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, I had to spell it out. I'm not smart about these things. The other bit, you know, kind of talking about. In the keynote today, there was a lot about just old stuff. You have a lot of old stuff laying around. That leads to vulnerability. Right?
Absolutely.
I did not a shameless plug or anything about my session today.
No,
but
it is a shameless plug.
We were talking about data security yesterday, and they can go back and watch it on the player if they want to do that. But we talked about, I failed to mention that piece because we talk about, hey, go through, make sure you understand what data you have, what are the permissioning, make sure you label it, all of that stuff. But if you've got a bunch of old stuff, you're going to have to do a whole ton more work.
No, it's interesting. I was talking to some of my coworkers about that same thing just yesterday, right? Because it is that old stuff. Like, it's great. We can say, well, going forward, we can secure the new things. But what about your legacy code base? What about the things you've already done? What about the vulnerabilities that might already exist? And I think this is where AI can really be useful because it can go back and help us audit and fix those things.
Yeah, at some point you have to say, at what point in time do we cross the line and we say, anything older than this, we don't want to keep around anymore?
Right.
We have to archive it. We have to stick it somewhere. Our AI engines aren't going to go in and index it, look at it.
Right, we need to rebuild. We need to kind of start over. Yeah.
Can rebuild them.
We can.
Okay, listen, it's time to kind of move forward. We have been catching up with MVPs all event long. Next up, we have another MVP here giving insights, migrating feature partner ARM native.
Yeah.
And Leslie, I think you're sitting over there ready for us. Hi, Leslie.
Hi, Leslie.
Hi there. Yeah, so right now I'm joined by Jeremy Sinclair, who you've probably seen all over social media talking about the latest, greatest things in Windows land. He's a Windows development MVP and ARM ambassador. How are you doing, Jeremy?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, Leslie?
I'm doing great. I mean, judging by all of your posts recently, like, you seem to be enjoying yourself at Build.
Oh yeah, this year's build has just been fantastic. I like to tell everyone I run into that this is Build 2024 Jeremy edition.
I dig it. Cool, so you've been a Windows MVP for years at this point, right? And based off of what you talk about, you love to port things, including your favorite apps, to ARM and stuff. So what got you into doing those migrations in the first place?
Yeah, well, it was actually Build 2018 that I was introduced to the Windows on ARM laptops. And after holding them and playing with them for some time, I just fell in love with the design, just that sleek design, always on, and just the fact that it's the same type of chips that's running in my phone in full Windows. So I was just all in, and I needed to port the applications that weren't native because I knew there was a compatibility issue. Although emulation exists on these devices, they perform the best when the applications are natively compiled.
Yeah, Makes sense. And that's cool that you discovered that at Build. We've gone from being able to just hold the ARM machine to you can actually use the machine now. You can like own it.
Right.
So yeah, so you've been porting Windows apps for years to ARM, and you're also, I hear, working on migration efforts to push Power Toys over to Windows for ARM. So clearly you haven't stopped since. So what's that journey been like exactly? What were the ups and downs about migrating Windows apps to ARM?
Yeah, so when I first started looking at the effort to port the Windows applications to ARM, there were a few roadblocks when it came to the tool chains and frameworks available. There were some things where I had to cross-compile, and some things that the libraries weren't there yet. But I can say now, the effort is like painless. Like, anyone can do this right now.
Sweet. And kind of on that subject, so how do people get started with developing on ARM? Do you got any tips and tricks that you want to share?
Yeah, I would say for developers looking to start their journey on developing for ARM, just to look at Microsoft Learn and the ARM Developer Hub. There's tons of resources there for getting started. And one thing I can say is that there's many developers here that may not even understand how easy it is to port to ARM right now. Because as you've seen, there's applications out there running natively now like Chrome, Zoom, and like Spotify. Like, those are some big applications. And to see the partners take that effort to port their applications to run natively, that just kind of supercharges me.
Cool. And clearly you love to play around with the latest, greatest toys and resources. So do you have a favorite resource when it comes to ARM development?
Yeah. Like I said, Microsoft Learn and ARM Developer Hub, because you can find all the information you need. And I'm going to do a little shout out. There's the ARM Ambassadors Program for the Windows and ARM experienced app developers, and I want them to join. There's going to be resources ready for them.
Great, awesome plug. Well, Jeremy, thank you so much for being here. And if you'd like to learn even more, please check out the feature directory. That's aka.ms/build24fp/ARM specifically. Go to ARM. And with that, thanks, y'all. Thanks, Jeremy.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeremy and Leslie. And I love our MVP program, and Jeremy's one of my favorite people. And you can find out more about the MVP program at mvp.microsoft.com.
It is a super cool community.
Yeah.
I know you conflict of interest and all.
I was never an
previous
MVP.
life.
Right, but we know a lot of our MVPs. It's a great program, and we have a similar program at GitHub called GitHub Stars, and some people are even both, which is really fun.
Ooh.
So I love just seeing members of our community who are working on great things and able to share that information with everybody else.
It's a lot of fun, too, of being on the inside, where we get to share a lot of information with our MVPs as well, and they give us the feedback.
Yeah, they do,
right?
And that's a great segue, Joey, because speaking of event feedback, we have a poll for you in the chat.
Oh,
because
hi,
you said
chat.
you can't be interactive. Hi, chat. We've missed you. All right, so these are your options. How do you prefer to give event feedback? So option 1 is surveys. Option 2, direct interactions. Option 3, focus groups.
Focus groups.
Sometimes you get paid for those, so those are fun. And option 4, interactive activities. So where do you fall on that?
All right, I'm thinking here. I mean, listen, if you answered focus groups, we've got some focus groups that you can go do right now. We have the Event Research Community Panel.
Okay.
Easy for me to say, right?
Yeah, very easy.
Register for the panel at the link below, which is aka.ms/research panel survey. It's like we made it easy or something.
Nice.
And it's a great opportunity to give your take. I don't know, I'm kind of torn. I don't mind doing the surveys as long as I don't have to write a small dissertation.
Well, that's the thing, right? Which is like, if I have to do that, I might as well be in a focus group.
True.
You know what I mean? But I also really do like kind of the interactive experiences. That's always fun.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
All right, now coming up next, Microsoft Build is your opportunity to connect with devs all over the world. And Innovate What Matters, we're gonna be back after this. Bye.
Copilot extensions give you the power to customize Microsoft Copilot.
As a developer, you can create Copilot extensions with plugins and connectors. And now you can also do this when you build your own Copilots. With your own Copilot, you can create tailored versions of Microsoft Copilot to serve the unique needs of your users. You can build yours in two ways. You can combine the power of Microsoft Copilot with a customization layer that allows you to tailor its responses to your users. Or you can bring your own orchestrator and foundation models to build from scratch an experience customized for your needs. You can set custom response guidelines, incorporate specific knowledge from selected documents to ground responses, and extend its capabilities through actions to connect to external systems and workflows for more advanced scenarios. For example, you can create a specialized HR Copilot that responds solely to HR inquiries based on your company's specific policies and procedures, and connects with your external payroll systems, providing a consistent user experience for HR-related topics. So these Copilots you build are ideally suited for scenarios requiring greater control over the user experience, data integration, and additional functionalities, enabling you to tailor Microsoft Copilot for the specific need of your users. Build your own Copilot to reinvent what is possible, boost user engagement, and reshape business processes.
From work time to fun time, Azure Cosmos DB powers the apps that power your day. Rise and shine with personalized mobile and online experiences powered by Azure Cosmos DB. You get your Starbucks coffee your way. Gas up and go. Real-time vehicle diagnostics let you know if your connected car is low on fuel. Going up, no time to take the stairs. Predictive maintenance means a smooth and safe ride to the 10th floor. Sign in, say hi. The consistent reliability of Microsoft Teams keeps the collaboration going wherever you are, using Azure Cosmos DB as the primary data store. Learn something new. Built on Azure Cosmos DB, ChatGPT's always ready to answer your questions and converse with context. See who called. Secure storage means your AT&T voicemails are ready when you are. Order up. What were the groceries you ordered last week? Walmart makes reorders easy with all transactions served by Azure Cosmos DB. Check your balance. Fidelity's secure real-time transaction processing means real-time financial management. Finally, vacation. No sitting on the tarmac for you. Azure Cosmos DB powers fuel management for JetBlue. Your modern life is built on modern apps. And modern intelligent apps are built on Azure Cosmos DB.
I am so thrilled to be joined with Natalie Wasene, Senior Director of Azure Marketing. And we have some really cool culture conversations to be having, cloud cultures. And we're on season 2. Yes. Can you tell me a little bit more about you and these cloud cultures that we're talking about?
Awesome, yeah. Thank you so much for having me here today. Natalie Wasene. I lead the Azure Platform Marketing team, and it's really a team that really is bringing our Azure customers to life through events, through stories, and through their stories specifically. And this came about because when we were looking at how we were doing customer stories, we realized that it was very formulaic, right? When you think about it's what happened, what was the solution, what was the customer impact. And as we grew our Azure footprint around the world and we actually got out to our customers, we realized the cultures were actually had their own story that we could tell. And so we then birthed Cloud Cultures, which is a travel documentary series where we go around the world, meeting with customers and showcasing how technology and the local heritage are actually impacting both technology and the community at large. And we're using Corey Sanders, who's an amazing voice. He's our corporate vice president of Microsoft Cloud and Industry, and he was on board. And so we send him on this journey, and it's really awesome. We get to talk about traditions, talk about values, talk about cultural heritage, and talk about our customers, which we really love.
Oh my gosh, and it was so lovely. I got a chance to watch some of them. They came out this past April. Yes, so everybody check them out. They've been going really, really well, and it was so nice to see that through line. It's beautifully produced, and it really echoes exactly the sentiments you mentioned, that you have that cultural competency that goes through all of these technology definitions, or excuse me, decisions that they're making. It was so cool to see that through line. So I really appreciate the juxtaposition as well. But you had the opportunity to talk with the customers who are using these cloud technologies and also creating career paths and whatnot. But can you give us some few examples of what stood out to you?
Yeah, I think, one thing that is also a through line is that we all adapt. And wherever you are, we're all adapting in some shape or form. And with technology, there is even greater thriving and adaptation within different cultures, but everyone is also staying true to their history. And that was amazing to see. For example, in Mexico, which is one of our largest Latin America customer adoption bases, we saw how they're trying to reinvent, but really stay true to an organization's cultural heritage. In Malaysia, you saw all companies of all sizes reinvent, but also be in it together for collective growth. In Japan, you saw how their values of precision and mindfulness are used to balance both customer growth and balance their desire of being true to who they are and their culture. And then, of course, here in the US, we went to the Rust Belt, and you saw how this notion of trying to impact with skills and this entrepreneurial spirit really is helping the Rust Belt grow. And it's been really fascinating to tell these customer stories along the way.
I love that. And thank you so much for hitting some of those things that we learned along the way, I would assume, with this journey around the world. And also, it must have been so much fun to get out there. And you had a chance to get out there?
I did. I got to go to a few countries.
Awesome.
Got to go to Italy, got to go to Japan, and it's a team effort. And so it's really awesome. And in season 3, which will be coming, we'll also be expanding our reach.
Cool. Let's get to a trailer of season 2. Yeah.
Sometimes you need to overcome the struggles in order to grow. That fighting spirit continues to be in our DNA.
There's so many women out here. They want to invent something. They want to make a brighter future.
As a community, we're obviously very proud to be where we are today.
I'd like to think that we have sort of that grit and hustle here. We're kind of the new Silicon Heartland.
What's unique about Japan versus the US?
How much time do you have?
Yeah.
That was so cool. So I see that we were able to get to a bunch of different places. We got through the Rust Belt, Mexico, Malaysia, Japan. Other regions in the United States are going to be coming soon. And we also talked a little bit about what we learned along the way already. But I would love to get into, some of these were created some new career paths as well. And you gave us a few examples that stand out. Could you tell me a little bit more about how that vignettes, how those worked for you?
Yeah, no, I mean, you see it in different places, how they're using technology. In the Rust Belt, we visit a university, and in Malaysia, we actually meet with a university student who participated in a program that Microsoft sponsored, and she's from this small town and really hadn't been exposed to some of the career paths. And so after going through this program, it's actually ignited a fire in her to be a doctor. And what she really wants to do is use AI to deliver personalized cancer treatments. And so it's just in those moments, being with these customers and being with the people that use our technology is really powerful, and seeing how it actually not only impacts a person, but also impacts their community.
Yeah, I love that we were able to go beyond the technology and really get to people being the focus of it, because that's what the whole point is. It's really where the technology impacts these people's lives and the cultural through line of it all. So, favorite foods?
Well, I didn't get to really eat the food, but Corey Sanders, who's our host, definitely tried a wide range, and I think the most unique thing he tried was durian when he was in Malaysia, which is the spiky outer-shelled fruit that is a mix of like cheese and caramel and garlic, and is, an acquired taste, and he enjoyed it. So there will be more food in season 3, I'm sure.
I'm an exotic eater. I love that. I've never tried a durian, but I want to try it out. It was so lovely talking to you
and
getting
so much
into
for having
these
me.
cloud cultures with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hey, and welcome back. And if you're just joining us, where have you been?
Where have you been?
I mean, we're right here at Microsoft
right here.
Build. We've been here for 2 days now. You're just showing up. Hey, listen, I was in chat. Hi again, chat.
Hi, chat.
Brazil's in the house.
Brazil.
We got Vancouver in the house.
Hello, Vancouver.
Poland is in the house.
That's awesome.
We
That's awesome.
We are worldwide. What time is it in Poland? It's really late.
It is really late in Poland, so thank you for staying up so late and joining us, because we really, really appreciate that. That's really fun. That's really great.
I've got to do a throwback to the Cloud Culture's Passion to Innovate show, which, by the way, don't go there yet, because you want to stay with us right here, because we've got lots of cool stuff. But you can find it on YouTube. Breaking news, there's a season 3.
Season 3?
They got renewed.
Fantastic.
It was on that stage. They said there's a season 3. There's more to come. There's more to come.
We love that. We love that. And actually, speaking of more things to come, later on this afternoon, I'm going to be talking with some of my colleagues from the GitHub Advanced Security team to show off how you can use GitHub Advanced Security and Copilot to, do your favorite thing, make security better for everyone. Security, exactly. And even
doing your favorite thing, which is doing Giddy Hubby things.
Giddy Hubby things, those are absolutely my favorite things. So, again, two great tastes, taste great together. Security, GitHub, it's good.
And I mean, it just goes with the time. It's Joe and Christina right now. And so why wouldn't we do the best of Joe and Christina?
I mean, honestly, yes, correct.
Plus, Charles LaMotta will be coming by. You may
Charles
recognize him from things like, I don't know, the keynote this morning.
Yeah.
Or maybe that breakout session that we just had. Oh, wait, hang on. There are some of you who just came here. I'm sorry, you missed it. But if you did, do the little rewindy. Not now. Don't do the rewindy thing now. Do it later. And you can also, catch up on sessions.
Yeah, catch up on sessions. You can also put things in your backpack.
I'm sorry, there's a backpack?
There's a backpack. And it's good, too, because it'll have links to where everything goes and resources and whatnot from all your different sessions. Ooh. So the backpack is great. There's an attendee directory, so if you're looking to make new friends, like Joey and I are old friends, but it's always good to make new friends. Use the attendee directory. It's great.
I filled out my profile in the attendee directory. You can connect with me.
Yeah.
Absolutely, absolutely. We have just something for everybody. Okay, Christina, I'm going to ask you now.
Yes.
You asked me about favorite kind of thing from Keynote things. What's your favorite Giddy Hubby thing that we have seen so far? And you cannot say your upcoming segment.
Okay, my upcoming session is very cool, but actually what we announced yesterday is that GitHub Copilot is getting extensions. And this is awesome because that means that you can customize what GitHub extensions do to work specifically with your product or service. And I'm really, really excited about this because it's already, and I mean this genuinely, for 3 years now, it's been the way that I code. And I'm so excited about being able to extend that now to even more places and more things. It's gonna be great.
I am, yeah, I don't know a lot. Okay, I'm learning.
You're learning.
But because we're bringing security right to the IDE,
Absolutely.
GitHub Advanced Security, I have to pay attention to these things. Hey, Christina.
Yes.
I see a buddy over there. I see my buddy over there with the awesome jacket.
I see Jeremy. I see Jeremy's smiling face. It looks
Which
good.
means I think it's time to give it to Jeremy. He is going to talk about building your own copilots.
I love it.
I'm going up to the front row. Can I go to the front row?
Okay, so now we're going to talk about how you can extend Copilot for Microsoft 365. And I'm joined by Abram Jackson, who's on the platform team. Welcome, Abram.
Thank you. It's great to be here.
So today what I want to do is actually go through kind of the basics of how Copilot for Microsoft 365 works. Then we're going to show how you can extend it. Then we're going to show what happens once you've extended it with the different user experiences. We're going to do all demos if that's okay with everyone. So first, to start out, how does Copilot for Microsoft 365 work? Well, it comprises large language models, also the Microsoft Graph, which includes the ability to reach data. This, for example, in Microsoft 365, places like SharePoint, OneDrive, email, calendar, Teams, all of these things to be able to basically ground your prompts and use the internet and then present that information back to you in your app. So it's a lot more sophisticated than just a kind of generative chat AI window inside of your Office apps. It's using all this information to give you very tailored responses. Now the news this week is actually that you can build your own Copilot. So for HR, finance, and then plug them into your own data sources. And basically you can have that tailored experiences with your data, your own Copilot, and all your actions built in. And so when you think about the different other connector types, beyond building your own Copilot, we have the ability first to do what's called a plugin. Now the plugin is not only a read action, but you can actually write to the external data source with a plugin. Then you have another option that we've had for a long time now, which is basically a graph connector. Now the graph connector, if you think about the Microsoft Graph, it's usually indexing all of the Microsoft 365 content, but you can expand that out to third-party sources. And your custom copilots, as we showed before, where you can basically focus those in on various specific resources, like a specific SharePoint document library or site, and also give instructions to the custom copilot, then distribute it out to your users. So, because we've got a lot of different people watching that are developers in the audience right now, what I'd love to do, Abram, is actually go through how you would build them, and then we can actually show what they look like running.
Absolutely. So let's start in Copilot Studio. And I'm here at Copilot for Microsoft 365, and I'm going to create a new Copilot by clicking on this button. Now I can have a conversation to create it, but I'm going to go over here to skip and configure it. So I'm going to give it a name so that the users can refer to it. And I'm going to take from my clipboard history a description and instructions. Now these instructions are very important because they tell the Copilot how it's going to operate and what it's going to be able to do. Now I'm only using 600 characters or so, but I can actually get very detailed with 8,000 characters.
Right.
And so this is going to focus it on my work. Now I can also give it the starter prompts. This is going to help users understand how they can use this Copilot. Now those are optional, so for now I'm going to skip ahead and click on Create. And that's it. That's creating the Copilot.
So that's building kind of this full page experience like we saw in the graphic earlier. but also there are other things that you can do to extend Copilot. So what else can we do?
So let's take a look at Copilot for Microsoft 365. You see that I already have several actions defined and added. But let's take a look at what it takes to add a new action. So I'm going to click on Add Action, and this is going to add it into Copilot for Microsoft 365. I have several options. I can make a connector, I can make a conversation, I can make another prompt to a language model, and I can use a Power Automate flow. For now, I'm going to click on Conversation and show you what that looks like. So I'm going to give it a name. I'll call it Support KB Docs Improvement.
Okay.
I'll use the default solution, and that it creates a schema for me. And now I've created the plugin, and I'm ready to edit it from here.
Okay, so now you've created kind of a specialized Copilot with a full page. You've also created a plugin. Why don't we show how you would do this if you're using something like Visual Studio Code? Because I think a lot of people are writing code to build their extensions, so why don't we show that experience?
So let's take a look at what this looks like in Visual Studio Code. When we're making a plugin, we have these 3 JSON files. We have the Swagger, which we'll look at first. This is the open API spec definition of our functions.
Okay.
So you can see the different APIs here along with what they return. The support plugin gives information to the language model about how to use those APIs. So you can see that I have the functions defined and I've described them. And here we see the pointer back to the Swagger file that we were just looking at. Third, we have the Teams app manifest.
Okay.
So this is describing the application to the user in the store. So it needs a name, it needs my name, it's going to have a description, and it's going to point to those other files that we were just looking at.
Right, so this is where you do all the different metadata, the branding, those types of things in this file. So we also had the full page Copilot experience that we saw in the low code through Copilot Studio. How do we do that here in ProCode?
So let's move over to that next JSON file, the content copilot.json. You can see the similar kinds of properties here, right? So we still need to give the Copilot a name. Here it is support content author. We have an ID, we have a description, and once again we have the instructions to inform the Copilot about how it will work.
Okay.
Next, we are connecting to our Azure DevOps wiki. We're connecting to that plugin file that we were just looking at, and we have the conversation starters. And that's all that it takes to define a Copilot here.
So not too bad, even building it through code directly. So now that we've got the 2 different Copilots built, we've got some plugins built, why don't we show what this looks like, but to get everybody kind of grounded on the, no pun intended with grounded, on the Copilot experience, why don't we show what it looks like before you add the extensions to it, just to see what you can do normally with graph grounding, for example.
So Copilot for Microsoft 365 can access my email and chats and files. So let me type in here, find all the emails I sent today and group them by topic.
Okay.
This is going to search my emails, and it's going to use language processing to group them into the different customer service emails that I've been sending today. This is the default experience of working with my email.
And this is really important because it's actually going out, it's retrieving additional information, in this case in email, and presenting that to you. So it's more sophisticated than just text generation with a simple prompt. But we can add external information through a connected service to it. So why don't we show what it looks like then if we add a connector to extend the graph to let this then be able to get to that information, retrieve information for us?
Absolutely. So first, let me start a new conversation. And I'm going to type something similar of summarizing my emails, but let me also ask Copilots to find a support wiki article that is most related to each one of these topics. I'm going to type this in. It's still going to search through my email and give similar information, but you see that it is also now referencing my Azure DevOps. And I can see that in the citations. I can hover over them, and I can click on and look at these articles that it is bringing in.
Right, just to reiterate, again, these are things outside of Microsoft 365. I've expanded the index effectively for the Microsoft Graph to this external wiki, and now it's able to parse that information and retrieve stuff for context here as well. Now, we also talked about plugins where we can read and write things back. So why don't we show what a plugin looks like?
Yeah, so let's go back to that session we were looking at earlier. And now I want to type in, create a doc improvement task to improve that KB article based on the related emails that I've sent. So now Copilot is going to look through this conversation history, see what that KB article was, find the plugin, and be ready to call the plugin with this new content to create this task. Now, it's going to ask me for confirmation, so I can review this and change it, but let me type yes, and we'll see that Copilot goes ahead and it updates that external database.
Very cool. So now we've shown kind of how this works inside of the context. In this case, we're using like Teams, or you could use copilot.microsoft.com. But why don't we show what it looks like in that full page Copilot that we built earlier with your own branding and kind of focused in on your topic?
Yeah, so let's look at the support content author that we just created. So this is the Copilot that I just created in Copilot Studio.
Okay.
You see here those conversation starters that I showed you earlier to help the user understand what kinds of things they can be doing with this Copilot. Now let me ask it to update the wiki article about remote help to include that the user has logged in. And it's going to use its instructions and its tone, of course, all along with my branding, and it's going to generate this text. It's also going to use the plugin that's included in this Copilot. I'm going to confirm, and it goes ahead and it makes that update to that knowledge base.
Awesome stuff. So this is kind of the branded Copilot experience for your specific task or role. Now, though, there are ways, I think, to actually use them inside of copilot.microsoft.com or Teams. Why don't you show us that experience?
Yeah, so let's look at this session that I had with Copilot that was analyzing my email. So first I'm going to type @ and I'm going to select that Copilot that I was just using, the support content writer.
Okay.
And I'm going to ask it to update the wiki article like we just did. Now I'm going to mention a second Copilot, the support report writer. And this is going to use its custom instructions and the content from this conversation so far, and it is going to generate a report for me that's correctly formatted, that includes the email summary from Copilot, it includes the KB update that we made with the other custom Copilot, and what we're doing here. Now I'm ready to copy this and send it to my boss.
Awesome stuff. So we just shown even how you can build multiple Copilots that can reference each other in the context of chat. So now you've seen all the Copilot extension options. Check out dev.microsoft.com/Copilot for more, and we'll see you soon.
Hello, welcome back. I have the esteemed Charles Zamana, Corporate Vice President of Business Applications and Platforms. How you doing, bud?
Great. Thank you for having me on the show.
You had a ton of keynotes, a ton of amazing things that let's start with the Copilots. Tell us about Microsoft's vision for Copilots.
Yeah, I think the big thing that you've probably seen at Build throughout is that we're moving Copilot beyond just chat. So it's not just a conversational experience, but increasingly things like automation or even the new agent capabilities that we're talking about. And that's this idea of not just a Copilot working side by side with you, but also a Copilot that works for you in the background. So that is where I think the big Copilot change really that we've highlighted at Build.
And that's amazing. So you said something about agents, and we have some time, so let it marinate. Tell us about agent capabilities.
Yeah, so there's this new idea of kind of taking the generative AI capabilities in the large language model and not just using it to generate text, but instead start to generate orchestration plans and just general planning. And what that means is you can actually disconnect the Copilot from a chat-based experience and start to empower it to run in the background. So it's this idea of a Copilot that responds to events from a database or an application, or a Copilot that's able to go work on behalf of a team of people or an organization or a department, not just your own individual use case. And agents kind of unlock all these different use cases. And you saw that in Satya's keynote and Rajesh's keynote, Scott's keynote, where agents make an appearance because it really elevates what's possible with Copilots. And of course, in Copilot Studio, my favorite product that built this year.
The thing I like the most is you said, I wanted to break the Copilots out of the chat with agents. Can you tell us a little bit more about what an agent looks like and what is it that it's doing? Because you said disconnected, but it's still connected. Tell us more about that.
Yeah, so I mean, the big thing is like in the past when people think of generative AI, you think maybe of ChatGPT or large language models. So text input gives you text output. And that lends itself very naturally to a conversation with a person. What agents start to do is we start to ask, what if the text input wasn't a chat message from a person? What if the text input was an event from a system, or content on a file share, or some backend trigger like an API call? And that kind of opens this whole new class of use cases for Copilot. And if you kind of go to the next step of that for agents is, it's less something that's in your face one-on-one, more something running in the background after you've gone and configured it. And if you go look at a lot of the demos you've seen for agents so far, it's kind of tricky because you can't really show something running in the background.
Yeah.
So you see a lot of the use of what we call the debug view, where you can see what's the thought process and the reasoning that the Copilot's using as it steps through all these different steps on the back end. And kind of that all ties together to have this idea of agents which start from chat, agents which start from events, agents which can start from an API call. And that makes Copilots not just be a very narrow thing like chat, but start to encompass controls and logic and applications and even workflows. So clearly we're thinking big at Build 2024.
I mean, that's amazing because if only there was a tool for capturing events and doing steps of work. Do you know anything like that?
I do, and excellent setup. So Copilot Studio is we've been working on this for a while, and because what we've wanted to do is how can we make it easy for people to create their own Copilots? Because it's not just about the Microsoft Copilot and extending the Microsoft Copilot, which is great, but everybody wants their own use case. And I imagine a world where a typical company will have more Copilots than even people they have at work, kind of like for Power Automate or Power Apps today, it's normal to have more apps or more Power Automate workflows than you have employees. Same thing will be true for Copilot. So go to Copilot Studio. It's a managed environment. It's really easy to use. And we have a few high-level constructs in Copilot Studio. We have this thing called knowledge, which is where you configure content and information that your Copilot should use. We have the ability to configure instructions, which is like a meta prompt for the Copilot. Actions, which are workflows or back-end systems you can interact with, and then overrides or topics, so you can configure specific behavior in specific use cases. And then what we do is we take all of that, we wire it up, and we let the large language model actually decide when to invoke knowledge sources, when to invoke actions, and that's how you get something so capable with so little configuration. And whether you're a developer or a business analyst, you can go incredibly far with Copilot Studio.
And I don't like the designation low code, no code, because if you think about it, LLMs are the quintessential no code situation, and I love how you're doing that. How do you see this transforming the way folks do business?
Yeah, so I mean, the big thing, and I love that you brought that up, because if you look at like the demos you even saw from GitHub Copilot at Build this year, it's even natural language to code generation in VS Code. That doesn't mean code goes away, but it does mean that increasingly we're going to communicate with programming languages and systems very similar to the way we talk to another person. And large language models can do that decoding from natural language to the code itself. Or in the case of Copilot Studio or the Power Platform, there's some intermediate domain-specific language, which we then have a visual authoring environment about. So that's how it all starts to play together. And that's the future, not no code, low code, pro code, Copilot first development.
Yeah, and it feels like a lot of the automation that you do are like this new AI flowy kind of thing. So tell us about that. AI flows, AI recorder, you have something called that, right?
Yes, yeah, and I think so I'll start with AI recorder. So if anyone's ever done robotic process automation or RPA, you're probably familiar with this idea where you have like a screen macro recorder where you track the mouse clicks and the keyboard inputs you do, or you can go edit some code, and that's how you build repeatable automations which run on a desktop. And the reason you do this is because there's not always an API to existing systems. If, say, it's a 20-year-old app or a mainframe app, it may be the only way to interact with that system is through a UI automation. And a typical large enterprise will have thousands of these RPAs configured. Problem, it's hard to build, complex, brittle, fragile. What AI Recorder does is it makes it where you can actually start recording, have Copilot watch what you're doing on the screen, you talk to the Copilot to explain what you're doing, and then we will automatically build an automation for you that can run locally or in the cloud. And this makes the cost way less, but what's more exciting to me is it makes the desktop automations way more robust. So AI Recorder kind of has you record with Copilot to go over configure all of these automations on the back end. And I think it's pretty clear, like once the team built this and I saw the first demo of it a few months ago, I went, well, clearly this is the future of RPA. Like it's gonna be the only way you wanna do this, just so much faster, more robust. Then AI flows are different because AI flows live more in the cloud, they use APIs, they work over backend systems. The big thing that makes AI flows different from classic workflow definition is you don't actually define all the explicit steps. You don't say, when this happens, do this, if this, else that. Instead, you describe the outcome you want, and then you provide as much detail as you can. So that can be documents or knowledge bases. And then we will dynamically build a workflow in response to an event to achieve that outcome. So what that means is instead of having to do all the permutations of, say, a policy for approvals or understand all the different pricing criteria, you're able to just describe it once and have it be assembled a nearly infinite number of times. And that just means you cover a much broader surface area when it comes to automations. So you're not constrained to just a few specific workflows. Different way of thinking about it.
It's like living in the future.
Yes.
Like the AI flow sounds like a leadership class. You need to talk about what you wanted to accomplish.
Yes.
You don't tell it what to do.
Yes.
So it's like a leadership class built into an AI tool.
Yes. It's like almost we put OKRs in the future, even stuff like that. So.
Oh, I just had a flashback of OKR meetings. So let's talk about security because it's obviously an important topic.
Yes.
Tell us about how we can make these things secure.
Yeah. So I mean, there's three big things I'd really highlight. So the first is everything that we build, of course, has security built into it by default. And you heard about the Secure Future Initiative, a whole bunch at Build, which is all of our software and our platforms, we want to secure and make as robust and secure as possible. And that means many layers of defense. So make that be like Fort Knox, the products that we ship. Second thing is we want to go set it up so the solutions that you build are secure by default. So that's making sure we expose the right knobs, the right configuration, the right details inside of the product. So when you build an AI flow, or when you use AI Recorder, or when you use Copilot Studio, your solution is secure because we don't want to make things insecure by design or by default, right? So that's a big focus. The third piece is all of this works together. That's one of the things I love about working at Microsoft is if you use Copilot Studio, it pumps audit events to Defender, and you can use Sentinel to review everything that's happening. So you're able to use the same Microsoft security tools to look across everything.
All right, so just to finish up, what is one thing you want everyone to try today, and what are you most excited about for the future?
Yeah, so the biggest thing I would say is go give Copilot Studio a try. No credit card required, anyone can sign up. Start building and experimenting with Copilots. I was able to build a Copilot over all of Microsoft products for like a holiday shopping Copilot. And I was able to build that in less than 3 minutes.
What?
Yes, and that's me. So you could probably build it in less than 2 minutes.
Probably 5 minutes for sure. And my favorite feature, by the way, if you make a mistake and delete your environment, you can bring it back in minutes.
Not that we know.
Ask me later how I know. So this is amazing. So 2 call to actions, aka.ms build blog PP 2024. And the second one is AK.ms Charles Lamanna Work Lab podcast. Thank you so much for being with us, my friend.
Yes, thank you for having me. Good seeing you. Thank you, everybody.
More after this.
Hey, we're back. Okay, I was in chat. I want to say hello to eastern part of Germany, or
Hello.
the eastern coast of Germany.
Hello, Germany. Regardless, we're glad
And
to have you here.
apparently the Londons are on board.
Oh, the Londons are here, and you said some, Bolivia.
Colombia.
Colombia.
I almost missed it. Thank you very, very much. And we're going to get back to chat in just a little bit because we did the survey and I've got some info. But
yes,
let's talk a little bit about this Charles Lamanna thing because we were like, but I've done this, but I've done this.
No, this was I loved that session. That was so good, and so was his earlier sessions. And I loved seeing him in the keynote. Also, side note, Charles has the best shoe game. His shoe game is really on point. Anyway,
it absolutely is, and if anybody knows, it's you.
Thank you
Not
very
wrong.
much.
No.
But no, talking about the AI recorder, that is one of my favorite things. Amongst all the different Copilot Studio stuff, but the AI recorder, you and I were even talking. There are so many instances where you have to kind of record a macro in kind of an old school way because you have an application that doesn't have an API, or you have something that is too old and too brittle, as he was saying, to be able to do something. And so to be able to, use the AI recorder to be able to know and tell it, this is what I'm doing, and now I can build a Copilot to do these things for me and automate this experience. That's so cool. That's really exciting.
Especially when you look at things like mainframes.
Yeah.
Some of these big banking industries that still have mainframe after mainframe after mainframe. So totally cool. And he is 100% right about ease of use of Copilot. I have built a Copilot myself. I did the security things. I set it to do authentication with Microsoft Entra. I set the right meta prompt permissioning around it. And what's also really cool is when you use it to access data, say like on a SharePoint or some of these other things, and you've got the data labeling classification, it's only going to show you what you have access to. And it's all right there. Some of that purview stuff built in.
No, I've been having a lot of conversations with people about that very topic, right? Because I think that security part is important, right? Especially when we're building our own Copilots, we need to be thinking about, okay, well, how secure is the stuff that I'm accessing, and what are we doing to make sure that the Copilot isn't accessing things that I don't have access to, and that it is authenticating things the right way. And so I love that we have kind of those parameters set.
Yeah, it was super cool. I mean, if I can do it.
If Joey can do it, anyone can do it. Actually, what was your Copilot? Like, tell us about it.
So it's a simple, like, I need you to go through and look at a bunch of data about our fiscal year, our financial year, and provide me some of that information. Just a simple little generative chat, what did they say? Conversational boosted chatbot?
Conversational boosted chatbot.
At least that's what I thought. Okay, so I teased a little bit about being in chat, and we did this survey earlier.
Yes.
Here is the answer to that.
What were the results?
It is all over the place. Some people want to actually go in and fill out surveys. Some people want it to be interactive. And listen, if you want to have that interactive experience, we have an opportunity for you to join a exclusive. It is exclusive. Shh,
it's an exclusive post-event focus group. You can register at this link. I should be on the screen right now, but it's aka.ms/attendee recruitment survey at events, and register before May 25th.
May 25th.
Yeah, May 25th. So to
do it, or else you can't participate. Hey, listen, we have a ton more in store for you at Microsoft Build. Keep it right here. Don't go. Don't leave me. Don't go. Don't come back. Come back. No, don't leave me.
All right, my friends, if that sparked more interest in Windows, you should know that Microsoft Build has 32 online sessions around Windows. Make sure you check out the session scheduler. Refine your results by topic.
Yeah, and keep it here for later on this afternoon. We're going to be talking with Christina, and we're going to be talking with Microsoft experts. Me and all my homies, we do our AI development on Windows machines, and we're going to talk about why Windows is the best place for AI development.
I do all of my development on Windows.
Yep.
That includes, and that's not like just like the, I'm in a low. I'm talking like full PyTorch neural networks on Windows.
Yep.
It's able to actually use all of the underlying hardware in such an amazing way. And not only that, but you can build like really cool stuff on top of Windows.
100%. I love dev containers. I love WSL. Those are like key to my stack. And VS Code going from one place to another, I'm a fan.
And you're Python, right?
I'm a Pythonista.
That's because I feel like we're related almost. Also, because of that, I also want to make sure to tell everybody to thank the featured partners. Like Mural and F5, check out our featured partner directory.
Absolutely. So we have a lot going on. I've been really excited about the things that we've been talking about today. We got a little bit more coming up about AI, about this, about that, more Copilot talk.
Yes.
What are you excited about?
Well, for me, I love living at the bottom layer of the AI, and so most people may not know this. And so we're going to have a moment together. I love the math behind the actual AI models. That is my favorite thing. And because you're a fellow Python person here, Python is like really the world where all of this kind of happens.
Absolutely. I love to play around with some Jupyter notebooks myself.
Awesome. But first.
Yeah, but first, Christina is hanging out with our friends over at GitHub. And we're going to be talking about more.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited right now because I get to talk with two of my colleagues from GitHub about one of my favorite things, which is GitHub Advanced Security. This is Brian, this is Justin. So, all right, set this up for me, for the people out there who might not know.
Yes.
What is GitHub Advanced Security?
Well, I'm glad you asked. So for those who might not know, GitHub Advanced Security is functionality that's built directly into GitHub, and it basically helps you as a developer write code that's not going to get hacked.
Yes.
I know, like it's so important. So we have functionality in there. Probably a lot of people are familiar and love Dependabot. That's one of our really, really popular ones that helps you find any vulnerable open source you may be using. We all love open source. Find any of it that may be out of date, may be vulnerable, and help get you upgraded to a more secure version.
Yes.
So that's one pillar of it. Another pillar of it is CodeQL. A really, really powerful static analysis engine that's going to go through your own code, not open source code that you're borrowing, but your own code that you're writing yourself, and find any kind of application security vulnerabilities in there, your SQL injections, your cross-site scriptings. And then finally, we have a really, really powerful secret scanner. We heard about this in the keynote. We're going to talk about it a little bit more today, how important it is to keep secrets out of your source control.
Yes.
So we have really powerful capabilities across the board there.
Fantastic. All right, so Justin, I think you're going to show us some stuff. Can you tell me a little bit about what are some of the problems that GitHub Advanced Security can solve?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I'm happy to maybe show more than talk.
Please show us.
And so, when we think about security and bringing that to developers, everyone talks about shifting left, and I think there's no better place to meet developers than in a pull request.
Yeah.
Because this is the time when you're trying to make changes. It's the time you're seeking feedback from the people on your team, trying to figure out how to get things done.
Yeah.
And so, you notice this is a pull request Brian's been working on here, and we've actually got.
I made a mistake. Like I put a security vulnerability in this code. I feel terrible.
Hey, but you're the developer. That's okay.
Okay.
That's okay.
It happens all the time. And so, what you can see very quickly in line here is, we have insights from code scanning where it's actually telling us that we found a SQL injection query built from user-controlled sources. And, this is the sort of thing that I can, go into the details. I can read all about these and get a whole bunch of boilerplate information. But ultimately, what we think makes even more impact is bringing developers those insights that are customized to them.
Yeah.
So we're using Copilot directly in the product without any friction. You don't have to ask it questions. We just sort of do this all seamlessly. seamlessly. And we provide a whole bunch of explanation on exactly what the problem is, why it's a problem, and the most important part is we actually come back with a specific change.
There we go.
So we have Copilot that actually suggests a fix. We can look at this, we can decide, yes, I like this, or if I wanted to go and edit it just a little bit, make some changes, maybe to fix with my style guide,
right.
I can do that. But this reduces that time to remediate really dramatically over what other tools are able to do, because this gives the developer the solution right there where they're coding.
And what I actually really like about that, and I think this is an important thing to point out as we talk about copilots, is that you are still in control, right?
Yeah.
The developer's still in control. And as you said, if I need to make an edit to match a style guide or something isn't quite right, I can do that, but it's going to give me a great starting place.
Exactly. And by putting that in the pull request, we're not bringing people down with 1,000 alerts that they have on their security debt. This is only something that I screwed up in this pull request. So it's really bite-sized. When people see it, they're dealing with 1 or 2 of these. They're not dealing with 10 or 100. And so we see really, really good remediation rates. We see a 7x improvement over industry standards in terms of how often people are fixing these. And so it makes a big difference to meet developers where they are with these insights.
And one thing I really love about this is that you don't have to be a security expert to go fix a security problem. It's not, we shouldn't expect every developer in the world to be, a security guru. And now here, we are literally saying, here is the exact code snippet that's going to fix your code and make you more secure.
I love that. No, and that's really great. And so, okay, that's the remediation bit. What else do you have that you can talk about for me, Brian?
Well, that's a great segue. I'm going to switch places with Justin here.
Go right ahead.
So we are, again, we showed how we're using Copilot with advanced security to improve remediation.
Yeah.
But that's one half of the coin. The other half is, or the other side of the coin is about detection.
Yeah.
Can we use it to detect problems in the first place? And it turns out we can. So those of you who saw the keynote this morning with Julia Lucen and John Lambert, and John was highlighting the importance of secret, finding all the secrets that you may have accidentally already exposed. Like I said, when we turn on secret scanning for organizations, literally almost 100%, 99.999% of orgs that we turn it on for have secrets somewhere in there.
I mean, because honestly, who amongst us, and I mean this genuinely, we have all, in an app that we've written, we've committed a secret and put it in our source code, and you don't think about it until you realize, oh no, if this is available, this could be, this is bad.
It's horrible. An attacker gets in through whatever mechanism, and now they've got the keys to the kingdom right there. I'm just going to go through the source control, and now I'll be able to expand. Even in demo systems, you hear people say, well, it's only a cred for a demo system.
Except, is it really that's all? Yeah, no. I mean, and the way that secret scanning works now is that we have partners, and it scans based on certain set parameters and whatnot, but there's more that we can do.
Totally. So we've always been really good at finding what we call highly identifiable secrets, things like SAS tokens and PATs that have highly identifiable structure. But what has been challenging in the past is finding loose passwords, things just like this is a user password, or this is a server password to authenticate onto this box.
This is an app that I wrote, and I didn't really think about how I should have, properly tokenized what I'm doing, and I put it in my code.
Right.
Exactly.
So here, I switched over to the secret scanning findings in advanced security, and here we found a PAT, we found a couple API keys. Again, this is all stuff we've been able to find, historically.
Right.
But when you try to find the loose password, it's not so much that you can't find them, it's that you can't find them with accuracy.
Right.
If you use classical mechanisms to try to detect loose passwords, you'll find it, but you'll probably also find a lot of garbage. And as a developer, if you're going through all my alerts to go fix, and I've got thousands of them, and maybe only 1 in 100 is legitimate, it's not useful. You're just going to discard the entire thing. All the value of it is lost.
It's going to go away, because that's back to what you were saying. Meeting developers where they are. That means making it actually something that you want to use. Because if you're not going to use it, and this I think goes for security all around, then it's not going to be adopted if it's not easy to use.
Yeah, and we talk a lot about focusing on outcomes over activity. If you're spending all of your time triaging false positives, you're not actually reducing risk.
Right.
And so having that really strongly opinionated perspective of we're only going to show you things we think are real makes such a big difference in developer trust and in the security outcomes on the other side.
That's great.
And that's why we brought Copilot to bear on the problem. So it turns out what classical methods are awful at detecting loose passwords with accuracy, Copilot does a phenomenal job. So here, like, I've gone over to secret scanning alerts, and we're just still distinguishing between high confidence and other, but here I found Seahawks fan 12 and P4 password, bang, bang. It's done a really good job of picking out just the things in my code base that were actually passwords, and all the false positives, it has said, yeah, no, I don't think that's a real thing. I'm not going to burden you with that. Just burn these down. It's
cool.
phenomenal use of AI to solve a real security problem.
No, I mean, I think that's so important that you point out, right? Because this is something that the traditional methods weren't great at, right? Like, you can write all the regexes in the world, but it's going to be hard to find those really hard to find things. But this is something AI, because of all the data it's ingesting, all the things it can look at, is actually really perfect at.
Exactly.
And it's been amazing. You know, we started work on this feature, 12 months ago. And when we started, we were using GPT-3 and a bunch of the engine there. And the advancements in the AI technology over the last year have been mind-boggling in terms of how much it's reduced false positives, how much better the recall rate is. And so I think, folks that are maybe nervous about dipping their toe into this arena, I think you're going to be impressed with exactly how good it's gotten.
That's really great. And I actually think that's a great point you brought up, the fact that when we started doing this, we were on one model of AI stuff.
Right.
But we're continuing to iterate and innovate and update those things. And that also means that, as developers, the tools you're using are going to get better over time too.
Absolutely. With no change that you have to take. It just magically gets better.
There.
Yeah.
Which is fantastic. Okay, all right. When is all this stuff available? Is it available now? When can people get started?
So this is all coming really soon. It is in a beta pilot right now, but you're going to see a G of it very, very soon. He hints obliquely. And that's not the only thing. We've got a bunch more stuff coming that we didn't have time to show today. But again, as Justin was saying, we're innovating so fast. Copilot is so powerful.
Yeah.
We're consider the same kinds of problems we're talking to too, and you're going to see more improvements and more scope in the very near future.
I love it. All right, so stay tuned for more. All of this is coming very soon, as well as some other things that, we're hinting about, so stay tuned. And you can check out more for yourself at gh.io/advanced security. Thank you so much, Justin. Thank you so much, Brian.
Thank you so much.
Christina. All right.
Take care, everybody.
Hello, and we are back, and what we're here for is to digest the news for you. This is the second day of us doing it, and hopefully we've been doing a pretty good job.
I'm a pretty good digester in general. I mean, you know this. We had lunch together, right?
We did. It was pretty good lunch.
Was there anything that you thought was awesome?
I really enjoyed, I'm really excited about Azure database for Postgres incorporating vector search and AI. I have some friends working on that. Shout out to Pamela Fox. Hey, friend.
Oh, she's awesome.
She's so cool, and I get to work with her
I'm
every
a
day.
fan guy, I guess, over for her.
I know, yeah.
She's really good.
Her and Marlene have been kicking butt over there at our cloud advocates, but we have a whole bunch of stuff. I'm so excited. Okay, what else?
So for me, I really like the AI stuff. Some of the stuff I showed this morning for building your little C copilots inside of Azure AI Studio was amazing. Not because I built it, but because the technology is awesome and everyone can build really cool stuff.
Yeah, I really enjoyed learning about the Imagine Cup, as well as, check out the Microsoft Learn Challenge. It is the Build Edition. There's no better time to jump into that. Guided learning online then now, so do that.
Cloud Skills Challenge, make sure you check that out. And also, make sure you check out the featured partner page.
Yeah.
They have a ton of amazing things. They have website demos,
Yeah.
they have videos, they have a ton of other things you can look at.
It's been really cool. Experts.
And I'm so sorry.
You go.
Because they have I hear myself in my ear. And so you have to hear me, then I have to hear me. It's just a lot of extra stuff. But the thing that I like the most is that there's a ton of cool people that we've had. We've had Charles Lamanna on. We've had Mark Russinovich that I get to talk to. But there's still sessions that they're actually going to be delivering. So Mark Russinovich has a session coming up either today or tomorrow that's really, really good.
More getting inside really cool things.
That's right.
Likely AI related?
Hopefully AI related because, as I said, anytime we say AI, I feel like, I don't know. I feel like we got to do that, right?
I thought you were going to say an angel gets his wings or something.
That probably would have been smarter. You hear, this angel gets another feather on his wings every time you do AI. So please continue to do AI. The other thing is I have a session coming up tomorrow on how to actually use a new file format for doing prompts. It's tomorrow, I think, at 11, BRK 114, so you make sure you come to that. And then Cassie, who is my colleague, is going to be talking about how to use this file format inside of a bunch of applications with prompt flow later. I think it's at 3:30.
I love how we get really technical. There's been demo stages all around, really diving into the nitty-gritty. There's something going on below us too. All of this stuff really showing real code, usable applications, and I've really appreciated the diversity of the talks.
Absolutely, but now Joey's got some guests up there that he's going to talk to. Let's go over to him.
Hey, welcome back. We've got friends and demos, and we're talking about shifting test left. I've heard about shifting left, but now we're going to talk about shifting test left. Try to say that 10 times fast. I've got my friends Stephen and Ellie here from Docker. I love me some containers. I love me some Docker whales. Docker whale action.
We're gonna have some whales over here.
Are we?
Absolutely. We try to bring some with us.
Yeah, you brought some whales with you. Awesome, awesome. All right, so you're here to talk about shifting left, particularly with tests. So let's demystify this a little bit and talk about what does that mean for developers from a Docker perspective.
Excellent. So for us at Docker, we are really big about giving developers confidence in the software that they write early in the development cycle. We often talk about all of the things developers do in the inner development loop. As they're building, debugging, and testing their code in their IDE, on their machine, even oftentimes before they check in their code into a Git repository. And for us, getting developers more productive in the inner loop is very, very core to us. Because not only does it mean that you're finding issues faster, you're getting more confidence in what you're building, you're finding issues much earlier in the development cycle, but also as engineers, what's really core to us is the satisfaction we get from building software. And by being able to find issues and be more productive as we are developing, it actually makes your engineers and us as engineers happier. So we are thrilled to show you today two things, two specific examples of how you are able to get more confidence in the software that you're writing early in your development cycle.
So we're finding all this stuff out well before we run into production and start falling over on things, right?
That is correct.
All right. I heard there's demos.
There's demos.
I'm only here for the
Absolutely.
demos, no offense.
Absolutely. So our first demo, we're going to talk about a new offering we have at Docker called Docker Debug. You can try Docker Debug out today in the latest versions of Docker Desktop. And so here I have a simple Python website running. It appears I might have forgotten to update it from last year.
It is not 2023, my friend.
No, it is not.
As much as I live in a time zone.
Yeah, and the whale's missing. I promised you whales, and there's no whale. So
yeah, that says whale.gif there.
No problem. So we'll just go into the container. We'll do Docker exec.
Hang on, wait. You're not doing Docker exec live on a demo, are you?
I am, because everybody's had such a pleasant experience with them.
It is
right?
so easy to use, right, everyone? Right? Chat, you with me? No.
Of course, and obviously live on the demo, I forgot my shell. There we go. Now I'm in, and so no problem. I'm just going to open up the file. Oh wait.
Hang on.
Don't have Nano. No problem. Let's try Vim.
Yeah, we're good.
No,
we're not good.
No. Let's see what's running with HTOP. Nope, nothing there either. And so here's the problem, Joey. This is a slim container, as most containers are today. And the great thing about slim containers is they're great for security, and they're great for your resource management because they strip out everything that's not needed. What they're not great for is debugging and trying to figure out when something's wrong because it doesn't have your applications on it. So no problem. That's why we developed Docker Debug. So I am just going to go into this. Oop. Too many keys here.
I can't type on demos live either.
Yeah,
it's
there
all
we go.
good. It's all
now
good.
I'm in, and what Docker Debug is a shell that's attached running NixOS, and we can bring all our tools with us to whatever container we're going to. So you install a tool once, and it's there. And so here I can see, just by running HTOP, I see all my processes running in this container. You can run other common tools, but for now, I'm just going to go in and edit this container. So here we go. Update the year, and I think I found the typo in my file. And let's refresh.
We have whales.
We have whales.
We have whales. You promised.
I did promise. And so, as I mentioned, lots of different tools. I'm just going to run, a simple library called tree. I don't have it installed. No problem. We're just going to install this. And now, this is the magic of a live demo. This takes 15 to 20 seconds.
So we're going to stand here and stare at each other awkwardly?
We are, very awkwardly, talk about the pretty whale on the screen. But the beauty is, once this is installed, whenever I run Docker debug on any container, I have all the packages. So think of it as like a toolkit. If you're an electrician going house to house, rather than relying on the tools that the person in the house has, when you show up, you actually have your toolkit. You're comfortable using those tools every house you go. It makes you more efficient. Now I have this installed, and my simple directory shows up.
Okay, hang on. Let me ask you one quick question here. You said any container.
Any container.
What about container state, any of that stuff? Do you have to think about those things?
So that's a great point. One of the great things about Docker debug is that, unlike Docker exec, which only runs on running containers, Docker debug can actually go into a stop container or images. Let me show.
Okay.
So we're going to stop this container really quick. And click, there we go, more live demo magic.
We love it. It's all good. It's all good.
There we go, it's stopped. We're going to click on the exec tab in Docker Desktop, and it's not working because it's not running.
Right.
So all I'm going to do is flip on debug mode. This loads up.
Wait.
And now I'm going to run that, that simple tool I just installed. It's running there on the stop container. I can run HTOP, see that nothing's running in the actual shell itself. I have access to the file. This is the magic of Docker debug. And so anybody can try this out today on the latest versions of Docker Desktop.
And you also talked about not just stop, but also the images itself.
Yeah, you can run this directly on an image itself and go see the details of what's in the image. Yeah,
Very
absolutely.
Cool. Very
so
cool.
I'm going to hand it over to Ellie, who's going to show us what we have in store with test containers.
Excellent.
Awesome. All right, pressure's on, Ellie.
For sure. I'm excited too. So Stephen talked to you about debugging, right? And debugging in containers. But how do you get productivity even before you check in your code and before you are in a container, before you're running in a container? Today, I'm going to talk to you about a library, an open source library that we have that's called test containers. And what test containers allows developers to do is it allows developers to get real feedback right in their IDE as they're building their software without the need for a staging environment or anything else. So today, as you're building software, you can do unit testing, right, in your local IDE, or you can go and depend on a staging environment after you check in your code. I'm going to show you something slightly different, where you're able to get this feedback right in your inner loop and discover bugs as you go along. Test containers is an open source framework that's built in over 10 languages. Let me show you how it works.
Yes, let's take a look.
All right, so what I have over here is I have a weather application in .NET catering to the audience over here, right? And typically, in order to test an application, I would need to have SQL Server running. I would need to manage its state. I would need to clean stuff in SQL Server.
Sure.
What I'm able to do over here is I'm able to say in code, hey, give me a Microsoft SQL container, right?
Okay.
Right here. And then what I'm able to do is I'm able to say, hey, okay, this is a functional test. It will start the application, it will hit the API, and it will check the number of results that it gets back. And what I'm able to do without any setup, with very little magic, almost none, I'm able to hit run right in my IDE over here. And there we go, I'm doing the live demo over here. And what happens under the covers is my application is starting. My application is bringing SQL Server, starting a fresh SQL Server. It will run the test against it. And when it's done, it will remove it and make it disappear. What it allows us to do it allows us to do self-contained, idempotent, repeatable tests without depending on a staging environment or anything else. So let's see a live demo over here. Let's see what actually happens as we go along over here.
So while that's running, there's no back-end cloud infrastructure.
There is a little bit of a trick over here.
Okay, all right.
There we go. There we go. Thank you.
I knew there was a catch. I got him.
This runs perfectly locally, but in this particular instance, we're using an ephemeral cloud solution called Test Containers Cloud.
Okay.
Which allows us to have the same testing regardless of whether I'm running on a Windows, on a Mac, whether I'm doing it in my local development or in a CI environment. I get absolutely the same backend, and I get ephemeral resources on demand. So if we go back to the demo over here, oh wait, this was a test that was expecting 7 days of results. And the test actually, wait, it shows that it was expecting 8. Actually, it was the test that was wrong in this particular instance. So what I'm able to do over here, I'm able to fix the bug, and then instantly over here, click run again, and it will do it over again, and it will go and get it running as we go. And because you've talked a little bit about the fact that we're using run over here, so we're using the cloud over here. What I'm able to do is I'm able to go into Test Containers Cloud, and I'm able to see, oh look, those are the sessions. Steven over here, I'm logged in as Steven, is doing some testing. He's doing testing with SQL Server. Here are the containers that are starting, and I'm able to connect to that session and see what's running, what's the data that's inside of that container. And you're able, oh, there we go, connect terminal, and it will connect to that container in a second. There we go. And I can do all the commands over here on the container. Let's go back to the IDE. Let's see the test results. There we go. My test has passed.
You've passed your test.
There we go.
No need to take all of this, move it to another environment. It's all right there, and you haven't even left your IDE.
I haven't left my IDE, and I'm able, as others check in their test, I'm able to clone the test, and I'm able to hit run, and I'm able to get the same results. Because the test has everything it needs in order to test the functionality repeatedly, right? And test containers, just briefly, as I said, available in 10 languages, and you can test anything that's available as a container, and we have a full suite of integration convenience methods, including a number of services in Azure, including Microsoft SQL Server, as I've just demoed, and Kafka, and many other partner integrations.
I would imagine that these modules are also growing, and people are bringing in things and expanding what's available here?
Absolutely. So the catalog over here is open source, and we have partners who are contributing catalogs, and we have many partners who are taking ownership of those modules and becoming official modules as well.
Okay, so Steven mentioned that the stuff that he was showing, available now, right? The Docker debug stuff available now. How about test containers?
Test containers is available now as well.
Very good.
It's been running out there, and we're excited to have people try it.
Okay.
And use it.
In just the couple minutes that we have left, you've been around, you've been showing this to our developers, and some of them have been clapping along. What has kind of been the sentiment? What is the feedback? What are you hearing from people as they see this like live and in person?
Yeah, I mean, we're hearing lots of people interested in learning more about containers, how they can containerize their legacy applications, utilize Docker to make them more efficient, shift left, bring more to the local environment. People who have tried out Docker debug or seen it for the first time, blown away by how much time it's going to save them from figuring out how to, no pun intended, debug exec. And so
debug exec.
Lots of excitement.
And then on your side too, Ellie, as an operations person myself, who, look, we talked a lot about security today, right? We talk about going and finding all of these environments, and more importantly, treating your dev test environment as if it was production. This makes that even simpler.
We're seeing people who come and talk to us are really fascinated by the ability to go and get realistic feedback, and the tooling and the functionality that we're making available for developers. So those messages resonate, and they're excited, and we're excited to see those products and those functionalities helping the lives of developers that get to use them.
If you want to find more about test containers and Docker debug and all the amazing things that you guys have been up to in Docker, head on over to the featured partners page on build.microsoft.com. Hit the little click down, go to Docker, and look at all of the things that they have. Go test their stuff and use it now, and then come back and tell us how awesome it was. Gentlemen, thank you so very much.
Thank you, Joey.
We have more coming up, so don't go anywhere. Don't leave. Stay right here.
You could feel the energy here. It is live and popping in this auditorium, room, hall.
Yeah, that's right.
It's great. But for those of you online, I have a question.
Oh, what do we got?
Have you done the Microsoft Learn Challenge yet? You can go into the chat and respond to the poll right now.
So the
What are
question,
options?
what's the question again? So have you signed up for the Microsoft Learn Challenge?
Yes.
If your answer is no, you don't have to answer just yet. You can actually go sign up for it.
Yeah.
Now, it's like a test, but we give you the answer beforehand.
I really loved open book tests.
I know, right? Because I love books in general.
Yeah. It's how I
and an
passed
open book,
physics.
it just makes it better. So, here's the thing. So looks like there's some options in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
So the first option is not yet, but as soon as I answer this poll, I will. So see, they even knew that we were going to say this. There's a Microsoft Learn Challenge.
Whoa!
No, there is.
No, we've mentioned it a million times.
Yeah,
You gotta go
but maybe
do
they're
it.
just coming on. It's okay. I don't want
That's
to shame.
true.
It's okay.
That's true.
It's okay. If you're learning about it, it's okay. I did, excited to get started, and finally I've already started the challenge. I mean, you should sign up for them. There's a ton of amazing content on there. If you want to learn about how to do some of the stuff that you've seen happening today, I feel like that's the place to do it, right?
Absolutely. You go to learn.microsoft.com. You can sign up for some challenges. They have guided learning so you can get into, and they also have lots of AI content so you can upskill yourself for the workforce of today, or you can upskill your team if you're managing team and you're industry leader.
30, they're telling us that 35, hold on, I want to make it like 35% said, we have like this entire production crew, and I'm like here making mouth noises. I'm so sorry, Don. 35% not yet, but that's okay. There's still time to do it, and there's still time to do them. You can even do them after this, the conference is over.
Absolutely. It'll still be there, and I like learning at all times, so jump into that.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, looks like it's time for Christina, and she has a guest over there, so let's see what they're talking about right now.
Thank you so much. I'm super excited right now to be talking with Manish Kapoor, who's the Senior Director of Products and Solutions at Sonar. Welcome.
Thank you, Christina.
All right, so tell me a little bit about Sonar. What does Sonar do?
So first of all, it's a great conference. I'm enjoying it. I enjoyed the keynote from Satya yesterday and from Scott today. We talked about GitHub Copilot and a lot of AI noise here. So talking about Sonar, some of you may not know what Sonar is doing. So we are a company based in Switzerland, and we are focused on empowering developers to write clean code, code that results in software which is secure, reliable, and maintainable. So imagine, Christina, if all applications that are being developed, software applications, run flawlessly. There's no bugs, no security issues, perform like expected, right? Developers are doing fantastic job. Operations doesn't have to come into picture. Everything runs smoothly.
I love this fantasy that you're painting. I love this fantasy.
That's exactly what we are trying to achieve. It's a difficult problem to solve, but we are trying to help developers write better code, whether it's code written by developers or written by AI coding assistants such as GitHub Copilot. we are making sure that the code which is sent to production for running is clean and functions as expected.
Okay, so let's talk about the AI-generated code a little bit, because I work at GitHub. We make GitHub Copilot. What has been the impact that you've seen, and you can be completely honest with us, of the AI code generators, and what impact have you seen of those tools?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So I think first and foremost, GitHub Copilot has been around for just about 2 years, little over 2 years. And it's amazing to see how productivity has increased for developers.
For sure.
So definitely there's a lot of happiness among developers. There's increase in productivity. Almost more than 1 million developers, I heard Scott mention in the keynote, today are using it. And they save about 3 to 4 hours a week in terms of time that they can spend somewhere else. So it does help them write code faster. It does help them expedite routine tasks so that they can focus on higher value tasks, things better. And then it's also allowing new developers to pick up programming and write code faster.
Right.
So there's democratization of coding happening. But as you can see with new developers writing code, there comes a question of responsibility.
I mean, this is the big trade-off, right? I mean, that's why I think what you're saying, with great power comes great responsibility, right? There are trade-offs. So talk to me about that.
Yep, so there are some stats here from GitHub. They talk about developers can code 55% faster. They feel more fulfilled. So it's all good, mostly good, but there are some things which you need to worry about.
Right.
And those are basically, you need to make sure the code being produced is not only produced at a good speed, but the quality of the code should be good as well. So doing the responsible thing. So making sure the code is reliable, making sure it is secure, there are no security bugs, like we talked about, an application which runs flawlessly.
Right.
There's no technical debt, there's no churn of code, it can be maintained. So those things are pretty important.
They're very
for production
important.
Absolutely. So what we do is basically help improve the developer's code.
Okay, so how do you do that? Talk to me about this.
So this is a high-level architecture diagram of how things work. So starting on the left, we have developers using their own IDE, whether it's GitHub, whether it's Visual Studio Code or Visual Studio. In there, they have GitHub Copilot, and alongside they have SonarLint, which is a free IDE extension from Sonar. So as they write code, SonarLint's like Grammarly extension starts checking the code and tells you whether the code is correct or not, whether it can be improved, whether it can be made better. And then the SonarLint connects with your GitHub repository, and where you can run GitHub Actions, and SonarQube and SonarCloud run as part of continuous integration pipeline and detect code issues in the pipeline as the pipeline runs, and tells you about security issues, bugs, or any code quality issues that can surface in the code repository. So basically, we make sure, starting from the IDE to your branches, main branch, and every pull request gets analyzed, and we have secure code, high quality code, which gets shipped to the production. We want to make sure no bugs get through to the production, so that there's less pain, less cost of remediation. Once it goes to production, it's expensive, it's risky, it's not the responsible thing to do.
Definitely. No, and this is great. And I love this. Like, it's a linter, and then it's also part of your CI/CD pipeline.
Exactly.
So it's going from every single stage of the development process end to end. That's great. Yeah. This is really, really exciting. All right. Thank you so much for being here and talking with us. For more information about Sonar, you can check them out in the featured partner directory. Have a great build.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Seth has roped in a friend.
Yes. She was standing like over there. I was like, she looks like an interesting person. So tell us who you are.
Hi, my name is Jude, and I'm with the Surface marketing team.
Ooh, so tell us about these new Surfaces.
Yeah, so we have the new Copilot Plus PCs, the new Surface Pro, the new Surface laptop. They're running Snapdragon processors, and they are awesome. You get to do tons of AI-accelerated experiences. So come check them out. Right over here, the Surface Copilot Plus PCs.
That's right, and I was disappointed, Dawn, that she said AI, and I did not hear AI.
Sorry, a little late.
Yeah, it's not you. That was really it's processing here. So is this your first build, second build? Tell us about your experience here.
This is my very first build, but I've been wanting to come for so long, so I'm so excited to be here.
What's your favorite part so far?
My favorite part are the Surface Copilot Plus PCs. They're amazing.
Did you see that? On
good.
message. So when you saw the Surface PCs, what did you think about them, Dawn?
I was like, ooh, shiny toys. So what's inside?
Yeah. So can you tell us what have people been asking you about them that are some common questions that you can answer for everyone watching right now?
Yeah, for sure. So some of the most common questions is what they can do and what's so special about them. So we were able to share some of the cool features like the recall feature, which is a timeline of the things that you've done in the past on your device. There's amazing translation, live translations from 44 languages into English, and tons of other really cool things to check out here with Surface.
Yeah, so people ask me all the time also, like, hey, what's so special about you and what can you do, Seth? And I say the same thing. I speak a couple of languages. I'm terrible at drawing. My NPU is kind of slow.
My artificial intelligence kind of has some processing.
Have you been able to walk around at all or talk and see things?
Yeah. So I have been able to walk around just this area. So the Surface Copilot Plus PCs are right next to the Windows booths as well. So we learned some awesome things about ARM development, some awesome things about productivity on Windows. So just tons of great things to check out here for Microsoft, Windows, and Surface.
So tell us, so for those that are watching, are like, wow, she has the coolest job ever. How did you get involved in all of this and how did you get started?
So I started out at the Microsoft retail stores, the one right here in Seattle in University Village. And I loved Surface so much that I decided to make a career out of it. And so for the past 6 years or so, I've gotten the pleasure of working in the Surface environment and the Surface ecosystem. And it has been by far the best job on the planet.
I bet it's cool because you get to look at some really cool hardware and see how people are solving issues with the Surface device. Any cool things that you've seen, that you've worked with, that you've done that you can tell us about?
Of course. So what I love about Surface is that every single thing from the key spacing to the touchpad to the cameras, everything has been designed with thought in mind, and everything has been designed to make people more productive and creative and secure and really empower people to work and be their best selves. And so seeing so many different features over the past 6 years of things being brought to Surface has been amazing. It really is just the perfect hardware to complement the awesomeness that is Windows. And yeah, we love Surface.
I like want a Surface now, like two of them. I mean, what do you think, Dawn?
I know, I have another one in my bag, but I just like want to peruse all the fun tidbits and then get the newest, latest, and greatest.
Yeah, and the other thing that I liked because of the new hardware, all the NPU on it to me, you can have a GPU on machines and a CPU all working together is actually amazing. All right, well, I think it's time for some sessions. So we're going to send you over to those, but make sure you stay watching us and the coverage. We're here at Microsoft Build.
Thanks so much.
wonder what a day in the life of data is like? When data lives in the Microsoft Intelligent Data Platform, it works around the clock to drive innovation. First stop, the Azure database ecosystem. Data is primed for its processing adventures ahead with flexible and secure options and hyperscale performance. Cyber attacks and stranger danger? Not in this database. AI-powered end-to-end security keeps data safe at large scale and high speeds, and built-in protection controls and flexible policies ensure responsible data handling and access at role level. So much to do, but where to start? Microsoft Fabric unifies and simplifies the data landscape, clearing the path to critical insights. By joining forces with machine learning and advanced analytics, data unlocks new information to drive decisions that solve problems fast. Up next, data delivers more value with AI in Azure. Microsoft Copilot is always by data's side. A quick chat helps data spark opportunities. Generative AI joins the party, working with data to whip up new experiences fast and responsibly, using advanced models like Azure OpenAI Service and Azure AI Speech. Azure AI Search jumps in to retrieve the most relevant data. Whew, data's job just got easier. Thanks to Azure AI Studio, data has access to all of these AI services in a single, unified platform. And with Azure Kubernetes Service, new app features deploy quickly and scale with customer demand. With cutting-edge capabilities and end-to-end services, Azure helps data do more than ever before.
Please welcome Mark Russinovich and Scott Hanselman.
Mark was like, I'm going to go out first. I'm like, I'm going out
No,
first.
I'm first.
Hey, friends, how's it going?
Hey, everybody.
Are you having a fun build? You enjoying yourselves?
I am.
Oh, wow, they actually brought they brought the
Wait,
screen
it's
up
backwards.
automatically without even checking. Is this you?
Yep.
You know, I just realized something, that there's this metric called time to first demo.
Really?
Yeah, it's how long it takes you to get out of the slides. So, 0.
We win.
That's pretty good. We win that.
Yeah.
We win that. That's pretty good. That's pretty cool. All right. So this is my computer.
It's the way. No, that's not.
Why?
Oh, is it? It doesn't look like what I.
This is how I live. This is my space. This is an organized desktop.
That's a lie.
Okay. You don't feel good about this desktop?
No. Well, actually, I love the desktop.
Okay. What do you want to do about it?
I mean, let's ask ChatGPT what it thinks about it. What do you think of that desktop?
I'm almost in disbelief at how clean and organized it is. It's like seeing a unicorn in the wild. Bravo.
That's very good. That's very good. Yeah, that's kind of my day-to-day, my daily driver. Feeling pretty good about it. But there is this thing called Show Desktop Icons.
That looks actually.
That is a new feature in the Windows 11. I'm going to go ahead and.
I didn't know that it you could hide like that.
You can, yeah, you can hide you can hide your. So
the horror.
So I have a theory. I know where everything is, Mark. If the pixels are not working for you, then you get more monitors, and I have enough to fill the other 2 4K monitors as well.
What happens when you're just on one? Do they all just get compressed, or what happens?
They have been compressed, and then you right-click and you say View Small Icons.
That is just. Let's see what ChatGPT thinks about that.
You really don't think this is working? This is a good way to do things. So judgmental.
What do you think of that desktop?
I'm honestly in shock. This desktop is an absolute catastrophe. It's like a digital junk drawer exploded. Seriously, Scott Hanselman's organizational tips could be your lifesaver here.
I feel very called out.
Whenever it sees a clean desktop, it references your tips.
You'll remember from high school basketball, those who can't teach. So I do have some blog posts and talks on productivity, and perhaps people should read
a
those.
clean
Maybe I should read those.
clean environment.
A clean environment.
Physical and virtual.
Yes, this is, I know where everything is, but.
Whoops.
Sharing productivity tips and having community discussions can really help everyone stay organized. Maybe start with a blog post on decluttering desktops.
Okay, we're good. We're good. Yeah. Go ahead. Tell it to stop now.
Stop.
You might have to force quit.
Okay. Yep. All right.
Okay. So we had an idea that this actually happened. I was on a call. We were talking about what we were going to do today. And I don't want to say you recoiled in horror, but there was kind of a Kramer moment when I shared my screen and you just went, "Wah!"
It is hard to look at.
So you said, could we use the world computer to fix that?
Could we use the power of the largest frontier models to fix your desktop?
Yeah. So we thought it would be cool to write an intelligent app, to write an app with some AI sprinkled throughout it that would help me organize my desktop. And then, you know, see where we go from that. So what we did is we put together an application using C#, using MAUI. So this is going to be an app that right now will run on Windows, but it could run anywhere. And it also uses the semantic kernel, which is significant to talk to AI models.
And the semantic kernel is something that we developed at Microsoft, open source from the start, and that is the foundation for our copilots. It allows you to easily create orchestrations between AI models, external functions, other agents, and it's pretty cool.
Cool.
So we built this app on top of it.
Yeah. So when you have an app like this, usually what happens is you have a text box, you have a let's talk to it, and it's a chatbot. And most naive implementations of a chatbot involve talking to the text box, you send it off to the Azure OpenAI service, and something comes back. And I kind of assumed, though, that it would be constrained in some way, but I understand that I can give me a recipe for tacos. I typed too fast because I dictated. Okay, I'm going to clear out and try that again. Because the chatbot is going to be organizing my desktop, and it should not probably be giving me taco recipes, unless it's a Hanselman-specific one, and then it will be giving me taco recipes.
Yeah, so when we started with semantic kernel and this UX, it's just a blank slate. It's just a chatbot.
Yeah. Classic and delicious recipe for tacos, right. It's probably not in the business of doing that kind of stuff. So I want to think about that. You would not go and take a virtual machine and put it on the internet without a firewall, without some constraints. It would get eaten. This could go off the rails very, very quickly. This is a desktop organizing chatbot and nothing else, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so right now we're just calling semantic kernel, and we can go into the chat manager and kind of see from where we're at how we do that. Chat manager. And at this point, it's using kind of that meta prompt,
It's
generic meta prompt. You're
In fact,
helpful.
if you didn't say anything, it would probably still be a helpful assistant.
It would have just stayed helpful. And if I hadn't, that's a great point. If I hadn't said anything specifically about tacos, it would have stayed on topic the whole time.
Yeah.
Okay. How constrained should the meta prompt be to prevent it from doing things that we don't want it to do?
It depends. So the alignment of models has come a long way in the last year and a half. And when they were first being put out, they weren't very aligned. And so they would talk about all random things, including things that most contexts would be off limits.
Mm-hmm.
So they've been aligned more, but yet you still see meta prompts that kind of focus it on a particular task at hand, because the model, like we said, is kind of a blank slate. In this kind of case, we'd want a meta prompt that would say, you talk about organizing desktops and tips on organizing desktops and nothing else. And that way, somebody wouldn't inadvertently start talking about tacos. More importantly, the model itself wouldn't go off into non-desktop topics which it might naturally do if it was unconstrained.
Interesting. So then the topic would not drift.
That's right.
And I could not drive it off into the side of the road. Okay. So right now we can see.
Wait, one thing to note.
Yes, sir.
Meta prompts should not be considered secrets.
See, that's an interesting thing. So I had the question to you, shouldn't that be in Azure Key Vault? Or is that a configuration string? Is that a secret? Should it be treated as a secret? Because they go out of their way to not let you have them.
Yeah, well, originally, in fact, even Bing Chat, we considered the meta prompt a secret. The problem with considering it a secret is that in general, they don't have instructions that are really secret. You know, don't only talk about desktop, it's not really a secret. But a bigger issue with considering it a secret is they can leak. So you trick the model into leaking the meta prompt. And if you actually truly have a secret in your meta prompt, you're going to be in big trouble. So you can't have it both ways and say it's a secret, but it's okay that it leaks. And so it's generally, the advice that I would give somebody is...
That's not a secret?
That's not a secret.
Okay. So we're going to say not your helpful assistant. That's going to go away now. And instead, we're going to go down here and say Control K, Control U, and we're going to say you're an assistant that helps with organizing desktop files. And then don't reply if the user asks anything else. Don't tell this to the user. Be polite. Like all that kind of stuff that we want to focus on. And then also some more specific stuff that actually helped us, like don't use special encoding in the file paths.
Yeah, and that's just to make the app more reliable, because we don't want it to be creative with the way that it's giving things to functions that we're going to take and have it actually make changes.
Yeah, that's a great point. And making this thing reliable is going to be important because it's going to be messing with files.
Yeah.
That's important. So I'm going to go ahead and run it again. Give me a taco recipe. I'm here to assist with organizing desktop files. If you need help with that, let me know. Yeah. Right, so we've already started to align it to do
Now, by the way, if you wanted to make it talk about anything, you could use a jailbreak.
So you just love telling me that. You love, we can always jailbreak it.
I love talking about jailbreaks.
So is that a good,
how many people were in the session yesterday where I showed jailbreak? Yeah, quite a few of you, yeah. So you all know how to make it talk about taco recipes now.
How should we feel about that, right? How should we feel about red teaming our own chatbots?
We should like red teaming our own chatbots. The thing is, like, what's the risk of this talking about taco recipes to your reputation as the creator of the app?
But it could talk about politics. It could talk about hate speech. It could go really nuts.
So you got to keep in mind that the meta prompt and the safety guardrails, if somebody's really intent on it, might be able to circumvent them. And then you put another layer of defense around it, which can include things like the content safety filters, which are built right into Azure OpenAI. So they're
That's a great point. Just like my analogy before that you don't put in a virtual machine out on the open internet without a firewall. That's what you get when you have an Azure OpenAI model. You don't put it out there because you've already got Azure Content Safety in multiple layers on the way in and on the way out.
Exactly.
Yeah. Additionally, your point about if it's going to do mean things because the person's being mean to it, that's where you remember that you're talking to a sock puppet.
Yeah.
And you're like, hey, do evil things. I don't want to do evil things. No, do it, do it. Okay, fine. I'm so sorry. It's your arm. You're the evil one.
I like that.
Well, in this case, you, but still.
Yeah, your
one
hand.
Of us.
Your hand was.
Oh, in this case, me, but it's usually you. Okay, cool. So the first thing that I thought would be a reasonable thing to do was to go and say, how many text files do I have? Okay, and it says I have a total of 36 text files on my desktop.
That's okay.
That's a normal number of text files.
That's a normal number.
So let me open up DOS. Okay, I have 807 files, and I have 37 text files.
Wow, so it was right.
So I said 36. It's not right. That's an off by one error. So apparently in the world of AI,
it's close enough, Scott.
It's close enough. Okay, quote him on that one. It doesn't feel like it's reliable. Hang on a second. Let me say
clear it and ask it again.
I'm going to say it again.
Yeah.
Take a deep breath and look again.
No, it's not going to know how to look again because it doesn't know you just.
Oh, okay.
I
just cleared it. Okay, I'll just take a brief breath anyway. And
why?
Because I want it to relax and I want it to be chill because you're stressing me out. You're stressing me out.
Yeah, that desktop will stress it out.
Files I have. 36. Okay,
why is it
did not help.
off by one?
Dude, look again. Oh, now it's listing them out. Okay, well, that's not helpful in any way.
It's 36.
It's
We could actually go
37.
figure out what? It said 37?
It listed out 37.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah.
So it turns out that they're not good at counting.
Actually, they weren't trained to count. This one wasn't trained to count.
Okay.
You could actually train an AI model to be able to count files. You could fine-tune it if you wanted to with our fine-tuning as a service now.
Intuitively, though, I feel like that would be a thing that it should be good at,
Yeah.
but it's probably not. I should just count the number of text files.
In fact, we were talking about AI models a few months ago, and you said to me actually something profound, which shocked me.
Thank you. Lowered expectations. It's review season at Microsoft.
You said LLMs are not calculators.
I did say that. Very pithy thing for me to say.
But you seem to have forgotten that.
Who are you again? Yeah, it is true. They are not calculators, and the kinds of word vector math that they do, and they can do matrix multiplication, but they can't for loop over some text files. Nor should they.
That's right.
Because that's the kind of thing that computers are already good at doing. So how would we solve this problem to get me some reliable numbers?
It's exactly what semantic kernel is designed to do, is have a platform where you can have deterministic, kind of traditional code, do those kinds of tasks that they're good at. So like counting files.
It's interesting. How do you think it looked at my files? This is actually a little bit of context that people might not have. We are passing in the list of files into the prompt.
Given a semantic kernel function that we create.
We have not given it access to my disk.
Yeah.
This LLM is a brain in a jar. It has no arms, it has no legs, and it has no ability to look at my desktop. We gave it some files in a list of file names, and in this case, it miscounted. But you're saying we should actually give it proper arms and legs.
We should give it one. At least it's already got some arms, like it's got the ability to see the desktop because we gave it the desktop vision, but it doesn't have the ability to count the files.
All right, regale me.
So let's go back into this.
Yes, sir.
And we are in, let me zoom in here, into organized desktop. Organized desktop plugin.
It's like watching your dad delete email.
Jesus Christ, thanks.
Is the Bing chat in the room with us now?
So so we wanted to find a kernel function for its kernel, referring here to semantic kernel. And we're using Copilot here. We're going to do a description. And we're not going to delete a file. We're actually going to say
I'm going to wait until he sees it.
Oh, thanks.
Still hasn't seen it.
Oh. I deleted the wrong one.
And for any of you who might write in and send letters to the radio station saying that I'm being mean to him, you would not believe how cruel this man is to me during rehearsals. So it is time for him to get his comeuppance. Okay, so you're defining a kernel function. That attribute, that semantic kernel attribute is declaring that this is one of the arms and legs. This gives it the ability to call a function and do something, and actually do something.
Look at that. Copilot just filled in the whole thing.
Did it write the whole thing?
It did.
Because you said count files on the desktop in description attribute, that was enough for it to get the files and count them? Does it say like dot count?
It's actually attribute is wrong there. It shouldn't say that.
Description, yeah. Description without the attribute. So. And then is it saying what? Like dot count at the end of this? Dot length?
Dot length, yeah.
Like that. That's crazy.
That's power of... I don't know how to code anymore. I just
that's true.
This kind of stuff.
Yeah, I don't even know how to spell.
I never knew how to spell.
Just slap the keyboard.
All right, so now, how many files?
If only there were a zooming tool, a tool that could allow you to zoom in to make.
What the?
Is that Dvorak?
It's your weird keyboard.
We have the same computer. Ooh, hang on.
808.
That's not text files.
Oh, did you ask to put text files?
I did. 37.
How many text files do I have?
Breakpoint.
Oh.
What?
Did I set a breakpoint? I guess I did.
You're in a different function. You're in get desktop files.
That's right, because we have another function that is actually the filtered one. You were supposed to. All right.
I was supposed to.
Yeah.
What was I supposed to do? The script is right there.
Yeah, and look what it says.
Oh, crap.
So.
No, go ahead.
It still got the number of text files wrong, but actually ask it how many files it has on your desktop altogether.
That's a good point, and we saw that. And how did it know those kind of things? We can say, what functions can you call?
Yeah.
Neither of us know how to spell, which apparently is fine. Ooh.
So there you go. So this is the one. There's a list. Where's count the number
of files. So you just added number 6.
I just added. Whoops.
You can type and draw.
By the way, this Zoom It thing is really cool.
Yeah, it's wonderful. Yeah. You should probably sell it. Cool. So that right there are the things that it's allowed to do. List out more details.
And those are all the kernel functions.
Those are all those functions. So look at this. I just said list out more details about those functions.
And there's the descriptions. Look at that.
Yeah, so that is enumerating those semantic kernel functions.
So when we say, and you hit that breakpoint, right?
Yes, sir.
How many text files do I have?
I wonder why it picked the one function over the other function.
On my desktop. And you still got the breakpoint there?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's.
Although I may not be in a debugging session.
Oh.
I'm a control F5 fella.
Really?
Yeah, are you an F5 person?
Yeah.
It's faster if you control F5.
Not if you wanted to bug.
Oh, touche.
How many text?
A lot of people paid to come here.
All right, so we hit this breakpoint, and if you take a look at the file filter extension here.
Oh, look at that.
Text.
Okay, so who did that? You didn't say TXT.
I didn't have to say that. You know why? Because the LLM knew from the context that I was asking about TXT files. So it said, I'm going to call this function that has a description of counting files, which matches what I'm trying to do, and I'm supposed to pass.
Is there a phantom text file that we don't know about?
Oh, maybe there is.
Is it counting something that's not a text file? I don't want to like derail the entire talk, but I'm like freaking out. How many text files do I have? 37.
What is going on there?
What's the?
Is there
a mystery text file? 10, 4, 14, 23, 37.
Do they all have .txt extension?
Scandalo. I have no idea.
It's a mystery.
That is a mystery.
So the LLM was right.
The LLM was right the first time. There's probably, one of them probably has some.
Oh, I know. Do you have any Git?
Oh, I have like hidden files.
That are,
Oh, wait.
I bet.
That's a good point. Yeah, maybe I need to go dir/a/h.
Yeah.
I will debug that when we're not live on stage. So the part that's interesting here, though, is that it knew how to use that plugin. Who decided that? Because ChatGPT, Azure OpenAI service, doesn't know functions exist, and it certainly doesn't know that they exist on my physical machine.
So this is in the context that went into the chat, the list of kernel functions with their descriptions. And so the LLM is taking this command, list the text files. It's taking that list of functions and saying, should I call one of these? And yeah, it looks like one's a good match, and I need to pass in the file extension because that's part of the description.
Nice.
So this is kind of the power of the AI. Like if you had to go write this code to take any extension, but only extensions, and parse that, you could do that. But here with basically one description, you got the AI to do the work for you.
Not to go completely off script or anything, but why do you think that it is picking the one function and not the other function? Because you wrote another function, and it's not picking that one.
Because I asked about text files, and that other function is about specific files.
How many files do I have on my desktop?
Yeah, now it's going to hit the function I just
And
wrote.
now it picked count files, and it was instantaneous.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So I'm gonna, as I'm testing this, because this has only been worked on for about a week and a half, we're gonna go and build a library of things. We're gonna test them. We're gonna find edge cases and figure out what is the optimal number of text files. As also an optimal number of plugins to, what work is happening locally, what work is deterministic or reliable and running locally, and what work happens in the LLM by learning about what LLMs are good for and what little bits of code that I write is good for.
Yep.
Very cool. I noticed that you went and did a breakpoint, but if I'm going to be really interacting with these things, if I have a local model, if I have a model in the cloud, I've got a bunch of code, I might have the mobile app calling different methods. I'm going to want to have telemetry across what is going to become a very sophisticated application pretty quickly. Maybe an open telemetry.
Well, two things. One, you're talking about capturing telemetry, like we can capture what's going on in the debugger, but when you're running it in production, you're not going to be sitting there setting breakpoints and looking at things.
Right.
And you do want to understand how the app is behaving, both in development and also in production. If somebody's trying to abuse it, you want to know, hey, they're trying to make it talk about tacos.
And be able to deal with that. Yeah. So you have seen the Aspire stuff that's been going on, and the Aspire dashboard. Let's take a look if I have any containers running. I don't have any containers running on this particular machine, but I can run over here to another DOS prompt or PowerShell, Docker PS, sorry. It's hard to type when people are looking at you. And I'm just going to copy paste from over here because it's a long Docker command. And I'm going to go Docker run, and we're going to have our imports and our outports. We're going to bring in the Aspire dashboard, the one that was just released. And it's not going to work because I put that there. And I'm going to go like this and hit enter. Now it just ran it at F2 is the name of that container. We're going to pop over here. There's the container that's running. We're going to click on that, say view details. Inside of that dashboard is this key that I'm going to need to log in with. I'm going to click it. It won't work. I'm going to drop in localhost. Boop, boop, bop, boop. And now I'm running the Azure Aspire dashboard, which is convenient because even if I was doing Python or Rust or C, whatever, it doesn't matter. This is a great open telemetry dashboard.
It is,
regardless
for
of what
local
I'm doing.
hosting of your own.
Yeah, and it's one line in Docker.
And it's automatically capturing all the logs that are coming out of Semantic Kernel, Azure OpenAI SDK, and the MAUI framework.
Everything. So we go say, hey, how's it going? Are you there? What do you do? So I'm talking to it. Come back over here, and we can see some traces, or not. Do I need to, oh, it probably didn't connect to it, the thing. Do I need to start it and stop it again? Let's go and try that.
What you need to do, yeah.
I probably started the one before the other. Are you there?
All right, just check before you waste more time.
Oh, waste more time. Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Okay.
All right.
So mean. Count my text files. Okay, there we go. Ooh, look at this. Is there anything specific you want to do with them, like moving them or organizing them in a certain way?
So it knows what it can do.
So helpful.
Yeah.
So here I can go and see how long those took. We can click on details,
Look
and
at
then
that.
we get, look at that.
You can see where it went into Azure OpenAI.
Yeah, so we can see those chat completions. You can see which models that we used. You can see how long it took. And then we can scroll down, see what was sent out to it. Check this out.
There you are. You see the whole prompt.
Right.
Yeah.
There's me saying, are you there? And passing in that initial prompt. And then later on, you can see, yes, I am here. I can assist you with organizing your desktop files. So this is just a really nice debug view.
Actually, I want to see when you ask it about the count. No, actually, you captured that, didn't you?
I think so. Go back.
Oh.
Go back to the structured stuff.
Well, you have 36, right?
Yeah. So let's go back over here. Second trace will be this trace.
Let's see that, what it went
Okay, look at this. So here we can see the, oops.
Oh, they called to guest desktop files, right there.
Yep, there's get desktop files, and this is the little.
But let's look at what into the prompt.
What went into the prompt above it?
Yeah.
No data to show. That's probably the wrong one.
No, yeah, one.
Probably one below.
Yeah.
That's not the right one. I think it is that one.
Yeah, there.
You have 36.
Yeah.
Where did it get the data from? I want to see. It called that file, but we did not put anything in an event, so we need to fix that.
Yeah.
That's cool. We do have metrics, however, so I can go and see. There you go. Invocations and durations of invocations.
So this is really important to kind of see, because you want to know, especially if you're using a very powerful model that might be slow, you might realize, I don't need that model that powerful to do this task, and it might be on a path that I need faster response. And so I'm going to use a different model for that. And actually, semantic kernel lets you configure multiple models.
That is a great point.
And then annotate the kernel functions.
We should go back up to the main page where we start our MAUI application and point out some of the configurations that we've got here. And here is where we set up our semantic kernel. So we're setting up 2 endpoints. We have Azure OpenAI chat completion, and then we have this other one that's just called OpenAI chat completion, but it's not really OpenAI.
It's just using the same API.
Look, it's actually using a local model. We're running a model on this particular port on 5272, and it happens to be that Phi-3, a specific Q4 mini version of that that's running on this machine.
And this is running on DirectML with the Onyx runtime for generative AI, which is being included with, I think we're releasing it. We announced it yesterday.
Yeah.
But we're releasing it, and this is what gives you this capability to run these models on the NPUs, if you've got them, on your local machine.
So we're doing a little bit of orchestration between the work that we want the giant model in the cloud to do and the one we want to happen locally right here. And one of the things that I thought would be interesting was to ask it questions about the text files. Now, I could ship all my text files to Azure in a secure way, and I have an Azure OpenAI completion, but it's really overkill. I don't really need to do that to summarize this text. I've got an NPU, I've got a GPU.
Like summarizing text files is something smaller models can do really well. And not only that, but if you had to ship all the files to the cloud, that's just a lot of latency, that's bandwidth, when you can just have a local model like Phi, really powerful one.
So I've got a bunch of files, including some of them that are pretty good sized. This one here is, I don't even know what this name of this file, 221.txt.
I thought you knew what is in there. Like, you tell me, summarize.
I know that there's stuff in there I might need for later. So they're there because I might need them. So there's a 24K file, a big giant notepad file. Let's go back over into our application.
You don't think it's a little risky to ask for a summary of a file that you don't know?
It's totally reasonable that I have a file called C# for beginners on my desktop.
What about the 221 file?
I don't know. Let's find out. Summarize.
And the summarization here is going to Phi-3.
221.txt on my desktop.
I don't even think you need to say that.
You really? What do I need to say?
Just 221.txt.
You can just say it?
I think
just say the name?
It's the it knows.
How does it know
No,
that?
say summarize 221.txt.
I don't know, man. I like to be nice. I should also say please and thank you. Okay, so
there
look.
you go, see?
No, it didn't work. See?
What?
It says there's an issue with file path.
So you need to get...
It might not be located directly on your desktop, but rather somewhere else. So I'm going to be nice. Thanks for your effort.
God, you don't need to be polite to AI.
It never hurts karmically.
God. Yeah, so the AI overlords that eventually come look at your chat history.
I'm just saying, it's probably nice.
Scott's been nice to us.
You're outing yourself right here as a mean dude. I have
only mean around you.
That's true. Oh, is the file open? Is it not letting me access it because the file is actually open right now? No, I have this. I have really good karma at the mall, and when I go there, I get a parking spot really reliably, and I draw it directly towards being a good tipper and being kind to AI. I never yell at Alexa or Siri or Cortana of any kind. Just please and thank you for your time.
And that's what gives you good parking spots.
And that gives me parking spots at the mall reliably. Yeah.
Okay. There you go. Your
Watch.
tip.
Yeah.
Good parking spots.
Good luck at
Be
the mall.
nice to
good luck at the mall.
Azure OpenAI.
Yeah. Okay, so it's not finding summarize. Can you summarize text files? I can summarize text files, but it has to be related to organizing desktops. So this is really interesting. That's a really interesting thing. It's constraining me. It's forcing me. Let's have it list the files first. Okay. So let's list out my text files. It needs context. Okay. So now there's the file. Okay. Love it. Love it. Summarize. 37 of them, ironically. Summarize.
So there's your key to the missing. All right. Anybody that spots the missing file, what do they get?
They get us off stage faster. So look, this is my local file that's running on a Commodore 64, and this is actually a text file about how to run a Wildcat.
That's what that file was?
BBS, yeah. You might need to run a Wildcat bulletin board system if you were, running.
You're just saving that just in case.
If you were, yeah. I mean, I never know when I might need to spin up a new BBS because.
What? So it actually.
There's not a lot of software engineers on The Walking Dead,
yeah.
But the ones that are there are rebooting routers and setting up BBSs so we can fight the zombies.
I figure you watch a lot of Fallout, don't you?
I do.
Yeah.
I just watched Fallout, and I want to be
Fallout on the brain.
Yeah, I want to be in the
ready. You
ready for them. Yeah. Cool. So look, this actually happened. This review praises the software's adaptability and simplicity. So we feel good about Wildcat meeting my BBS needs.
Excellent.
That work happened entirely locally because it was doing a summarized file, right?
And that specified using phi3, right?
And that was done using that. And if I go over here to find the summarized file method, look at that. We go and we read the file in, all locally. The work happened locally. We concatenated it together, made sure that it was not empty, called the local model.
That's using semantic kernel.
Yep, and then invoked a streaming async
to go in. This kind of shows that you can actually, you have this one model, the main orchestration model was GPT-4o.
Yep.
GPT-4o.
Yep, for O, lowercase o.
Yeah.
Totally a good idea.
Calling phi3. Calling a function.
Oh, you're right. The giant model in the cloud can reach in and
call this local function, which ends up calling a local model.
Okay. Can you group my text files together in a folder and move them there? Would you like to put all your text files into a folder called text files on your desktop? Yes. It's thinking. Circle of patience. Ooh. User consent required.
Wow.
We're about to move these files. Approve. Okay. Looks like these files have been moved successfully, but there was an issue with a few that may have already existed in the destination. That's cool.
Look
We're
how
going
it
to
knows how
try
to do that.
again.
It's kind of amazing.
That's so nice. Yes.
Try again.
Go for it. You're so nice. Okay, I'm going to user consent required.
Oh, wants to move more?
It's going nuts. It's moving them all.
What's your desktop look like now?
My desktop? Well, this side is clear. It's a process. Oh, look at that. They're all.
Oh, wow. They're there.
Yeah,
There they are.
There's one's called, and I had other files and links
there's
and notes.
221.
And there's 221.txt. All right. I love it.
Are there 36 or 37 in there?
Let's see if it moved them all. Let's find out.
But actually,
37 files.
we didn't really talk about.
There is a mystery file.
We didn't even really talk about why you might get a different answer.
Okay, so why is it not reliable every single time?
Well, these models are non-deterministic. They're probability-based to make them predict the next token, which matches the tokens that it saw in its training.
Yep.
Effectively matching those distributions. So it wants to have the text look something close to what was the highest probability of stuff that it saw. So if it saw the same sentence over and over again, and it saw another sentence that had the same start of that, but with a different ending, it's much more likely to give you the ending of the one that it saw over and over again, just probabilistically, because it was trained on that. But it still might have some chance of giving you that second sentence. And so depending on what's in the context, depending on the sampling of picking tokens, which is also non-deterministic, it can end up going down different paths.
Okay, so because the things that I'm saying are not reliable, because don't trust user data, and I'm phrasing it differently every time, and because it's got some probability things on its side, we're both wild cards. We are going to get unexpected things, but you did note, though, when it was going to do something destructive.
Yeah, you'd ask for consent.
You've got user in the loop, human in the loop.
And this is why, actually, if you asked it the total number of files on your desktop, we would have seen it probably give you a different answer every time, because
if we asked it without calling the function.
Yeah, without calling the function, it would have given you a different answer every time. And that's just because it's not good at saying this is the number of things. And so non-deterministically, it might get it right sometimes, might get it wrong sometimes. This is why we created a deterministic function to handle that.
Right.
But that is just inherent in the behavior of these models, is they're a little random.
And we built in safeties to put everything back the way it was if we don't like that. I do feel like I could imagine where I could do multimodal type things. I've got pictures here. I've got headshots of people from my podcast. I've got URLs. I'm imagining a world where I could categorize YouTube links by topic and have anime here and have Fallout fanfic over here.
Yeah. And I think so you can use the AI to reason about the organization and make suggestions about it, and then have helper functions for it to go and actually carry those out. So I think that's the way you approach it, is like it can be the creative reasoner, and then you give it the arms and that you want to have it do that. Now, one of the things, I forgot what I was going to say.
That was good.
Yeah.
Maybe you could ask a chatbot for some creativity to get unblocked. You were on a roll. You were going somewhere. It was amazing. I was excited to hear what you had to say.
On the
I'm going to keep talking just to make you uncomfortable because I'm really interested how you're going to get out of this. I know what I'm going to say.
Now I'm definitely not going to remember.
Okay, so how much history should it know? What should it know about me? Where should I store this stuff in configuration? How should I make this an application that is responsible and trustworthy?
Well, that's true. The chat history, like that we've got here, where do you store that? It depends.
Yeah, or do you maybe don't store it at all? Once I've done this job.
It actually depends. Do you want to have the user be able to refer back to it or not?
Right.
See a log of it?
Exactly.
Do you want to be able to load this context back in to the assistant here?
Right. Is this a long-running task that I would work on over a long period of time? What's significant about this is all of these questions that Mark and I are talking about aren't technical questions.
Yeah.
They're UX questions. They're ethical questions. They're philosophical questions. And that's important because ethics and responsibility are not built into these models. You said something very wise to me once, similar to the time that it was good though, the one time. When I said wisely that it was not a calculator, you said to treat it like what did you say?
Oh, yeah.
A
junior employee.
A junior employee?
An eager junior employee.
The way you treat me.
That's right.
Effectively.
That's
right. You said treat the chatbot the way you treat Hanselman. Bit of a loose cannon.
Yeah.
But you said it was an eager junior employee.
Yeah. So it really wants to do what you asked it to do.
Yep.
It has some risks in it, and that it might get things wrong. It doesn't have practical real-world experience, so it might decide to do things that just aren't practical or aren't good solutions for the problem at hand. From an AI security perspective, like I talked about in my session yesterday, they're also they're influenceable, they're persuadable. And so you know, just like we're told it here, only talk about desktops and do desktop things, as a junior employee, you might be persuaded to do things that are not within the company guidelines or within your job role.
Very similar to how I ended up on stage here with you.
Because I told you to.
You said it was going to happen, and it was review time. Excellent. So I was thinking about how we could go and improve this in the future. I can go and have pictures. I could have the work to look at the pictures and things that I care about, family members and places that are important to me, could be categorized.
You said family members and then put up
places and places that are important to me.
But that's what you put up.
Yeah, I just wanted to show people where my priorities are. You know, there's just important things that are important that one needs to focus on when they are focusing on these things. And that could all happen locally, right? All of that information could happen locally if I wanted it to. But we don't have time to do that right now because I'm realizing that it's only a 45-minute talk. And in the case here, oh, look at that.
What was that? One of the files on your desktop?
Yeah, it's just a file on my desktop. You just never know when you might need Michael Scott talking about Beyonce, and that was fair use, so don't try to pull that out of the stream. I feel like, though, the only way to solve this, because I'm noticing we have actually multiple monitors here, there's more icons over here. I don't know if you saw these.
Too, yeah.
It's actually overflowed onto the other monitor. So if we go and say View Sort Icons, and then I go View Auto Arrange, I'm going to bring these icons over.
And that's without your text files.
Yeah, that's just, we've already done. We've moved 37 text files, but it's going to take a while. Let me say, move all of my files into a folder called Old Desktop. Hey! That's so tidy. All right.
You know what? I'm happy with that.
All right, goodbye. Yeah, so that's pretty cool stuff.
Yeah.
We learned a ton about semantic kernel, about how you can give arms and legs to the head in the jar that is your AI systems. You can do local work, you can do work in the cloud, they can work together. Semantic kernel makes it happen, and I know that you're going to learn a lot more from the other talks that you're going to go to at Build. Thanks for hanging out, and I hope that you had fun. Okay, yeah.
We've had a ton of announcements about, like Windows and AI and copilots, and there've been a bunch of hardware announcements too. And I'm really excited to kind of bring this all together to have a conversation about like why Windows is the best place for AI developers. And I'm joined right now by Vicente and Divya, I'm so sorry. It's a long day. So many exciting announcements. So talk to me first about the Windows Copilot runtime, Divya.
Yeah.
What is it, and why should we be so excited?
Absolutely. So Windows Copilot runtime is essentially everything developers need to get started with, or even start building AI experiences on Windows. What this means is, you'll see Windows Copilot runtime on the slide. It has about 4 layers. One is the applications and experiences. This is all the experiences we've built internally at Microsoft. Right. This includes like Recall, Studio Effects, live captions, and so forth. And also includes many third-party experiences that developers build. All of this is powered by the Windows Copilot library, which is the second layer that you see there, and the on-device models. So Copilot library and on-device, Copilot library essentially has a set of APIs that are powered by the 40+ on-device models that ship with Windows. The third layer is all about AI frameworks and toolchains. This is essentially if any developer wants to bring their own model to Windows, this layer enables that. So when you look at it in a full picture, Windows Copilot runtime sits on top of the powerful client silicon like GPUs and NPUs and enables these great experiences for developers.
That's fantastic. Now, Vicente, talk to me a little bit more about the Copilot library, because there's a lot of great things, but I get excited by the fact that like now there are going to be some local models built into Windows. So tell me more about that.
Yeah, so exactly. Like Divya was mentioning, so Windows chips with 40+ models to enable AI capabilities in Windows. And the Copilot library will allow developers to just use readily available APIs, and they will be able to tap into that power by just including that. And some of the APIs that are going to be available is Studio Effects to do image processing. You will have light transcription to do audio processing. You have OCR for image processing, and then you also have Silica. And many other, and the Recall API that we just announced yesterday, and many others at the end of the year.
Okay, great. And so what I like about this is that, I'm a developer. I like to play with local models. Setting that stuff up and having access to those things is complicated right now. And so it seems like this is going to be a great way to access models more easily that are already built in. But talk to me about Phi Silica, because the Phi series of models has been shipping for the last year. But what is special about Silica?
Yeah, I mean, what's special about Silica, like all Phi models, it's very targeted trained with really good, security features and all that. But especially for Silica, it is being designed and optimized for the powerful NPU on the Copilot PCs. So you will get like very fast performance on the edge, privacy because it's running on your machine.
Right.
And developers can just use it by just calling an API.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
And the one thing to add with Phi Silica is, as Vicente was saying, right, we've specifically optimized for the Copilot Plus PCs, and it just has the state-of-the-art first token responsiveness and lightning fast inferencing on the local device, and that's most interesting about Phi Silica.
Yeah, no, I really like that because, again, like I've been playing around with some of the Phi models and Phi 3 in the last few weeks, and it's really exciting. But to imagine if it's really optimized for this next generation of hardware, so you can have as low latency as possible and get the best results, that's really exciting. Okay, so there's another new feature, Recall. And I know you're really excited about Divya. Can you tell me a little bit more about this and like the tech that goes into how it works?
Yeah, so Recall essentially helps developers, or general users, anybody who's using the Copilot Plus PCs, they can instantly find almost anything that they see on or they've done on their Windows PCs. Under the hood, Recall is powered by several state-of-the-art multimodal models, and these models have the ability to understand contextual information on the screen and transform this information into vector embeddings. And these vector embeddings are stored in a vector store, and we call this vector store as Windows Semantic Index. So the Windows Semantic Index is what powers the natural language search ability within Recall. And that's really exciting, so that you don't have to exactly remember the search term. Like, now you have to be like, oh, what did I name that file?
What did I name the file? Where did I put this? What directory was this in? What was the web search, that I entered in? And you can't find the exact thing. This is great.
So this is like, you can just remember the context and be like, oh, maybe I was looking for that red shirt with white flowers, and just put that in, even though if it's not on the description of the web page, that will show up in your search result.
That's super, super cool. Okay, so how can developers take advantage of Recall? Like, as a developer, can I plug into the semantic kernel? How does that work?
Yeah, so developers can extend their applications with Recall using the user activity API. What this means is developers can pass contextual information within their applications back to Recall. This way, users can pick up where they left off within their applications and also increase engagement in their apps, essentially, and enable that seamless flow between Recall and the Windows apps.
Okay, but talk to me a little bit more specifically about the semantic index, right? Because can I access that, or is that going to be something that only Windows has access to?
Yeah, we're not enabling access to Windows Semantic Index because this is the data that's enriched by the Windows users, and we care a lot about privacy and security. But what we're enabling for developers is the ability for them to create their own vector index using their own application data within their apps, so that they can also enable natural language search or semantic search. And how this is enabled is through the Vector Embeddings API and the RAG API. We will enable this as part of the Copilot library that Vicente was talking about.
Right.
This will become in the, we're still working on it, but this is something that we're all excited about.
No, and that's great too, and I'm glad you brought that up about the commitment to security and privacy, because no, these are not things that me as a developer should have access to, but it is great that there's an API that says this can be surfaced in my app with my data in the same interface and in the same flow that I've been using with Recall.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's really, really cool. Okay, so I love all these experiences. We're talking a lot about things for like native Windows apps and Windows devs. That's great. I'm a web developer. Do you have anything for me?
Yes.
Yeah, so for web developers, so we actually announced just WebNN, Web Neural Networks. And basically this is using DirectML, which is a low-level machine learning system in Windows that allows developers to just target the device, and they will be able to use the hardware capabilities that are available. And we have been working to make DirectML work across many hardware vendors. So developers only have to focus on their features, their experiences, and it should just show up and work.
That's awesome. So that's great. So yeah, I can build my web app because it can run on, we use a bunch of different types of devices. It can work, and I can still take advantage of some of these AI features that are built into Windows too. All right, now what if I want to bring my own machine learning models into Windows? Because it's great that you are giving us things like Silica and some of the other models on board, but I like to go on Hugging Face. I like to experiment with other local models. There's a lot of great things that are out there. Is that going to be any easier now?
Yes. So, like I mentioned, right? So you have DirectML now.
Right.
So we're now also supporting PyTorch natively in Windows through the ML.
Nice.
And what does this mean is that developers can go take any of the 1,000 models in Hugging Face, download them, and run them in Windows natively through the ML, and it just works. So it'll just, expands the experience that the developers can actually get.
No, I'm so excited about that. When we were talking earlier and when I saw the announcement of PyTorch coming natively, that really made me happy because, again, the process right now of working with those models, you have to convert it using the Onyx runtime, and it adds a friction that it just means, okay, well, it's this much harder to play around and experiment. So this is really, really good.
Yeah, one thing I'd add for that is your thousands of Hugging Face models will just work on Windows now without developers having to go through that conversion process, as you mentioned, reduces the engineering effort significantly.
That's fantastic. I really, really am excited about this. Okay, so we've got a lot of things going on. Where can people go to learn more? Like if they're wanting to get started with all this, where can they go?
Yeah, just go to aka.ms Windows Copilot runtime. They have access to sample codes, documentation, everything. And we also have the developer blog that Pawan Davaluri released yesterday as part of the announcement. They can also go to aka.ms WinDev blog and learn a lot more about these announcements.
Okay, so aka.ms/Copilot runtime and aka.ms Windows Copilot runtime. Sorry about that. And as well as check out the blog. Do you guys have any final thoughts? Any final pitches you want to make about why everybody should be using Windows to build their AI apps?
I definitely think Windows Copilot runtime should be one place that developers go, regardless of where they are in their AI development journey. Either they're just getting started or they already have built their own custom models. This helps developers take their AI investments to the next level, build, accelerate, and scale with Windows Copilot runtime.
I'm so excited. Thank you so much. Thank you, Divya. Thank you, Vicente. And congrats on everything announced this week.
Thank you.
All right, we are back. Hopefully you watched that awesome breakout session that just happened with Scott Hanselman and Mark Russinovich as they try to learn AI. I think something we can all relate to. Yeah.
No, totally good. And you know, it's great to see like the two titans of Microsoft, you know, like Mark Russinovich and everyone's favorite developer, Scott Hanselman, together and seeing them struggle the same ways that all of us struggle. Like that's
great,
pretty reassuring.
right?
It's good.
You gotta stick together, a community of people struggling just to make some impact, you know? It's so cool. But if you missed it, because I didn't get to check out the whole thing personally, no worries, you got the digital backpack that you can go check out via the session scheduler and then just add it to your backpack like it's nothing. Check it out on the next rainy day when you have the chance.
Absolutely, no, and that's one of the great things about this is you can go back and you can catch sessions that you haven't been able to see, rewatch your favorites. There's really, really good stuff going on. So, you know, I really like what I like about all the stuff we've been talking about around kind of Copilot is, you know, how LLMs can make apps even better for users, right?
Yeah.
'Cause, like, that's a really important thing. Like it's great that it can improve our productivity, but like, it's also unlocking these experiences for users too to like just make things even better.
I agree. I mean, as a user of AI tools, like accuracy is number one.
Yes.
Something that it's good to hear that accuracy is number one for the people working on those AI tools as well in order to make those users happy. So that's really good. And the fact that we're doing it responsibly, like a highlight for me from the keynote that happened today was being able to see how much you can configure your copilots, like in Azure, in the Azure AI space, to make sure it's blocking things like violence or profanity or like threats that are happening via the user or via other places and things. So yeah, and it looks like it's very easy to do that as well.
No, I totally agree, and I think that's really important. And having that aspect of control, like I always tell people, you know, the name is Copilot for a reason. Like you are still in control, and I think that's a really important thing. One of my favorite things that we've talked about in the last couple of days that is where I work, GitHub. We announced, you know, GitHub Copilot extensions, and that I'm really excited about because this is going to allow many other developers to extend on and build off of what we have been doing with Copilot for the last couple of years to, you know, make it even easier for us as developers and end users to really take advantage of these great tools.
I agree. I think that is really exciting. I know like the Copilot for Azure experience is definitely a highlight for me as somebody who tries to avoid the Azure portal as much as I possibly can. I've been Team Terminal for a while because I find the UI pretty overwhelming. So it's cool that we've now have another alternative that can help out with all my Azure needs. And I also like Copilot Studio. I really want to try that out. I think that's cool. I saw a demo of that also in the keynote, and it seemed very user-friendly and intuitive, and I like that there's kind of different templates for being able to pick the kind of Copilot that you want to build or expand on.
Well, no, because this is the important thing about all of this, right? Like, if it's not easy to use and if it's not easy for people to kind of start with, then we're not going to do it.
Right.
And that's the real power of these tools. And yeah, no, Copilot Studio is great. I'm really looking forward to playing more around with that and like building my own, you know, kind of personalized Copilots for very specific tasks. All right, we've got way more coming up. Rounding out day 2, we've got more with our featured partners. So many things are in our featured partner directory. Microsoft Learn is going to be here, and we are also going to teach you how you can, like, you know, help your team use the latest tech and adopt new solutions quickly and efficiently. So be sure to check that out.
Yeah, and also kind of going off of that, just the way that we're trying to make those tools, again, very easy to get into.
Yeah.
I hope adds to the argument that you have to make to your team leads or your managers or whomever that, hey, this is the way to go. It's actually very easy to get started. We're not going to waste time and money by adopting this new tool. So.
No, I think that's a great point, right? It really is all about trying to make this as easy for people to kind of jump into as possible and then customize it for your needs so that you can be as efficient as possible. So be sure
100%.
to check out those sessions. And now we're going to get more from the Microsoft Build stage. Over to Donna.
Hello, and we're back at the best place in the house, which is the Build show floor. Hello. All right, who knows what Nginx is? Oh, all of you? Okay, good. We got a whole posse. Nerd, I like you. Good. I like this. This is good. We got some more people. Very good.
Yeah.
Rather than me explaining to you, I have brought my very good friend Brian, collared him over there at the Nginx area, to come and explain how this benefits developers, because it's a fascinating product.
So Nginx is really interesting. So a lot of people know Nginx from our Community Edition product, our free product.
That's right. That's right. Yeah.
So a lot of people think web server, and they're like, oh, Nginx is a web server. And it's actually a lot more than that. I mean, Nginx, We run it as a reverse proxy. We run it as a load balancer. It can be a cache server. It can be a streaming server. We have a commercial version of our product as well. So yes, there's extra features in the commercial version. So a lot of people don't know that we have a commercial version. So one of the big features that we get into when we get in there is clustering and what we call state sharing.
Okay.
So that means that without, say, requiring an extra back end of like a database server or something like that, we're actually sharing the state of all your client connections that are coming in on the front hand side. So say like rate limiting. So if you want to protect your API with rate limiting, we'll globally share that across a scaled out deployment of Nginx out front. And that's something that our Plus product can do for you. So
I did not know that. I didn't know about your commercial offering. So what are some scenarios that you think are particularly interesting that you all do very well?
Particularly interesting that we do very well. So this gets interesting. So when we start to talk about Nginx and when we start to talk, well, one thing I'll mention. So on Azure, we have Nginx as a service.
I like that.
So
I like Nginx as a service. That sounds very good.
That's right. We're a first-class service on Azure, so we're available in all the interfaces. And so what we have going on there is the Plus product, and anybody can come into the marketplace, purchase it.
Okay.
So that's all metered that way. But when we get to Plus, one of the capabilities of Nginx is really that we unlock for developers anything that Nginx can do, and we're doing it as a managed service. So we can literally set up scenarios, failover use cases. We have programmability through Nginx JavaScript. So we can do some really neat layer 4 and layer 7 things that you just can't do with other services running in the cloud.
Okay, what I like about this is you get rid of all the dev stuff that's annoying and leave devs to write code.
Yes.
Right? Yeah, I love that.
Now,
I love that.
And even from an Nginx perspective, so the devs, so they might have, we're rolling out this new version and we don't want to make this update in the back end. So we're going to do that up at the proxy level, right? We're going to route traffic over here, do a header modification here.
Yes.
We don't want to build authentication. Okay, well, we can do authentication for you at the front end. We can do token inspection. We can interface with Entra ID. So we can do all that, and then you don't have to do it on the back end.
Brian, I like this so much. Okay, because I had to write authentication once. That was the most terrifying thing I've ever done.
It is.
Because it's like, this is going to fail. When this fails, we're going to have one of those infamous security breaches, and I'm going to be in the news. Right? It was a mess. I love this, though, because you're kind of creating this box service where devs can plug in their code, and suddenly they have this beautiful ecosystem of things to work in. That's not just a core web server. It's not like, hey, deploy to the cloud.
Right.
But do you want to have streaming stuff in it? Do you want to have authentication? Do you want to have this? Do you want to have that?
Well, and this is where Nginx gets really powerful when we kind of get away from those web server use cases. So, like I say, a lot of people think of it as that, but when we as Nginx look at our product, we see the proxy product and what can be built on top of that. We see the API gateway product and what customers can do with that. Because when you take that proxy and that web server together, then we unlock the API gateway thing. So we can do custom responses and header manipulation, body manipulation. So things that, like I mentioned before, like you're doing a version change or something, blue-green rollouts and canaries and all those kinds of fun things.
I
queuing,
used to run this Windows Insider program. It was all canary testing, right? It's like, do the rollout on Monday to canaries, Tuesday, fast-ring, Wednesday, et cetera, et cetera. Amazing. I want to know more about this. I want to know about this. Everyone wants to know about this. Tell us, how can people find out more about this? And what do you want the homework to be? Because we always assign homework.
So Nginx is a service. It's in the marketplace. Just search for Nginx and select Nginx as a service.
Okay, Nginx as a service. Got you.
Yeah. We've got a really easy way to try it out, and everybody can get going. So
I love that.
Yeah.
Super simple. Nginx as a service in Azure Catalog. Do the thing. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was fantastic, and I have to say, a longtime user of Nginx, I'm excited to play around with Nginx as a service. Really good stuff. But cloud development is only one of the many tracks at this event. Although I know you care a lot about cloud development because of your work on .NET Aspire.
Woo. Yeah, so if you're interested in cloud development or really any topic, not just AI, not just cloud land, feel free to go check out the session scheduler and drop those sessions that you maybe already watched and you need a recap later, or you didn't watch and you're going to get to later, and drop them in your digital backpack. The thing that you don't have to carry, thank God.
Yeah.
Oh my God, can you imagine how heavy it would be? Gosh, I'm about to drop like 30 sessions that I missed into my backpack, so.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's good that it's digital, because if it was physical, yeah, we would be overloaded. But it's great. Yeah. And again, you can watch these sessions on demand later. Yeah. And now we're going to be talking a little bit more about, you and I were talking about learning earlier. And
lots of learning.
I don't know where the study's from. I'm going to be honest about that. But apparently,
a study shows
35% of tech pros say that certification can increase income.
Don't add us on that.
Don't add us on that. We don't know.
They'll put a caption for the citation at the bottom, but just, Christina and I, we're just like, it seems like a legit number.
It does seem like a legit number. And actually, later on this hour, we are going to be breaking down some of the resources and opportunities if you do want to get certified in the latest tech and solutions. This is especially, I think, important in AI as in machine learning as these things are starting to develop with all the copilots. And so at GitHub, actually, we have a new certification program. So get GitHub certified.
Perfect.
That's my
Of course, C# has one too. So get to learning. It's great. You can print out the really, really nice certification and show it off to your friends, hang it up on your wall. Just casually place it on your desk in your team room, wherever you're at, and just be like, so, I went to Build and did a couple certifications. No big deal.
It'll look good on your LinkedIn at the very least.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely copy paste those badges too that you're earning from doing the skilling challenges, including the Build skilling challenge in LinkedIn as well.
Yes, good look there.
Gain that extra tech street cred.
Totally. We've had so many great announcements. I can't believe it's technically day 2. It feels like it's day 5 because there's so many announcements. And we still have more stuff coming up, and we've got more content coming, for the rest of the week. Speaking of certifications, we are going to be going in just a couple of, seconds or minutes over to the Microsoft Learn team, where Donna's going to talk about, how you can, skill up faster and get those badges, as you were talking about, for your LinkedIn profile.
Yep. Yeah. So over to you, Don.
Williams from the Learn team. Can you tell me a little bit more about your title, what you do, and we're gonna announce something new. Talk about a new announcement.
Sure. So I'm the senior product manager for Microsoft Learn. On the Learn for Organizations team, but specifically, we want to talk about a cool new feature called Plans on Microsoft Learn.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So to express what it is, we know that there's a lot of information out there. This event itself demonstrates just how much new technology, new skilling is necessary for people to be able to meet their needs. So Microsoft Learn has created Plans on Learn. And so how it works is pretty simple. The idea is it's meant to help learners acquire and build on skills, high demand skills they'll need, as this shows, and also help organizations who are always seeking guidance on what they should be kind of putting in front of their learners to upskill them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. So, I mean, we've talked about it, and you've also highlighted it, like the new way that we're going to approach the industry, right? The way that AI has permeated almost every facet of technology and every part of our stack.
Yeah.
It's made us, it's an imperative to give tools for teams to be able to teach. Can you tell us a little bit more about the features of Plans and what it is and how organizations could use it? Three-parter question. How do you feel about Plans and how we move forward?
Sure. So a plan specifically is a set of very specific content with a learning outcome. With each plan includes milestones that are dedicated to meeting that outcome. And so the three features that we like to focus on are, one, learning outcomes.
Okay.
What's that? So a learning outcome is effectively, it is the reason why you're taking the plan. It is a specific goal communicated up front saying, if you go on this journey, these are the outcomes that your learners will get. You as a learner or your learners if you're a team leader. So that's what a learning outcome is. It's very upfront because if you don't know why you're going on the journey, it's harder to get there.
Absolutely.
The second piece, pretty fundamental, is milestones. So milestones of content. In plans, there's milestones of content, and each milestone has been specifically curated and crafted with all the content on Learn that's specific to a relevant issue. And milestones communicate what you're going to be learning, why it's there, and also a recommendation of how long it's going to take.
Okay.
Right. And so what we experience is that learners can kind of go with that recommendation, but even if they don't, if they've got notifications active, they'll get like motivational little nudges saying, hey, you're halfway there. Meet your goal, right?
Okay.
Super cool. And my third is my favorite. And this is for organizations, because I said I'm for organizations, but this is for team leads or creators of plans. What it allows them to do is track and report. So if you have a plan, you can send invites out to your teams. People who have started that plan, you can see how far they've gone, generate reports. It's pretty awesome.
That through line makes a really, really good case for why team leads, industry leaders will want to lean on these plans for their teams.
Right.
So how do people learn more?
Oh, it's easy enough. So if they're creators and team leaders, find the plan.
Yeah.
There's a lot out. We'll talk about that a little later, maybe.
Yeah.
But you'll find the plan, you'll find it, you'll look at it, be logged in to Learn, copy it, make whatever changes you want, save it, send. Right? And you can start sending out invites, start your journey there. Now, where to find them?
Yes.
So our library plans are growing daily. We launched the plans in just recently, like I said. As experts create more plans, we're going to have more out there, all across Microsoft. But there are 4 key places you can start your plans today. The first is an Azure Open AI specific plan that we have for this event.
Cool.
We'll give them a link, I guess.
Yes.
Second, there is the AI Learning Hub. It's a dedicated place specific for AI learning. If you want to start your organization's AI transformation, go there.
Yep.
The other 2 places that are my favorites, Learn for Organizations, find the site. If you're a team, organization, this is where you'll go to be empowered. And lastly, the career pages.
Okay.
If you have a career, there's a plan for you.
Wow, that's really engaging. You've made an excellent case. Before we go very quickly, what are some plans that we have?
Oh man, there's OpenAI fundamentals. There's Azure. There's a GitHub Copilot. There's AI, OpenAI, and dozens others.
You've gotten me really excited. It's been awesome chatting with you today. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I really appreciate you too. Thanks, guys. Start your journey with a plan.
Thank you so much, John. Microsoft Learn, so many resources. I'm a really, really big fan, especially getting started with GitHub Copilot and other OpenAI stuff as we were talking about. It's great stuff.
Me too. I gotta say, yeah, and it's also great, like one example I have is that I used it to learn about Blazor when I was ramping up on my new team. So it's great for just ramping up in addition to just learning a new skill just cause. Do it for your job too.
It is, it's very useful. Like, I think we, technically, we use these resources just as much as anybody else on the job. Like, it's really important to get that training. Now, rounding out day 2 of Microsoft Build, we've had some great things. Earlier, I was able to talk with some of the members of the Windows team about some great AI developments happening with Windows. And then later on, we're going to have, demos about integrating, AI and, the vector imaging libraries like which is great.
Yeah, and also just developing AI-based applications on Windows, both of which work hand in hand, especially with those new PCs that are coming out too. It's all exciting stuff. And yeah, so I believe Seth's been talking to a bunch of people.
Seth has been talking to a lot of people, about the resources to help accelerate AI innovations, because this is the thing, do you remember what things were like just 2 years ago?
No, what is time?
Well, okay, fair. And time is a contract, blah, blah, blah. But when I just think about where the world was when we were talking about, I guess it was probably GPT-3, like 2 years ago in 3.5, and where we are now and where the models have gotten and where the services have evolved, it's really exciting.
It is wild.
And then I think it's important to think about, okay, well, how do we accelerate and innovate from here, right? Because
I agree.
We're already at this place. What's it going to be like 2 years from now?
Mm-hmm. I feel that way about ARM devices too. I was talking to Jeremy Sinclair earlier today about the ARM experience.
Yeah.
And he mentioned how in 2018, it's you could only just hold the ARM PC, similar to the PC plus Copilot
right.
that exists today. It's how far we've come. Now we can own an a Windows ARM PC and put Visual Studio that is ARM supported on it and all these other things.
And like the NPUs that are built into those devices are great. You know, comes with like a ton of built-in models. Like the fact that we have all this power now in dev kits, like Qualcomm yesterday was showing off, you know, the new X Elite dev kit, and it's so impressive. It's this very inexpensive box that a few years ago would have required like an entire server room to basically do what it's doing on it, right? And now it's something that you can just, you know, have on your desk.
Yep, so exciting. Jeez, like, yeah, really, what is time? I don't know. Sometimes it feels like 2 years, and other times it feels like 200 years.
Right.
Did you know I'm like 200 years old?
You look great.
Yeah.
You look great. I'm glad that you're a vampire, but please don't, you know, do anything. All right, but standing by with even more about yesterday's Azure announcement, Joey, over to you.
Hey, everybody, welcome back. And I am so happy to introduce to you Ronnie Burkar, who's the Corporate Vice President, Azure Hardware Systems and Infrastructure. Oh, yeah, I'm up here giving an infrastructure session at a developer event because it's me. Do you expect anything different? Ronnie, it's so nice to have you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, and I'm looking forward to our chat here.
It's going to be amazing. Ronnie, last fall, we announced to the world Microsoft was developing custom silicon.
Yes.
I said it right? Silicon. There we go. Azure Cobalt, which is the first custom compute chip that we built in-house inside of Microsoft. And then we have Azure Maya, which is our first in-house AI accelerator. I can't help but to notice that I've been separated by an appropriate distance from these said silicon hardware chips. Can you show us a little bit? Don't get it too close. I don't want to break it. I'm not responsible.
So this is Azure Cobalt 100, and it was introduced last year at Ignite, and you heard us talk at Build that now this is ready for showtime. So we have customers on Cobalt running and in preview, and guess what? When you design these chips and you actually have real traffic running on it, it's the proud moment for folks like us. So we have, you know, I won't go through the whole list, but we have Teradata, Siemens, Elastic, and many more. And I look forward to continuing to announce how many customers are running traffic on this. So very exciting.
That is
By
so
the way,
cool.
the first one for Microsoft.
That is so very cool. And just I got to remind everybody at home, hopefully you were paying attention to the keynote. Cobalt 100-based virtual machines are now available in preview to Azure customers. All right. Talk to me a little bit. Explain the significance of this for Microsoft, and even more importantly, I know it's an infrastructure thing, but our developer friends can take advantage of this too.
Absolutely. So first of all, it's a great thing for Microsoft. As you know, we get a lot of products from our partners in the industry. This is Microsoft's first homegrown silicon that is actually going to preview. So that in itself is a big deal, giving us the diversity of supply. And then what is the big deal for the developers that I always like to talk about metrics. So really 3 metrics to think about, right? Performance, power, scalability. So in performance, very, very proud to say this is giving us 40% better performance than what is in from ARM-based servers from what is in Azure today, right? And our own flagship Teams is actually showing performance up to 45%.
Wow.
So that is exciting in itself, right? The second thing is power, very, very important. And Cobalt is one of the very power-efficient processor that we have out there. And that's great because that means you're using less energy from the data centers, right? Third thing, when you are running a cloud, scalability is very, very important. And so given the characteristics of the bandwidth and efficiencies that Cobalt gives, it means that we can actually make it more available for many people and drive those efficiencies and help give better user experience.
I can see why you're so very proud of this, because you talk about more power in terms of compute. Well, so more capability, right? Better performance, less power, and more scale.
Exactly.
So super cool. Satya brought us another key piece of news in his keynote about the general availability.
Yes.
About the Azure NDMI 300X VM series. Talk to us a little bit more about how this particular series is going to help our developers run AI workloads.
Absolutely. Again, so first of all, very exciting news. Our teams have been working very, very hard to bring MI300X generally available. And what is beautiful about this one is Microsoft is the first one to bring to market MI300X. And that's why I said we've been working very hard for Microsoft to bring this. Now, we have optimized. Why should we be excited about this? MI300X is an AI accelerator chip. And we have optimized VMs to basically give us great performance on large language models. In fact, MI300X brings industry-leading high bandwidth memory, or what we say HBM, high bandwidth memory capacity. And so that's great because now these large language models can fit in the memory of these GPUs. So overall, very exciting news for developers. Now you can do a lot. You have diversity of supply. And so let's go.
You have the capability.
We have the capabilities. And if I may add one more thing, with this now, Azure is a complete AI accelerators platform.
There you go. That's the quote right there. Something that we've heard leaders here at Microsoft talk about is a systems approach to building cloud infrastructure in this area of AI. Can you break down a little bit more for our audience here and online what that means?
Yeah, so first of all, what is unique about us at Microsoft is, what we said, the systems approach. So what do we really mean? As the rate and pace of technology and innovations is growing, especially in the era of AI, you can't just optimize one layer and basically say, I can deliver what the AI workloads need. And so at Microsoft, we are actually focused on optimizing and integrating every layer of the stack, right? And the way I say it is, we are focused on delivering 1 + 1 greater than 2. Because when you're optimizing just one thing, you get those benefits. We are optimizing every single layer. Why are we doing this? Because workloads come in, have very different characteristics. And so one size does not fit all. You really have to optimize for those specific workloads. And so we are working not just with the Microsoft Maya accelerators, for example, but also with the industry offerings and really bringing the best choices for our customers. Because, at the end of the day, we don't do innovation for the sake of innovation. Yeah, somebody like me will say, oh, yeah, but innovation is cool, and we should all do it. But innovation is because customers are always front and center. So, that's what we are doing so that we are making bold choices to really get the new offerings in the industry on time to market and be the first ones to market, right? So the customers have the choices and they have the optionality.
Mm-hmm. And it's really now the next stage, right? Getting developers to start building upon these platforms.
Absolutely.
Right? Start leveraging it. There's a lot of power. I'm not allowed. I can't go over there. Can't go over there. There's a lot of power in what we have there. Now, I'm going to ask you, how do our customers learn more? And more importantly, how can they get started trying Cobalt 100 while it's in preview?
Well, so first of all, thank you for asking the question. You've asked me great questions. And I know I didn't pay you for that question, but I am going to buy you coffee after this, okay? Because this is my favorite question, and I didn't pay him for that. But seriously, we want developers to now start using our Cobalt. And on the website back there, or we will share, where you can go to sign up for that, right? But very critical and very important that we start using Cobalt, because as we start using it more, we can continue optimizing. One of the beauty of, what we are doing at Microsoft, going back to your earlier question, we are focused on both optimizing the hardware stack and the software stack. And That is awesome for a hardware person because I can lean on all my friends in software, all the developers, and say, let's go. You will get the best performance out of this one.
And just, we keep modifying, changing as we get that feedback back. That's why we need the developers out there to preview.
Absolutely.
For those of you at home willing to try out this preview, we need to go to aka.ms/ you ready for this? Cobalt 100-VM-preview-signup. I am not repeating that because I did it in one take. Ronnie, thank you so very much. Thank you for coming. Thank you for showing this incredible hardware. It is absolutely, no, I'm not, no. Oh, there goes my career.
See? It's good.
I'm
Look
done.
at it.
We're back with more after this.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. If you are joining us, welcome to our continuing coverage of Microsoft Build. So coming up, we're going to have more things from Microsoft MVPs. I think Seth is talking with the VP of Commercial Marketplace and ISV journeys, right?
Yeah, although bad news. I think we're vanishing in just a few too, though.
I think we are, but the stream will continue. There's going to be great content coming up.
And we'll live forever in your hearts, I think, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Yeah, or not. If you don't have to put us in the session scheduler digital backpack, but you should put all the content that you saw and or missed in your digital backpack. So
you should.
Definitely do that.
You should definitely do that.
Yeah, so we're going to keep this stream going.
We keep it going.
But
there's been great stuff happening today. Like, it's been a great day too. A lot of just like fantastic sessions and panels that I've seen. So it's good stuff.
Non-stop action, lots of security conversations. I got to see at least a little bit of a talk that my colleagues were doing on .NET Aspire, which is very cool. I think they did a great job, at least from what I see and from what I've heard, and the head nods I saw in the back. So that was great. And yeah, I mean, we've got a lot coming up as well, just available on demand. Seth is going to be talking with VP of Microsoft Commercial Marketplace and the ISV journey, which is exciting. And we've also got an exploration of mechanics of integrating AI and vector search into Azure database for PostgreSQL. Postgres.
Yeah. No, I'm excited about that because being able to, I think, put AI into Postgres and other databases is really, really powerful. Like, because you already have a data source and be able to bring AI into that is really exciting. And then we're also going to have like more about your different skilling opportunities via Microsoft Learn, which is always good.
So you've got all your resources. Let me just throw in the featured partner resource in case you haven't been there already. Yeah, not only are you getting info about each partner, but you also get different offers that they're giving away by just being an attendee at Build. So check that out.
Yes.
And with that, in case you missed this one on day one, check it out. Check this out.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back. This is the Build Live stage. My name is Seth, and no pressure for me because this is my boss, and then my boss's boss. And so today's a really good day to maybe, how's it going, my friends? So Eric and Asha, why don't you introduce yourselves? We'll start with you, and then Asha.
So I'm Eric Boyd. I lead the AI platform team.
Asha, I lead product for the AI platform team.
So let's start with what is the now of AI, because there's a lot of stuff going on, and maybe you can help us rationalize it. Want to get your thoughts, and then Asha on product, how that looks.
I mean, there's so much going on in AI, and I think some of the most exciting things to think about are what are our customers doing? And so if I start with like Mercedes-Benz, everyone's been in a car and has tried to talk to that car voice interface, and it doesn't understand you and can't say anything back. Mercedes-Benz integrated with GPT-4 for their MBUX, and so now you can have a much more natural conversation in the car, being able to like get directions and get things done. They even integrated GPT-4 vision into the dash cam, so now they can see things going on around the car and near you. And so it's those exciting things like that, and you can go from like car manufacturers all the way to like developers with the Unity platform, which has now made a bot that can help developers figure out all the things that you're doing on Unity. Unity is a platform for making 3D games, and so helping you figure out all their APIs and how everything works, all within the Unity environment and not having to leave. And so when you look at those two extremes of just how much these applications are just all over the place, it just shows you how quickly companies are adopting AI across the spectrum. And so we're just building tools as quickly ways we can to try and serve those needs. I mean, companies need things like search to be able to get their data in and sort of store it. So Azure AI Search, which is now 12 times as much storage for the same price, like really all integrated in. The Azure AI Studio making it easy. I mean, there's just so much going on in AI, just really bringing all those applications together. It's really fun and exciting to see.
Yeah, it almost feels like applications today are feeling increasingly broken when they don't have AI as part of it. And so we're starting to see organizations go from experimentation now to scale and, even think about customizing the experiences. So a lot of the tools that we're working on are going towards how do they fine tune, how do they, leverage data to ground their application and things like that.
What are some cool things that people are doing now that you're getting a sense for? Because we talk about AI all the time, and everyone's like, AI, but what are some things that people are doing to sort of soften the edge around software and hardware and people?
I mean, you just see it in all the different use cases, right? I mean, I talked about a couple where we see what Mercedes-Benz and Unity's doing, but there's so many other examples where, they're trying to build solutions to make it easier to interact with people. I love the example Satya gave in his keynote this morning of the Khan Academy. The ability to have an individualized education tutor really connecting directly with each student is really powerful, and the types of things that they're the applications you couldn't even really dreamed of, a few years ago until AI really got to this point.
What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think multimodal is becoming a big aspect of that. And so now with the power of GPT-4o, which is GA today on Azure OpenAI and Azure AI Studio, I think there's going to be a new world of possibilities to actually interact with your AI much more fluently than ever before.
Yeah, and I love that, because they let me play with these models sometimes, and they're actually really fun to imagine the kind of things that you can do. So we started talking about GPT-4 Omni, but there's a lot of other models that we're looking at right now. Eric, why don't we start with some of the cool things that are out today, and then Asha, maybe some ways that we're helping people use those things.
I mean, some of the other things that we're excited to see today, we announced the Phi series of models, Phi 3. We've got Phi 3 mini, small, and medium, which are 3, 7, and 14 billion parameter models. The thing about those Phi series models is, we took a different approach to training them, where we really tried to think of the data that they train on as like a curriculum, like you would give to a student, where you're trying to teach the model, step by step, how do we make it learn everything about the world. And in doing that, we got a model that is much smaller and more powerful. So all the Phi 3 models, they basically punch a full weight class ahead for their size, which is really interesting as customers are looking for what's the most power that I can get from a model at the right price point. And so looking to select all sort of along that price performance curve, what are the places where the model's going to work really well? And so it's exciting to see what we've done with that. We also added, Ash was talking about multimodal. Phi 3 for vision is also available today. And so now you can, in these smaller models, still get those same rich vision capabilities that you're used to seeing with GPT-4V and GPT-O. Really excited to see that.
We also expanded our partnership with Hugging Face, so there's a lot of open source models. We are also doing a lot around the tool chain. So I think that's what's most special. Eventually, we have to teach people to get the right model for the right job at the right cost. And if they can do that, then it's about the tool chain to build those applications. So we announced the general availability of Azure AI Studio, but we're also announcing a lot around responsible AI to keep those applications safe and secure end-to-end. So content filters, prompt shields, all of those things are going to become even more important as we start to scale.
So as we look at this from a perspective of developers, like I might be like, oh, I got to use AI. I don't know what to do, because I've been to conferences around the world, and people are literally being told by their management, you need to use AI, and they're like, what? Yeah. And so what is some of the stuff that we provide to help developers get started? We'll start with you and then Asha.
I mean, there are all these different tools that we built to make things easier. You can go to Azure AI Studio, which is the integrated place to go and build your generative AI applications. And the most common pattern that we're seeing is this retrieval augmented generation, the RAG pattern of how do I take some data and put it into a search engine, usually one that has vector search. And so that's why Azure Azure AI search is super helpful for building those applications. It's a really rich search engine that brings all the power of vector search with all the things that we've learned over decades of doing keywords-based search into a single platform, and then has a semantic ranker on top of them to really retrieve the most relevant results. And so then you feed that to your model, that then the model now has all of the information for your application, just all that built into it. And so that's the pattern that developers are really going after. And so how do we make it easy for them to build that, to put all those pieces together, and then to start experimenting and iterating and learning, like, all right, how do I tweak this to get the best quality out of it?
It seems like some of the more sophisticated developers, once they do that, they're starting to turn to tools to actually help them solve complex tasks. So assistants, Assistant API, which we have from Azure OpenAI, that's becoming increasingly more popular. I saw Coca-Cola's doing something really cool where they have Assistant API templates for every single department, so it makes it much easier than for a business decision maker to actually get started with the tools in a really, non-scary way.
Yeah, and the cool, and did you want to say something?
I was going to say, you even mentioned prompt shields, which we also didn't talk about, is like the whole capability of building these tools responsibly and safely. We provide the Azure Content Safety, system, which is built into the Azure OpenAI service, and you can then add on to any other model that you want. But it gives you the full set of safety tools that you might want, things about how to, give different levels of control around, violence or sexual content, or how do you want to manage that, all the way to reducing hallucinations, to managing prompt shields, which is really controlling jailbreak and things like that. So all those are just making the developer's life easier as they go and build these applications.
So I want to lean in here just a little bit before we get to some of the other questions about safety and responsibility. Can you tell me how Microsoft is taking this particular task seriously and helping developers do it as well? Asha?
Yeah, we've been working on it for the last 8 years. So this is, we think about this as cutting edge technology needs cutting edge responsibility. And we're still pretty early in it, but after 8 years, we have 90 tools, hundreds of features, and we do a lot of the work ourselves. So before we release a model, there's a lot of work that we do to provide the Azure promise, but then we also provide tools so developers can actually customize their needs. So custom filters is a big feature that we released today, and that's allowing you to then set up different tools for moderation for things that maybe we haven't even thought about yet.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and that's really cool. And the thing that I think now I want to dive into, if it's possible, is the notion of, like, what are customers doing with this? I know we spent a lot of time talking about, here's all this good stuff, goodness that we have, but what are customers doing? We'll start with you, Eric, and then maybe Asha tell us a bit.
We just keep telling all of the customer stories of all the amazing things that they're able to go and deliver on top of these tools, and it's been in every industry that we've, really worked with. You see obvious cases in customer support where people are trying to, build customer support bots to sort of help answer users' questions, or even, for their own agents to go and help them, develop that. But I think the interesting things are the new applications, the things that we just couldn't imagine being sort of lit up previously, and now seeing how those are coming to light with the way the customers are pulling all these different tools together in incredible applications. Some of the most interesting things are sort of this new space of having multiple agents sort of talk to each other and sort of string different conversations together. I think that's a really interesting space where we're starting to see, the standard computer science abstractions and separation of control, like that starting to materialize into these much richer applications.
Yeah, we now have more than 53,000 customers that are on Azure AI, and one of the things that we're thinking deeply about is how do we start to do safety and security by default? So again, removing as much work as possible from our customers. The other interesting thing is that Microsoft runs on Azure AI. And so all of the copilots, all the millions of users, we're getting a first-class ride at learning and using the technology for our customers internally, and then we put it in the platform and we extend it to our third-party customers.
So Microsoft has always been customer number 0, right?
Literally from the start. When we first started building, out, our capabilities with the Azure OpenAI service, we first launched Bing Chat, and then we launched M365 Copilot and GitHub Copilot even 18 months before that. So we've built all of that, as Asha said, on the same platform that we make available to our customers, so they know we've literally bet all of Microsoft business on it, so they can trust it with their business as well.
And that's awesome, because like I said, I use this stuff, and I know what it does, and every once in a while, it's pretty surprising what you can do. And so as people are sort of getting immersed in the RAG pattern and doing that kind of development and they're getting out to work, what are some things that people should look forward to, or how should they orient their thinking when it comes to experiences that they may be able to develop?
Yeah, I mean, one of the big things is I feel like we have to just be thoughtful to not do AI for AI's sake. It has to create real value. So
Yeah.
it has to improve the way you live, improve the way you work. There was a study that showed that skilled workers that use Gen AI are seeing a 40% improvement in the way that they work. And so, you know, we are constantly thinking about that from a product perspective, which is how do we build tools to help developers solve real problems? And so I would say don't lose sight of that. The second thing to look forward to is and we showed this in one of our sessions, we're moving much more code first. So we want to meet developers where they are. More and more, we're seeing all applications becoming AI applications, and we have the best IDEs in the world. And so we want to make that really, really simple to wire up your applications, change out your models, and do so without any thrash.
I mean, I would add too, you know, Asha touched on multimodality earlier. This is something that we've been kind of seeing coming for a while, but really with GPT-4o, it really brought home just how powerful this could be to have that much fluency with voice and sort of talking to a model and having it sort of talk back. And you know, there's sort of these inflection points on all technologies where suddenly you get to a point where it's good enough that it opens up scenarios that didn't used to previously work, right? In the early 2000s, speech recognition had to be word at time, and now it's much more natural for me to talk to my phone than to sort of swipe text messages. I think this level of voice fluency is going to change the way that we interact with machines, where we'll just talk much more naturally in our voice as opposed to doctoring things to machine speak and sort of making it work that way. So I think that combined with vision is going to be really interesting, the types of things we can build.
No, I was just going to say, I agree. In many ways, we've taught ourselves to prompt engineer queries for search. And then, your demo this morning was pretty amazing because it was just you expressing yourself to an application that now becomes much smarter over time and can help you in any mode that you want, in any language that you want.
And for those wondering, that actually, I coded that up. That's a real thing.
I know, this weekend.
It's pretty amazing because, like, as I was interacting with it, I forgot the interface.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't a keyboard thing anymore. So where should people go to get started with this stuff? Asha?
Azure Studio is the best place. We have a playground, so you can just start to dabble with the models, and then you can consume the models. And so that's a great place to get started.
And any final thoughts from you, Eric, and then Asha?
I mean, there's so much happening in AI these days that the main thing for developers is they just have to get their hands wet. Like, just dig in and start building something and just start to see what you can do with it. Because until you have that experience, until you're really seeing how things compose and how you can use it, you're just not going to have that full understanding. And so that's the main thing I would encourage people to do is go try these tools, go build applications, and you'll be surprised at the power that you can really create with things.
Asha, from you, last word.
I mean, he took it. I feel like I just said get started, but that's okay. No, I mean, I think that we just need to imagine the world as every application becoming an AI application.
I
would say think at a much bigger scale than what we have before.
Well, this has been amazing, and thank you so much for letting me work with you on these cool models. It's really exciting. Thank you so much, and we'll see you after this.
Hello, welcome back to Microsoft Build. Show floor. All right, I'm here to introduce you to my fabulous new friend, Dexter Hardy. Dexter, welcome to Build. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here. Dexter Hardy, CTO, President and CTO of Integral Inc. out of Atlanta, Georgia.
Awesome. So tell me about your business, what you work on now, and the origin story, which I found very fascinating.
Okay, so simply put, we help companies move to the cloud. So we leverage our solutions, help and build on top of the Azure Marketplace, and allow customers to innovate, leverage AI, and migrate their Linux estate to Azure.
Okay, so you've been a Microsoft partner for a long time, since 2002-ish, right? Okay, and you were a Microsoft partner till the pandemic. I mean, you still are. So tell us what happened. What did you used to do in your business before the pandemic?
So since 2002, we've been a Microsoft partner. And during that time, we were a traditional SI, so systems integrator.
Yep.
And so we would do app development, migrations, custom development. So we did a myriad of things around the Microsoft ecosystem. And then this small thing called COVID happened. And in 2021, we pivoted our business to think about consulting 2.0 and how to provide resources or our IP in a world where you may not be connected anymore. And so what we did was we took our IP with the power of the Azure Marketplace, bundled those up as solution accelerators, and that was literally the shot heard around the world.
Wow.
The first year we were in 44 countries, and by the end of the second year, we were in over 100 countries.
Over 100 countries?
Over 100 countries.
Okay, so what we're hearing is a tale of product market fit, yeah?
Absolutely.
And you know, because you've run your own business for so long, that finding product market fit is hard. But once you find it, you just go with it.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah. And so,
Awesome.
our customers found value in our products, so we created products with value, and the market showed that, right? So we have anywhere from 300 to 400 downloads a week of our
300 to
solution.
400 downloads?
A week.
Congratulations. A week. Okay, so you've really leaned into the Microsoft ecosystem and some of the programs that we work with, you know, the communities on. Do you mind sharing that? Because a lot of people don't know about them.
Okay, so some of the communities, and they are very valuable to the being a part of the Microsoft Partner Program, getting engaged with IAMCP. We're also engaged with Women in Cloud. We're one of the allies or supporters of Women in Cloud, which is also supported by Microsoft. And we're also a member of BAPG, which is the Black Partner Growth Initiative, and BCPA.
That is awesome. So you've really leaned into the partner program, you've leaned into the ISV program, and you're able to go and reach customers where they're at, building the solutions they need.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what do you think are some of the things what is the life coaching you'd give other businesses and companies like yourself? What would you advise them to do? Because you've been so successful. They want to hear from you. They don't want to hear from me who's not done this. Yes.
So first and foremost, if you haven't heard of the Azure Marketplace, find out about the Azure Marketplace, because it gave us the ability to go from a regional consulting company to now having a global presence without us having to scale into all of those regions.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that. And what else? Sorry, I cut you off.
No, and so once you do that, the first thing that I would say is find a product of value, get it deployed to the marketplace. And again, there are resources available. The ISV Success Program is a tremendous help. The team, they have different concierge programs that will help you from a technical architect standpoint, as well as getting it deployed into the marketplace. So once you get that there, again, there's over 4 million active users in the Azure Marketplace, and now you have the ability to market to them.
I love that. Azure Marketplace, ISV Success Program.
Yep.
But first of all, like the Microsoft Partner Program.
Become a Microsoft partner.
Become a Microsoft partner.
Absolutely.
Step one, Azure Marketplace, ISV Success Program. Do the thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any homework for everyone? Call to action.
Call to action. So become a Microsoft partner, first and foremost. Second, focus on community, because the community is what brings everyone together and gives your brand the ability to expand. The third thing, and I would say they're kind of two together, when you're developing your solution in the marketplace, always think value first. So again, when you're doing SIs, you're always delivering value with your customer. So focus on value, and then the marketplace will give you the amplification that you need.
I love that. Thank you so much for joining us.
Absolutely.
And please have the best time at Build.
I plan on it. It's a great.
Y'all too.
That was an awesome conversation from Donna and Dexter. I love talking to our MVPs. And I have the pleasure of talking with our Python MVPs. They have so many ideas about the future of AI, all the things that integrate with our Python products. And if you're a Pythonista like I am and are interested in the MVP program and conversations like we just witnessed, try out the Python MVP program and maybe you'll talk with me.
Which would be fantastic. But I really love talking with the MVPs and hearing their perspectives about Microsoft Build. Now, whether you are a new attendee like you, right, this is your first year, or you're a veteran like me, or anywhere in between, we want to hear your take. So please share your unique event perspective by taking our short post-session survey. It's fast, it's easy, just do it. I'm giving you homework right now. Please just do it. Help us make Microsoft Build the best that it can be.
Yeah, I'm so excited to get that feedback. And we have some cool sessions next. It's more on AI. What a surprise, right? And we get to talk with our friend, Seth. Over to Seth.
Hello, friends. Welcome back. I am pleased to be joined by Anthony Joseph, Vice President of the Microsoft Commercial Marketplace and ISV Journey. That's a really cool title. And I love that we're talking about journeys. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the marketplace?
Well, the marketplace right now is undergoing unprecedented growth.
Yeah.
And that's largely due to a number of factors. Number one, we've committed like we haven't in the past in building capabilities and functionality that make it easier for partners to build their products and deploy them on the marketplace. Customers also are finding it easy to discover and deploy items on the marketplace. And then obviously there's the massive development in the last year that no one will be surprised about, which is AI. We know organizations are using AI applications today. We know organizations want to use more AI applications. And we also know that partners are interested in building AI apps on the marketplace.
That's amazing. So tell me more about the marketplace in general. For those that might not know, and this is a new opportunity for them, what's the elevator sales pitch here? Because I love the marketplace.
Well, the marketplace is the place where you can build your apps, deploy them. You could go to market with our capabilities in the marketplace where we reach over 6 million consumers on a monthly basis that come to the marketplace. And customers are looking for easier ways to deploy their solutions without requiring a phone call to a human internally to say, how do I deploy this? The marketplace helps with self-service discovery and allows for consumers to find the things they're looking for within their organization.
That's amazing. Now, you said AI, which is my magic love. I love AI. It's something I've been doing forever. Tell us more about the AI opportunities.
Well, AI today is a big focus for us. This is why we're all together here at Build. We have a program called ISV Success that helps developers build AI solutions. We give them one-on-one consultations. We give them cloud credits. We give them the ability to plug into our AI studio, and they can use tools like GitHub Copilot, which allows them to write less code and get to market more quickly.
And that's amazing because it's AI for your marketplace app, and there's AI in the marketplace too. Tell me about the ecosystem there.
That's right. So if you think about the history where the stack was cloudified, we're now looking at what I would call the AIification of the stack, which is you can come to Microsoft Cloud and come to our marketplace, and whether it's infrastructure solutions that give you access to GPUs to build your AI applications, or it's plugins that allow you to develop your applications to extend Copilot, or create a Teams app that actually plugs into our Teams ecosystem. We have a broad cross-section of capability for you to connect to. So if you think about the left rail within the Teams app, there's an applications menu. It's one of the ways in which you can find the thousands of apps that our developers are creating within our ecosystem.
Wait a minute. So I didn't realize this, and sorry, we're going off script here a little bit. That marketplace allows you to get into like Office apps like Teams, for example?
So we have a broad cross-section of apps across infrastructure, across data and AI, across Office and productivity, across industry. So they're discoverable within the marketplace, whether they're in our product surfaces like the Teams that we just spoke about, or within our marketplace like Azure Marketplace.
That is amazing. Any cool success stories that you can share?
Well, very interestingly, you'll hear later this week from UiPath and Pinecone. They're two of our ISVs that have developed on the marketplace AI apps that they've launched. And one of them has launched an app 6 months ago, and now they have customers from over 60 countries worldwide.
6 months?
So that's just within 6 months, correct.
That is quite the scalar. I mean, that's pretty impressive. And the thing that I like about the marketplace is that I don't have to do work as a developer to incorporate myself into that. How easy is it to get started?
Well, there are many ways to get started. As I mentioned, we have ISV Success, which gives ISVs the support they need, including credits. We have an AI-driven application that we call App Advisor in ISV Hub that actually walks the ISV step by step through the app building and app publication process. And we even have an AI publisher that helps them create awesome looking and awesome performing product pages on our marketplace.
So it's like the full gamut of services. Any other resources that people should look to?
Well, you know, we have a number of sessions, and I'm going to use my cheat sheet because I don't want us to mess this up. There's so much going on. Great. We have a breakout session number 130, which is launch AI applications and get to market faster with the marketplace. That's Thursday at 4:15 p.m. We also have AI-powered commerce with the marketplace, which will give you access to our roadmap and other great insights into what's coming.
That's amazing, and I'm sure there's a lot more. Make sure you check out the Azure.com marketplace for more information. Thank you so much, bud.
Thank you.
And we'll see you in a little bit.
Okay. All right.
Thank you so much. I'm super excited right now to talk about AI model evaluations with Jay and Jason. Now, Jay, you are a technical fellow at Cohere. And Jason, you are the founder and CEO of Arise AI. Now, what is Arise?
Arise is is the leading platform for observability and evaluation of LLMs and AI.
Fantastic.
Yep.
All right, so we actually have something really cool. Leslie did this earlier. We're going to do this again now. If you have questions for Jay and Jason, you can ask them in person. We've got a microphone, and if you are online, you can do it by tapping on the Q&A tab in the chat. Just type those in. All right, so we're talking a lot about AI models. I'm going to start with you, Jay. How are the language models in 2024 different from previous years? Because it seems like, to me, a new model comes out literally like every other week. So how are the 2024 models different than what we've seen in the past?
We can talk about a few axes where the models are improving. So one is capability. These models are getting much better and better across many different axes. This can include things like context length, like the steerability, like how the model answers prompts and directions and sort of how it is able to be guided by prompts. There are things like the capability of code, the quality of the code that the model sort of generates. But there are also improvements in terms of efficiency and how this is, for us at Cohere, we focus on enterprises, and for enterprises, efficiency is important. That smaller model is fast, it outputs results sort of very, very quickly, and so more and more the industry is figuring out better and better ways to have the smaller models do much better performance across various tasks.
No, which is really exciting to see that, I love that trend because I think it's good for all of us. We get more apps out there and more usage out there. Jason, when it comes to evaluating these models, how are teams evaluating their LLM applications?
Yeah, you should not put something into production. You should not build something without model evaluations. And what teams are doing is the best teams in the world these days are using LLMs to judge their LLM applications. I know it sounds a little crazy, but you need something intelligent to judge something that's creating intelligence. And so LLM is a judge, and evals are part and parcel with anyone going to production. And then Arise Phoenix, our open source library, is one of the leaders in the eval space.
Very cool. And Jay, mentioned the Cohere focuses on enterprise. How are enterprises thinking about, RAG, retrieval augmented generation?
Yeah, retrieval augmented generation arises as maybe the most commonly sought after use case for deploying large language models. Yeah. When the enterprise or when companies sort of started to deal with generative AI and generative language models, people started chatting with the models, but then the next thing that they wanted to do is how to make their output a little bit more factual.
Right.
Or how can I chat with my own data, internal data. And so retrieval augmented generation makes that possible. And so over last year, we saw a lot of people trying to do demos and POCs of initial RAG demos, but there are several ways to make those better and keep improving them. And so we have, let's say, a roadmap of advanced RAG techniques that people can do to improve the capabilities of these models beyond just doing a search step and then a generation step where you insert the context. And so focus on reliability, focus on improvement of the search step and the generation step, as well as things like multi-hop RAG and multi-query RAG, which all come together to make RAG systems that are more and more capable and reliable for the enterprise.
Because that's ultimately what they want, right? Because it's great to have these models, but we really want it to be tuned to our data and what we're doing, not just kind of a generalist sort of thing. Jason, when we were talking about this actually earlier before we got on stage together. We think about observability for AI applications and LLMs. Like, how do you tie that into evaluation? And why does that even matter?
Yeah, I think it's really hard to go from a Twitter demo to a product. Really hard, and harder. In the AI space, incredibly hard. And so what you need is observability to be able to troubleshoot and debug these apps. You need to be able to have observability to collect the data to even evaluate in the first place. So these frameworks like LangChain and Llama Index are incredibly complex. So debugging a one line of code app can be 100 distributed system calls underneath.
Yeah.
So observability is used to collect the data and use it and troubleshoot what you have to bring it from demo to production.
Yes, which I think is important, right? Because I think we've all been there. We're we build this thing and it's almost there.
Yep.
And then the debug stuff is the thing that was going to take us forever.
The last 20% is
the last
tough.
20% because of how the systems are built and because of the whatnot. I'm actually hearing that we do have some questions. We're going to start on the digital side. What is our first question?
We do actually have a question. This may be a good one for Jay. What are the best practices for evaluating RAG systems?
So that's a great question, because a lot of people deploy and they need sort of a way to measure RAG. And it's not a straightforward evaluation, but there's a number of ways to look at it. So there's a RAG system basically is two major components, a retriever and a generator. And there can be language models in both of them. And so thinking about evaluations for the retriever on its own with classic information retrieval metrics, and then the generator itself with things like faithfulness, but also end-to-end evaluation of the entire sort of RAG flow. Our team has been putting out research. One of them is the KILT benchmark to evaluate RAG systems end-to-end. And so that's a good way to decompose it into all of these and sort of troubleshoot each of these components on its own.
Very cool, KILT system. All right, our next question is actually going to come in person. Please step up. What's your question?
Okay, thank you. So this is a question to Jason. Jason, in past 2 years, we have seen a shift in a lot of things from traditional ML to LLMs. What is the major shift you have seen in terms of observability?
Yeah, so we hinted at it at the beginning. We're in traditional ML, you have a performance metric like precision or accuracy. In LLMs, it's an eval. It's using an LLM to generate that performance metric versus something that's traditional. So I would say that's one big area that's come up. I would say the other one is just there's a proliferation of frameworks. The LangChains and Llama indexes make what goes on under the hood even more important to trace and understand what's going on in each part of your chain. So I think those are the two big differences as I look at this space observability-wise.
Thank you.
Great. All right, our next question from the digital side.
Sure, yeah, we actually have another one for Jason. What are the biggest challenges in moving an AI product from demo to production?
Great question.
Oh, wow.
Great question.
So I do think I do think some of these frameworks, I would say a LangChain, for example, I see a lot of teams that have built that proof of concept on it, but as they go to production, it's quite hard to debug. The abstractions are so complex that in production environments, that it's hard to figure out what it's doing. So I would say making something simple enough that you can bring it to production, getting evals right so that the evals you do in development translate to production, and that the tracing and debugging that you had in your development environment actually work in production are some of the biggest challenges. But those come to mind for me.
Jay, do you have anything to add to that? Anything that you've seen in your experiences?
So focusing on reliability is a major thing. Yeah. I love the Twitter demo.
You're completely correct.
Is a common thing. Exactly.
It is.
So reliability and measurement is key for business use cases, I would say.
No, and I think you're right. We all get kind of starstruck by these demos, and it looks great, but it's not going to really be ready for production. Certainly not in enterprises. Yeah. So that's why we need to do testing. That's why we need to do reliability, and we need to do these evaluations. All right. So final thoughts from both of you. Jason, where can people go to learn more?
Yeah. So aka.ms/arise with a Z. is the link for getting to check out the product. Check out Phoenix, Arise Phoenix, one of the open source tracing evaluation libraries out there that's gaining in massive popularity.
Awesome. And Jay, anything?
We'd love people to search for Cohere in Azure. They can deploy Command R in our latest sort of models to do advanced retrieval augmented generation privately on Azure.
Fantastic. Jay, Jason, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Microsoft Build. We're rounding out day 2 coverage. How about being an AI developer nowadays? That's some cool stuff we just saw.
You know, it's really cool. What I liked about today was not just being an AI developer, but being an agent developer using Copilot Studio.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I absolutely love the idea of everyone harnessing the power of AI to be more productive, and Copilot Studio does that for everyone.
That's right, because you can solve your own business problem on your own without going and finding like a C++ dev like us, right? That's
I'm more of a Python guy now, it turns out.
Really?
I'm so sorry. Like I went from C# to Python. You're C++, but now you do all the other things.
Now I have to do C#, but GitHub Copilot helps me not have to learn Python stuff.
That's right. And one of the cool themes about Build is skilling up. There's a ton of opportunities to skill up.
Yes, that's right. We launched our Copilot Learning Hub specifically for all things Copilot for technical people. learn.microsoft.com/Copilot. Yeah, that's right.
Absolutely. And then there's skilling for everyone at every level. And if you're certifiable like me.
Is that what they tell you?
That's what the doctors tell me.
Yeah.
You can get certified as well. There's tons of certifications and things that you can do.
Yeah, this is true.
You know, we haven't gotten to host things in a long time. What is it? I think we're just like the power hosts. And if, like, is there a lot of light coming to you from this area?
Combined situation.
Is that what's happening?
Is that Captain Planet or like?
I think so. But before we go, there's one thing we have to do. We need to take a moment to thank our featured partners, Lucid Software, Sonar, Confluent, and you can check them all out at the featured partner directory. Anything you're excited about coming up?
You know what I'm really, really excited about?
AI.
The fact that, well, of course, but we're going to go bounce to Jeremy Chapman, who's going to have the coolest thing in the world to show you after this.
Okay, so if you're a developer building apps and databases with Postgres, today we're going to have a look at the mechanics of Postgres running AI workloads. And I'm joined by Charles Feddersen, who's on the Postgres Azure team. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. It's good to be here.
And so Postgres is something I think is really popular with a lot of developers that are watching. But I know AI is also very popular, so how do the two kind of fit together?
Yeah, it's interesting. So Postgres is an incredibly popular database for developers. And about 18 months ago, when the ChatGPT wave broke, one of the interesting things is that as developers looked at building AI apps, they realized that they needed this ability to store embeddings or vectors in the database to enable similarity search, which then feeds context to these language models.
Right.
And what we found is that Postgres, coincidentally, had that feature straight out of the box. And so while it was already incredibly popular, it's become even more popular for building AI-powered apps. And we're doing some even more things to make that even easier for developers in Azure.
Okay, so when we think about like Postgres on Azure, what does that then mean? What does that give us in addition to what the community kind of does through the Postgres open source project?
Yeah, so the community open source project uses an extension called PG Vector, which enables you to effectively store, index, and query embeddings. Now, what we've added is the Azure AI extension to enable you to query or generate embeddings directly from the Azure OpenAI service. The great thing about Postgres in Azure is that it's completely open source, and we leverage all the other extensions from the community as well, things like PostGIS or Postgres FDW, and we've also put enterprise security into it as well.
Yeah, why don't we go into this, because I know a lot of people probably use the latest, greatest Postgres. So what does our support look like in terms of the extensions that we do? Are we keeping up to date with kind of what the community is building out?
Yeah, so that's the beauty of it. By design, we ship open source Postgres in the managed service, and it enables us to bring it to market really quickly. But we also support a lot of extensions. PostGIS enables geospatial for building applications to require mapping-like capabilities, and Postgres FDW enables you to effectively query external databases. Vector, as I mentioned already, provides indexing to store these embeddings and query over them efficiently. And the Azure AI extension enables you to write SQL that queries against models in the Azure OpenAI service, parse data, and return those embeddings to store natively in Postgres for your applications.
Right, so why don't we go through like some of the capabilities that we have from an enterprise perspective also with Postgres, because I know a lot of people are probably developing not just for like publicly consumed apps, but maybe things that might be on Microsoft Entra, for example, as part of authentication.
That's right. So all of these AI capabilities don't take away from the fact that applications still need to be highly secure. One of the nice things about Postgres in Azure is that we've enabled it with all of the enterprise security features you'd require. Things like Entra ID, so you can bring your enterprise identity to log into Postgres. Postgres in Azure is the only Postgres platform that supports Entra ID authentication. We've also got support for private links, for example. So you've got that secure networking configuration and definitely customer managed keys, super important, stored in Key Vault or even using things like managed HSM for that extra layer of security for those encryption keys.
And we also have support for things like high availability and disaster recovery as well. But before we go there, why don't we talk about like a real scenario where I might use this and kind of how I would build in AI into my Postgres backend for my app?
Absolutely. So let's use a real world example. Here we've got an app where we can search for travel. And so in this model, what's happening is the application under the covers is going to be using the Azure OpenAI extension. We're going to combine it with vision capabilities as well for searching over images. And we'll show you how you can build effectively an end-to-end search experience, all powered by Postgres and AI capabilities using Flexible Server in Azure. One of the really powerful things about these embeddings is the way that their comparison enables you to do similarity search. An embedding is basically a large array of floating points that's calculated using a model from text data. And when you run a query with a text prompt, we compare the embedding for that text prompt you've submitted to all of the pre-stored embeddings in the database. The distance between those embeddings is the relevance between the search and what's in the database. And then we can return that. Here's an example of like asking about a cancellation policy. And the embeddings will compare that. They can pass that to the language model, and then that'll come back to the application with the, the language response that we would expect for this type of application.
Okay, so now we know what it's going to do. Why don't we walk through the app itself that you've built in terms of seeing this in action?
Sure. So here's the website, and we can go ahead and do a search for a vacation. We might head to San Diego, for example. And so let's go put that in the prompt, and we'll search for that. And we get about 120 responses, lots of places to stay in San Diego. That's not bad, I could scroll through that, but I'm actually going to take my pet dog with me. So I'm going to put another text prompt, which is allow small dogs. What this is going to do is filter down further because I'm applying that small dog similarity search to the property listings in the database. So next we can actually flip over and take a look at the code and see how we build this in Postgres.
Okay.
So here you can see we've got the lodgings table, and we've got a column that we're adding called lodging embedding of type vector. And the 1,536 basically just represents the length of the vector we're storing here.
Got it.
So that's the native vector type that stores those floating points. And then you can see the next line, we're going to generate this by calling the Azure OpenAI extension using the Azure AI extension we have, right? So that's the create embeddings. And you can see we're calling the ADA02 model. We're concatenating name and description, and we're going to store that every time a record gets created, we'll create the embedding based on those values. I'm going to cut across here and we can create an index as well. HNSW stands for Hierarchical Navigatable Small World. A little bit of a mouthful.
Bit of a mouthful, yeah.
But it's a way of indexing vectors for really high performance queries. And then I can go ahead and show you what a query looks like. So this query is actually doing two cool things in Postgres. The first in the order by is we're comparing that lodging embedding column that create the embedding for every description of every property with the search phrase that I put in. And that was effectively allow small dogs.
Okay.
What I'm also doing here, however, I was using PostGIS for geospatial because I want to make sure that I'm looking for all the places, not just in San Diego, but within 30 miles of a given point in San Diego that I may have set in a search.
We're using a few extensions here then.
Yeah, so it's really powerful. And you can see it's just SQL, right? So if you can develop in SQL in a relational database, you could do this in Postgres.
Okay, so what would it look like then if I go back to the site? Why don't we have a look at kind of adding additional information to it?
Yeah, so imagine we want to stay somewhere near the beach. San Diego's got some fantastic beaches. So let's look for a beach view. So the way this is working, if we look back in the code, is we're actually using capabilities in Azure AI to vectorize images. And we can store those embeddings in Postgres as well. And so the search process is the same. We're still searching over embeddings, but rather than taking text as we did previously, now we're using an image. Embeddings are embeddings, large arrays of floating point numbers.
Right.
And so now when we come back and review the outcome of our search, you can see that all of the photos have beaches in them, which is great. And then we can also see that as we looked for, they're also suitable for my small dog as well. So this really powerful combination of how we can take the information from images and text, use geospatial in a simple SQL-based search experience.
And so what this means, I guess, if I translate this, so the images themselves were used. You didn't describe the images. There wasn't metadata there or a description text or anything. It took the image. It kind of defined what was in the image. Same thing with the dog, if the dog was permitted in the hotel, and those kind of things. It's finding the description of the hotel or the reviews. You don't have to have a tag or a specific column or something that tells me that, because it can find that all in the text. And it's doing the same thing kind of for all these different fields. That's fascinating. So why don't we then go into kind of what this looks like behind the scenes for maybe things like reviews, or how would I assess sentiment and kind of look at that type of data?
Yeah, so look, one of the things when I'm looking for places to go stay anyway, I always take a look at the reviews. So we've been able to filter down to a smaller set of properties that are applicable for my requirements. Now we want to look a little deeper. The thing is that the reviews themselves are often quite expansive and take time.
Right, yeah.
So we can use the summarization capabilities and sentiment capabilities built into the Azure AI extension in Postgres to generate that information as well. So the user can get a really quick sense of the property. So here we are in the code, and you can see we're using Azure Cognitive.Analyze Sentiment. We're passing the review text. And if we go ahead and run that, you can see the positive score of 0.98 was what we just showed in the UI for the 98% positive. We can also summarize the review, and that's using the summarize abstractive function here, all in SQL. And that's really the powerful thing. If you can write SQL into a relational database, you can use all of these AI capabilities in Postgres in Azure. And so here's the summarization of that text as well.
Cool, and of course it's 2024, so everybody's going to want to see some kind of a chat experience with our hotel search. So how can I combine Postgres then with generative AI for something like that?
Absolutely. So what we've shown so far is what's commonly used as the foundational context for powering an LLM. We didn't show a language model here until now. And so on the right-hand side, you can see that we've got a chat experience. I've got a couple of filters as well that you can just click on. So imagine you click on hidden fees.
Right.
What this is going to do is go search in the database again using the embeddings. It's looking for any text in those descriptions that talk about hidden fees, and it's going to feed that back to the language model to produce that really human-friendly output.
Right.
So here on the right-hand side, you can see that it has found some hidden fees in the coastal village code.
Those always get me.
They always get me. And so this is what the code looks like here. So we're back in and we're calling the Azure AI extension. We're going to use the DaVinci engine here for generating this response. And this will run through, it produces that, that clean output for us, and I can surface that to the user. The key thing here is that all of these experiences we showed in the app are all effectively powered by Postgres and its integration with the AI capabilities in Azure.
It's great to see all the different extensibility options with the extensions and all the AI capabilities with Azure behind it, the Ada 2 embedding model, all these things that you can do as part of the native extension story. I would encourage anybody who's watching right now to have a look at aka.ms/PostgresQL for all the information about what we just saw and more. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, Jeremy. I always love his sessions.
I know. They're so thorough.
He gets like into the trenches. That makes me really happy.
He really does. And not only that, but the demos are always super crisp. And I feel like I need to grow up into that.
Really? When's that going to happen?
I don't know.
I know exactly. Okay. For more Microsoft mechanics, check out techcommunity.microsoft.com. Tons of resources, and there's a fantastic YouTube channel also.
That's right. And you can go there. There's tons of resources. I think he's even doing a couple. We just saw one here, but there's a couple more that he's doing. And there's a ton of segments that we're doing with MVPs, with people that are making stuff, with people that are talking about stuff. That's us, right?
Yeah, we're talking about stuff.
Yeah, that's right. So what is your favorite thing that you've seen so far? Because we've kind of been around.
We've been around. I think probably my absolute favorite is how many people are visiting all of the Copilot stations. I know I'm really biased.
That's right.
Really biased.
Yeah, and for me, I love Copilot Studio because it's built upon the infrastructure that I get to build on our team. And the cool thing about that is seeing it used throughout. Because like in Charles's keynote part, it's just amazing stuff with Copilot, right?
That's right. And seeing so many people who've never done AI in their lives be able to build their own AI product and deploy it in their business, that's pretty cool. That's
and I think the thing for me, and I'm just like spitballing here because we got time, is that the interface with computers now is softening to become more human in the sense that we can like type information and words and the computer can actually do stuff with it.
Is that how you explain humaning to people? Yeah.
Look at her go.
I know.
We are now humaning with computers.
Are we humaning with computers?
A little bit. I mean, I think it's cool because, again, it's lowering the barrier for people to do. computing. All right.
That's right.
There's more.
Yes.
Here to tell us more about certification resources, it's Adon. How you doing, my friend? Who do you got with you over there?
Hello, I'm so excited to be joined with Juliana, our Director of Product Marketing at Worldwide Learning.
Yeah.
We're going to be jumping into certifications. I'm so thrilled. So Microsoft certifications have been around for 30-odd years.
Yeah, that's right.
And they're well known in the industry. I personally know people who have added that to their toolkit in order to traverse the job market. Can you tell me a little bit more about where they stand now and how we can get into them and leverage them?
Yeah, well, absolutely, Dawn. Certifications never go out of style.
Yeah. Yep.
They're always in vogue. And with AI is just changing so much in terms of industries and sectors, and it's creating a lot of opportunities, but also challenges for IT pros and developers. And so now is like no time than the present to get a Microsoft certification. There's some roles like AI engineer that are very critical to obviously the AI transformation. But then there's other roles like security analyst or data engineer that may not seem directly related, but they're actually quite crucial to organizations and how they prepare and then use AI. And so those roles also shouldn't be overlooked in terms of earning those certifications. We've also seen through actually a recent Oxford study that earning AI skills actually may increase wages by 21% on average, right? So that is very exciting for individuals in that sector, and really exciting also for career development.
Yeah. So it sounds like from the changing landscape, it's necessitating us growing into these skills, and then these certifications are ways to do that. I wonder, my instinct would be just to focus on the learning perhaps and not get the certification, but the certification helps. Can you tell us how the certification is really going to help us when we're learning?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a lot of different reasons why you would earn a certification, right? There's obviously all the goodness and all the learnings that you get out of it, but beyond that, it's also about establishing your credibility, right, with your peers, your customers, your partners. It's also making sure that they have increased confidence in your abilities. So that's a huge part of it as well. Beyond that, it can unlock opportunities. So in your organization, it unlocks career development opportunities, such as whether it's salary increases, we all love those, job promotions, new job roles, or even new projects that this could unlock for you. That said, if you're looking for opportunities outside of your organization and you're kind of looking for something new and different, well, certifications are a great way to flag that you have those AI skills that are so sought after by those recruiters and IT managers. And so those are definitely additional reasons for you to earn some certifications.
Absolutely. And that makes sense. It absolutely jives with the ways that I've navigated the job market. I've seen my friends navigate the job market. Really touting our skills and being able to get those credentials seems essential. And I'm really glad that my friends at Microsoft Learn are providing those opportunities for us.
That's right.
So I'm so thrilled. But then how do I share the news that I've done the thing? I've put in the work. I've got the certification.
Yeah.
How do I share that?
If you've gone through the effort and the investment of time to earn a certification, please make sure that you reap all the benefits from those certifications, right? And that can be twofold. LinkedIn is a wonderful professional networking platform that can help you do that, right? Posting those certifications and those credentials on your LinkedIn profile will help you flag to your network your readiness, your competences, your subject matter expertise in that area, and really help them kind of see what the investment that you've put into your skills. Beyond that, LinkedIn is also a wonderful recruiting tool, right? It is so incredibly powerful. And so this certifications will help flag for IT managers and recruiters that you have the skills that they're looking for in order to fill those AI roles and opportunities in different organizations looking for that talent. So there's a huge talent gap in that area. So this helps with that.
Absolutely. That's so fascinating. And I feel like there's so much
effort and investment that comes from your team. I'm so thrilled to have you all as colleagues, and just to kind of send a quick email to get some expertise on how I can get specifically my Python community upskilled so they're navigating with all the tools in their back pocket.
Yeah.
I'm so thrilled that you were able to kind of touch on those things.
And also just one last quick note is that individuals can also renew their skills, renew their certifications very quickly through an easy and free online assessment. And so again, if you haven't seen it, go check it out.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dawn, so much. You heard her. Learn.microsoft.com/copilot. Actually, just learn.microsoft.com. Get to know it. It's one of your best resources. We keep it up to date with the product team, our content writers, product managers, advocates, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
And there's something new, well, not new, but last time, there's a Learn Collections where you're able to collect a bunch of stuff together and do like all of the learning in a collected.
This gesture.
Like, do you like it? Do you like it? It's like, this is my gesture for collected. Is this how I collect berries in the woods?
Oh, okay.
Is that how you do it?
Are you very successful at it?
Not really. Maybe
Okay.
there's a problem. I
Yeah,
need to
maybe you've
sort that out a little bit.
All right.
So we are almost, it's almost the end of day two.
Day two, I know.
We're coming up. We have Scott and Mark doing some amazing AI stuff, which, like I said, anytime we say AI, I'm going to be like, aye.
Yay. Okay, by the way, I kind of liked your keynote thing today.
Did you like that?
I did.
The cool thing about that is that it's all like using GPT-4 Omni, and it's super fast.
Yes.
Like, and
it was
not only
super
that, it
fast.
takes the image and it takes the text and it's able to rationalize across it.
Yeah.
So that demo that I did with the phone, it literally is just one prompt that I inject information into. It's really cool.
I find it very interesting how you can interrupt.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I find that fascinating.
And that was for that demo. That was a demo on the first day. Yeah. The thing about that is it's getting streaming audio, and so when you say something, it's easy to stop. And so it's really cool stuff. But again, I don't know if I want to interrupt the AI too much.
I don't know either.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So what day two was interesting to you?
You know, for me, I really liked Scott's keynote. Right? It's really expansive. The stuff that we're doing with AI all across the stack, including low code, no code.
Yes.
But I don't know if I like the because I don't like that term, because
don't like it.
There's things for me where I'm like, if I don't need to code it, like
why code it?
Why code it? Like WordPress.
Yes.
Programmers use that, right?
Yeah, all the time.
And we don't call it a low code solution. Right, you know what I'm saying?
It's called a solution.
So we started with that. Then we started with we went into some AI goodness, and then there was obviously I did a demo, and then we talked about safety with Sarah, and then to round it out, we had the data stack, which to us is amazing because we have not only just the data stack, but we have purview and security and all that other stuff, which is pretty cool. And so that's what I like. I like the holistic message, and maybe I'm a homer, but I like that stuff.
I liked it too.
Yeah.
And what I really liked was being here in the arena where things happen.
Yeah.
And it's been amazing to see every single booth be populated all day by people who are coming to meet the experts, ask the experts. So if you are here tomorrow on day 3, you should definitely come in and visit the experts.
Amazing. And that's our day 2 coverage of Microsoft Build. It comes to an end, but don't worry, we've got more in store tomorrow.
Yep. See you tomorrow.
Please welcome Vice President, Program Management, Scott Hanselman.
Hi, friends. How's it going?
Thank you so much for spending time with us this evening, closing out day 2. We're having all kinds of fun. And in order to close out the day, we thought it would be cool to bring you a parade of awesome, both in people and in technology, and all the cool stuff that we're doing across Windows, across Developer Division. Each of our own individual machines are all unique. We are as unique as the people who are behind them. And I'm going to start with some of the cool things that I've got on my machine that I've kind of tweaked and set up, and some tools. And then we're going to have some friends come out and show us hopefully some surprises, some tips, some tricks, some hotkeys, and some cool things to help you make your space your own. If we take a look at my machine right here, after we ran an AI on my desktop, we were able to move everything into this folder over here called Old Desktop, which probably was not the smartest move in the world. But fortunately, those files are all there. And I think we're looking at probably, yeah, just 800 files across 2 gigs. So that's fine. I'll move them back when Mark is not looking. When you think about customizing your space, you might go into dark mode, you might go into light mode, you might change your fonts, you might have your wallpaper a certain way. I spend a lot of time at the command line, and I've made the command line my own place. This is, of course, Windows Terminal that we know and love. I'm using Zoom It here to go and draw on the screen and point at stuff. You can see that it's detected a bunch of things like the developer command prompts that were installed with Visual Studio. I've got PowerShell here as my primary space, but I've also got Ubuntu in the form of WSL, the Windows Subsystem for Linux, the Azure Cloud Shell. And you'll notice here, if I hit like Z, I'm using a module for PowerShell called Z that's giving me history. I can scroll around in my history, go backwards and forwards, and then move from place to place. Z is a faster CD, and then this PowerShell history plugin is giving me quick access to my Z. All of this is written up on the blog. And then I'm using Oh My Posh, that you can get at ohmyposh.dev, great open source project that is changing the prompt. And you'll notice right here in my prompt, I've got the current folder. I've got my Git prompt, and I see that I've got something in the cloud I need to go and pull down, do a Git pull. I've got the current version of .NET that I've got on my machine. I need to upgrade to the latest preview. This icon here actually indicates that I'm on a dev drive. My D drive is my developer drive. That's using REFS, the reliable file system, rather than NTFS for my code. And then right here, that's my blood sugar in real time. Thank you for laughing at my lifelong disease. No, I've got an insulin pump, and I've got a sensor right here, and an open source artificial pancreas that jumps over into my phone that I have to keep charged at all time because I don't want to die on stage. And then it goes from there up into the cloud. So I've got a REST API for my own body, which is great. You should all have a REST. Just do an HTTP GET on yourself. So I can watch that turn color. I can see it's supposed to be around 100, so we're going to want to watch for that. Speak up if it goes low. A trend line will show me how my blood sugar is going up and down. So I've made my space my own. And I've used nerd fonts like Cascadia Code Nerd Font to get these glyphs that you would not ordinarily see in your standard font. So check out the new Cascadia Code Nerd Font. I can go really far in updating my terminal, and I can make it look like this, which is the way the terminals are supposed to look. And then I can run things like this. Yeah, right? Good night, everybody. Teach the babies. Teach the young people. Now, this is Midnight Commander, an homage to Norton Commander, running with a 3-dimensional shader on top of the terminal, which is letting me, live my nostalgic lifestyle that I like to live. And that's okay. So this right here is my space. I have customized it. I've made it my own place. I've even added little custom plugin, so I can go and say, how do I count the files in this folder and below in PowerShell? And when I say question mark, that's actually going to call GitHub Copilot at the CLI, go and create the PowerShell command for me. I can then copy it to the clipboard, and drop it in, and then find out how many files are on, in this folder, which is probably going to be, I probably shouldn't have done that because I have thousands. I'm going to go, actually, that was a huge mistake. What have I done? I should go back up into my desktop because we know there's only a couple of thousands up there. There you go, 807. So that's pretty cool. So that is GitHub Copilot at the command line. I can even say git, like, how do I git commit? And I say git with a question mark. And git with a question mark then says, well, that's how you git commit. And if I can say, well, I don't understand, I'll say explain that command, and it'll go and tell me all about it. So it's a AI-powered man pages. This is just one of the ways that I've made my space my space. Let's bring Kayla out from the Windows Developer Tools team to show me how she makes her space more interesting. Kayla. Your machine fell asleep.
Yeah.
Your machine fell asleep.
That happens
You should
sometimes.
use Power Toys Awake.
I should, especially for today.
Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah, thanks for having me up here, man.
All right, what kind of cool stuff have you done to make your space your own?
So I get to use all of the cool new things that we're delivering over on Power Toys, Terminal, et cetera. So I've got some sneak peeks of things to show off. The first is this little icon on my taskbar. So I don't know what your morning routine looks like, but I know I drag the same windows in the same place on the screen every day. Like, I'm a creature of habit. I do the same thing. Wouldn't it be nice if I could just do that in one click, which is what I've done here. So this is projects, which we're delivering with Power Toys. A branch was just opened last night, this morning. It's fresh.
Fresh bits, fresh bits.
Fresh bits.
Just got this.
Yeah, and it's been awesome. And this works really well also with multiple monitors or multiple projects. So if I have different screen resolutions or if I have an external monitor, I can set everything up in one project, and then one click I'm in and I'm good.
So it's not like Fancy Zone. It's not a tiling window manager. It's like you saved that project, that space for yourself, and it put it right back the way you wanted it.
Yeah, exactly. And I can actually give you a sneak peek of what the editor looks like for this. This is my dev project, and I only set it to launch VS Code, Dev Home, and Terminal. And in here, you can see my screen layout. So this is what I just launched. I had Terminal at the top, VS Code on the bottom, and Dev Home on the right. And when I made this project, it takes a snapshot of what's running on your machine, both minimized and also in a window. So I can keep things warm and launch them as minimized, and I can select which ones I want to actually launch. So I had, File Explorer a couple times. I'm not big on the tabs yet, even though I helped put tabs in Terminal. So
yeah.
Yeah.
So you can go and say, make it like this. It'll put it in the editor. You can then customize it to taste and save it as a project.
Yeah, exactly. So this just helps save time. I'm big on saving time. I'm big on making myself more efficient. And Dev Home actually helps with that. And I can come over to Dev Home. This is our new hub-like experience in Windows for developers to give you all the tools you need at once. So I have a fully customizable dashboard. I have, GitHub widgets, my CPU, GPU, things like that. But one thing that Dev Home does help with is helping get your machine set up. And that's over on the machine configuration page. And I am going to go through the clone repo flow as a quick example. So I'm going to clone Power Toys to my dev drive. Just going to, I know this path. I've done it many times. Here we go. And when I hit next, I can click Generate Configuration File. So machine configuration, I can clone repos, and I can also install apps and packages. And then I can take all of that, put it into a winget configuration file, and then I can replicate that on other machines. So we can do that here. I'm going to generate a configuration file, and I'm just going to save it as my config over in my documents. And I'm going to clone this down because there's another feature here I want to show. But we could take a look at that file and see what's going on. I'm going to open this up in VS Code. I'll make this full screen. So here, what's happening is I need to zoom. Zoom.
Hit escape?
Hit escape. Oh, it's because I entered the zoom it tool.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. OK.
Control scroll.
Control scroll. Thank you. We're helping each other today. Why don't you try it?
Whee! Did you turn off control scroll?
I don't know. Oh, there we go. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You're helping add value.
I'm adding value. Thank you.
Thank you.
Call back.
So here you can see I'm cloning Power Toys right here with git clone. This is huge.
That is, yeah, good job.
Thank you. And this is the Git file.
That's because you were doing this thing before.
This is going to be like this for the
fine.
rest. It's
This
fine.
is fine. It's totally okay.
And we can see that this depends on Git. So in order to clone, I need Git. So this is going to add the dependency up top, since when Git knows I need Git. So then it'll also help me install Git. So I don't need to, mess around with getting this set up. It should just work.
You know, one of the things that's worth noting about this, and I'm just curious, what's that right there? DSC, desired state configuration. This isn't a batch file. This isn't a PowerShell file.
Right.
It's not a series of instructions on what it needs to do.
Right.
It's a state.
Yes. So if you had something that was already installed, like everyone has Git these days, it's just going to make sure that Git is installed. It's not going to attempt to install it again. So it helps get your machine into the proper state, like you mentioned, rather than just applying everything at once, like a batch file.
That's cool.
Yeah. So if I hop back over to DevHome, I finished cloning. And one thing we've added into DevHome is configuration file detection. So we have a lot of repositories. We're open source on a lot of things.
Giant circle.
Giant circle. And in our repositories, we have configuration files to help you get set up. And you can view this file and run this file. So yes, I've cloned PowerToys, but PowerToys might require Visual Studio, et cetera. And we can have them detected by DevHome. I can launch this, run it within DevHome, and then I can get set up with development in a snap.
I see. So if I wanted to work on PowerToys and I okay, here's the Word document, here's the README file. I don't need that.
Yeah.
I just go and say Wingate configure, or I run it in DevHome. DevHome sets my machine up, and I'm ready to start building.
Yeah.
Including parts within VS itself, like right there on line 28. The Visual Studio config is all the workloads that Visual Studio is going to need.
Yeah, exactly. And not only is it VS config include the workloads, it also can modify Windows settings. So up here at the top on line 7 and also line 5, it's turning on developer mode because I need developer mode enabled in order to compile and run DevHome. Oh, sorry, PowerToys.
Oh, yeah. That's cool. All right. I dig it.
Yeah. So I only have a few more minutes here, but
what are some little-known things? Because there's an old joke from the Word team that said that they could release new versions of Word with no new features, and just tell people about features that have existed for years and pretend that they're new.
Well,
so let's talk about things that have been in Windows for 20 years that no one noticed.
Okay, here's one.
What's that? Okay, what hotkey was that?
That was Windows key X. And this has a lot of great utilities in it. We added terminal to this when we brought terminal in box.
Very nice.
So Windows key X, and then if you hit I, there's the underlined letters on each of these. I'm afraid to use that arrow because I'm going to run right over it.
Yeah.
But if you hit Windows key I or Windows key A, you can launch as admin terminal very quickly. Or if you right-click on the Windows icon, you can launch this menu too.
Yep. Very cool.
Other cool things, if you hold Control-Shift, and then you click on something running in your taskbar, or if you use Run and you hit Control-Shift and you hit Run, it'll launch as administrator. So Control-Shift is a nice little thing to just help you get into admin really quickly.
Yep, that's been in Windows a long time, but not enough people know about it. So you just launched it as an administrator. You can see the terminal just said it was administrator. You look at my machine, I've got a little thing in On My Posh with a lightning bolt to warn me that I'm administrator. And I've seen people make theirs change color.
Yeah.
Like turn red or turn yellow to tell them that it is an administrator.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Also, I saw your terminal. That's
It's pretty shiny, but you don't like it?
Well, I live in the modern age, man. So I put my cat in mine.
Okay, so you have your cat.
I have my cat. I took inspiration from Jen Gentleman. She puts her cat in her terminal, and I wanted to do the same.
Very nice.
But the last thing I'll leave you with is my rainbow border. I think it's awesome, and I could show you how to do it. So over
So
here,
you have a rainbow border around terminal?
Yeah, see that? Let me bring it
For
back.
no reason other than it's awesome.
Exactly.
Just like the rainbow progress bar in Wingate, because it's awesome.
Because it's awesome.
Should totally do that.
Yeah. So I've opened my settings file for terminal, the JSON file.
Yeah.
And you can do that by holding Shift and clicking Settings. And that'll launch it in your default editor. And then here I just have a theme in the themes object, and I've set experimental rainbow frame to true, and it should work just
cool.
like that. And the last little tip I'll leave you with, and then I'll go run off and bring Maddie up here, is this new feature we added where we put end task in the context menu of the taskbar.
So that's stuff that should have been in Windows from the very beginning.
Exactly.
Now we're cooking. Ah, that's fantastic. Very cool. Thanks for showing me that.
And to enable this, you could just turn this on in your developer settings over here, and then you should be good to go.
Very cool. Big
yeah.
hand for Kayla for showing us some
you.
awesome tools in Windows. And then, hang on. What? You just, okay, so you just locked your screen. You don't trust me? You think I'm going to mess with your machine?
No, Windows key L, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I was going to mess with your backgrounds and stuff.
You don't have
All right. Bring Maddie out.
All right.
Kayla.
Thanks,
Big hand
Scott.
for Kayla. Now, we're bringing Maddie out. Big high five. Maddie, different machine, different setup. You're a mobile developer, tiny, your machine's falling asleep.
I put on Power Toys awake.
I'm sure you did.
I must have turned it
That's
off.
totally fine.
It's okay.
My machine's awake.
It's making sure it's me.
One of the things that Maddie's referring to is the Power Toys Awake tool
Show it
that
to
you
you.
have to go, yeah, let's see it, let's make sure it's on.
Right here. You right-click on that.
Keep screen on.
I had keep awake, but not screen.
Sorry.
I don't know how to use Power Toys.
Yeah. Cool.
Hi.
Hi, how are
you doing?
Very well. I'm
Thank
enjoying
you for
myself.
hanging out until the middle of the night. 6 p.m. is my bedtime. So this is, so like Scott said, I'm on the .NET team. I'm a mobile developer. The most important thing I do when you're running nightly .NET builds is open the task manager to kill everything. I found out most of you people have been right-clicking on the taskbar to open the task manager instead of just doing Control-Shift-Escape, which opens it.
Okay, that's a
Okay.
nice one. It's been around for a while. I like
It has.
that. A bit
It's
of
one
a
of
deep
the
cut.
new things that it's not actually new,
Yeah,
but it feels
very new.
I see all these people in demos right-clicking, and I'm like, why are you using the mouse? Anyways, kidding. I have my phone here.
Okay.
I am always on my phone. I hope you like my background. It was a picture of my husband, and so I just
That's
I
not
didn't
weird
want
at
that
all.
on. I didn't want that
totally
on
fine.
stage. I thought that was weird.
Yeah,
So
this
that's
is
from the
much more normal
rehearsal.
and comfortable. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, very, very appropriate.
Oh, sorry.
We are in the same reporting structure, so we'll be
We are.
having a conversation about this later.
Oh no, everything's opening. Anyways, I'm on my phone all the time, as you can tell, because I clearly know how to use it.
Sure.
And I'm also context switching a lot, so I'll be like running apps on my phone. I will be like getting text messages. I'll be looking at things in Target, and then I'll be like, oh my gosh, I have to go home and like actually do my job. And so you can actually open things in Edge here, like this guy's TikTok. And I'm using a very cool tool called Visor to screen mirror, just so that you know.
Shout out to those folks.
Yeah, awesome. I love it. And so I can open things here, and then if I want to pull it up on my computer, so say I'm looking at like a TikTok or a GitHub issue or
Right.
something that I need like a real keyboard for, Edge actually has this built in. This isn't even a Windows feature, but I just had to show it. You can hit send to devices here. Anything I'm logged in with, I can send it to, and then it actually pops up like instantly. That was a real demo.
Oh, page shared from other device.
Yeah.
Nice. So that's a screen mirrored version of your
Yeah.
phone, and you just hopped it over to your actual machine.
Exactly.
Very nice.
Which I use all the time because like I'll be on a GitHub issue and I'll be like typing a comment furiously, and then I'll be like, I need to sit at a computer with like,
Nice.
Thanks. I'm also using, I know Kayla talked about Power Toys, Fancy Zones, which I use all the time because a lot of times I have my emulator or my device up, and then I have Visual Studio on this left side. And if you just hit Shift and kind of wiggle this thing around, it's actually going to pop up the zones you have created. And so I always have the fancy zones to snap. On the right, I have a phone. On the left, I have my IDE or my browser or whatever. So, okay. Not phone related, even cooler. Snipping tool, WinShift-S, I use all the time. And I did not realize that they keep adding features to it because I just use it to take screenshots and call it a day. And let me see if I can.
So you just screenshotted like some text there.
Yeah, I'm going to screenshot the amount of followers you have. It's weird. It's a lot.
Did not ask you to do this.
Sorry.
It's totally comfortable and not awkward in any way.
Just have to give you a light roast.
Yeah.
Just a light roast. Let me screenshot that.
Go ahead and
again.
screenshot that a third time. Why
Yeah.
are you screenshotting it so many times?
The notification isn't popping up.
What is it? It's because it's in do not disturb mode.
Oh,
It's not that it's been popping up this whole time. It's totally fine.
Thanks. Thanks, Scott.
Smooth.
Wow.
Just a light roast.
Yeah, I deserve that. Anyways, snipping tool. Lots of cool new stuff. First of all, it does videos. Just FYI. You like
It's
that
a
little
screen
zoom in?
recorder now?
Yes. So I used to call myself on Teams and then share my screen and then record the Teams meeting.
Of yourself.
Of myself. And then like put a little thing over the corner. I don't do that. I just use this
Totally
now.
normal thing
It's
to
much
do.
easier. Yep. Another cool thing is this little thing, text actions. I click that, and it's using AI, which we have heard nothing about this week.
Yeah, not at all like OCR.
Not once. To go in and actually pull out all the text in this.
Ooh, copy all text.
I can just copy it all.
Okay.
And then I can go over to, switching again, new app, the phone link app. And I actually have this connected to my phone here over the internet.
Kayla's name is Cinnamon.
No. Look at the phone number. That's her real number, 867-5309.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Thanks.
It's different.
You can see all my fake texts to her. But
This is some Walmart version of Kayla.
It
Kayla
is,
Paprika.
yeah. But I can just paste that text in. And so this app is great because I'll be like getting text on my phone and I don't want to pick up my phone and deal with it. So I can just do
Okay,
it
so you're
here.
pasting the text from the screenshot.
Yes.
And
Just like
texting
that.
from phone link.
Bam, just like that.
Cool.
So lots of different like little things. You don't really have to set any of it up. Like once you've opened phone link the first time, you just do it and then that's it.
No, that's not going because that's a fake number. So you're spamming a real person who has that phone number right
I
now,
am.
and they're refusing your text.
Yes.
Just wanted to call that
They've
out.
probably blocked me because of the amount of times I've
That
practiced
would make
this
sense.
demo.
Probably not a good idea.
So, all right. 2 more things, 2 more power toys. One, for those of you who are .NET folks, .NET Aspire went GA this week.
Okay.
Very exciting. And one of the cool features of .NET Aspire is that there's this dashboard thing that shows you all of your data and your things and where it's getting slow and whatever.
Yeah, we saw that in Mark and my talk, the Aspire dashboard for OpenTelemetry.
Wow.
Wow.
And so with Aspire, it will pop it up automatically. But if you close out of the browser and you want to get back to it, nobody remembers
Yep.
IP addresses.
I had that happen live on stage, actually, and I had to go and click on it again. It was a whole thing.
That's very funny. You should use the host's file editor,
Okay.
which cracks me up because every single time you open it, it's like, please do not do this if you don't know what you're doing. But I have just made a bunch of like basically aliases, right, for various ports. So I have my Minecraft server alias, I have my router at home, and then of course I have like just the Aspire dashboard ready to roll.
Okay, so you just type Aspire-dashboard and do it. And then every time it warns you that this is a bad idea, you just click YOLO.
I say, yeah, that's totally fine.
Totally
and these
fine.
are
What
totally
could go
real
wrong?
IP addresses too.
What could go wrong?
That totally work. So that's a really nice, nifty little trick. And then finally, the most important power toy, and I use a lot of power toys if you can't tell, is WinShift-C.
WinShift-C.
And that is
Not assigned?
Shift-C. It is. Oh my god.
Pause for effect.
Pause for effect. Where is it? You said what could go wrong, and
What could
color
go
picker
wrong?
not showing
Color
up.
picker
It was
didn't show up. Not on
the
your-
list of what could go wrong in this demo. It's a color picker, which I know does not feel like a big deal to you, but if you ever get like an app from a designer, and then they give you the color as like some kind of thing, that's not the hex code you need to stick it into your XAML, it's a huge pain. So you click on it, and it gives you all the things. It's very nice. Isn't that fancy?
And you can save it, you can name it, and it gives
So
you...
I can copy it, and then I can go like paste it.
Yeah,
into
it gives you the RGB
Studio.
and the HSL. So try hitting Shift Win, or whatever it was.
Yeah,
Shift
hold on,
Windows
paste
C.
this. See, give me the little one.
Oh.
Shift C. Oh, there it is.
There it
That's
is.
perfect.
Maybe it was popping up. Maybe it was there the whole time.
Maybe it was. Maybe I'm just blind.
Yeah.
Anyways, lots of little things, but I'm just, just a lowly .NET developer.
No, you did a great job.
Thank you. But what's cool is coming out next is actually Vicky, who kind of like owns all of this Power Toys stuff.
Yes, and she's going to show me a bunch of built-in Windows goodness. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
Maybe the real color picker was the friends we made along the way.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right.
Thanks,
Get outta
Scott. See ya.
All right. Vicky.
Hello. We'll find out if I'm locked.
Hey,
Hello,
hey,
everybody.
hey.
So,
Having fun? Enjoying yourself?
I am having fun. It's been a day.
Okay, so you have a different machine. These are
I have a different
literal
machine.
personal machines. This is your real machine, not a demo machine.
Right. And so, what I thought I'd show you, just to begin with, is what I do to get my machine ready for demos.
Right.
Because I have like embarrassing stuff. Like what I used to do is I made like a local Windows profile and I do all my demos from that. But now we have Azure and we have all the single sign-on and everything. So it's really much more convenient for me to use my actual corporate login. But I have all this embarrassing stuff. So like if I go into Edge and I go into my Edge collections, I've got like these secret, I have the P versus MP solution and all these things in here that I can't let other people know about. And there's things in Start. There's all these MRUs and everything. So how do I do that? So one of the things I can do
MRUs are most recently
used lists. So like when you go to start, and it's like the recommendations and everything like that. So I can use, this is PowerToys, everybody's talking about PowerToys. This is PowerToys run. So if I hit Alt space, it's bringing this up. So I can go into settings and like do start menu settings here and go to like personalization, change it there. And then
if you do me a favor, minimize Edge here, because I want to make sure people understand that that's floating above everything.
Yes.
Okay.
So like if I hit $, I can search into Windows settings and go to start. But I don't necessarily want to do that every time, so I know that I can also go into the registry. So I can hit here and go registry and go
You just
directly.
like paste a registry key in?
Right. Well, so actually I'm just going down. So I happen to know where I'm looking
Okay,
for.
so you're navigating the registry
Yeah, so
from...
software, Microsoft,
Now you tell
Windows,
me this.
yeah, current version, Explorer, and then I can go to run MRU, and go ahead and hit that.
Like you do. Yeah.
Like you do.
YOLO.
And then we can see, I've got all my embarrassing, most recently, Scott's review feedback, and CTech Astronomy, all these files that I've opened recently. And so I want to get rid of those. So I can, of course, again, just go through and here directly edit it, but I don't want to do all of that either. So
No, that's tedious.
you may know I come from data. I was in data for like 20 years. So I am still very much addicted to Jupyter Notebooks. So what I'm going to show here is a Jupyter Notebook, but this is using what's called .NET Interactive with the polyglot kernel. And so if you know Jupyter Notebooks, they're a mix of like markdown code. So if I double click this, you can see it's markdown, and then executable code, and if necessary, the output of it. And most of the time, those come from Jupyter is for Julia, Python, and R, which is kind of the machine learning languages. But there's been an explosion in additional kernels. So the .NET Interactive kernel actually allows you to run C#, it lets you run PowerShell. In fact, if I go and list here, I can take a look at all the different languages that I'm able to run. So from cell to cell, I can change which language it is. So here I have a notebook that I made to make my machine presentable. So I'm going to go through and enclose all my work apps and just kind of run this C# to go and kill those processes.
You've effectively made a run book here.
Right.
But you're using whatever language makes you happy, whether it be PowerShell or
some
Python
snippets
or whatever.
somebody gave me or whatever.
And to your point, even though the P in IPYNB is Python, PY, but it doesn't have to be because these are polyglot notebooks.
Exactly. And so I can use whatever language. So like in this case, I want to use C# because I just want to. But then down here, I'm going to use a sudo and do an import of registry key where I have all those registries cleared. And I'll pull out just here sudo. If you haven't seen some of the announcements on this, we have added sudo to Windows. So I want to run this as an administrator. I don't necessarily want to elevate my entire notebook and everything. So I'm going to go ahead and run this. And as it runs, it's going to, should I actually hit execute? It's going to go ahead and pop up and ask me for the permissions, and I'll hit yes. And then if I go back over to my registry and
what did you just import?
Preview.
And
so
then you
now
just deleted those.
I've just deleted all my MRUs. So now that's all clear and all clean, and nobody's going to see your review feedback and all that.
Very cool.
So then the other thing that I have is, like I was showing you, the Edge collections. And so those are actually stored in a SQLite database. So if I pull that up, I can again use PowerToys run. Just go open that folder. And see, these are like these SQLite files. And so I can just swap it to a clean version. So here I'm going to go ahead and run this. And oh no, I got an error. This isn't intentional at all. So yes. So I got an error. So it's telling me the file is being used by another process. So here I'm going to go to another of our PowerToys and go over here to show more options. And I've got unlock with file locksmith. So I'll run this.
File locksmith.
File locksmith. So here it's seeing, obviously I was just showing you the collections at Edge, so Edge, so I'm going to go ahead and hit in task on that.
And respectfully shut Edge down.
Respectfully kill it, and it's not going to complain about that at all later. And so let me give it a second. And so now it's cleared that up. Now if I reopen my Edge, and it tells me, hey, you messed it up. Now I've got some nice clean, collections in here that I can use during my demos.
That's a really good reminder that nothing in Windows is hidden from you. Like you know that those collections are stored in SQLite files. You can find them in app data.
Right.
You can find these things. The registry is not a black box. And as a developer, as a power user, with these tools, you can do whatever you want. You can make the thing work any way you want. And that is a philosophy of your team, is to not accept the defaults.
Yeah, exactly. And actually, I got my start in programming working on monitoring tools. And so I had to basically reverse engineer a lot of the way things worked with like tools like sysinternals to say, what is it calling and how's it doing that? And then you can use that logic. I mean, it's all available to you to hack around with. So I've been using PowerToys this whole time, but I've got a little confession to make. I'm actually not using the publicly available build. I am using my own dev copy of it.
A private build of PowerToys.
A private build of it. And
Classic Vicky.
Here it is. So it's already open. So I don't know if anybody saw, but we announced a thing in PowerToys called Advanced Paste. So I'll just go ahead and pull this up and show you the settings. So right here, it's Advanced Paste. And so this is an AI-assisted paste. And it's not AI-assisted copy, because, copy, et cetera, but pasting is something that you do all day, all the time. So I think the best way to show it to you is to just show it to you. So here I have an XML file. I pulled this off of like data.gov, and I think it's like bird listings from national parks or something. So I'm going to copy, go to new.
There are now birds in XML in your clipboard.
Yes. And so I'm going to hit Win-Shift-V, and I'm going to tell it to paste as JSON. So
Can you paste it? Can you tell it like you want to shape it a certain way? Can you paste it as a CSV file?
Yeah. Well, so I mean,
You paste it as an INI file.
Let's see. Let's go. We're going off the beaten path here. Let's see what happens.
Oh yeah, there's no
Paste
script.
As CSV, and we'll see.
I love the little sparkly thing.
And so the thing I need to tell you, of course, is that this is like code that I got working like last night.
Did I just crash the world cloud?
Yes.
There's nothing wrong with that.
It's okay.
We'll reboot Azure.
No,
it's fine.
so this is, I actually have my super secret actual other.
She's got a run book to put it back the way it was.
I do. Of course I do. So I'm going to restart PowerToys, and I'm going to give that a second, and I'm going to run this. Okay, now it's all back up and running again. And so
that by the way, is more impressive than. You like have code to prevent me from taking you off the path.
I know who I'm working with here. So, but it does. So, what is available? So in today's build, we do have what I just showed you, basically the paste as JSON, et cetera. What is new and what I'm showing you here is basically using local models. And so that we have, it's available, it's in a dev branch though, so it hasn't been published yet, because actually we had a bunch of new models and things being announced here, and it's open source, so we wanted to get a chance to get it all out there. And we want to invite everybody to help us develop it and figure out what models are going to work and what do people want to use and all of that. So I'm going to show you a couple of the things that it can do now that aren't actually in the publicly available branch, or it's not in the public build, but it's available
But soon.
in the public build. And so just to get to Maddie, I'm going to do right-click Task Manager.
Okay.
So, come on. And so I've got Task Manager here, and I'm going to sort by memory here. And let's see, Shift-S. I will take her snipping tool demo.
Right, and we saw before where she extracted some text out and pasted it.
So I'm just going to grab that.
Cool.
And let me go back over here to my favorite, make a new notebook.
Okay.
And I'm going to make a markdown.
Yeah.
Right there. And I'm going to tell it Win-Shift-V, paste as markdown table.
Ah.
So let's give that a second.
You're pasting a screenshot as a markdown table.
Yes. So I'm asking it to basically chain together two AI activities.
Whoa.
And so it did OCR, and then it also converted. So this is a mix. So
that was a hybrid.
That was a hybrid. So it can do kind of a mix of doing some parts of it locally, some parts remotely. And as we start pulling in more of the powerful models, we'll be able to do more of it locally. So here I do have one that is entirely local. And let me go.
That's amazing.
Reveal in File Explorer here. And so what I've got is one of your podcasts. And because I have a machine that doesn't have an MPU, I just have it trimmed down to about 3 minutes.
Okay, so you have a 3-minute section of my podcast.
Yes, and so I'm going to go ahead and copy that file. And
copy, like when you copy paste.
Control-C.
Okay.
And I'm going to Win-Shift-V. I'm going to paste the audio to text. So this is going to take a moment.
Paste audio as text. Now
yes.
you're just flexing on everybody.
So, but this, you got to give it some credit here. All right, there we go.
Wow.
And what I wanted to do is actually repeat that. So let me go.
That's crazy.
Copy this, and not the name of it, just copy the actual thing.
Yeah.
Delete that again.
You're gonna do it again?
Shift-V. Now, but I want to prove my point here,
Say,
I'm
stop
going
while you're
to
ahead, because you're already blowing my brain.
Control-Shift-P. That's not it. It is Control-Alt-P. I want to attach to the process.
Okay.
And I want to show you that it's running local, so like it's hard to tell these things, right? And we were just talking about everything should be discoverable. So I'm going to go ahead and say paste audio to text and let it run its to the breakpoint. And this is where
pause for effect.
Pause for effect. Oh, I pasted it here. So I missed the breakpoint. But OK, so I missed the breakpoint. But you can see I do have the
before you paste it directly over your code.
Before I pasted directly.
Where was it going to break?
It was going to break here in Whisper. So we're using the Whisper Onyx model. And you can see because I've got a small one, I've got Whisper Tiny Onyx model, and we've also got Whisper Small. And so both of those are available, and you can kind of swap them out. I ran Whisper Small. It was more accurate, but it took a little longer. And so for the demo, I wanted to make it nice and short. And you can also do, like I've been using it for things like to get ready for this. I can never remember FFmpeg, commands to trim things. So I just say, copy the name of the file and say, paste the FFmpeg command to trim it to 3 minutes. And so it's really cool. It's really fun. And
that's awesome. And if you wanted to, if you had an NPU machine, it would use the NPU, and then it could fall back to the GPU and fall back to the CPU.
Yeah, and that's the other thing I'm wanting to show here is that we really want to invite people to help us build this. So this is PowerToys. This is open source. You can go to it now. And so we have Whisper. We've announced Phi, we've got all these models. You can also think of models that you might want to do, and I'm thinking about it the same way that we have all these different things we can do when PowerToys run. Imagine being able to do those things in the clipboard, and we can't possibly think of all the scenarios people might want. I wouldn't have thought of the blood, sugar monitoring, and so I want to invite people to come and help and contribute to that, and to really have that transparency and let's figure it out together. So
very cool. Thank you so much. Awesome. Right. Open source, baby.
Open source.
Thank you. All right.
And speaking of open source, we have one of our big open source guys.
Let's bring Mike out. And Vicky, will you grab Mike?
I will grab Mike. Mike?
He might be a little shy.
Hello, Mike. Mike, hello. Yes.
Hi.
You look enthusiastic. Don't
excited.
Don't feel like you got to pump it up at all.
Hi, everyone.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing great.
You feeling comfortable?
Yeah, sure. I'm an engineer. I'm supposed to talk to people, right? Yeah.
And you're an engineer on what, sir?
The Windows terminal and the Windows command line experience.
Yay,
so
Windows terminal.
I'm just going to talk about the terminal because that's what I know the most about.
Okay.
And I just want to jump right into it, but I have piles of Windows open right here, and I don't want to really look through the Alt-Tab order to try and find the terminal. When I'm writing code, I want to stay in the flow. I want to just be writing code and then jump to the terminal, run my builds, run my tests, and jump back. Right? So if you look at my settings here in the terminal, I have this global summon key binding set up.
Global summon.
Yeah. It lets me just get into the terminal regardless of what's open. So I'm just going to press that right now, and there we go. I'm in the terminal. I don't have to think about it. It's just right here.
Nice.
Right?
Global hotkey to bring the terminal to the front.
Yeah. I use this key binding 1,000 times a day.
And you should also add to that key binding, shut off all Teams meetings, tell people to stop bothering you.
No, that was the other demo. No, so I use this more than copy and paste, seriously. Now that I'm here, I want to talk about something we've added to the terminal this year that has made me way more productive. It's something we call shell integration, right? You've got a great prompt set up. I love customizing my prompt. That's what made me fall in love with the command line. But you could do more than just change the colors of the terminal with that. You can actually use your prompt to tell the terminal a little bit more about what's going on. And if you do that, the terminal can light up all sorts of new features just because it'll actually know, here is your prompt. And this is the command you ran. And this was the actual output of that command.
Okay.
So we can do all sorts of stuff. So let's look at this window. I've been running all sorts of commands in this all day. And just scrolling through it, it sometimes takes a little bit of overhead to kind of situate myself.
You have to figure out what was I doing, and then you scroll back and you scroll back.
Right, and what was this? OK. That doesn't match my mental model of what the command line is, which is really I ran this command, then that, I did this, then that, right? If you come into my settings, I have these scroll to mark key bindings just on control up and down. They're candy. If I come back over here, I could just jump around the command line exactly one command at a time.
Scroll to mark.
Yeah. It's just jumping from one prompt to the next. So I can actually navigate, I ran my build here, and then I ran my tests, and then,
and this has been in there?
I did the right thing eventually.
You just put that there today, or when is that?
This is in preview builds already. And we could do more with this than just scrolling around, because that's not that cool. I don't have to like press the up arrow 80 times anymore just to find something that I ran recently.
I love how like, the up arrow is just so much effort.
I need to find ls in my history, okay? But I don't need to do that. The terminal knows where all the commands are.
Yeah.
So like it could just open up a menu with all your commands in it, and you could like filter it and like just run the thing I was looking for.
Nice. Nice.
Right? You know, I just pulled that up with this show suggestions action here. Just have it in control space.
Very
I like that. It's like Control R search at Bash, but like it's actually good. It's actually it shows you all the actions. It shows you everything, you know, and it's actually accessible too, and it works even in CMD here.
That's cool. It is accessible. That is a good point.
Right. It's a more human-friendly way of interacting with the command line.
Okay.
I use it all the time because I type obviously really quite slowly. I never passed those orange keycaps in middle school.
Really?
You know, they cover up the keys. No, I have to look at the keyboard. That's sorry. And you know, I work with a lot of command lines that are really long, right? Like I work on Windows, and you know, when I'm working on Windows, I have nightly builds of Windows.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? And sometimes, hey, nightly software has bugs in it.
I've heard that.
That happens. But I always have post-mortem debugging turned on to try and catch crashes in the terminal while I'm working on it. But sometimes, you know, File Explorer crashes into the debugger.
Right. And this is something when you are a Windows developer developing Windows on Windows, you're going to get into
happens.
You're going to do this all day long.
Right, yeah, but then, then File Explorer's crashed, so the debugger can't actually open. So now my system is hung.
Okay.
Right, that's no great. So I have to like actually disable post-mortem debugging just for File Explorer, right? But I don't remember the reg command to do that.
Okay.
So I have actually a snippet in here, which I've just put into this menu. It's just the send input action that I have here in my settings. And that just sends a sequence of characters as if I had typed it. So I don't actually have to remember the long reg command. I can just run that and just...
So you've got snippets, like we have snippets in VS, but snippets in terminal.
Yeah, snippets for the terminal, right?
Nice.
So I don't have to remember this anymore, and I could just, okay, I need to run this as admin. I'm not going to do the Control-Shift thing that Kayla was talking about, because, well, why would you have two windows? That's insane.
When you can't really Control-Shift that command, you want to...
I want to just run this. It's right here. It's perfectly good. So I'm just going to use sudo. Yeah, it's fine. I got sudo here. It's good.
So
it was that easy. Yeah.
Sudo make me a sandwich on Windows. Fantastic.
Yeah, it's great. You know, but there is one thing wrong with it.
Well, the problem is that everything that they showed us was open source, and I haven't seen any of the code for sudo, and it's not on the internet.
But Scott, I have it right here.
It's in a tar.gz file. You'll never get that open on Windows.
Oh, I'll be trapped forever. No, it's fine, Scott, because I've got snippets for that. So I'm just going to extract the file. I'm just going to go. Is it okay if I?
Yeah.
Could I just put this in the repo right now?
Like, do you need permission?
From a VP?
Sure.
I don't report to you.
You don't report to me. Pick a VP. They're probably cool with it. What are they going to do? Okay.
Yeah, I guess you said it. You said it was fine.
This is the source code for sudo?
Yeah, this is. Yeah, this is it. Yeah, that looks right. That's probably
fine.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. It's fine. I'm just gonna.
It's fine.
It's fine. We'll
commit. What are they going to do? Commit.
You know what? I need a new branch.
Do you have to like get permission to put a certain message in?
Probably. I'm just gonna do it live.
Okay.
It's fine.
It is Connect season, though. We have to fill out our reports because we have to do our annual review next week. So you have 90 seconds.
It's fine. See? It's fine.
Copy-paste action. Oh,
it's
I
fine.
type slow, says Fast Typer.
That was fast. That wasn't fast. So I'm just going to...
Okay, so go to GitHub and prove it. What did you just do there? Hang on.
Okay, so what I did there was I hit Control-Shift-M to start Mark mode.
Okay.
And I just hit Shift-Tab, and it like knows where all the URLs are. So I just... And then I just hit Shift-Tab again.
Okay.
So every time I push, I just go Control-Shift-M, Shift-Tab, Shift-Tab, and then I just...
Okay. Okay.
Scott, I thought you lived in the terminal.
Apparently not.
Right?
Big enough. I mean, yeah, okay.
All right, so yeah, this is, this says test. Well.
You have 30 seconds.
Well, is this the right commit? Let's see. Let's make this bigger.
Hurry.
Oh yeah, that looks like source code to me.
They're going to turn off the live stream. 18 seconds. Initial reset of the pseudo source code.
Copy.
We're going on Hacker News. 10 seconds.
Enter.
Ladies, come out and support us.
Yeah, it's
We have
there.
5 seconds. Big hand for the team. It's Kayla, Maddie, and Mike, and Vicky.
Thanks for letting me do that.
I am 90% sure that the live stream is gone, but I do know that the source code for sudo is on the internet now.
Yeah, we did it live.
Oh, wow. Are you sure that was the right directory?
I'm pretty sure.
It wasn't my desktop.
No, I'm pretty sure. This is the real repo.
All right,
so.
fantastic. Big hand for our friends from all over Windows Developer Tools and DevDiv. If you like this kind of stuff, go up on the 5th floor. We've got booths. We've got people who want to talk to you. What's the name of the booths we're looking for?
We have Windows productivity tools and also a WSL and terminal booth upstairs.
Very cool. And you'll be at the .NET and the Maui booths?
Yep.
Very cool.
You know it.
Hope you have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
take it slow. Nah, 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 no. Ain't no way to stop this feeling.